Studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2nd and 5, coming right to left in the white jerseys, silver helmets and pants. Rush under pressure, throws deep, skinny post, walk in, CeeDee Lamb. He got clear and he walked the dog. 30 and a touchdown.
And that was probably the dagger. Good morning, Metroplex. I could get used to this, RJ.
What? Winning?
Yeah.
Yeah. You get used to that one, right?
Definitely get used to this.
Uh-huh.
Nothing better than that 12 o'clock win. I don't know. Maybe the London one where you could really just truly enjoy the noon games. But you get that 12 o'clock win, and then you can sit back and point and judge everybody else.
Yeah.
The 3 o'clocks, Sunday night football, able to go to sleep at halftime of that one. But the Dallas Cowboys win their 8th straight NFC East game. They've won 8 straight against this horrible division, and Cooper Rush is the first quarterback in team history to win his first 4 starts. The Dallas D shows up again, and they beat the Commanders 25-10.
Forget what everybody else says. I don't care what anybody says. There is nothing quite. Noon game is my favorite. You don't ruin your whole day. Because you can do things afterwards. Beforehand, you gotta make sure you're home by 3:25, and you get hammered by 1 o'clock. It's fantastic. There's nothing like a noon game. I don't want the London games too early in the morning. I don't want to get up to do that. These are tremendous, and getting wins is even better.
This was 12-7 at the half, and 15-10 after 3. And as soon as I'm getting ready to send the tweets each week, I have it queued up. I have it in the drafts. Missing number 4. Y'all sure you don't want Prescott back? We're sitting here struggling with 12 points at halftime, 15 points after 3. As soon as I'm getting ready to hit it, Cooper Rush steps up with some big plays. You heard that highlight to CeeDee Lamb. Michael Gallup was huge in his return. And this team, yes, they're doing it against scrubs, but you take it. You take it any day of the week if you say you're going to be 3-1 without your starting quarterback before you get the Rams and the Eagles.
100%. You absolutely take.
Washington was helpless in this game. Helpless offensively.
They're awful. They're atrocious. Carson Wentz is going to get killed at some point this year. They are just so overmatched. And then the whole their roster is better than ours. Is it? This team, the Commanders, I almost called them the other one. They're awful, but you have to beat the teams on your schedule, and you can't sit there and say, "Well, it was against the Giants, it was against the Commanders." Yeah, it was against those teams, but that's who you have to beat. Like, this team has feasted on the NFC East for several years. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't believe I am. This is the only loss the Giants have on their schedule. So is it that bad of a loss? If you are what your record says you are. Is that bad of a win?
Look at the NFC East.
3-1, 4-0.
We've turned into the AFC West. The Eagles are the only unbeaten left, 3-1, and then the Commanders sitting there at 1-3. Daniel Jones getting banged up yesterday, running around. I thought we were going to get a gift from Jacksonville. That did not happen. And yeah, it felt like more of an ugly win, but does not matter. It's a W with your backup quarterback, and that's almost worth 2.
It's a W, man. It really is almost worth 2 when you factor in it's a backup player. And you have other teams that are missing guys, right? You have other teams that are missing quarterbacks. They're not necessarily getting wins. They're struggling too. But this team is finding ways to win games. And at the end of the day, you don't style point wins when you have a backup quarterback. You don't care if you win 12-10, 24-10, 25-10. You don't care.
And not in a league where I believe through the first 3 weeks, a record was set for the amount of 3-point games. I think there was 18 3-point games in the NFL, and the Cowboys end up pulling away in this one.
Wait, 18 over the first 3 weeks, there was 18 3-point games. Wow, that's quite a bit.
3 or 6, it's something, whatever close score measurement they're using. That's how close the games are being played. I mean, you look at this defense, and they were playing to it. It felt like Kellen Moore was a little conservative in the first half. I'm going to give a star down to Mike McCarthy. Let him know about it on Friday. Not going for that 4th and 1 to try to ice the game away. But that's how good he's feeling about the other side of the ball with Trayvon Diggs shutting up PFF, Neville Gallimore, Donovan Wilson flying around as well. I mean, this defense is causing Tolos to ask the question whether they are elite or not, or just how great is the defense on that side. That's a question for a little bit later on, but here's Jerry after the W yesterday in Arlington.
Good. Proud of them. Proud of everything out there. We had a great crowd. We had our fans were into it. I want to give Washington all you can give them. That was hard. It was real hard division game, and but our guys just really never slacked off. You can go down through several of them that made key plays for us. I can speak to a lot of them. I like the way our offensive line protected Cooper. I thought we had some lanes, but give them a lot of credit. They're a tough bunch to run on. But that was a good win for us.
So there's Jerry afterwards. 1 sack for the Commanders. 2 sacks to the Cowboys, but it felt like so much more with the way Wentz was running around.
Yeah, and that's why we've kind of pushed back on sack numbers as like a real something that you look at, because it's about pressures. It's about beating your man. And Carson Wentz was under siege all day. And just because they didn't get the actual sack check mark.
Yeah, the QB hits were 11-3.
Yeah, that's important.
11-3.
Right.
Dante Fowler showing up in this game. Didn't really see anything from Dorrance Armstrong, but you got it from Gallimore, as I said. DeMarcus Lawrence had a couple of them as well. You're going to get your Micah attention that is out there. Brad Sham in the postgame was saying it looked like a 7-10 split with Micah trying to go through 3 guys at different points in times in this ball game. And then you had Diggs be the closer. He was the closer in this one with some fantastic plays. Michael Gallup, we already mentioned. Here's Jerry on how much credit our new Friday best friend deserves. What does this say about Mike McCarthy holding this thing together?
Well, I don't know how you could say enough about how he's handled this team initially starting out. It's like a pitcher, to me, a big boxer, a fighter, and walking out and just getting absolutely hit with the best shot you ever could, right on the chin. First step out of. Now, how do you get that all back together? Well, but give him his due. He has managed to right the ship, steady it, and then progressively get this team in shape to play without Dak. And that's a team-wide thing. I think it would be an injustice not to give him the kind of credit as head coach for getting this thing righted and getting it to this point. And what's happened over the last 3 weeks is with the makeup of our team, and I think our personnel, and I think our potential with the makeup of this team, these 3 games got us back in the hunt.
You know, I wanted to ask this question to McCarthy. I think I asked it a couple years ago, but I butchered it the last time he didn't have Dak. About, is there any extra rush that you get in terms of realizing, now I really have to coach? This is a true coaching job right now, right? We got to play complementary football. We got to make decisions to punt and let our defense bail us out of things. We have to be conservative with the game plan. We really have to coach things up without our starting quarterback. And I wonder if there's any special high for a coach. Now, I think he answered back a couple years ago, basically, no dum-dum. We want everybody, and we want to be able to drop 33 or 34 points whenever we want. But there will be people, Choppy, who give more credit to Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore during this run than even for 12-5 last season, because you don't have your franchise.
I mean, look, if you're not giving Mike credit now, like, when are you going to do it? Like, when? Is the mark of a head coach doing a good job is not winning football games when you don't have the most important player you have? Dak is more important than the other 52 players combined. Now, every quarterback in the NFL is more important than the other 52 players combined in the roster. Doesn't matter if they're the worst quarterback in the league. They impact the game more. And then he's winning these games. Doesn't matter the competition. He's winning these games without it. There's no doubt. He deserves a ton of credit. He's not going to get it. He's not going to get it. Bobby Bell's not going to give him credit because Bobby doesn't like him. It's quite simple. And just like Jason Garrett, somehow we conveniently forgot when you go and you look at his record with a backup quarterback, we conveniently leave off his 13-3 season. Huh. It's really odd how we do that. Pretty sure Dak wasn't a starter. Pretty sure he was a third stringer that year to start the season. But we conveniently leave that one off. We also conveniently leave off his going 5-3 with a backup in 2010. Leave that one off because it was an interim tag. So fans and media will cherry pick who they and when they want to give credit to somebody.
Star up, star down at 6 o'clock. What is the update on Dak Prescott for his return against the Rams? But let's go celebrate and party inside the locker room. What else happened around the NFC East? And did you see the show that Pat Mahomes put on last night against Tom Brady and the Bucs? It's another party. It's a Cowboys Monday. Just getting started with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Coming up in the next... it back to Godwin. He'll get tackled. Goodbye, Buccaneers. This game is over. Tom Brady in the regular season has a record against the Kansas City Chiefs of 5 wins and 6 losses. The Chiefs have beaten Tom Brady for a 6th time in his career, and they have done it beating him 41-31.
Chiefs radio with the call. Did y'all stay up for Sunday Night Football? What an impressive display and performance. Aaron Rodgers appears to be struggling without Devontae. Not the case for Kansas City, who came right out and has Todd Bowles trending this morning as Buccaneers fans are not happy with their defensive-minded head coach. 41-31 Chiefs. It's a Cowboys Monday here on Sean and RJ. Brady looked better. He had Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, and Julio back. He threw for 385 and 3 touchdowns. But Pat Mahomes, that touchdown that he threw to Edwards-Helaire, where he just flipped it on the right side of the end zone after the little spin move on the sideline, man, that's special.
I hate that, but I love it. Like I just I like pocket guys. A lot of times this little
Mahomes is like your
that.
favorite all-time quarterback.
I know.
That's like a large portion of his game.
I know. I like when he runs around and makes off-platform throws, but that one, it's just too easy. Too easy. So you got to put some more difficulty on that thing, on that little pass, that little touch pass. But they looked very good. They looked as good as the Buccaneers defense looked bad.
They ran for $189. Tampa ran for 3. Leonard Fournette had 3 carries for -3 yards. And the Kansas City Chiefs come out and stump. Things just don't feel right with the Buccaneers. Like last week in the power rankings, I kept them out. I don't know what's going on with Brady in the home life, but people are putting Ben Affleck smoking a cigarette in the Brady jersey, saying,
I ruined my family for a first-round exit.
I ruined my family for a first-round exit. And I'm like, oh, staying home has to be better than this, Tom, when they were getting smoked. And Matt Gangle and others tweeted back, no, this is still better than being home.
This is still better than being home. There's no doubt about that. They'll be fine. We'll look back on this and we'll be like, oh, see, we got a little bit ahead of ourselves with the, Brady and the Bucs are done. Okay. Like, who are you really going to pick Philadelphia over them?
I don't know.
You're not. You're not going to put money on them.
No.
If all odds are the same, no one is going to bet on Philadelphia. I don't think. I know I'm not. I would still take the Bucs to beat them.
Monday Night Football will feature the Cowboys' next opponent. It's going to be the Rams. The Rams 2-1 at San Francisco with a bunch of drama surrounding Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo. So that game is in San Fran. Rams at 49ers tonight.
Are we buying? That? The idea of what your plays suck. Is that the drama? We're buying that.
I haven't looked into it a ton, but how could there be drama between Garoppolo and Shanahan when San Francisco clearly was desperate to keep him around, and they probably view him as a better quarterback than Trey Lance? I could see why Jimmy has some beef towards the organization, but look at the position that they put this guy in. He wasn't allowed on the practice fields, go off to the side and throw, and then there's beef. Maybe Jimmy G is letting some of that frustration out. But tonight, San Fran is favored by 1.5. I'm surprised by that.
It's a home game for them, right? I'm not stunned. I think Vegas views. Look, San Fran. When they were before the year, they were a dog in like 2 games all year, and that was with the assumption that Jimmy Garoppolo was going to be the quarterback. This is like way before the year, right? This is like in the spring. So I'm not stunned by that. Home game, good quarterback, not great, but good, and a really, really good team.
Is there one other game that jumped out to you guys? Peyton Russell is running things this week. Was there one other non-Cowboy game that really jumped out on the schedule for you?
That Packers game.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that was close. They, I don't know what happens in Green Bay if the Packers lose to a third-string quarterback, because Hoyer was knocked out in the first quarter.
Yeah. And your guy came in.
Oh, Bailey Zappi from Western Kentucky. You've seen the last of Mac Jones. You have seen the last of Mac Jones. Calling it right now. That kid is going to go. He's going places, man. He is going places. So that one jumped out to me.
Well, Aaron Rodgers not happy over that one. He said, "What we're doing is not sustainable. We cannot put up these offensive performances, put this much pressure on our defense that ended like this yesterday on Packer Radio."
Pat O'Donnell on the hole. Mason Crosby for the win. Snap, placement, swing to the right leg, kick to the upright. It is good! It is good! Mason Crosby has done it again! He has booted the Green Bay Packers to a 27-24 victory in overtime over the New England Patriots.
And we were rooting for New England to knock down Green Bay's record. The Packers are 3-1. The Patriots fall to 1-3.
Yeah, I think you got to be a little bit optimistic if you're in New England. You know, they played a tough Packer team. I think you got to be optimistic if you're in New England that you're not going to fall off that much without Mac Jones. They may not make the playoffs this year. They may not be good for this year, but I think their future is okay. I'll tell you the other thing. The team to watch, the most must-see team in the NFL is the Detroit Lions. They have allowed and scored the most combined points through 4 games in NFL history.
History?
In NFL history, they've allowed 281 points. I'm sorry. They've scored and allowed a combined 281 points in 4 games. That is the most combined scoring in NFL history that they have. So their games. That is stupid.
And RG3 tweeting about it. Man, his Twitter's on fire. RG3's a little freak.
Yeah.
He's a little freak behind the scenes. He did the orgy in the end zone. I don't know what happened with his first relationship. And now he was tweeting, AB, Antonio Brown showed more D than the Seahawks and Lions did today. So that speaks to the Detroit defense. He also said the Chiefs are running through the Bucs faster than crap ran through DK Metcalf.
That's right.
As DK had to be carted off the field because he said the little clench walk was not going to be enough to get him to the locker room for the bathroom break.
Look, we've all done that walk. Sometimes that walk just doesn't work. All right, and things start working and moving on their own pace. And you don't want that. He looked very calm, though, on that cart. He looked really calm. I tell you what, if I had goosebumps a couple times this weekend. If I had goosebumps like that, I don't know if I'd be so calm.
The game that stuck out to me, before we get to star up, star down with the Cowboys at 6, the decision by John Harbaugh that had Marcus Peters wanting to fight him on the Ravens sideline.
The snap is down. Tyler Bass, the kick is up. The kick is good. The clock says 0. The Bills have won it in Baltimore. The Bills came from 17 points down to beat the Baltimore Ravens. Unbelievable.
The Ravens are going to be haunted by these losses, that Miami loss, the losses against the NFC East. So they were up 20-3. Tie game, 4th down from the Bills 2. 4:15 left. Rather than attempt the 19-yarder with Justin Tucker, they give it to Lamar. He goes incomplete. Buffalo then goes 77 yards on 12 plays to set up the winning field goal as time expired. Mr. 4th down, you going to sign off? 4 minutes left. And just take the lead. Marcus Peters flipping out at Harbaugh. They had to be separated.
Well, see, this is why Marcus Peters just doesn't get it. Marcus Peters still thinks the interceptions are the way to be a cornerback and not actual coverage. Not surprised there. Look, I mean, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Kicking a field goal probably, I mean, it definitely improved their win probability. It probably didn't improve it as much as we think. Because with 4 minutes to go, all you got to do is get Josh Allen, all he had to do really was get about 40 yards. And, to get in field goal range.
Got to look at the pace of the game, though, as well. Baltimore's offense was shut out in the second half. The Bills only scored 3 points in the fourth quarter. Now, they did score 10 points in the third, but 99 out of 100 times, I think a head coach is kicking the field goal to take the lead and then relying on the defense. I think the weather was a little wet, too, yesterday.
Yeah, it may have been.
Baltimore.
Look, I mean, I think the numbers would say it was the correct call to go for it there. I would probably agree with that. I wouldn't have killed him if he went and took the field goal, took the points. But, the field goals lose you games more often than not. We know that. I think the numbers would show this was the correct call.
Let's go star up, star down here on Sean and RJ. CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, who on the defense? Brett Maher. I know Trayvon Diggs, a redemption day for him. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Let's go star up, star down after a third straight Cowboys win. Next on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM. Rangers.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
They will have the ball to start the third quarter. Dallas leads 12-7. Snap to Wentz. Here comes pressure. Throws it deep down the left side. It is intercepted by Diggs.
Star up. Get that man back on social media to get his praise from RJ Choppy. It's star up, star down on a Cowboys Monday after they beat the Commanders 25-10. Give us your Cowboys report card on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Diggs had the interception before the half. He has 16 in 25 games. His knockdowns, a fourth down knock away with 8 minutes left. Had a 4th and 2 against Terry McLaurin in the fourth quarter. 1 catch allowed, 2 forced incompletions, 1 interception. The passer rating allowed a 0.0. Star up to Trayvon Diggs. A magnificent game as Terry McLaurin continues to not live up to that brand new contract they gave him in D.C., and my fantasy football team is paying the price.
Yeah, CD is quite clearly the best wide receiver in the division. I don't know that there's even a question about it at this point.
Ooh.
It's definitely not Terry McLaurin.
Anyone in Philly have something to say about that?
A.J. Brown?
A.J. Brown got something to say
Close.
about that?
AJ can say whatever he wants. He ain't it. I think it's quite clearly CD. But maybe that's just me. Who knows? But Diggs, I thought had a game. I'd be interested to see what they score him at on PFF because I don't watch the all 22, and they do. So I'd be interested to see what they score him at in the plays that didn't go to him. But I thought that was probably his best coverage game, maybe of his career. He was fantastic, I thought.
How about the return of the Cowboys' number 2 receiver?
Big third down. Snap to Rush. He's going to run out to his right with room. Somebody come help him. Throw in the end zone for Gallup. Caught it. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Thank you, Brad Sham, who will join us at 8:40 this morning. Look, he only had 2 catches. They were huge. I think the first one was also on third down to extend the drive, and then the second one was the touchdown. 2 catches for 24 yards, but he drew 2 penalties as well. He had 2 catches. He was drawing penalties. Star up Michael Gallup in his return.
Yeah, it was just the 2 catches. One of them was the TD. It was good to see him get that. Really good to see him get that because, obviously that's what the wide receivers, they could get 10 catches, but they would probably rather get 2 catches and 1 TD than 8 catches and none.
And that was
that's the way they like it is.
15-play drive. The TD was on third down. That makes it 12-7. He drew a 38-yard pass interference in the third. He drew another one in the fourth. 65 yards in flags, in addition to the 2 catches for 24 and 1 touchdown. And Cooper Rush was asked about his new weapon afterwards.
Yeah, it's exactly what you expected from him. He looked like Michael Gallup. Big-time play, run the back of the end zone there, getting open. Big-time third down, like I said. Drew the holding call, which, he beats the guy off the line right away. He's gone. And another PI. So big-time player. We're really happy for him. That was, I think, big for him, just to go back out there and, I'm still Michael Gallup and can go make plays, and it's really going to help us.
They needed the second guy. They need a third guy. And maybe Noah Brown is that third guy. He has put up some decent numbers here.
Tolo asked a great question. Is Noah going to be as involved when Dak returns? In the third quarter, they needed that play so badly when he hooked up with Noah for 45 yards. They were up 12-7. They're still in that 1-score range. But third quarter, Coop to Noah Brown for 45. And that was huge. That's clearly his go-to guy, the training camp connection.
Yep, it seems to be. And a lot of times when the backup comes in, you see like the third stringer or the second stringer, the secondary guy get a lot of attention because they just got a good rapport. And it seems that way here. You mentioned Michael Gallup forcing the Commanders into some penalties. How about a star up to the Cowboys' lack of penalties?
Hey!
How about that one?
How nice and refreshing is it to face another team that is dumber and has worse timing than you? How many interceptions? You got to find that stat of interceptable balls. how many interceptions has Cooper Rush been saved by? I wanted to try to figure out yesterday whether he threw up one of those because he knew a flag was down. He had a free play, but that's probably 4 or 5 interceptions during this little run that Cooper Rush should have had, including 2 that got brought back yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but, they didn't count, right? If you got penalties against you, they don't count. So.
11 for 136. The Cowboys had 4 for 20. That's it.
That's it.
They almost had a perfect first half, except they called Biotish for pointing out defensive assignments.
Who?
Valdez. They called him out for a false start. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm sitting here pointing at the mic and the linebackers and the assignments, and they throw the flag on Valdez.
Yeah, I didn't understand that one. But look, they were fantastic in terms of the discipline of the penalties. Or their lack thereof. And that's something this team has not had much of at all.
The Commanders had 12 total penalties coming in. 12 in 3 games. And yesterday they finished with 11 for 136. They had 128 total penalty yards in the first 3 weeks. So, man, it feels nice not to be the bad kids in school. There's worse kids than us.
Yeah, there are. There definitely are. It does feel good about that one. I got another one here for you, Sean. And he did not have a great game. He did not stuff the stat sheet very much. But the attention that Micah Parsons gets has made Tank Lawrence a force again. A couple of quarterback hits, no sacks, but a couple of quarterback hits and pressures on Carson Wentz. You cannot say enough about the attention that Micah Parsons brings to this defense and what it has done for the other players on that line.
Receivers. Wentz is in an empty gun. 2nd and 12 at his own 46. Dallas blitzes. Van Der Esch is it's Neville Gallimore. Van Der Esch was right behind him, but it was Neville Gallimore breaking through and getting the sack, the first of the day.
So when Gallimore and Mukwamu sacked Wentz, Dan Quinn's defense had 15 sacks in fewer than 3.5 games with 8 different players. They're coming from everywhere. 15 sacks, less than 3.5 games with 8 different players. And Mike McCarthy was asked, how hard is it? I know it's the Commanders in the NFC East. How hard is it in today's NFL to keep a team under 19 points?
It's very difficult. We all talk about 17 or less as a goal, but it's we all know how the rules have changed in the last 10 to 12 years. Particularly with more space and so forth. So I think it's a real credit to our coaches and our players. You can see this really building in the second half of the season last year, and as we stated throughout the OTAs and training camp, this is a group that has a complete understanding of how we want to play. We've got a lot of depth. Really love their competitive spirit, and just like anything, we made some corrections at halftime. They came out and did a great job, particularly with our run defense in the second half. So that tells you something about the group. They have a lot of pride, and once again they want to be coached, and particularly it's just like anything. Rushing a passer is a privilege. And that's why run defense is so important, and our guys really get that.
A privilege.
Privilege.
I have to mark that one down for Friday.
Rush privilege?
Rush privilege.
I've not heard that one.
I want to give...
By the way, don't ever use the term rush defense with this team again. Good gosh.
I want to get my star up real quick on the D-line to Dante Fowler. Had a 3rd down sack. They were up 8. No, they were up 12 with 8 left. And Dante Fowler able to bring down Wentz. My star up defensively, Donovan Wilson. Flying all over the place. This was a guy who I was told 2 years ago that they're not loving his work ethic. Right? He was one of these guys that was always around the football. When it bounced on the ground and there was a fumble, Donovan Wilson would somehow come up with it. But they weren't totally in love with his offseason commitment, and he is playing physical. He is a beast running around out there. And I guess while you're talking about guys in the secondary, how about the one who got the pregame heads up? Yo, you're playing. Jordan Lewis got hurt in pregames. Jordan Lewis is injured. So step in, Rook.
Wentz in the gun. They're sending 6. Wentz gets rid of it over the middle. It's intercepted. It is Deron Bland, the rookie, with maybe a game-sealing interception on a pass for Curtis Samuel.
And there was the interception on the 20. Man, what media member? These media members go in. They go in after these games. Someone asked Jerry Payton, this is the cut. Have you given thought to potentially losing Dan Quinn in the offseason? We're asking this in week 4?
What's going on here?
What is going on here? Hit this.
Well, again, I did something about that. I did something about Dan in the offseason. That's why we've got him today. Okay? I did something about that. And so I recognize that he was important in the offseason. And so that's, in other words, to answer your question, I don't have to say words. We did something about it. He's here. And he didn't have to be here. And so we're glad to have him here, obviously. And the players are playing because they feel a part of being a part of what he's started. You've got players like Lawrence and players like that. So there's a nice chemistry going on here with his time with the Cowboys.
But I mean, next year.
Again, that's next year. But I know this, that we've done as good a job of having him here as you can do.
Who is asking? Talk about next year leaving.
What's going to happen in 3 years?
Talk about losing him next season.
Guys, there's 13 games left.
Without playoffs.
What are we doing?
How about a star up from Maher? Man, did we all get this one wrong. This freaking fool has come out here and basically been perfect. 53, 45, 28. We asked McCarthy about him on Friday. He's got 4 makes from 50 or longer, including a walk-off. The only miss of the year so far from 59. Star up Brett Maher.
Yeah, and I don't care about a 59-yard miss.
No.
I know you don't care about a 59-yard miss either. Like, this is why, teams, they freak out over their kickers all the time, and then they look at them, well, he's missed this many, but you don't look inside at how many and how they were missed and what they were missed. Some kickers aren't asked to kick 59-yard field goals. Some aren't. Some are asked to only kick beyond 50. Well, I mean, there's a pretty big difference there.
Like Lutz. Lutz is going to be punished yesterday for the double doink in London.
Yeah. How far was that one?
60. He would have been the only player in NFL history to make 2 field goals of 60 or more.
Yeah. And he's going to get dinked for that?
I mean, he might. I'm just
somebody will. Absolutely somebody will. And he's been one of the better kickers in the game for a while, perception-wise at least.
How about any star downs? Run defense.
Yeah, run defense.
They gave up 101 rush yards in the first half. Bobby Bell tweeted they found a little honey hole on that left side.
Yeah, they did.
Is that targeting Micah? They were averaging 6.8 yards a carry to the left side against the Cowboys. That better get fixed against Philadelphia.
All right, okay. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to predict this right now, and I'm very bad at predictions, but I'm going to predict this. Some dope is going to say, see, this is why you need to have Micah as a linebacker. Okay? They just got gashed for 142 rush yards in a game that was they won by 15, that they only allowed 10 points. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But someone's going to say, we got to put a stop to this, and we got to move Mike off the defensive line, because if he's a linebacker, this doesn't happen.
More star ups, star downs on the truckwreck.com text line. Let's start hearing from the Tolos on the text and Twitter. And is it time for Dak Prescott's return? Jerry Jones gives an update after the game. The Cowboys Monday continues with the 6 a.m. club on the Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Zero Res. Let's get that carpet clean. Clean Way, Green Way, Zero Res Way, RJ.
to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers to put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Hurts this time gives it to Gainwell. Up the middle. He's in for the touchdown.
Oh, straight ahead.
Gainwell with one sidestep at the 5 and then a glide to the end zone.
And the NFL's only remaining unbeaten is filthy. The Eagles come back and beat Mike Bassick's Jacksonville Jaguars. This was a 14-0 game. 14-0 game. The Eagles, weeks 1 through 3, 7 points in the first quarter. That's 23rd in the NFL, first quarter scoring.
Is that good?
That's not great.
No.
Second quarter, a little better. 65 points in the second quarter. That's best in the league. Yesterday, 0 points in the first, 20 points in the second as they respond against their former coach, Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, that was a quite I don't say quite the comeback, but it was a really good comeback. Jacksonville, they came to play early on, and then Philadelphia woke up and boy, they really put it to them. Those final 3 quarters, they kind of made this look embarrassing.
I was really hoping I could spy on Philly radio this morning. I think it was halftime. I'd already put it in my notes on my phone. Yes, I still use the reminders app. Spy on Philly at 4:30 because that's when the show starts,
Eagles ran for 210. Miles Sanders ran for 134 and 2 touchdowns. A.J. Brown, 5 for 95. Goddard, 5 for 72. Trevor Lawrence only threw for 174 yards, 11 of 23. QBR was a 13.
Ugh.
A 13 for Trevor Lawrence as the Eagles defense sacked him 4 times, and now they're the last undefeated team.
And, that's for them. They're sitting there. They're like, wait a second. We're in a division with the Commanders and the Giants, and Dak Prescott's hurt, and we only have a 1-game lead, and we're 4-0. We're the last remaining unbeaten, and it's only a 1-game lead. They can't feel like – they feel great about being 4-0. But it's also like, man, it's going to be like, man, you know what? We've done nothing wrong. We've been the best team in the NFL through 4 weeks, and we're sitting here hanging on by a thread.
Meanwhile, a hideous game in New York, but the Giants are somehow 3-1.
Play fake. Jones is going to bootleg and roll left. He's going to run it again. Jones to the 5. Jones dives in. Touchdown, Giants. Daniel Jones on a 12-yard run on the naked boot around the left side. His second rushing touchdown of the game.
Daniel Jones threw for 71 yards. He ran for 68. This is their entire offense. Like, Kyler Murray probably needs to take a little memo from this. Just run. Russell Wilson, go back to running. Now, Daniel Jones gets hurt in this game with an ankle. Then Tyrod gets knocked out. They had to turn to Saquon at quarterback. They had to turn to Saquon Barkley to play quarterback out of the shotgun. He ran for 146. He had a Barry Sanders type highlight. 31 for 146. They ran for 262 as a team against the sorry, boring Chicago Bears.
So sorry. So boring.
They're 2-2 somehow.
Such an unwatchable game this was. You like to see the uniqueness that, you have to throw Saquon in there. Just it's cool. It's fun. You hate to see anybody get hurt. But, there's a uniqueness to that. But what an unwatchable game.
I hate the Bears. They're one of the teams I just want off. I want out of the league. I know they got the history and everything.
Screw the history.
I can't stand watching them.
I can't either.
I've never been able to stand it.
No, I can't. I don't like it. I can only imagine, the amount of teams that we would contract if we could.
And now the NFC East standings. Filthy 4-0. Cowboys and Giants at 3-1. The Commanders at 1-3. And they got off to the nice start against Jacksonville.
Yeah, I know. That's turned out to be a pretty nice win. Jacksonville's a highly competitive football team. But it's all they have. They've gotten basically worked everywhere else. Did not show up against Detroit. Did not show up yesterday. It was obviously against Philadelphia either.
So now what is going to happen around here? Dak was targeting the Rams game. We've heard reports he can't really grip the football. They'd be concerned about the contact of him taking snaps under center. Then all of a sudden, Jerry has kind of backed off all of this. Cooper Rush has won. to maybe give you some more time with a little delay. Here's Jerry with a Dak update after the Cowboys win.
I can't give you anything there medically. I don't think anybody knows how he's going to grip the ball, but certainly we're feel a lot better about the way Cooper's playing, the way the team is playing, the way our offensive line has evolved, what we're doing to have pieces of position flex in that offensive line should give you a real good feeling about dealing with what ifs as we go on through this season. And so I know as compared to when we came out of training camp, our personnel is far more solid and predictable than it was when we were coming out of training camp. And it's because these guys have gotten this play time and because some of the guys aren't out there and others are taking their place.
Oh, Jerry don't want to stir the pot now.
No.
Now he can't tell us anything. Before, as soon as
he'll be back. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Forget IR.
2 weeks tops.
Yeah.
He'll be all right.
Medical miracle.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost as if he doesn't even hurt.
And now reality is here, and Cooper Rush is the first Cowboy quarterback ever to win his first 4 starts, and Jerry don't want to touch it. Funny how that works. Spread is out, by the way, for the Rams game. What do you think it is? Next Sunday, 3:30 on Fox.
In L.A., huh?
Yep.
Rams, 3.5.
More.
4.5.
More.
5.5.
5.5. Rams by 5.5. Right now as it stands today. All right, Jerry, let's just say Dak is healthy.
Real quick.
Uh-huh.
So at the start of the year, it was a Dak. Cooper was a 6-point downgrade in Vegas from Dak. Going into this week, that had been reduced to 3.5.
Oh, my.
So.
Well, they scored 20 against the Bengals, 23 against the Giants, 25 yesterday.
So they consider him now a 3.5 point downgrade. So even if Dak played, it would be a 2.5 to 3 point spread.
All right, Jerry, let's just say number 4 is healthy. Any thought now to sitting him and riding Cooper's hot hand?
There's no thoughts about that because it's first of all we've got to see generally if in fact that he's in a position to play a ball game, and we've got to get ready to play, of course, beginning here the first of the week. So we'll see how that goes. I don't have any way, have no way by talking to a doctor or even by talking with Dak. I have no way to assess whether or not he's going to be able to play this week.
Okay, so now he's totally clueless. Cooper Rush on the day, by the way. 15 of 27, 223, 8.3, a completion, RJ, 2 touchdowns, no picks. QBR was a 75. Carson Wentz's QBR was a 23.
I mean, look, 75 QBR is very, very solid. I didn't think this was his best game. I thought he got better late. That was a big time throw that he had. Not a big time throw. It was a really nice throw that he had, the touchdown pass.
It was a dirty route.
Yeah, it was.
CD, you talking about the Lamb one or the Gallup one?
The Lamb one. The Lamb. The Gallup one, I mean, that's a broken play, right? That's one of those kind of backyard plays. It's a Mahomes type play. Not Mahomes, you know what I mean? It's like a backyard type play. The Lamb one was dirty.
Rush in the first half, 9 of 16 for 127. 1 touchdown, no picks, 103 passer rating. It didn't feel that great.
No, it didn't.
You're up 12-7 at half.
Yeah, it didn't feel that good, but he performed.
I love watching him go deep. I love watching him air. Good Lord. Rush go deep. I love Rush going deep. But man, him just putting it in the air, it's refreshing.
It is. I mean, I like, his decision making has been very sound, and he's taking shots downfield. I like what we've seen here. I don't have any thought of keeping him in there when Dak's healthy. But if Dak can't grip the football, this is quite simply a no-go. I mean, this is not even a question.
What's the Dak percentage to where you're still starting Rush?
Like, how healthy does Dak have to be? Cooper Rush is another thing. I can't say that. I have to say Cooper. Jerry has made it, so I can't even pronounce his name anymore. But, Cooper's made it that Dak basically be 100%. Close to it. Why risk it? We don't have to. And losing to the Rams,
yeah,
that's
you're not going to be the favorite in that game either way.
Right. That's not an indictment or a referendum on, oh, man, we got to rush Dak back. Not at all. You're not supposed to beat the Rams at home.
K. Russ on Twitter. Star up Cowboys quarterback throwing it deep and getting PI calls instead of just checking down to punt. Anyway, D. Wade. Cooper Rush's interceptions, star up that keep getting canceled out by penalties. Is that 3 or 4 now? We do need to slide that in and factor that in. The interceptions that come back.
Yeah, I guess the question is, did the penalties cause any of those interceptions? You'd have to go back and look at all of them. And if the answer is no, then, those are that's a little bit of luck there. A little bit of good fortune on the part of the Zebras.
All right, what are the Tolos saying about the quarterback? I'm going to predict Cooper Rush plays against the Rams because of Nick Eatman. Nick Eatman on Friday is like, meh. I'm hearing some issues with gripping the football. And if that's on Friday, I'm not putting him out there against the Rams. Let him come back against the Eagles. Now, let him come back against the Eagles, but that is a pretty dirty defense and defensive line that they rotate out there.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. Trucker.com text line. I'm giving Dak a full 6 to 8 weeks of healing at this point. Say what you want. He's been outplayed by the other quarterback in all 4 games he's played. See, he has 160 million ways to get him in there. That's talking to Jerry. Lucky he didn't have 2 picks.
Yep.
Am I the only one that has to say Cooper in the Jerry voice every time he says it? Stick to the original date, 6 to 8 weeks. You guys are on a high horse because of the trash win, but question the other team's wins. Okay. And then that's, basically in terms of Cooper and Dak, that's it.
So how about this question from the media? Asking Cooper Rush, how hard is it going to be to return as a backup? This after getting this win, how hard is it going to be to return as a backup when Prescott is ready?
Oh, yeah, you just enjoy playing ball. I mean, like you said, you don't get to start every week, as a backup. And so while you're in there, you just want to do your job. You really enjoy it. It's fun being with those guys. We have a heck of a team, great locker room. So, you cherish it all. And, when your numbers call, you just keep playing.
All right, Choppy, I'm going to be L.A. radio this week.
Okay.
I'm going to be Keyshawn Johnson. And we're getting on R.J. Choppy from Dallas. We're going to play the Dallas stereotypical music in the background.
Yeah.
To intro you. R.J., what has Cooper Rush done? How would you describe his play while Dak is out?
He has been stable. He has, I don't want to say he's been mistake-free because he hasn't been mistake-free, but his mistakes have not been crippling. He has put the team in a solid position to win football games. And I think that's the best thing you can say about a backup quarterback.
Peyton, I'm telling you, for argument's sake, that Dak is 95% on Wednesday. Who are you playing against the Rams?
Since it's the Rams and I fear that defense still, I'm going to go with Cooper Rush.
You don't fear the Eagles defense?
No, because I'm assuming Dak is going to be 100% if you give him another week.
Okay.
And Dak plays really well against his own division, against the NFC East, so I think that can factor in as well.
Yep.
8 straight wins against the NFC East after yesterday's W over the Commanders. So enjoy it. Freaking enjoy it. It is absolutely sweet. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line with your star up, star downs.
More for the Truckwreck.com text line. At the very least, the Rams have to prepare for 2 quarterbacks. That's true. Then people say we read it wrong. He has outplayed the other 4 quarterbacks that he has played against. Talk about Cooper. Playing well is the best thing for Dak. Whenever he has competition from within, Dak produces. So more on that. And that may be fair. I mean, maybe Dak does play well or better when he's got someone pushing him from behind. We haven't seen that since 2016.
What did we think about the Commanders' uniforms? How about the new number 1 team on Fox calling the game? And has the NFL found their fall guy for the Tua controversy? A Cowboys Monday continues with the 6 a.m. Club next.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, because it is still Jeep Adventure Days. Take that short drive out to Terrell. Just minutes from the Metroplex. Save a lot more when you're looking for that brand new Chrysler, Dodge.
they've got him insected. Ball's out. Washington's on it. Dante Fowler got the sack that Parsons caused by forcing the pocket back upfield.
Cooper Rush after the game. The Dallas defense. This defense is the reason we're winning. It's plain and simple. Basic's prediction of a shutout. I was driving home Friday waiting for Jerry, and he goes, I might be sleep deprived, but I'm going to predict a shutout and Carson Wentz gets replaced. Not that far off. Not that far off with 10 points scored and as awful as Wentz looked. Micah Parsons, quote, we've been making people minimize their game plan, really making people earn it. When you make them earn it, people don't really want to earn it no more. First quarter yardage was 101-23. It was the Commanders' third straight game with less than 30 yards in the first quarter. What a broken franchise. I guess you can give credit to the. I didn't love the jerseys as much as everybody else.
So I was I was thinking, how is this going to play? I thought they were very cool. I understand. I get.
Yeah, everyone just loves black.
Yeah. I mean, but that wasn't even like black, right? It was like kind of like it looked like it was black with a little bit of burgundy hue to it. You know, it didn't seem. It was more like a charcoal kind of thing. You know, I thought they were FTD, fresh to death.
Dan Snyder, he showed up yesterday with Jerry on the field. He's suspended from day-to-day operations, has not been seen in public at Commanders home games. And there he is, crawling out of the hole to show up in Arlington.
I mean, why would he want to go to a game there? He's going to get pooped on. Okay, one of his poop pipes will burst, and all of a sudden, he's going to be not just an SE owner, but he's also going to be one that's he's got it covered in it.
Any thoughts on the announcers? As we had the A-team from Fox with Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt, along with Aaron Andrews, who was on our official pregame show with Zach Wolchuk and Broadus.
I like Burkhardt's fine. I like Greg Olsen. I think though, into the way the NFL is today, man, if you're not a quarterback, you are really behind the curve when it comes to being the analyst, because so much of the game is dictated with the passing now and the quarterbacking. You hear, I don't think Greg Olsen or any position player would be able to do what Romo did early on. Not just forget the predicting plays, but
Witten definitely couldn't.
Right. Like Romo knew exactly how much time he needed to have to get a snap off, to get this and that. I don't know that every other player knows that. I know the quarterbacks do. So I think the quarterbacks are just make for better announcers and better analysts.
They're okay.
Yeah, but guess what? It didn't matter, right? You wouldn't choose a game because of that.
No, I'm going to choose the teams, but I definitely put more onus on the announcers than many people do. To me, I notice and feel a difference when Buck and Aikman are on it, like they're going to have for tonight. With the
you could definitely feel a difference.
Rams and the 49ers, like there's just, I mean, they're fine.
Yeah, you could definitely feel a difference with Buck and Aikman or Nance and Romo versus Burkhardt, Olsen, or whoever.
Nothing feels or sounds like big time about.
It sounds when Joe Buck was doing baseball, it just felt like a big game.
Yeah, it
felt like a big game. But I mean, I wasn't going to turn the game off because of it.
Right.
And I think that's the key. But they obviously think something of it because they're going to pay Tom Brady $37.5 million a year. So they obviously think it's a big deal.
Peyton, what do you think about Olsen and Burkhardt?
No, I actually like them. I was surprised they got that game though. I didn't know if they were going to be shot over to Philadelphia, because I mean that was a big matchup in Philly. Eagles.
I don't know if that was a
but
Fox game. I'm not sure because Jacksonville is in the AFC.
Oh, that's right. Might not have been.
So I don't know whether it was CBS or Fox. I'm not sure.
Now, do you guys judge what the announcers say? Like if they make a comment, do you go, "Well, that's dumb"? Because
of
Sean,
course,
okay.
Of course, we judge everybody.
Yeah, we're very judgmental.
We're very judgmental. Why?
So, Sean, I just wanted, because you were like, Burkhardt, Olsen, I mean, did you find yourself saying, is it just something they say that doesn't, the comments they make, or?
No, nothing stood out. They talked about Gene's art again. Man, the Cowboys must hand out a memo. You're not allowed in the stadium. You're not allowed to call this game unless you talk about this freaking art gallery.
I don't get art. I just don't get it.
Yeah. It's the worst.
It is the worst. And you know what's worse than art?
Artistes.
And you know what's worse than artistes? People who love art.
All right, we'll get back to the Cowboys, star up, star down at 7 o'clock. Anything else on the truckwreck.com text line?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Fox needs a new 8 team. Those two were boring. The announcers stunk it up. I watch the game that Romo and Nance call every week because I love the announcers.
Okay.
People are tired of Romo. I play music to not listen to him over talk. Olsen's better than Romo and Aikman. Olsen did 100 times better than Witten. Olsen's a mustache away from being Ron Burgundy. I enjoy Olsen way better than most broadcasts. Can't beat Collinsworth and Tirico.
Wow. Collinsworth praise.
I know, right?
You never see that. All right.
And then a lot of people saying they did not like the uniforms.
Oh, they did not like the uniforms.
No, I thought I loved them.
All right. The unaffiliated physician. You got a team doctor for the Miami Dolphins, and you have someone who's not affiliated with the team. Well, that person got fired in the midst of the Tua drama. That's the update from over the weekend. Multiple sources said the firing came after it was found the consultant made several mistakes in his evaluation. Now, reporters came out and said, this is going to be a witch hunt. This is going to be a fall guy. Never forget, the Dolphins staff has final say on sideline and locker room evaluations. All right? What's going to happen to the Dolphins team doctor? Is this a news dump? Is this someone that's targeted? Mike McDaniel, who I do not want to believe did anything sketchy, even though he's coaching for a sketchy organization. I like him. It's like with your kid. You don't want to believe they could be capable of something bad like this. Mike McDaniel, quote, I get the optics. I know what it looks like. I get people's concern. One thing I can exude with 100% conviction, everyone in this building had the correct process and diligence. I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I put Tua on the field prematurely after a head injury. I have 100% conviction. It's a player-friendly organization. There was no medical indication from all resources there was anything regarding the head. And he said, I'm talking high-level football. I'm having high-level football conversations with this guy, and he was totally fine and normal. John Harbaugh was disturbed by this on Friday. He said, like most people, Ravens head coach, I couldn't believe what I saw Thursday night. I couldn't believe what I saw last Sunday. It was just something that was astonishing to see. I've never seen anything like it before. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. So Mike McDaniel is saying, look, I get what it looks like. I know all the headlines. I know the stories. He was not concussed against Buffalo.
Okay. Look, I'm not a doctor, but you could I heard a really good point over the weekend.
By the way, when Tua got up after that Bills hit, he went to his head first.
Yeah, of course he did.
He was like
had ringing
he
in
had
his ear.
Cobwebs.
Yeah, he was seeing stars.
But again, if there is a neck or back issue that could lead to that, we need to play a game of a game of operation. Then the Dolphins need to put that stuff out there. I haven't seen it yet on the internet.
Yeah, look, I wasn't in the tent. I don't know what the evaluation came up with. Okay, there's 6 things that you look for when it comes to head injuries. Do you check off X amount of boxes, right? There's no way of knowing certain things that were checked off or weren't checked off unless you were in that tent. That said, when the individual know when something's wrong with your body, right? You may not know what it is, but something's wrong. And the viewer could see when something's wrong with someone's body. Like when somebody just collapses to the ground, that ain't normal. It's probably not a neck or back injury. There's something going on there. And we all saw it. Did they scapegoat this doctor? Yeah, I think they did. Because he wasn't even the final say. It's the Dolphins team doctor that has the final say.
Yeah.
And people do, doctors do misdiagnose. Your dad's a physician. I'm sure in the 60 years that he's practiced medicine or whatever it is, that maybe there was a misdiagnosis somewhere.
Sure.
It happens. it's probably the worst thing to happen for a physician, to misdiagnose. That's why they're paid so handsomely and they're so smart, is because they can't misdiagnose. You can't afford to for the other person's, health and well-being, but they're still going to happen.
So now we see what happens. Is Stephen Ross going to talk, or is he suspended? He can't talk. Is he gone for the year? We're going to get a comment on the owner over this type of issue?
I mean,
now we'll see how long Tua's out.
Yeah. I mean, would you be surprised if he plays again? Would you be more surprised if he plays again this year, or more surprised if he doesn't play again this year?
I'd be more surprised if he does not play this year. I'm saying, 2 weeks.
Okay.
Not this upcoming weekend, but the weekend after, I'll predict. He's playing this year.
I totally agree that he's playing this year.
I think.
I don't know that we'll see him. I would say probably November.
Okay, so gone for the month.
I think so.
Miss about 3 or 4 games.
I would think so. I think one game, I think 3 games. I'll go 3 games. 3 games tops.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. 877-881-1053 as we continue to celebrate a Cowboys Monday. What else happened around the rest of the NFL? We got a college football recap, and RJ is heading to Arlington for Aaron Judge in town tonight. Will this be the last show or week of shows for RJ Choppy after he catches Aaron Judge's home run ball? Cowboy headlines on a Cowboys Monday next. But first,
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2nd and 5. Coming right to left in the white jerseys, silver helmets, and pants. Rush under pressure. Throws deep. Skinny post. Walk in. CeeDee Lamb. He got clear and he walked the dog. 30 and a touchdown.
Little corner post for the Cowboys' number 1 receiver. 6 catches, 97 yards, and that touchdown as the Cowboys beat the Commanders 25-10. 3-1 on the season. Cooper Rush becomes the first quarterback in Cowboys history to win his first 4 starts. Star up, star down throughout the entire morning on DFW Sports Station. Was that the dagger? The 30-yard route, making it 22-10. You had some defensive plays afterwards. Trayvon Diggs really stepping up in this game, just owning and dominating Terry McLaurin. Richard Sherman and other corners were tweeting and talking about Trayvon Diggs on social media as Sherman said, look, man, you got to give it up to this guy. It's not just the interceptions. He said, looks like he's answering every question this year, checking off boxes. He looks elite. And someone said, have you seen a DB with better ball skills than Diggs in the last 10 years? He said, there's been very few. Xavier Howard, Marcus Peters, who's Mr. J.C. Jackson, but Diggs is making it look easy. I think I saw Dez predict one for him today. Dan Quinn knows how to call defense and put his corners in a winning position. You love to see it. And yeah, Dez tweeted, I feel Diggs' pick, and I think Dez cashed in another $10K betting on this football team.
Man.
He is cleaning up.
He's like the Floyd Mayweather of the NFL.
Yeah.
He's cleaning up on these bets.
Drake, I thought I saw last week, bet on the Cowboys to beat the Commanders.
That's never a good thing.
He cleaned up as well.
That's never a good thing. You don't want to be on the side of Drake when it comes to fandom. Either jinx, every team he roots for. I always thought that was the jinx, but look, the secondary as a whole played phenomenal yesterday, I thought. They had themselves really, really good afternoon.
My star down may go to Anthony Brown. I didn't love the game that he had, but Deron Bland, Donovan Wilson, Trayvon Diggs, star ups.
I don't know that I remember
Well, he was in coverage on the Dotson touchdown. I didn't think it was terrible coverage, but
that was a good throw because they said it had a 30% chance, 30% completion chance when on that play. That's a really nice play then by the offense. That's like hitting the pitcher's pitch. That was all. That's a good form of production right there from those two.
Mike McCarthy, after the game, on his team continuing to get it done, their resolve without Dak Prescott.
I think clearly the football team's keeping it in perspective. Clearly understanding this is a big division game. And it's just like every week. There's certain things you focus on as far as how you want to play in specific situations, and I think our players have just done a really good job of staying true to expectations of their particular role. What we're trying to do as far as running the ball, our run defense. I thought the first half, they obviously had some run production, and in the message at halftime was pick up the run defense, and I thought our defense did a great job of that. So obviously we're keeping the point totals down, 10 points. Offense, we were able to hit a couple big plays, and I think we had 3 or 4 penalties, first downs, from shot plays and so forth. But, I thought we did a nice job in the first half on third down, but, not as well in the second down. So, once again, you got the ebb and flow of the game, but the complementary focus and really confidence that they have in one another. It's, it's definitely building each week, and this is a very good home win for us.
Yeah, Run D picked up. They gave up 100 in the first half, only 40 in the second half. So they got better with their run defense. My only other star downs, Brian Anger's punt.
Oh, that was awful.
Start of the fourth, kicked a 30-yarder. Diggs ended up knocking away the fourth down throw. So thanks to Trayvon for the bailout. And then I had to give a star down to Mike McCarthy. 4th and 1 on the Washington 10 with 4 minutes left. You're up 22-10. You get the yard, it's ball game. Instead, they kick the field goal And look, they have no fear. They have no worry of Carson Wentz in the offense. But try to get the yard, and even if you don't, the Commanders have it on their 10, down 12, 2-score game with 4 minutes left.
Yeah, it's a 2-score game either way. Kick the field goal, keeps it a 2-score game. Going for the first down basically ends the game, or maybe even makes it a 3-score game. That is the only thing the field goal did is it guaranteed you weren't going to lose based on just 2 touchdowns. That's really all it did. Trucker.com text line right here coming in, and they're saying that star up to clean up the penalties wasn't bad at all. Star up CD, star down running game. How did Brown get a star down? He was great again yesterday. Donovan Wilson, star up. Dude made some really, really, really nice tackles. I do want to with the run defense, because their Commanders were down in the second half. How much of their lack of overall yardage was because they didn't run the ball that much in the second half? It looked like they only ran like 20-something plays in the second half. But the run defense early on was gashed. Absolutely gashed. To give up 100 yards rushing.
They're running around that left side.
To give up 142 yards rushing when you win a game by 2 touchdowns is pretty wild. That doesn't happen very often. You don't usually see the team that loses the game by 2 scores more than double the winning team's rush yards.
It felt like Tony Pollard was non-existent in this game.
It felt like all the running backs were non-existent in this game. How is Zeke getting 19 carries when he's gaining about 2.5 yards a carry? Where are these coming from?
Pollard ran it 8 times for 6 yards, and he had 1 catch for 2. Like, the carries have to be at least split. 19-8.
19-8. Neither one could carry. I mean, there again, Zeke is tripling him up. Like, what's going on? One of the worst rush performances that we've seen.
So they end up with 29 for 62, but Cooper Rush, 15 of 27 for 223 and 2 touchdowns. And he was asked what this ride has been like, 4-0 to start off his Cowboy career.
It's been fun. Try and enjoy it. The NFL doesn't let you enjoy it much. You got to go in, week out and play. But, the 4-0 is just, I mean, you guys saw today the defense and, all the breaks we catch. And, it's just kind of lucky. QB win stats they are what they are. It's a team game. And, it's nice having those the defense have our back like that, and some special team plays, and Brett's making kicks, and we're doing just enough on offense.
Man, he sounds like a raving good time on a Friday night. Imagine him and Kellen Moore getting down.
That's probably why they're so close.
Right? Did you remember the Parcheesi board? Did you remember to bring it?
They still play Parcheesi these days, huh?
Don't know.
It's a good throwback.
But there's Cooper Rush. We'll ask Bobby Belt coming up here in about 10 minutes.
If he plays Parcheesi?
No, he tweeted yesterday another example of why Dak needs to return pronto. So there's Bobby stirring up the Dak heads already after the Cowboys moved to 3-1. Unfortunately, the rest of the division outside the Commanders also won. The Eagles were down 14-0 in Jacksonville. It was a big 4th down Jalen Hurts TD that was scored. A.J. Brown puts up more numbers. Miles Sanders went off. And the Eagles are the last unbeaten team in the NFL with a record of 4-0. And Daniel Jones was running around until he got hurt as the Giants beat the hapless, sorry Chicago Bears. So we are 3-1. The Giants are 3-1. And the Eagles are 4-0. That's what the NFC East looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it's right now, through 4 weeks, record-wise, it's the best division in the NFL. Now, we all know that's not true. But they had two playoff teams last year, and I think they're going to have 2 playoff teams this year with right now the Cowboys and the Eagles, and I do not believe that the Giants are going to keep this up. They can't.
This is the way your NFL Sunday morning started off in London.
Zach Woods snaps, and the punter, Gillikin holds. Snap spot. Lutz, end over end. Plenty of leg again. Double doink. He missed it. Double doink. Double doink. And the Saints can go marching out. The final score. The Minnesota Vikings 28. The New Orleans Saints 25.
God, I hate that guy. Ever since he came on, we fought about Stephon Diggs in Minnesota.
God.
I hate the Vikings play-by-play guy.
Paul Allen. Is that Paul Allen?
Paul Allen. I actually do like his calls, but I just, I pick at him personally. The double doink stops the New Orleans Saints with Andy Dalton at quarterback from beating the Vikings in London.
He's going to get, Will Lutz is going to get some kind of blame for missing a 60-yard field goal, and he just shouldn't. But Minnesota, look, that's a quality win. That's a quality win by the Vikings. I don't know. I hate the London games. There's no atmosphere in the stadiums. Like there's no, it's like watching a bowl game. You know what I mean? There's no home crowd. I wish they would just do away with it. I don't want to watch it at 8:00 in the morning. I wish they would get away with it, man. I really wish they would, but they won't. They won't. Makes them a ton of money.
People love waking up to it. You get 3 hours before the noon kickoffs.
Yeah,
even more football.
I know, but it's like, half the time. And how many marriages does the NFL ruin with this? With this, because the lady she's gonna say, look, you get X amount of hours. You're not getting four. You're not getting four windows.
Yeah,
pick a window.
Meanwhile, last night, did you stay up for the show that Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs put on Tom Brady?
Chiefs bring a rush. They throw it near side, caught by Gage. Now he's going to shovel it back to Godwin. He'll get tackled. Goodbye, Buccaneers. This game is over. Tom Brady in the regular season has a record against the Kansas City Chiefs of 5 wins and 6 losses. The Chiefs have beaten Tom Brady for a 6th time in his career, and they have done it beating him 41-31.
Man, Pat Mahomes was a magician again. They're running these fancy plays at the 1 and 2 yard line. Tom Brady and the Bucs, they were never really in this game.
They weren't. There have been 6 games where a road team scored 40 points or more against a Tom Brady team. Patrick Mahomes owns 3 of those.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Chiefs own 3 of those. One of them was like Alex Smith. They scored they won that game like 42-21 in New England or something. But the rest of the NFL, only 3 in Tom's career. It just goes to show you what the Chiefs and for whatever reason they seem to put it on Tom in the regular season. Not in the playoffs, remember? Tom beat him in the playoffs a couple times.
Missouri had Georgia on the ropes on Saturday. They were leading the number 1 team in the nation, 19-12 after 3, but the Bulldogs pull it out. November 14th, 1981, the last time Oklahoma, A&M, Texas Tech, and Baylor all lost, and the Longhorns won. That's the last day it happened.
Wow.
November 1981. I'm catching heat, some Texas Tech heat after losing to number 25 K-State. And then you got TCU, probably the local story of the weekend with what they did to the Oklahoma Sooners.
Man, when is Sonny Dykes going to get some credit for this one? He has done a fantastic job going cross town and really making TCU look like a program that is back again. They kind of took a little dip down at the end of Gary Patterson's tenure, and they seem to be back right now. That was an absolute butt whooping that they put on Oklahoma.
And you know who their OC is? Lincoln's brother.
Oh, is his name Omaha?
Garrett Riley.
Oh, Garrett.
Garrett Riley lighting up his brother's former college.
Yeah, and for Oklahoma, man,
that's back-to-back.
That's back-to-back losses. Back-to-back losses where you allow over 40. I think they've allowed 96 points in their last 2 games. Brent Venables is a defensive guy. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing how when you don't have Clemson's defense, how you don't look as good as you did. It's pretty easy.
Aaron Judge is in town starting tonight. You going out there looking to strike it rich?
6 o'clock first pitch. It's an early game tonight. 6:05 first pitch. I don't know why they're doing it this way. There's some weird start times in this series. 3 o'clock on Wednesday, 6 o'clock today. They got a doubleheader tomorrow. But I'll be out there today. I'm trying to go Wednesday as well.
Where are you sitting?
I have no idea. My buddy got tickets. He's like, hey, can you go to the game? I'm like, yeah.
You have no idea.
No, I didn't
ask. Curious to find out?
I don't think it's a question you can ask.
Well, they better be outfield seats,
it's
right?
It's a question for this you can ask. You want to sit in the outfield?
Oh, I don't want to sit. I want to sit behind home plate. I don't care about catching the ball.
Wants to be on TV.
I don't want to be on TV. Oh. What I'm saying is, like, it's like you can't ask who's coming to the party, right?
This you can. This you can say, because you're not asking.
Well, I know. If it's in the outfield, I need to know, do I need to bring a glove because of the Aaron Judge home run ball?
You said that people shouldn't be allowed to bring gloves.
I agree. I think you should, first of all, you should be put in jail if you bring a glove to a game if you're over the age of 12.
Headlines on the Cowboys Monday here on Sean and RJ. How are they celebrating inside the locker room, and why is he riling people up saying Dak Prescott needs to return as soon as possible? Our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell, joins us next. But first,
Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Big third down. Snap to Rush. He's going to run out to his right with room. Somebody come help him. Throw it in the end zone for Gallup. Caught it. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Catching passes, drawing penalties. What a return for Michael Gallup. It's a Cowboys Monday after they improved to 3-1 by beating the Commanders 25-10 here on Sean and RJ, where we are joined by our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory Hotline. His star up, star down is at 1053thefan.com. What did you think of Michael Gallup's return game?
It was really good to see him back out there. I mean, he definitely, you can see, helps the passing game, not just with what he can do, vertically, but the fact that he drew those 3 big penalties. One of them, obviously, undoing an interception that could have been really critical. But in general, I think, passed all the tests that you were wondering about. They still had Noah Brown in there more than Gallup. But I think that he's pretty much ramped up, and next week I'd expect to see him working a lot more in a full workload.
Who else was on your star up, star down lists?
Man, like the entire secondary, basically. I mean, I think everybody there is playing really, really well right now. And I think that, you've got the pass rush, that's been good. All the pressure that they've been generating, that's been a big positive. But, man, this secondary in a lot of ways I think has carried this team, especially when they've struggled in run defense at times. Mm. But, Donovan Wilson, I think I'll watch the tape today. I'll get a better look at it. But Donovan Wilson seemed like the best player on the field to me yesterday. But like that guy was making every single play. Trayvon Diggs, I think, had one of his better games. I mean, Richard Sherman was on Twitter yesterday saying, looks like Diggs has silenced a lot of people. He's an elite corner. And I think that's the thing, is that even though you're not seeing the same sort of takeaways early on this season that you saw last year, I mean, he already has 2 interceptions in 4 games, but, it's not the, 7-6 or whatever that it was last year. I think you're seeing a better football player this year. You see things like the tackles in space that he made against Cincinnati late in the game. You see him, not getting tested nearly as much down the field. You see that he's not falling for all these double moves. He made plays in the red zone yesterday. I think that Trayvon Diggs, you can say, is an elite corner, and so he's a star up for me. And then Deron Bland coming in, playing at a really high level as a 5th-round rookie. And what's really interesting there, and I want the Tolos to have an understanding of, is that that's a very big deal that they didn't just slide Anthony Brown inside to play nickel. That they trusted the rookie enough to say, hey, you can hold this down inside, because you don't have the boundary. You don't have the sideline basically there to act as an assist for you to cheat a little bit in your coverage technique. You've got both sides of the field open, and you're going against really shifty receivers like Jahan Dotson and Curtis Samuel. That is a big responsibility. You have to read and react very quickly in the nickel, and he did a really great job with it. Came up with the big interception, had the tight coverage on, I think it was McLaurin down there before the Diggs pass breakup on 4th down, where he came down with the ball, but he was out of bounds because Bland didn't give him any space there in the end zone. And so I thought Deron Bland played really, really well. But really the entire secondary is playing at a very high level right now.
Give us a little reset of Donovan Wilson's story and kind of his career path.
They were really excited about him when they took him in the 6th round. They thought they got a steal there. And I don't know if y'all remember, he had that preseason where he had like 3 or 4 interceptions as a rookie. And then he sprained his ankle really bad at the end of the preseason. And that kind of began this, trajectory where we're constantly getting excited about what Donovan Wilson can do, and then he's getting hurt. He's been banged up a lot. But he's tough. They like his toughness and the type of physicality that he plays with. He's never going to be, Earl Thomas, deep center field, Ed Reed guy. But, man, he is really good when he's playing downhill. He's got really good recognition skills. When he is asked to assist in coverage every now and then, like he did yesterday, he had the big pass breakup on Terry McLaurin. Honestly, he's probably lucky they didn't throw a flag for pass interference. I thought they were going to. But you see a guy who has made plays throughout his career. It's just been a matter of staying healthy, staying consistent. That's the story for both their safeties right now. Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson, two guys who have made a lot of plays in their careers who have just struggled with health and struggled with their consistency. And I think now that both those guys are healthy, they're both playing well, but Donovan Wilson stepping up into this Ron Kearse role, I think you're seeing why these downhill safeties like, Cam Chancellor, Keon O'Neal, Ron Kearse, why these guys have had so much success in Dan Quinn schemes. He puts those guys in a position to succeed in ways that other coordinators haven't quite been able to figure out yet, and now Donovan Wilson's reaping the benefits of that.
I don't know, but I'm dying to see this defense against like a high quality offense. Even
They played the Commanders yesterday.
I know, right? No, but even like Cincinnati, who knows? They have no line, and the Bucs offense wasn't great over the first 3 weeks. I think this week against the Rams, I can't wait for this defense against a really, really good offense.
I can't wait. I mean, Rams will definitely be a good test. I'm going to be really curious to see what they do against Philadelphia, a team that can really stress you running the ball, not just like with the running game, but with the quarterback, like who can run like that. And I'll be interested to see if they have Micah Spine, Jalen Hurts, and stuff like that. But that's obviously looking a little bit further ahead. But yeah, these next 2 weeks are going to be really, really tough, games for that defense. As well as they're playing, it's going to stress them. Even in a few weeks when Chicago comes to town, they run the ball pretty well, and they can stress defenses with the way they run the ball. They've had a lot of success doing that early on this season. So that's the one area I think where you'd like to see Dallas really improve right now, is that they're still having trouble, particularly stopping runs to the edge, either side, but in particular the left edge has been an issue for them at times. But
are they targeting Micah there?
I don't think they were targeting Micah. Typically, when I see people running to the left side early this season, it looks like they're more targeting Diggs and his run support, and they're just trying to get up to that second level and take advantage of that. But no, in general, I just think that because it's both sides, really. To the right end, I think they're giving up something like 6.2 yards per carry this year. To the left end, it's 7. And so they're giving up, some chunk plays there. They're really well. They're doing really well on the interior. They rank in the top 5, in terms of running behind right guard, left guard. So when teams try to run the ball in the interior, they're not giving up big chunk plays on the run game. It's just that stuff to the outside that they're taking advantage of right now.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, on a Cowboys Victory Monday via the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. All right, why did you have to send out the tweets stirring everybody up? Why yesterday was even more evidence that Cooper Rush has to go and Dak Prescott has to return pronto?
What do you mean me stirring everybody up? Everybody stirs me up, Sean. Everybody's jumping in my mentions talking about, Cooper Rush, which, by the way, we got somebody on the fan text over the weekend gave us a nickname for Cooper Rush that I like, and I want to run by you guys.
Okay.
Cooper?
The Ginger Avenger.
I don't know if I feel comfortable with that term.
Yeah, can we say ginger anymore?
We can. Alec Medford gave us the approval.
Oh, well,
that's right.
Okay. Well, Sean, can you approve us for saying things?
Yeah.
I can approve things, and we can all approve.
Yeah. Why don't we ask Cooper in the locker room if he's cool with it?
I'll ask him that. I bet he'll give us a thumbs up.
Last time we talked about someone, as the head coach in that manner, he wasn't too happy about it.
He wasn't at all. I don't know.
I mean, he wasn't too happy with us in general, it felt like. So, yeah. I mean, that's the way that goes. No, look, here's the thing. I think that Cooper Rush does enough. And I think that he's a great backup to have, and he's a steady hand, and he'll take what you give him. The Cowboys should have scored 40 points yesterday, like honestly. And they should have been able to take advantage of more stuff in the passing game. And this has been something that's gone on for a couple weeks. They should have taken advantage of more against the Giants. They should have taken advantage of more against the Bengals. It's something that, I heard Brian in the postgame last night say it, that it's great that Cooper Rush has won 3 games in a row. The games playing out the way they have, I think they win all 3 of these games with Dak too. It's not like Cooper Rush is doing anything special. And winning these football games where he's taking advantage of what he gets. He's throwing the ball to CeeDee Lamb and dropping it right in the bucket for him, but CeeDee's finding a soft spot in the coverage with nobody, within 8 yards of him. And so that's where you see that. There were 2 times yesterday where he should have been intercepted. He's still, and I know for everybody who's getting really excited about Cooper Rush, they get upset when I say this because they think he's super accurate right now. I mean, he's low 60% completion percentage, and he still is having trouble throwing the ball with accuracy outside the hashes in the short to intermediate area. So you talk about comebacks, out routes, things like that. He's having trouble hitting those. There's a lot of balls skipping at the feet there.
Why do you personally love Dak Prescott so much?
I mean, I just enjoy good football players.
There's got to be a story. He must
have
bought you something or complimented you or given you a great interview. What's the personal? What's the attachment?
There's honestly zero attachment. I've been really high on him since he was at Mississippi State. And
so it's wanting to be right.
Yeah. Which I support because I'm the same way, and I discovered Dak.
It's not about wanting to be right. I know I'm right all the time, and so I don't need validation.
It's not a want. It's not a want.
I got a homework. I got a homework assignment for either one of you guys.
I mean, I love homework.
I don't want to do it. It's way too much work. But I would like to compare Dak, and KMC, don't steal this. We need to compare Cooper's game-by-game run right now to the beginning of Dak's rookie one.
I did that last week.
Oh, okay.
On my own.
Exactly. So maybe we can do that tomorrow. But look.
I can tell you it's not the same. I'm telling you right now it's not the same. You're talking about a guy.
What percentage of people? Go ahead. Sorry. Talk about the differences in your mind, and then we'll continue.
No, I mean I think just if you're comparing statistically, it's not going to look the same. Dak was completing passes at a really high percentage. He went. It was something like the first 11 games, he was right at the top of the league in terms of passer rating. He was like 16 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. It's not even the same. Now, look, Dak was getting a lot of simplified reads at the time, and that's one of the things I think people aren't seeing right now with Cooper Rush. They've eliminated a lot of the option routes in the offense. There's less to read. Defenses are trying to take away the run game. You saw that's what Washington tried to do. Giants, Tampa openly talked about that, and everybody's done that since. That was obviously with Dak with Tampa, but Tampa started that this year, and everybody has mirrored it since, that they're just trying to take away the run game.
Which, by the way,
getting some easier looks.
Yeah, which, by the way, that is the one thing I think that we are missing. And I agree with you on the Dak versus Cooper thing. However, Cooper has not been helped out at all by the running game. But they've also been playing it. It has been that was a joke. That what they tried to do yesterday, running the football.
That's the thing. Cooper hasn't been helped out by the running game, but that's because teams are trying to take it away. Last year, at the end of last year, when all the struggles were going on with Dak, the running game wasn't helping Dak out, and teams weren't even trying to take it away. They were giving soft boxes and playing these, cover 2 shells and dropping 6-7 defenders back into coverage and taking things away. There's a lot of times that Cooper Rush is seeing single high safeties. He's not seeing generally cover 2 looks. And it's simplified stuff. Look, whenever
they
it's
helped out
up,
in the run game against the Giants.
Yeah, the running game was good against the Giants, and especially on first down. But they got nothing from Pollard yesterday. That was clearly you could see that's what Washington wanted to take away, which makes sense. That seems like a Ron Rivera tactic. Let's take away the running game. And you're seeing, I think, simplified reads for Cooper Rush. He does not get through his progressions nearly as fast as Dak does. Whenever it's covered up initially, you see that's when things start to break down and there's a little bit of panic and trying to maneuver the pocket. When he got tripped up by Jonathan Allen on the sack, that's because the first read got taken away. And so that's where Dak gives you, I think, better options, that he's going to be able to get through his progressions faster. He's a more talented passer, flat out. I know people don't like to hear that. Who are the Dak asses? Is that what you call them?
They're the haters.
Sean?
They're the haters.
They don't like to hear that. But he's got better arm talent. He's the leader of this football team, and I think with what we saw on defense yesterday from Washington, they score 40 with Dak. And against the Giants, they probably score into the 30s, and against Cincinnati, they probably score into the 30s. And so it's nice that they've won these games. You're winning these games in large part right now because of your defense and because Cooper Rush isn't making a bunch of mistakes. But you're going to need to score some points at some point.
Bobby Belt here on The Fan. Do you want to give any of this credit to the coaching staff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dan Quinn's awesome.
Here we go.
Which, I'm just kidding. They deserve a lot of credit, especially the offensive coach.
Why does Mike McCarthy deserve credit?
Because he's been a steady hand in a time where the leader of that locker room is basically removed and isolated, and that's an easy time for the locker room to fall apart, and they didn't. And so he deserves credit for that. And he deserves credit for the way that he's managed the staff and the rest of the coaching staff. Kellen Moore, Joe Philbin, they deserve credit for, Kellen Moore deserves a ton of credit, I think, for something that we haven't talked a lot about. He has consistently put the offense in a position to succeed when he's not had the quarterback. He worked all of his magic to score 9 points with DiNucci. Honestly, that was incredibly impressive in 2020. Garrett Gilbert had a lot of success against Pittsburgh. We've seen Cooper Rush come in and have success. When they're missing personnel, Kellen Moore does a good job of putting the backup quarterback in a position to succeed. And I think people would like to see him do it more often with Dak. But I think that Joe Philbin deserves a lot of credit for what they've done. Jeff Blasco, too, the assistant offensive line coach, for what they've done to find some stability along the offensive line, a unit that really struggled in the second half of last year and had some struggles early on against Tampa Bay. But, I think the offensive coaching staff, there's a lot of pressure on them. And those offensive coaches and Mike McCarthy are stepping up and doing a solid job right now.
Well, that's you could see. It sounded like it hurt to say.
No, it didn't. It didn't
hurt to say.
It didn't hurt at all. I was closing my eyes really tightly while I was saying it. But by the way, I know you guys wanted to. You guys were curious. That was Newey. Newey asked the question about Dan Quinn. To Jerry.
Good Lord, Newey, what are you doing?
Newey.
Scary moment was Zach Martin getting hurt. He did come back in. Micah Parsons was holding his back at the end of that game. What's the injury situation?
Yeah, Micah Parsons just been carrying this football team.
Oh!
So, he's having some back trouble. No, he said he was fine. Micah said he was fine after the game. My favorite quote from Micah yesterday was, he said, we gave up 19 points week 1, 17 week 2, 16, then 10. He's like, next week it's 7. And he's like, that's our standard. That we're just going to keep lowering it. And so he was fine. Zach Martin clearly was a little hobbled, kind of rolled up that right ankle a little bit. But they taped it up. He went out there. He finished. He said that he was good to go. It'll be more interesting to see the injury statuses of Noah Brown and Quentin Bohanna. Bohanna was down in a lot of pain, and he had been playing all right yesterday, and he's had some good moments this season. So you hope you don't lose him on the interior, but hopefully we get some positive injury updates this afternoon on Noah Brown and Quentin Bohanna.
Are you doing okay?
I'm great. Why wouldn't I be doing great? I got Zofran and Gatorade and made it to the air on Saturday.
Didn't show up Friday night. He didn't come to our appearance, so
I was because I was
the second second social event. It's like whenever we have like a gathering.
I knew you were going to bring that up. I knew you were going to bring that up. I knew you were going to bring that up.
What happened?
I can't help
just because I was going to coach you
a
little broadcasting help on how to be a little bit more positive towards Mike McCarthy. You bail. You don't show up.
No. I'm more than happy for. I can't wait to join your media school, your little Zoom session, whatever you got going on. I'm ready for it.
Just admit you don't like people. You don't want to be around them.
I love people. Look, I get told I'm way too loud and social when we go to these things. And so I'm ready. I wanted to go and see the Tolos. I even I Venmo'd Corey Majors to buy a couple drinks for the Tolos.
So you want to give your money, but not your time.
I'm willing to. I drove out. I wasn't even supposed to do appearances. I went to the G-Bag Nation tour over the weekend because I felt bad that I didn't get to see the listeners.
Yeah.
So I went out to Flagtober. I made stops in Fossil Creek and Irving with them. But no, I think I don't know. I'm guessing I just ate something wrong or something. I threw up like 3-4 times. So.
Cool.
So a stomach ache.
Tummy ache.
No, it's not a stomach ache.
You had a tummy.
I cannot wait for the next stomach flu Sean has. I'm going to be talking all about it on the air and just like, what a little baby. He can't handle his vomit.
Thank you, Bobby. Bobby Bell.
I love you all.
Cowboys Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. It was not a good ending for me there at Terry Black's.
No,
not good
because of. Like
drinks.
Yeah. I saw some of those Instagram photos of
not good.
Some shots. Shots were flowing.
Way too many shots. Didn't eat.
You didn't eat?
No. I was just going around getting stuff for, I was talking too much.
Uh-huh.
I think we ended up at home like an hour and a half before the babysitter was supposed to leave. Not good.
Oh, you had to bail.
Had to bail.
Oh no.
Or maybe had to be carried by the wife. I don't know. One of the two. Way too much fun. Thanks to all the Tolos who rolled out and for Terry Black's. Screw you, Bobby, for not showing up. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. PFF grades not out yet? Are they out?
They are not out yet. As of about 10 minutes ago, last time I looked, they are not out.
Okay.
They should be out. Man, last year I feel like they came out around 7 a.m. This year I feel like they're coming out around 9.
So I like to catch y'all up on the former Cowboys. Amari Cooper had 1 catch for 9 yards.
Is it a road game?
It was a road game.
Man. Dude, I look.
That's what all the Tolos said, too. They're like, was it on the road? Atlanta?
Listen.
Falcons, Browns?
This is really weird.
And by the way, I told you the Falcons are a pain in the butt. They beat Cleveland by 3.
I know. We thought that was a gimme.
In a game no one cares about. Atlanta won that game. They're 2-2. The Browns are 2-2.
So I get it in like basketball, right? If some people can't shoot in certain buildings. The background, the depth perception, it doesn't mesh well with their eyes. Some guys just can't shoot in certain places. I get it in baseball. Every mound is different. Some pitchers can't pitch in certain parks. Some hitters don't see the ball well with certain batters' eyes. I don't get it in football. I get it if there's weather issues. Okay, I understand that. Is Atlanta in a dome? I do believe they are.
I do believe.
I don't understand how how Amari Cooper can't play on the road. It makes no sense to me. I get it in the other sports. I get it. I don't think I get it in hockey. I wouldn't get it in hockey how you don't play well at it. It just, but basketball I get, baseball I get. I don't get it in football.
Randy Gregory carted off. Looks like the Broncos could be dealing with a couple of major knee issues. Javonte Williams, who I drafted, he's feared to have a serious injury, and Randy Gregory carted to the locker room as well after he hurt his knee as the Raiders finally got Josh McDaniels his first win.
Yeah, good win by the Raiders. They desperately needed that one. Desperately needed that one. And, they're still in trouble to make the postseason. They're not going to win the division. That's cooked. The division's, it's not wrapped up or anything like that. Was
that a Russ reference?
Yeah, it was. But the Raiders desperately needed that win if they had any hopes of making the postseason.
All right, some of the other games, Seahawks Lions ended up, being one of the games of the day. TJ Hawkinson going crazy for Detroit. Jared Goff went nuts as well, but the Seahawks and Geno Smith end up getting that win.
Yeah, I can't believe it. If you were to tell me, I knew the Lions could score. Their offense is really good this year.
They were missing guys. I sat Goff.
They were missing Amon-Ra St. Brown and DeAndre Swift.
Williams stepped in there fantasy-wise.
Williams was tremendous. Hawkinson had 8 for 180 and 2 TDs as the tight end. Goff had himself a good day. They are 1-3. Their 3 losses are by a combined 10 points. They are a statistical anomaly. Last year, I think they lost 8 one-score games. We've seen this with Bill Barnwell. He does this every year. The teams that are going to be better the following year or worse based on their amount of one-score losses or wins the previous season, because those things usually even out over time. Not with the Lions.
We're going to take Cowboy calls coming up at 8 o'clock. Your Cowboy calls, Brad Sham at 8:40, in a game in which I had zero interest in. The Titans beat the Colts 24-17. So the Titans are 2-2. The Colts fall to 1-2-1. And we do need to talk about Kenny Pickett taking over. The Steelers were struggling against the Jets. Kenny Pickett comes in. He rushes for 2 touchdowns, but it was Zach Wilson making his season debut that gets the last-second W for the Jets, who are 2-2. They win in Pittsburgh. The Steelers fall to 1-3.
Yep. And then you see, obviously, Kenny Pickett comes in. That was a good win by the Jets, though. A really good win. And then, Zach Wilson getting the touchdown pass. A reception, I should say. And then doing the gritty. I still, that is the best. That's the best that's going right now. Everyone's doing it.
Chargers and Justin Herbert get healthy against the armpit. They win in Houston 34-24. Austin Eckler going off in that game against me. Man, I was praying for Arizona to lose. Not praying. I wasn't that serious about it, but I was really, really happy early on. I was like, I want to see the dumpster fire. I want to see it detonate. But they end up beating Carolina. They started booing Baker in Carolina as the Cardinals are now 2-2. The Panthers fall to 1-3.
Oh, man. Matt Rule is
done. Cooked.
Yeah, he's done. He's cooked. I don't know where he's going to go. If they really could, they should do him a favor and fire him early so he get a college job again.
877-881-1053, Truckrick.com text line. DK Metcalf was indeed carted off because he had to use the restroom. He later tweeted there was no way he was going to make it there with the duck walk.
Yep. No way. The duck walk. No way he was going to clinch and hold that in.
He was clinching.
Yeah, no way he was going to hold that in. He did it right after a long pass. Like he was sprinting down the sidelines. And all of a sudden, he felt something rumble. He got a couple of goosebumps. I had that a lot over the weekend. My bathroom issues over the weekend.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what happened, but it was probably the pizza. I have a pizza problem.
Yeah.
I am.
You're lactose intolerant.
I don't know if it's lactose because I eat cheese and I don't get it.
Huh.
I think I'm allergic to marinara sauce.
Well, you are fake Italian.
Fake, yeah, big time.
Terry Bradshaw announced.
Yeah. Sad.
So there were stories last week that Bradshaw was like slipping. He was kind of like having some Lee Corso moments. So he addressed it yesterday on Fox. He said he has battled cancer 2 times in the last year. Bradshaw lives around here. He said, look, last week on the show, I ran out of breath, and Howie helped me up. A lot of people are asking what's wrong with me, what's happened to me physically. I just want to address it. In November, I was diagnosed with bladder cancer. I went to the Yale University Medical Center, surgery, treatment. As of today, I am bladder cancer free. That's the good news. Then in March, feeling good, I had a bad neck. I got an MRI. We find a tumor in my left neck, and it's a Merkel cell tumor, rare form of skin cancer. So I had that surgery done at MD Anderson in Houston. Folks, I may not look like my old self, but I feel like my old self. I'm cancer-free. I'm feeling great. And over time, I'm going to be back to where I normally am. So that is fantastic news that Terry Bradshaw is 2 for 2 in terms of overcoming cancer. And then did you see the J.J. Watt stuff?
Is this the heart stuff?
Yeah.
What the heck? Is he not like 30?
I know. J.J. Watt was like very emotional, said he had a heart procedure and that it was going to end up getting leaked out. So he wanted to address it. His lip was quivering after the game, after they beat the Panthers. He was talking about the impending birth of his son, Peyton. You should probably try to find the audio. And he had a scary health situation. He said, I went into AFib on Wednesday, had my heart shocked back into rhythm on Thursday, and I'm playing today. That's it. Whew. Had his heart shocked back to normal middle of the week, and he's going to be playing against Carolina, which he did. A regular heart rhythm that begins in the heart's upper chambers. So that was J.J. Watt with a very crazy medical week and weekend.
Crazy. I mean, AFib? That just sounds... I can't imagine being that age, having to have your heart shocked back into beating.
And then Josh McDaniels and the Raiders, they did win despite the onslaught from his former player, Tyler Columbus. Remember his name? Played for the Lions, Seattle, Washington, Atlanta, and Denver during his 7-year career. Well, late last week, he shredded Josh McDaniels. He was with McDaniels in Denver the first time, where Josh went 11 and 17.
Started off great. What is he, 6-0?
Was that the BS Tebow run?
No. That was
Cutler?
It was either Cutler or Orton. Let me look. I'll look it up.
Here's some of the tweets. In honor of Raiders Week, I present my favorite Hurricane Josh McDaniels stories. After trading away the young nucleus of our offense, including Jay Cutler, Josh said to the entire team, fellas, don't worry about the QB situation. I can turn a high school quarterback into an all-pro. After completing training camp with fully padded two-a-days, as often as he was legally able to do, he gave us a special reward after practice. It was an ice cream truck and a T-shirt that said Iron Man. Our reward was ice cream. Thanks for the creamsicle. Number 3, every single day began with a 10-minute bad football reel from the day before where he would dog cuss you and your coach for any bad play from practice 24 hours ago. Set the tone for a real positive day in front of the entire team. 4, we had about 25 slogans painted on the walls. God forbid you forgot what the slogan was above the door entering the cafeteria.
Jason Garrett had those.
Josh would call players out in team meetings and ask what each slogan said. If you forgot a single word, ass chewing. After the season, I had my exit interview. He spent 10 minutes telling me everything I sucked at, but he looked so depressed and miserable that when he was done, I didn't care what he said about my play. I was concerned for him. Coach, are you all right? Columbus asked Josh McDaniels. Response: that's a hard man to work for. So are you coming back? Coach: hell no. Me: you getting fired or leaving? Coach: I don't care, but I'm getting the hell out of here. So that is this former NFL player putting Josh McDaniels on blast before they got the win over the Broncos.
Man,
that's awesome.
This is another case of trying to do the things the Patriot way, but they take it a step too far. It seems like they all do that. And oh, by the way, the Patriot way was Tom Brady. It's really amazing how Charlie Weiss and Romeo Crennel and Josh McDaniels and all these guys fail when they don't have Tom Brady. It's kind of odd how that works.
Around the NFL with Sean and RJ on a Cowboys Monday. Let's start lining them up. Peyton is going to answer the phone. It's time for Cowboy calls to celebrate the win over Washington. Let's try not to make it about Dak and Rush. Let's just try to enjoy it today, and then we can argue the rest of the week. But you can take it wherever you want. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Your Cowboy phone calls as we get to 3-1 next on Sean and RJ. But friends, let me go ahead and
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He's 3rd and 5. Good protection. Pump. Checks it down in the left lane. Elliott's going to get a first down. 35-40. Nice downfield block. 50, 40, 38-yard line. Before Cameron Curl, the third-year safety from Arkansas, trips him up. That's a pretty good result on a check down, babe. 32 yards.
And I thought I was on my way to having a fantasy day from Zeke Elliott, but kind of slowed down from there. Cowboys still beat the Commanders 25-10. It is time for your Cowboy calls on the Diamond Factory hotline. Hit us up here on Sean and RJ to celebrate. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Brad Sham will join us at 8:40 this morning. Jay in Dallas, start us off. Jay, you're live on The Fan.
It's times like these you learn to believe again. It's times like these you learn to win again. It's times like these you learn how to be a Cowboys fan again. How about those Cowboys?
Yeah, baby! Yeah!
I can't believe what I saw out there yesterday. Dare I say it? We are looking at the heir apparent 0-1 Ravens defense in Dallas, Texas. Come on.
Did you say Ravens type defense?
0-1 Ravens.
Oh.
We have receivers playing defensive back. We've got bombers coming in from the safety line. We have Cowboys win, baby.
Thank you.
Ran out of steam there.
Thank you, Jay.
Running out of steam.
Look, this is part of the danger of this division. This is what happens. Now, look, you're getting the division in 2 weeks, but you're going to get the Rams before that. Be the Giants, the Commanders, and the Bengals. Bengals, obviously the most surprising win, but I don't think we should be talking about shut down elite defense when you do it against Carson Wentz and Daniel Jones. They are a stop away from losing their employment status. They're both going to be backups in 2 seasons. I'm gonna guess. Daniel Jones for sure.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Wentz may not make it through the season alive with that offensive line, and the way he doesn't. The way he just he takes sacks like it's going out of style.
He won't get rid of the ball.
No, his decision making's awful.
Awful. Drew in Grand Prairie. Drew, can you follow up that phone call here on The Fan?
Yes, I can. How about them Cowboys? I know a lot of people, when we started with that terrible loss against Tampa Bay, but people got to remember we held them to 19 points. If we just score our year average from a year ago, we beat them. So our defense has been playing lights out. But apart from that, everybody before the season started was saying without Tyron Smith, our line was going to be terrible. And now that it seems like as the games go by, Tyler Smith is playing better. I'm starting to call Tyler badass, Tyler Biotis a badass because he's just plugging up those middle gaps, man. I mean, everybody's playing complimentary football. I don't know why the Cowboys do this when Dak comes back, but they'd like to play more spread and just air the ball out. But when Cooper's in there, it's like they're rushing it better. It seems like the best plays he makes are the ones he doesn't make, where he just – it seems like sometimes he had an eternity back there yesterday just going through his reads and making the right reads. It feels good to watch this team grow into something special. I can't wait to see where they're going.
Thank you for the call, brother. I was going to bring this up to Bobby Bell. We didn't have enough time. We had to talk about how he ended up in the urgent care because he couldn't party with us Friday. No urgent care. Why aren't we talking about Tyler Smith enough? Seriously. Every single week we come on here and don't have an alarming issue at left tackle. Now, his PFF grade was not through the roof before this game, but can anybody recall a whiff? Can anyone recall a nightmare issue at left tackle? We're not talking about, in my opinion, Tyler Smith nearly enough. Mike in the Colony. Mike, you're live on Sean and RJ on a Victory Monday.
Hey, guys, it's easy to say that the defense is playing great, and it is. And it's easy to say about the quarterback competition. As long as you're not making mistakes, you're going to win football games. But one thing to point out is that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones bet on themselves, on the wide receiver core and the offensive line, and it's paying off. And nobody's talking about it.
Good points. So you got CeeDee Lamb, you got Gallup, Noah Brown. They look brilliant for Noah Brown. We also, we should talk about the other side. Steele tried to get out in space yesterday, and he missed a block. It was a big loss in the run game. We haven't talked about Terrence Steele negatively.
No, we haven't. Real quick on Tyler Smith.
Left guard, they've been getting away at left guard as well.
On Tyler Smith, he is second in the NFL. Now, this does not count this week. This was through 3 weeks. His run block win rate, second highest among all tackles in the National Football League.
Wow.
He's winning 88% of his individual matchups in run blocking.
Wow.
That's fantastic. He has done a really nice job. And that was, for everybody who said,
I did, and I said season over. The 3-game difference.
Well,
with Tyler for Tyron.
It's not even that. It's, who said that, they didn't do anything to help out, to fix.
Address.
To address the Tyron replacement. I mean, they spent a 1. It doesn't get more addressed than spending a first-round pick on a position. Oh, they didn't address the wide receiver. I mean, no, not in the first round.
They did with CeeDee Lamb.
They did with CeeDee Lamb 2 years ago. That's addressing it, right?
And they paid Gallup.
And they drafted a 3.
Jalen Tolbert inactive again. What is going on there? Yeah. That's one of those things you don't worry about while you're winning.
Sometimes you miss. Sometimes you miss on guys. And sometimes those guys take a little bit longer to get to where they need to be.
Taylor and Cleburne. Taylor, you are live on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
A lot.
So I'm getting used to this winning my whole life, and this is really nice to see. I just want to talk about CD. I haven't seen him drop a pass since that, of course, the drop last week. Is he our number one? Do you think it's true now with having Gallup back?
No, he's the number one. He's the number one. I love how he goes, I haven't seen him drop a pass. Well, since the one last week, the big drop. But look, this is a nice response. The way he responded in that second half against the Giants, that showed me an awful lot. The physicality that he came up with on that 4th and 4, I'm not going to forget that for a long time. Fighting at the goal line when I thought he was scared of contact in the first half after the big drop. The one he dropped when it was tipped, that's the one I was worried about, but he responded. But no, CeeDee Lamb is the 1, and Michael Gallup is the 2. Gallup, first game back, he only had 2 catches. They were 2 big catches, had a conversion and then the touchdown, and then he drew 60-plus yards in penalties. But CeeDee Lamb is this team's number 1. That was a nasty route that he ran for the touchdown.
Yeah, it was.
Jay in Dallas. Jay, you are live on Sean and RJ.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
How's it going? So I just wanted to say a couple things. For one, I think I speak for more than just myself when I say that a lot of the good positive energy, man, is so overwhelming. You got Des Bryant on Instagram every week showing good energy. It's good to see. It's a good time to be a Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
My next point, really, to be honest with you, everybody agrees that Cooper is not as good, as our QB number 1. We get it, but what we can all agree on is that Cooper, whatever he is, you're going to get it every single week. He's so consistent, and sometimes with Dak, you don't get the consistency, so it's hard to just kind of, get behind him like that sometimes. But Cooper, same energy, same effort, whatever he is, you're going to get it consistently every week. And I think a lot of it's just that level of consistency that he brings to the table.
Thank you for the call. But the consistency is 220.
That was yards per game?
Yes.
That's fine. So it's not great.
You can be fine with consistency. There's nothing approaching a 3. Okay? So he's 235 Cincy, 215, 223. Fine. 220 yards a game doesn't win big in the National Football League unless you have a lights-out defense. And last year, they were scoring 30.
They were.
This is a result, obviously, of backup QB syndrome and the overreaction to one game. Dak Prescott, one game. Now, you may take it back to last year. I'm going to write off a lot of that to Dak being hurt. And I am a little bit worried about Prescott in terms of reading defenses, anticipation, and knowing where to go with the football.
Yeah.
That's why I loved what he said last week. That's the biggest thing he has observed and he has noticed. But yeah, Cooper's consistency is 220 yards a game. That's not great.
No, it's not. I will say this: if you go and look at it, what are his attempts per game and how do they compare to Dak? So Cooper's averaging around like 25 attempts per game. Dak, if you go back to his last year, even this year. So Cooper yesterday had 27 attempts. Dak in 3 quarters in the opener had 29.
Well, they were getting their ass kicked.
They were getting their ass. Yeah, they were.
It depends.
It depends on how the game's going
and how good of a quarterback are you. If you're a better quarterback, you're going to throw more.
Yeah, I mean, just go back to last year.
The Cowboys do not want to throw as much with Cooper Rush at quarterback.
No, they don't. But that's also why the yards per game, the yards a little bit down because they don't throw as much. Like last year, Dak in the final.
But why don't they throw as much? Some of that has to do with, yes, are you winning the game? But you are a backup quarterback. You don't have as much talent and ability, so we're not going to have you throw as much.
Of course, absolutely. But I'm saying
it's somewhat of an indictment on him that the pass attempts are lower than Dak.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Jordan Love is not going to have the same amount of pass attempts as Aaron Rodgers.
I would think not. They try to win the game a different way.
Sure.
But
there's a reason he's undrafted.
There's
undrafted
a reason why
free agent.
31 teams said no.
Right, and the Cowboys said no.
And they
just knew no one would pick him up.
But I mean, just from a yards per game thing, just look at last year. Dak 27 attempts, 38, 39, 37, 39, 40, 47, 43, 31, 39, 51. Like he was getting way more pass attempts last year than Rush is getting this year per game. And there's reasons for that.
Right.
There's several reasons for that. Not least of which is you want to put the ball in Dak's hands and you want to keep the ball out of Cooper's hands at times. Even though, to his credit, Cooper has been the best quarterback on the field in every game he started in the NFL. On that day. He's not better than Joe Burrow. He was better than Joe Burrow in week 2.
Or Cousins.
He wasn't better than Cousins. But in that game last year, he was.
James in Plano. James, it is a Cowboys victory Monday. You're live on the Fan.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
So, I don't know why everybody's up in arms. Dak is the QB for the Cowboys. It's great that Cooper Rush can come in and step in and lead this team to multiple victories, no losses. I know everybody was panicking. Tyron Smith, Dak Prescott. Oh, the sky's falling 7-9, 7-8, whatever. Listen, this is a playoff team. When Dak comes back, we start getting our key players back from injury. Guess what? Who is going to stop us in the NFC? With Dak coming in, he's going to be hot, chomping at the bit to prove to everybody that he is our quarterback, that he is a top 5 quarterback. I don't understand what the controversy is with that. We are a playoff team. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Cowboys-Bills Super Bowl.
Oh, Super Bowl.
I want to know what you guys think. As far as the Cowboys' record moving forward.
Yeah.
And also, do y'all really see within the next, if not this year, within the next 3 years, a Cowboys-Bills Super Bowl? I think we have what it takes, top defense. We're going to have a great offense. And as long as the running game steps up and we get our Warriors back at 100%, this team is almost going to be unstoppable, in my opinion.
Thank you for the call, James. Let's keep it to this year. You're crazy.
We
went from season over. I'm raising my hand. When Dak got hurt, I said season over. And now we're going to face the Bills in the Super Bowl. You are not as good as Philly. You're not as good as Tampa. You're probably not as good as the Packers. You're probably not as good as the Rams. We'll find out Sunday. But, again, you're probably not going to have your starting quarterback. Super Bowl! You got your ass kicked by the San Francisco 49ers last year. They play on a neutral field tomorrow. Who's picking who? We beat San Francisco?
Niners are probably favored today on a neutral field. Now, with Dak, I don't know.
I mean, there's 4 teams at least in the conference better. Chill out. Settle down. We're beating scrubs. Sorry, scrubs. Kelvin and Alvarado. Kevin, you are live on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well, thank you.
All right, so I have a couple observations. I think I think Pollard gets set up for failure every time he runs the ball.
How so?
The design play. It doesn't seem like he's not as strengths, like he doesn't have strength like Zeke, but send him to the outside on a sweep or something. And then on top of that, Cooper's playing like a backup quarterback. That's what he's doing.
A very good backup quarterback. Very good, but a very good backup quarterback.
It's exactly what you want out of the backup quarterback.
Could not have predicted. I couldn't have. You have people who hate Dak. You could not have predicted he would have played to this level. Now, he's gotten a certain amount of luck. There's 4 or 5 picks that have been dropped. I don't know if he threw up a couple of those balls yesterday knowing he had a free play. If he didn't, they got lucky with 2 interceptions that were brought back. The game before, or maybe it was the Bengals game, there was like 3 interceptions that easily could have been caught. So he's getting a little bit of luck. He's catching some breaks, but could not have asked more out of this guy. And I'm happy for him.
Yeah,
I'm happy to be wrong.
He's been way more than just serviceable.
Yes.
Way more. He is not,
I look forward to when he drops back and he's going to go downfield. I get excited for it.
I don't really see them like limiting the offense with him. Like they're throwing a little bit less, but it doesn't feel like they're limited offensively when he's out there. They may not have the ability to, put up 40, but how often does Dak really put up 40? How often does Mahomes put up 40? I mean, like it doesn't happen as often as we think in the NFL. I'll tell you what I love about him is he gets the ball out really, really fast, and it's not dink and dunk. He is a really sound decision maker.
All right, we got Brad Sham coming up at 8:40. If you want to sneak in a few more Cowboy calls, we'll take them at 877-881-1053. A Cowboys victory Monday continues on the Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum.
Go visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
They will have the ball to start the third quarter. Dallas leads 12-7. Snap to Wentz. Here comes pressure. Throws it deep down the left side. It is intercepted by Diggs.
This is the guy I'm happy for. After everything that RJ Choppy and PFF put him through this offseason, Trayvon Diggs responding yesterday. What is up with Terry McLaurin in D.C.? 2 catches for 15 yards? Diggs with the pick. Multiple pass breakups, just part of a suffocating defensive effort. At no point in that game, right, were you worried about the Commanders. Maybe when they were running it off the left side, you're like, oh, we're going to be able to go ahead and stop this. But Mike McCarthy just played to his defense against Carson Wentz in that horrific Commanders offense. Did I hear that correctly, that Washington had their first field goal attempt of the season yesterday? Did I see that correctly?
That's right.
First field goal attempt? Not even make the attempt. That's how bad they've been. Cowboys improved to 3-1. Brad Sham is coming up in 15 minutes. Let's knock out a few final Cowboy calls here on Sean and RJ. Doug in Dallas. Doug, you're live on the air. Thanks for hanging on.
Yeah, I want to say that Cooper Rush hits receivers on the move better than Dak does. Yesterday, how many times did their drives start on the 15-yard line or further back? And Cooper Rush, through 6 years, compare the number of snaps that he's got compared to Dak. The starter gets all the snaps, so he's not going to have as much experience. How many years was Romo here before he actually got a chance to start? If he would have started earlier, maybe he'd had a bigger career. And
so you would keep Cooper Rush starting over Dak, like no matter what, moving forward.
Well, I think, I'll be honest with you, if they had lost yesterday, I think Dak would have started in Los Angeles or wherever the hell they're playing. And I think he would have lost, and then I think he would have lost to the Eagles, and everyone would just check it off. Oh, well, he's rusty. They talk about the three starts that Cooper's had this year, but no one ever mentions the first start that Dak started.
All right, thank you, Doug.
Look, Dak was bad. Dak was bad week 1.
Okay.
Terrible. He scored 3 points.
I mean, JP tweeted, Mahomes just put 41 on that Tampa defense on the road. Stop the one-game excuse nonsense for Prescott. He hasn't been good against good teams for a year. Look, the Cowboys have an issue beating over 500 teams.
They have for a long time.
They do, but stop comparing Dak Prescott to Pat Mahomes. Stop.
Yeah, that's fair. That's not fair. That's not fair to compare him to Pat
Mahomes is an all-time great. Dak Prescott is not.
And it was unfair of us, myself included, in the offseason, to compare the trade compensation that the Packers got for Devontae Adams and Miami gave up for Tyreek Hill to what we got for Amari Cooper. They're not the same. And Dak ain't Patrick Mahomes. So, yeah, Patrick Mahomes can put up 41 on the road against Tampa. Dak last year put up, 29 on the road against Tampa?
Yeah. He had a fantastic game in the opener.
Yeah, this year, he stunk. And,
with new weapons.
He had new weapons. His decision-making slow right now. At least in week 1 it was. It was very slow. Mm-hmm. And you could see that by the amount of sacks that he took in that game in 3/4 of a game versus what Cooper has taken in 3 games and a quarter.
Yeah.
Which is half the amount of sacks that Dak took in that game. So, and part of that is decision-making.
And 2 bad opponents.
And 2 bad opponents.
The Giants and Commanders.
Uh-huh. And that's a big part of it. Big part of it.
Robert and Burleson. Robert, you are live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, brother.
Everybody's talking about this as a Cooper versus Dak. Guys, I'm going to say something. I'm going to predict something. Cooper Rush will be Red 2.0. We can have them both. It'll start in the year 2030. Jerry's like, oh, Cooper won me 4 games. I got to get him as head coach. Red 2.0. We're going to do both. It's going to be great.
He can be Kellen's. He can be Kellen's offensive coordinator.
No, guys. Listen, Cooper is going to be great because that's exactly what Jerry wants. Steven, we got to get Cooper We got to put him on the line. We got to put him on the headset. We got to get him there. I messed up on the first red. 2.0 is going to be even better. We're going to sell out tickets every single game. There's not a conspiracy of who's starting quarterback. It's really who's the starting head coach. Let's go, Cowboys!
Who's the starting head coach?
Thanks for the call, Rob. Mike in Fort Worth. Mike, you were live on the Diamond Factory hotline on a Cowboys Monday.
Yeah, I agree. Let's not get ahead of Cooper Rush is not the starter. There is no quarterback controversy in Dallas. Any credible football person like you or Toppy, not a casual fan, but know what they're talking about, should be fired if they're calling for Cooper Rush to be the starter. Now, he's played great, no doubt about it, but he doesn't have the arm strength as Dak. I can see Dak throwing that ball across the middle like hitting Amari Cooper or CeeDee Lamb. He's got a lot of power. He's got a lot of spin on that ball. He's got a strong arm. Cooper Rush has played great, but he's not the starter. Let's be clear. And another point, Pollard and Zeke, Pollard should not be starting because him and Zeke, they're about equal. Well, it's like that rule on the field. If there's a penalty and the refs look at it and they can't really be determined, well, then the play stands on the field. In other words, Zach and Zeke are so close that Zeke should be the starter. Until Pollard shows he's that much better than Zeke, it's like that rule where the refs look at the call.
Thanks for the call, Mike. You were off to a good start. Then we went a little sideways there with the running back comparison.
Dak, I think Dak does have a stronger arm than Cooper. The one thing that Cooper does that Dak won't, or at least hasn't done in over a year, Dak does not work the middle of the field downfield anymore. And that is, you got to eat there. The great quarterbacks, they throw the ball downfield over the middle. And Dak doesn't do that as much as he used to. I don't know why. I don't know what's gone on, but he doesn't, especially, definitely didn't do it in week one. He is not working, and Cooper did. The touchdown pass to CD, it's a great throw. It was a better route. But Cooper, if you go look at the charts, they chart this next gen. His throws over the middle, deep over the middle is considered 15 yards downfield. Much higher rate than Dak.
Jerry, after the game, even if Dak is healthy, any chance you sit him because Rush is winning?
There's no thoughts about that because it's first of all we've got to see generally if in fact that he's in a position to play a ball game, and we've got to get ready to play, of course, beginning here the first of the week. So we'll see how that goes. I don't have no way by talking to a doctor or even by talking with Dak. I have no way to assess whether or not he's going to be able to play this week.
Oh, I thought he was back.
I thought he was back.
As soon as he, broke his hand, you told us no IR. It's going to be a miracle. Well, now the S has hit the fan and it's real. He definitely doesn't want to start any type of controversy. I don't think I'm going to rely on Nick Eatman 1 hour from now. I don't think Dak will be good to go against the Rams, and he comes back against the Eagles. David in Florida, listening on the Odyssey app. David, you're next up on Sean and RJ.
Hey, guys. Great to talk to you. I love watching you guys on the YouTube. I watch you every morning. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hey, I just want to say, can you guys play that Snap to Cooper? I love that tape. But
what is
I'm
it?
calling here.
It was it App State or something like that last year? Snap to Cooper.
Oh,
it was. Wait, it was like Jacksonville State or something.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, something like that. And you guys played it over and over one day. And when that guy was talking about Cooper, you should have said "Snap to Cooper." Hey, I'm calling on the run game.
Yeah.
And I'm here to rag on Dalton Schultz. I've been ragging on Dalton Schultz the entire season. This guy cannot run block, and the defenses know it. And a perfect example would be proof would be look at the game last week against the Bungles. They put those two rookies in there, and that's all they did. It was blocked, and they made a few nice catches. So my thing is, I think that come at the end of the year, if Dalton Schultz isn't traded, and Jerry, please trade Dalton Schultz. He's no good. He can catch. That's about the only thing he can do. But I also recommend that you trade him and get something for him before the end of the season, because I wouldn't sign him.
Well, he needs Dak Prescott back more than anybody.
Yeah, he does. He absolutely does.
He got blanked yesterday. He got shut out. He had 2 catches against the Bengals. Did not play against the Giants. He had 7 for 62 in the opener. So on the year, contract year, 9 for 80 for Schultz. All right, JD in Arlington, you're up next here on 105 through the Fan. Go ahead, JD. Hey, is this the JD?
No, a different JD.
Okay.
But I have been, I don't know. Let's just go with some Cowboy stuff.
Yeah.
Good Monday. Let's talk about Kellen Moore. When are we getting a new offensive coordinator? This guy's good with backups, but he can't play with the QB1. That's kind of where I'm coming from. I don't like how this guy runs our offense. Haven't since we've had him. He wants to be Andy Reid without Andy Reid. Watched Mahomes and them boys yesterday, and the way they move that offense and put you in one-on-one matchups, they just make people look silly. And I feel like he wants to do that and can't.
I told you there'd be some more Kellen Moore credit during this little streak than when they were 12-5 last year, scoring 30 a game.
I don't know that like now's the time for,
Kellen Moore credit.
Kellen Moore criticism.
Oh, criticism.
Right?
Well, he's trying to give him credit for saying why is he better with backups than with starters.
Yeah, but that's but like now he's like he wants a new coordinator because he can't figure out Dak. Where am I missing? They were first in offense last year. Like how is he? How do we think that he is not good with the quarterback? What is going on?
It's not good enough.
What is better than first? 0?
You ain't first, you last.
I mean, you're first. What am I missing?
877-881-1053 to hit us up here. Thank you, Peyton. Good job taking the calls and getting the text. Let's check in with the voice of America's team. He had the call of the game. How excited is Brad Sham? We'll catch up with him next.
Let's get your carpet.
Barricade Rentals Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at SpiresBarricades.com.
Wentz in the gun. They're sending 6. Wentz gets rid of it over the middle. It's intercepted. It is Deron Bland, the rookie, with maybe a game-sealing interception on a pass for Curtis Samuel.
He is the voice of America's team. He joins us every Cowboys Monday at this time. He's Brad Sham here on Sean and RJ via the Diamond Factory Hotline. When do you leave the stadium for a noon game, and how much other NFL football can you take in after a win like that?
I was able to get home to see. So the answer to the first question is it depends on what's going on, but about an hour. I go into the locker room afterwards and talk to as many guys as I can. And one thing I found out yesterday is when there's a noon home game, they are out of there in a hurry because they want to enjoy the rest of the day off, which is a rare thing for them. So I was able to talk to Bland and Mukwama, who I thought played real well, and a couple of other guys. 3 or 4 other guys I wanted to talk to were already gone. So then I go next door and I do the post-game show, our post-game show. So I'm usually home by about 5 hours after the start of the game, and I was able to see most of the second half, certainly a quarter and a half of Green Bay, Tampa, and then I had some work to do, and I watched the Sunday night game.
What has impressed you about the job, or what has just impressed you about the way Mike McCarthy has navigated through all of this to 3-1?
You know, this is such a different team than last year. I think Sean, we can fall easily into the trap of remembering they lost to Tampa last year, and then they scored a lot of points, and then they went on a run. That team had a whole bunch of newcomers who were veterans, like 8 of them on defense, but they'd come from all over the league. This team's got a dozen rookies, so he is having to make sure that the Blands and the McQuamus and the young guys who are contributing earlier than he really wanted them to understand that just because you went to New Jersey on a Monday night and won, you're not in the playoffs yet. You haven't arrived. That's on top of all the extras. So then you get throw in your quarterback went out, and you got to figure out how to navigate that, and the rookie left tackle, all of that stuff. I think it's been a harder job than people realize this year because of it's what he's getting paid for now.
Yeah.
But I think it's a really good coaching job so far, and it's worth paying attention to.
Who were some of the guys that really jumped out to you with their performance yesterday on the Cowboys side of things?
There were some on defense that Mukwama was everywhere, but I thought Van Der Esch was going to make every tackle for a while. And then I thought Wilson was going to make every tackle for a while. Mm-hmm. And so those two guys were tremendous. Lawrence was really, really good, and Barr keeps making contributions. And, I think all the way through that defense, they've got guys who are – you can ask the question every week, and it's going to be somebody else. But Van Der Esch really caught my attention yesterday, and that means the guys in front of him are funneling plays to the middle linebacker, because that's how they started in a 4-3 yesterday. And then I think they, on offense, if you think back to just kind of pull the lens back and think of how big the pocket seemed to be for Rush so often, the pass protection had to be really, really good. Now, the run game was not exactly what they wanted all the time. But I'll tell you, Elliott runs so hard, and sometimes there's stuff that's not there. And I'm just really impressed with how he approaches his job and how he comes to it. Obviously, Lamb has taken a big stride since the first week, and it was hard not to notice Gallup and just appreciate what the picture we all saw on Twitter of him getting a big hug from Prescott after the touchdown kind of symbolizes what his teammates think of him and the appreciation they all have for how hard he worked to come back. So it's hard not to be impressed by that.
Brad, it's interesting you because you brought up Van Der Esch. The fan text has been killing him all morning. What did you see in his game, and maybe being in the stadium changed things up for you a little bit? What did you see in his game?
What are they killing him about, RJ?
Rush defense, mainly.
Well, I don't know how much he was. First of all, the big plays that they made in the running game were on the edge.
Mm-hmm.
That's really because there's an end and or a safety or corner who is not holding containment over there. I know Fowler got turned inside out a couple of times, and that's where those edge runs come from. I mean, just go back and watch and see what Van Der Esch did from the beginning of the game. He was attacking, and yet he is maintaining his gap and his responsibility. I think that people who are blaming Van Der Esch for Washington's running game weren't watching the same game that I was. I think he's had an excellent year.
Brad Sham here on 105.3 The Fan. What has surprised you the most, or what attributes jump out to you the most about the way that Cooper Rush has been playing?
The word that first comes to mind is calm. I mean, we all kind of expect, because he is a backup quarterback, quote unquote backup quarterback, which I mean technically he is, that he's going to rattle. You know, this is not Ben DiNucci. I don't mean to slam DiNucci, but you know what we saw a couple of years ago when two men went down and DiNucci had to start in Philadelphia. This isn't that. And he made one bad decision yesterday, and he got helped out on it by a penalty on the defense. But that's the only bad decision I really remember. Now, he's had a couple of throws, the execution of which he would like to have back. But that you can say that for any quarterback almost in any game. He made one bad decision yesterday, and he hasn't made them. So he does not rattle. I sat down in his locker with him last week before the trip to New Jersey, Sean, and I said, because he'd been talking about being vocal, being a leader, and that kind of thing, which quarterbacks typically, you know, they got to have a kind of an A personality because they're. So he said, "Yeah, I'm just not that guy." And I sat down, not recording anything. It wasn't an interview. I said, "Have you always been kind of reserved?" And I said, "Well, when you've been a quarterback like most of your life, did you have to kind of work at it to be more assertive?" So, and he said he did. At first, he did. I mean, you look at his records in college now. The guy was an outstanding college football player. So he said he did have to change a little bit, and then he kind of figured out that this was something he could do, and then he can revert to type. But he is not a big rah-rah guy, and yet he is able to command the huddle, and every game that goes by, their confidence in him increases because he doesn't panic, he doesn't rattle, he doesn't make bad decisions. So I think that calm demeanor, especially when you are replacing the guy, I think that's a huge attribute.
Do you have any feeling, or are you hearing anything about Dak's availability for the Rams?
I'm not hearing anything, but just the fact that he hasn't really been able to grip or throw the ball yet, I don't see how. You know, I mean, if Jerry Jones can be a doctor, I can be a doctor, right? He and I went to the same medical school. I don't know how many people know that. So I'm just going to say I don't see how it's even possible that he would have like no practice and then maybe get a couple of days of practice and then be ready to play. If things happen, we get surprised all the time. But I don't see any way that it would make sense to me based on what we know on Monday morning that he would play against the Rams. And then, by the way, it's fair to say that if he were to come back and play against Philadelphia, that was kind of what Jerry told you guys and what he said on the Fan, like the day after the surgery, and he got roundly hooted for that. And it reminds me to remind people, Jerry, you don't have to like him, but he doesn't make stuff like that up. Someone told him that. If he says something like that, he didn't just pull that out of his hat. Someone told him that. So he then likes to be the one to convey the message. But people kind of hooted him for saying that, but they're going to have to take it back if Dak comes back and plays against the Eagles.
Yes. Have you seen or have you and Babe noticed any adjustments in the way that Trayvon Diggs is playing with the knock on him in the offseason? Yeah, the picks, but the big yards with the outstanding game he had yesterday?
I just think he's better. I actually did get to talk to him about that yesterday after the game, too, because there's no doubt in my mind that he is better as a cover corner than he was a year ago, besides the interceptions. You have to cover, obviously, to intercept the ball. But the number of times that he is knocking the ball down, he's not going to be perfect. That's okay. But there's no doubt in my mind that he has worked at it very hard. I think he's prideful. And I think he is a little thin-skinned. I think he has heard all of the raps, read the stuff on Twitter, takes to heart and somewhat personally that people think he's a liability if he's not intercepting the ball. And I think that shows in that tackle in the Cincinnati game that kind of sealed it, at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And it shows in the way that he is knocking down 2 and 3 balls a game that he doesn't intercept. I think he's a better player than he was a year ago, and that's to be expected for a young guy in his second, third, fourth year. You'd like to see him get better a little bit every year, but it's also a plus to him. He's worked at it.
You got a player show tonight?
Dorrance Armstrong, the concrete cowboy in the Star District.
Oh, man. Bottle service, popping bottles, Brad.
Come on. Come on.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
All right. You guys have a great day.
The voice of America's team, Brad Sham, every Monday at this time on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Nick Eatman at 9:20. He was in Arlington along with a ton of other totals for the Cowboys win over the Commanders. Let's go around the rest of the NFL and the NFC East next. But first, let me get you hooked up.
MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts this time gives it to Gainwell. Up the middle. He's in for the touchdown.
Oh, straight ahead.
Gainwell with one sidestep at the 5 and then a glide to the end zone.
Yes, we can still fist pump even though Filthy is 4-0. The last unbeaten in the NFL. A little around the NFL and NFC East break here on Sean and RJ. This is your home of America's team after the Cowboys win again. Their third straight W, and they take out the Commanders 25-10. I don't know what my wife is going to do when they eventually lose a game. I'm just going to shut it down with sports depression in the house because now I'm just sitting there enjoying the rest of the day. Take the kid to the park, let me make dinner. I don't have to watch the second half, even though she doesn't know that Kansas City was stomping out Tampa Bay. But that's how life improves for me, baby. That's how life improves, as we tell Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy every single week. Thank y'all for being Tolos. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. But look, let's talk about the rest of the division. Jacksonville was up 14-0, and we were excited. And then all of a sudden, Philly storms back. They're just running the football down people's throats. A.J. Brown is doing his thing, and there they are at 4-0.
I mean, there's really not a whole lot to say about the start they've had other than it's been remarkable. Like, it is for them to be 4-0, the last undefeated team, for Jalen Hurts to be playing as well as he has throughout the entire year, running it or throwing it.
And it sucks to say this. I do feel good for him.
For Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
Oh, look, dude, he is one of the great dudes in the NFL. How he handled himself at Alabama when he was benched in the middle of the natty to go back to school there, to stay at Alabama. He stayed for another year and backed up, and he got to play when Tua got hurt. And then he goes to OU, and he was like, oh, I mean, the guy was a Heisman candidate. So, like, nothing short of remarkable.
They're fifth in the league in rushing as a team at 165 a game. I even thought it would be higher. The teams above them, Atlanta, Chicago, Cleveland, and the team who had Saquon Barkley playing QB yesterday.
Play fake. Jones is going to bootleg and roll left. He's going to run it again. Jones to the 5. Jones dives in. Touchdown, Giants. Daniel Jones on a 12-yard run on the naked boot around the left side. His second rushing touchdown of the game.
Saquon had a fantastic game. Daniel Jones ran for 2, hurt the ankle. Then you had Tyrod come in. He gets knocked out. So Saquon has to play quarterback until they can try to get DJ back in there. But the Giants beat the sorry, unwatchable Chicago Bears. So I didn't get to this last week, but I saved like Vegas's preview of the Giants-Bears game. This was last Friday. Justin Fields passing yards. Over under 155.5. He was averaging 99 yards a game heading into this.
Well, they did him no favors against the Green Bay Packers. They only had him throw 11 times. Listen, you have to give your quarterback a chance to succeed. And let him throw 11 times. I mean, he's not even breaking a sweat. He's not even getting in the flow of the game. You only let him throw 11 times.
So the over-under was 155.5. He did hit the over, 174.
Well,
passing attempts over-under was 23.5. He was averaging 15 attempts per game.
Inexcusable.
He threw for 22. So he hit the under. Justin Fields completions in week 4. Like this whole Vegas category, it's just making fun of Justin Fields. The over-under was 14, under 11 completions. Will Fields have 2 or more passing touchdowns in week 4? I don't even know how yes was plus 200, no minus 300. I would have thought it would have been a lot heavier on no.
I would have thought so too.
He had no touchdowns and no interceptions.
Oh, well, that's good. No interceptions.
Most completions in any game this year, over-under is 22.5. Will Fields have more TD passes or picks this year? The favorite is interceptions, so just a hot mess for the Chicago Bears offense. But there's the Giants sitting there at 3-1 with Saquon going 31 for 146. Do we have any hope that the Giants front office extends either of these guys? The quarterback or the running back? will the ghost of Dave Gettleman hover
There's a chance they re-sign the quarterback.
over the Meadowlands?
There's a chance they extend the quarterback on a tag. I don't see how they do it with Saquon.
No, can you imagine if they tag Daniel Jones and give him that money? A top 5? There's no way.
I can't imagine that they would.
I think there's more of a chance for Saquon. He's 25, didn't we say the other
He's
day?
25. I don't see it. I mean, look, I don't think they bring back either one of them. Man, I don't know. Like, if they bring back Saquon, what are they going to pay him? They're not going to pay him Zeke money.
Right.
You know, and is he going to take less than that? Some dopey team out there who still thinks it's 1994, this one, might throw money at Saquon, but I can't imagine the lion's share of teams out there doing that, especially with his injury history.
Do you think the Giants are better than the Commanders?
Yeah. I think Air is better than the Commanders.
Man, that offense.
It's awful.
With Wentz. They have McLaurin, Samuel, Dotson, Gibson, and they can't do anything. Nothing.
No, they can't. Carson is I don't know if it was just it's obvious. It's obvious that 2017 season was just a fluke.
Yep.
That's the clear obvious answer that we've gotten on his career is that 2017, the first 10, 12 weeks was the fluke. That was the outlier. Not now. It was then. That was the outlier for him.
Meanwhile, what about the turnaround in this game? Probably the biggest, most questioned coaching decision of the weekend came at the end of Bills-Ravens.
The snap is down. Tyler Bass, the kick is up. The kick is good. The clock says 0. The Bills have won it in Baltimore. The Bills came from 17 points down to beat the Baltimore Ravens. Unbelievable.
Wow. I was sitting here scared for our power rankings as we both put Buffalo. Didn't you put Buffalo number 1? I kept them 1.
It's I got it written down over here.
I believe I kept them number 1, and here they are getting smoked by the Ravens. They're down 17 points. They come back to win 23-20 in the rain in Baltimore. Here's the controversy. John Harbaugh tie game on the 2-yard line. 4 minutes left. Lets Lamar run a play to try to score rather than just kick the automatic Justin Tucker field goal. Marcus Peters and Harbaugh start getting into it. Peters apparently went after Harbaugh, and they had to be separated. But John Harbaugh and that coaching decision is getting called out. Can you imagine if this was McCarthy? 4 minutes left. And is it different? It's a 2020 game versus Detroit and Seattle yesterday when both teams are scoring 40. When you know you're probably going to need 7 points. That's why I'm blaming Harbaugh. I'm saying he made the wrong decision. Not just trying to use hindsight. It's like, go ahead, kick the points, and make them score a touchdown.
So here's the situation with that. Buffalo, by the way, got it down to the 1, right? And started kneeling. So they were going to score. They were going to score a touchdown anyway. Had you kicked the field goal, you would have lost. What they did, by him going for it, increased his win probability by 2.5%. They had, if he went for it, and you succeed, right? Your success, you would have had an 83% chance of winning the game had he gotten the first down.
You mean touchdown? 4th and 2 from the was it 4th and goal from the 2?
4th and goal from the 2 would have been a first down touchdown. Would have been said, right? Yeah. So had he gotten it, it would have given them an 83% chance of winning. And then if he had to keep the field goal, it would have given him a 63% chance of winning. You take that 20%. That's the reason. He increased his win probability by about 2% by going for it.
I don't know if I just assume Buffalo has I don't like to do that. I assume they have the same exact drive right after that. You know what I mean? Where you're saying, Buffalo's going to go score a touchdown. I don't know if things are different at all when you're down 3 or if the Ravens play different. I don't know.
Down 3, you're going to be like you basically give them 4 down territory on everything, right? They're gonna go for it on 4th down. Same thing for down 7.
Like, are they more aggressive? Do they change at all since they're down instead of even, nothing to lose? Those types of things the numbers can't take into account.
The chances. No, they take that. They can take that. They can take that.
How can you take someone's nerves into account? Like Josh,
well, you don't take nerves into account. Yeah, you can't take nerves into account.
Yeah, I'm just saying, is Buffalo going to play the same tide as they are down 3? Yet their style may be more aggressive.
Yes,
maybe the Ravens capitalize on that. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, you don't want to put a team into an aggressive. Typically, you don't want to put a great quarterback, and Josh Allen would qualify as that. You don't want to put a great quarterback into an aggressive state of mind.
All right, so you support the decision to go for it.
Yeah, it's not crystal clear. There's not that much of a difference going for it versus not. What going for it would have done is simply put them, up a touchdown.
Does it have that breakdown from McCarthy's 4th down decision that I think we all disagreed with? I wanted to know what the numbers said. The Cowboys, and this is just a little Cowboy side note, then we'll get back to them with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, 920. One of my few star downs was McCarthy. 4th and 1. On the Washington 10, 4 minutes left, they're up 22-10. And I was like, just go for this here. If you don't get it, the Commanders have it on their own 10. 1 yard and the game is over, 22-10. Instead, they kick the field goal, trust the defense even more. Money Maherovich, of course, makes it.
Money Maher. I'm looking for that for the Cowboy one. There's a great Twitter account. It's called 4th Down Decision Bot. It kind of breaks down all the 4th down calls. There's a million of them, so I got to scroll to. I'll find it.
Meanwhile, last night I felt a little bad for Brady. Then I just slap myself and be like, how many times has Tom done this to everyone else? The Kansas City Chiefs put on a show.
Chiefs bring a rush. They throw it near side, caught by Gage. Now he's going to shovel it back to Godwin. He'll get tackled. Goodbye, Buccaneers. This game is over. Tom Brady in the regular season has a record against the Kansas City Chiefs of 5 wins and 6 losses. The Chiefs have beaten Tom Brady for a 6th time in his career, and they have done it beating him 41-31.
Patrick Mahomes and the Houdini, Travis Kelce, saying he's our generation's Houdini with what he was doing. You can feel Devontae missing from the Packers. You didn't feel Tyreek missing from Kansas City after what they did to Tampa Bay's defense. And y'all, Cowboy Dak haters, I do not care that they dropped 41 on Tampa Bay. Stop. Tampa Bay, before this game, shut people down. 3, held us to 3. Held the Saints at 10, held the Packers to 14. I don't care that Pat Mahomes went in there and torched them. That does not mean to me that Dak Prescott should have gone in there and dropped 30 or 40 as well. But, God, watching Mahomes is fun.
Oh, dude.
I mean, he's Steph.
Yeah, he is. He's Steph. He's Steph Curry.
He's Steph.
There's no doubt. I mean, he's so fun to watch. He does things that no quarterback outside of what Lamar has really ever done. His ability to move, contort his body, throw off platform. He is tremendous. And it makes you wonder how the heck Texas Tech didn't win with him. Like, that was a man amongst boys.
That was before my time.
Yeah, it was before your time. Cliff Kingsbury will be etched on his gravestone how he could not win with Patrick Mahomes.
And then Kyler Murray. Because he's going to get run, I think, soon.
Yeah, he might. By the way, you're talking about the 4th and 3 at the 50, up 22-10?
No. I'm talking about at the Commanders' 10-yard line, where we eventually kicked the chip shot field goal.
Oh, to make it 25-10. 25-10?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
It was a Maher 29-yarder. But we had 4th and 1 on their 10 with 4 minutes left. And I was like, come on, just go for this here. Go for this, coach. One of the few things we can pick at McCarthy over. Sean and RJ on a Cowboys Monday with your star up, star downs. Let's get the inside the locker room reaction and report from Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, as we continue the Cowboys party right here on The Fan.
drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Big third down. Snap to Rush. He's going to run out to his right with room. Somebody come help him. Throw it in the end zone for Gallup. Caught it. Touchdown, Cowboys.
2 huge catches, 2 big penalties. What a fantastic return and debut for Michael Gallup. It's a Cowboys Monday here on Sean and RJ as they beat the Commanders 25-10 to improve to 3-1 on the season. The top story on DallasCowboys.com is believable or not. The turnaround is real, and it's written by this man, Nick Eatman. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Take us inside the column after you were in Arlington yesterday.
Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense, you know. And you try to make sense of something that doesn't make sense. And you know, anytime you're seeing Cooper Rush's name with Kurt Warner's of the world, and in terms of stats and all that, like, is this really happening? And it's not the same as that, because they were winning because of him, and this team's winning because of the defense. But it's just when you're sitting there in the press box and you're thinking, just 3.5 weeks ago, I mean, it looked like
over.
I mean, what draft pick are the Cowboys going to get?
Yeah,
right.
Right.
I mean, you know, and now, I'm not saying it's all been, you know, flipped on its head, because, you know, they got some tough games ahead here in the next 2 games. But just from a hope standpoint, it's like, wow, what are we watching here? And it's fun. I mean, it's fun because they have a must-watch defense. Like, you don't go to the bathroom when the defense is on the field. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen there. And I just don't remember thinking like that before. I mean, the offense has been solid, you know, and Cooper Rush has got to be, you know, careful. I mean, he likes to throw interceptions when there's a flag.
Oh, Nick.
Huh?
Cut out real quick.
I'll call him back.
Yeah, call him back. He said he likes to throw interceptions when there's a flag. I was going to get Nick to rank the season surprises of these 3 in order.
All right, let's write these down too.
Rush, Tyler, Maher.
Surprises?
Yep. Rank the power rank the surprise. 1, 2, 3.
Rush is the biggest surprise.
Are you asking or are you telling me? I'm
No,
asking you.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Maher is not a surprise from the standpoint that this is just kickers. Kickers are unpredictable. They're not stable, and they're a pointless thing to even worry about.
Okay.
And I can't say I'm surprised by Tyler Smith because he was a first-round pick. Rush is the surprise. Like, I'm stunned. Stunned. he is going into last week. He was 3rd in the NFL in QBR. And this week, I should say. And then he basically had, because his QBR this week is around 77. That's right at his season average. So he's done exactly what he did in the first 2 other games, 2 games and a quarter. And he did it in this one. And he will probably stay right there in the top 3 or 4 in QBR for the year. And that's fantastic. So he is, without question, a huge surprise.
Nick, we got you back. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. And, you know, that's funny you guys are talking like that, because I was thinking about that same thing. Like, what are the biggest surprises? And that might have been what you were asking, Sean, about. You wanted me to rank the biggest surprises?
I'll put them in order between Rush, Maher, and Tyler Smith.
Yeah. It's Rush for me. I mean, I'm just really surprised. I mean, Maher would probably be second because, I mean, he's made, you know, everything you really wanted him to make, and then some. And, you know, clutch kicks, long kicks, all that. And then, you know, Tyler Smith, for there to be, like, very few problems, that's a big one. I would probably throw in, if there was a fourth, I mean, Noah Brown has been better than I thought he would. I mean, he's made some really, really good catches, you know, down the field. He's you know, he looked like he lost like 10 to 15 pounds. He looked more like a receiver. I mean, every game I have to figure out the difference between him and CeeDee Lamb in in like clothing, attire, like blue socks or sleeve, because they from the press. Now the press box is higher than cloud, so we're up there. But like it's still, he doesn't look like this big bulky receiver like he did. He looks like a fluid route runner, and he's making plays. He'd be my fourth guy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a few, and that's we wondered during the season who was going to be the J-Ron Curse type of player, who was going to be the guy that comes out of nowhere. And so far, I mean, Cooper Rush has been the guy, but there's been a handful of them, and there's probably others that you could throw in on that group too. I mean, that are playing really well. I mean, Donovan Wilson, I think, has been all over the place. It's fun to watch.
Who did you catch up with in the locker room?
I talked to the usual guys, the CDs and Gallup and Deron Bland. I talked to him a little bit. I thought that was an interesting thing, just with him right before kickoff, like, oh, you're going in. You don't expect that, to anybody get hurt in pregame. And he comes in. Him and McQuamu both filled in for Lewis. And, of course, Bland gets the pick. And, I talked to Trayvon a little bit, too. Trayvon Diggs is, wow. What else can you say about that? You could really tell. And we did a documentary with him this summer. I got a chance to visit with him and his family a few times. You could just tell there's a huge chip on his shoulder. He does not like all the criticism about him and how he's played. He thought he had a great year, and yet there's all this criticism, and he's come back this year. Seems to be really focused on that. I think he's given up a lot less passing yards, and then he's still making plays on the ball.
Nick Eatman joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Thank you all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. By the way, Babe Laufenberg tweeting good news. Since 1990, if you're 3-1, you make the playoffs 64% of the time. If you're 2-2, 37% of the time. So, Nick, I'm going to give you the credit for changing my mind late last week about Dak playing. Because of your Friday appearance, I said he's not going to play against the Rams. Where do you think we stand with all that, as Jerry sounded pretty indecisive yesterday?
Yeah, I don't think he plays against the Rams. Actually, from what I've been told, is there's no way he plays against the Rams, which makes me think, we're 7 days away. 6 days, I can't count. 6 days away from that game. Then I don't think, I don't think the Eagles sounds really good too. If there's no way a guy's going to play in 6 days, I can't imagine him being ready against the Eagles. But to me right now, the Lions game looks probably the closest. It makes the most sense to have him there for that game. Now,
they're going to need 40 in that game. It looks like.
Well, yeah, you got to score some points. Yeah, and there's no doubt. Look at the Eagles' defense right now. They're not giving up any points except for to the Lions. The Lions are scoring. That'll be a lot of points there. But the Eagles, certainly their defense looks really good. But yeah, even Detroit scored a lot on them. So that'll be interesting. But I think Detroit game makes the most sense. The biggest question would be if the Cowboys go up and win 2 games here. If they win 2 road games, that's going to be, and that's what I've been saying all along is what happens if, Jerry's dreamland possibility comes true. Now you got a guy that's won 5 straight games and 6 in his career. I don't know. I wouldn't be comfortable benching him. But for your franchise quarterback.
But do you think he's playing as well right now as Dak's rookie year when he supplanted Tony? It matters how you're playing, not just that you're winning, right?
True, but I don't give it all to Dak anyways. I get asked all the time, boy, I'd like to see rookie Dak back, and I'm like, well, I'd rather see rookie Zeke. I thought that was Zeke that was running the ball and that offensive line that was blocking. And Dak did a great job of managing the game, not throwing interceptions. When it was time for him to go win it, he could go do that. He wasn't like he was just the bus driver, which, again, I think is the dumbest term ever. Bus driver is it can be an amazing thing. It's nothing degrading about being a bus driver, which I think Cooper Rush is doing right now. He is being a bus driver. And then there are times where you have to, step on the gas and go to the HOV lane and get after it. Sometimes you can do that. Just depends on how you're driving it. And I think Dak was driving it really well his rookie year. Cooper Rush the same thing. And Dak, with this type of a game plan, I think could also thrive in it as well. I mean, I think Dak can do a lot of things better than Cooper Rush. I really do. There's times where the hand hits Cooper's shoulder pad and it's a sack. And that's not happening with Dak. I think he can extend plays a lot better. And so I think Kellen Moore has done a nice job with this. He really has. He deserves some credit for how they're calling games, but I think they can call the game with Dak as well. I just think if they win 2 games in a row here on the road with these 2 opponents, which I don't foresee happening, but if they do, then I'd be very uncomfortable benching Cooper Rush at that point. I really would. I don't know if that's the right call.
Are players giving props to McCarthy? And
yes.
If so, how?
I mean, I believe it was Anthony Brown, one guy that I heard say, our coaches really, that made sure we didn't get in the tank, and not that they were, but I mean they just basically the whole coaching staff, all the message has been, hey, keep believing on this. It's a very, very long season. We've dealt with worse than this. Like we can turn this thing around, and I just think, and that showed in the way they went out and played against the Bengals. And it's it's kind of carried on. So yeah, I think that you got to give some McCarthy some credit, keeping them ready to play, getting finding roles that guys can do, trusting the players, trusting the guys, trusting the rookies and the coaching staff to get these rookies and young players ready to go. So overall, I mean the vibe has been good. I think this team has come out and they're finding ways to win, different ways. I mean, sometimes you come out early and then you have to hang on for a win like Cincinnati. Other times, they slowed a slow game against the Giants and picked it up in the third quarter. And, this game was, a little bit of both. I mean, they didn't really pull away. I mean, this is kind of the game everyone expected, but, I mean, their defense is just so menacing right now that it's hard to – I mean, it's hard for teams to do anything. I mean, I think it's the best defense in the NFL. I don't know. Is there another one out there that's like so much better? I mean, the Eagles have been pretty good too. But
Tampa was awesome before last night.
Yeah. I mean, the Eagles are averaging, I looked this up, they're averaging like 17 points a game against them. And one of them is a 35 against the Lions. So that just tells you what some of these other games have been. The Cowboys are about like 15 points a game. So those are pretty good. Guys, I looked at this other stat. You guys might have, I know your show was like 5 hours ago. You talked about everything, I'm sure. But I just think it's amazing that there's 8 teams in the league right now that are 3-1 or better, and 3 of them are in the NFC East.
Yeah.
I mean, and just as bad as this division has been, it's definitely not the case this year. I think the Giants are very competitive. I don't know what their record will be, but they're 3-1 right now. Bounced back, in a short week, and then had a good win. And then of course the Cowboys and the Eagles as well.
Hey, real quick, you mentioned keeping him there if he wins this game and he wins against Philadelphia, and the comparison to 2016. Is there a little difference though with Tony being basically brittle and broken, and at the end versus Dak? They know Dak is going to be here for a long, long time.
I think you're right. I mean, yes, there is a difference in how much the contracts as well.
Yeah,
but there is a difference there. It's just that
because Nick, to me, the fear. If I'm Dak, we can talk about this later in the week. I'm not scared of Cooper Rush taking my job. I'm scared that this tells Jerry and Steven I don't have to be extended again.
Yeah, well,
just in terms of the value of the deal and the difference in the money of a player that you can get. That's what I'd be worried about.
Of course. I mean, this guy was more worried about the second contract than the first one he signed. I mean, that was evident. That's why it took so long. He was thinking, that of trying to get, you just wanted a 4-year deal instead of the 5-year deal. He was already thinking that. So, yeah, it's got to be on his mind. I mean, all of this is factoring in. But, I mean, this team this is still Dak's team by far. I mean, and the best thing about it is Cooper Rush is saying all the right things. Yeah. He really is not making it difficult on anybody. He even said the defense is why we're winning games. So, I mean, that being said, he'll probably be the first one to have his hand up of, yeah, of course, this is the right move. We keep playing defense like this, and Dak can go and have even better success. So. There's a lot of factors involved, and I don't think it's going to matter as much. I mean, I think the Cowboys, I'll be surprised if they win both these games on the road. But if they do, and Cooper Rush continues to play like this, it's going to be that decision that Jerry said. I would love to be in that position of you guys asking me this. He said he's about ready to walk to New York for it. I mean, he needs to get his shoes on because, I tell you, if you get 2 wins in a row, that, he might be walking somewhere.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
See you guys.
Nick Eatman got the lead column, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Let's Cowboys party with the KMC masterpiece next.
But let's get you over to number 1 air. It is
control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
Receivers. Wentz is in an empty gun. 2nd and 12 at his own 46. Dallas blitzes.
Cut this off. Turn this off,
Oh.
Peyton. Forget. That's no longer the lead story.
Wow.
Nadell got me looking at these start times. This is the lead story.
6:05?
The 6:05 that's the third story.
Yeah.
So tonight's a 6 o'clock first pitch. Uh-huh. And then tomorrow it's
doubleheader.
1.
What?
Doubleheader tomorrow.
Is it a doubleheader?
1 and 7.
So we have a short show tomorrow?
So 1 and 7, and then Wednesday, that's not the lead story either, Corey.
Oh, okay.
And then Wednesday, 3.
Yep.
This is
Yeah, it's been there for a long time.
this is wow. So much more of an opportunity to catch one of Judge's home run balls.
Well, you think less people will be there?
I know less people will be there.
Because school nights and don't want to be there
Outfield
late.
sold out.
1 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Now, so I don't know if you heard this. You heard of this? You think about this? Evidently, all the schools in DFW have a half day on Wednesday just for the Aaron Judge game.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm joking.
Okay, I was about
But my kids do. My kids have a half day on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I don't know why.
Hold on. Do they
but
have
I'm
a real half day, or do they have a? You decided it was a half day.
No, I had gotten tickets.
Okay.
Right? And for Wednesday's game, not realizing it was a 3 o'clock game.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I got to take the kids out of school early. And they're like, oh, no, we have a half day. I'm like, oh, cool.
Now, it can be sold out, but
It's not sold out. Like, you can sit. There's plenty of seats available. Outfield seats are not available.
right. But will someone get there later? Will there be some gaps? 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Probably not if you are, buying the outfield seats.
If you're
but
buying the outfield seats, that's a lotto ticket. You're going to be there. You'll be there for BP.
You know it's $2.5 million if you catch 62.
It is?
Yes. That's the auction houses are saying it's going to be somewhere between $2 and $2.5 million for home run 62.
Choppy's going.
I'll be there tonight.
Are you in the outfield? Are you in a
I
home
have
run?
no idea where we are.
Okay.
My buddy got tickets, and I don't. This is the thing. Do I ask?
Yes.
Or is that rude to ask?
No, it's usually rude, but not for this. It's usually rude, but say,
This will
hey,
be the only time you're disappointed if they're like, yeah, we're behind home plate.
Right.
You're going to be like, damn it.
Go trade with some. See if you can trade with some sucker out
I
there.
want in the first 10 rows of the outfield.
all right, I give you first row behind home plate, or you can sit out in right.
He does hit home runs to right field.
Yes, he does.
He will hit home runs to right field. No, I would sit behind home plate.
All right, I'm going to give you first row behind home plate or left.
I'd still sit behind. I don't care. I mean, I want the $2 million.
care?
I don't want to be out there with the commoners.
Oh my
that
God.
Sit out of the, I'm just kidding. No,
Well, if you catch that baseball, you won't have to be around the commoners for much longer.
My clothes are getting wrinkled in those tiny seats out
This is
there.
why you went to the gym, Choppy.
Yeah, I don't want to be in the scrum. I don't care about that. Like, to me,
You wouldn't
don't
get
want
a
no
scrum
scrum?
for $2.5 million.
You don't care that you would be the person to catch, as a Yankee fan growing up, that you would be the person. We know who Frankie Lasagna is,
Yeah.
and he didn't even catch the ball.
Forget
no,
about
because
that.
I would like.
You could stop working.
That's the point.
that's
the
really
point.
what Sean's trying to push.
I think I'm starting to see why
All you
Sean
do
is
is talk
pushing
about
this narrative.
all he
Choppy's
does
is-
is talk about retirement. Now he's like, I don't really care. I don't care about the two and a
Choppy's
half.
somewhat of a yes man in tough situations.
What?
Right? Would you say that you're a
He
get
hates
along guy?
confrontation.
I hate confrontation. Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
just go along with anything.
So here it is. You catch the ball.
I'm running onto the field.
Well, no, you're not going to be able to. 1. 2, there's going to be a lot of police around you, and they're going to, every time we've seen this, whatever home run it is, you get escorted quickly away from the public because of the fear of somebody beating the crap out of you and taking the ball. So you get escorted out, you get escorted downstairs. And now the Yankees PR person is in the room with you. You are now with the Yankees PR person. Like, we would really love to have that ball. If you will give this ball to Aaron Judge, you're going to meet Aaron Judge. He's going to give you a autographed game-used bat. He's going to give you an autographed ball. He's going to give you maybe an autographed glove. Like, so now, Choppy,
Yeah.
you've been offered 3 to 5 Yankee things that are going to equal about $5,000. Will you say no to all of that and meeting Aaron Judge?
Great question.
And then saying, no, I'm keeping this ball. I'm going to an auction house and putting this. If Aaron Judge would like to give me $2 million,
I'll tell you what
he
I
would
will
agree.
do.
He would agree in the
He'll
moment
agree.
to give it back.
No, I wouldn't.
He would give it
here's
back
what I would say.
in the moment.
I will give it back. I am playing in the final game of the year.
That is a great negotiating tool.
Those are my terms. I am playing in the final game of the year.
Get him in a contract.
That's pretty awesome.
I think that might be worth
Aaron
it.
Judge is going to get paid per game for this one game.
I am playing in the final game.
That's not happening.
Yeah.
Because even
Billy Crystal played.
Not in a real game.
It's a fake game. It's
No,
game
it's
162.
not.
Everything's
Romo
wrapped
lined up.
Everything's
You have
set.
to sign a major league contract. I have to take a person off the 40-man roster
I'm fine
for
with
you
that.
for that one day.
Yeah.
Let's face it. Mark Cuban tried to put Tony Romo in an NBA basketball game, and the NBA wouldn't allow it. I mean, he tried his best. When the Mavericks were worthless and not playing for anything, he tried his best to put Tony Romo. Am I wrong about this?
I'm pretty sure Mark Cuban had no knowledge of that, so I probably don't think it's fair to pin that on him.
But even the NBA wouldn't allow wouldn't allow Tony Romo to play in 5 minutes of an NBA basketball game. And Mark wanted that to happen. So I'm pretty sure it's fun to talk about, but I'm pretty sure Major League Baseball wouldn't allow
that
you
would
to
be.
play.
Look, I would give up. I can't believe I'm saying this because I am nothing. I am all money. That's all I care about. I would give up that, and I have debt beyond belief. I would give up all that to play a single Major League Baseball game.
Oh no!
I would give up the $2.5 million to play a single Major League Baseball game.
I wonder this for. I wonder, I wonder this for the common person.
Those commoners.
That feels like a yes.
I am one of the 20,000 human beings ever born to play Major League Baseball.
Look at this.
All right. The nerves when I was coming into my first Major League game. Now, I had dreamed about it my whole life. I had played 5+ years of minor league baseball. And when they rang the phone and said, get up and get going, I mean, the nerves and adrenaline were more than, I don't even know. The closest was when your wife goes into labor.
Yeah.
That's the closest I can say, but it's still not the same adrenaline rush. Like it's your wife water breaks. It's still not the same nerves and adrenaline rush that, oh my God, I'm about to go into a Major League Baseball game. I wonder, as a common person that knows you don't belong there, you're never going to be there again. You didn't train for this. You didn't have to go through everything in the minor leagues to be there. I wonder if you wouldn't have any nerves going, I don't belong here. Like,
See,
I'm
I
not
don't think
supposed to be
RJ
here
would. I
anyways.
think he would
I'd
be
be
going
nervous
through
like
all
crazy.
the motions and be like, let's do this.
I'd be taking dry hacks shirtless in front of a mirror like the night leading up to it.
But how nervous would you?
See?
I mean, the thing is, I just wonder how nervous you would be, though, once you get into the clubhouse, if you're in there with Aaron Judge and Stanton and LeMahieu, and you're like, I don't belong here. Like, I can't, like, as a major leaguer, I looked in that room with Jim Thome and Roberto Alomar and Omar Vizquel, and I'm like, I don't know if I belong here.
That's what you did to me whenever we did the batting exercise at Dirk's game, and you were like, come down to the locker room, come down to the clubhouse, and Pudge and Michael Young are all sitting next to me. And then you're like, hey, let's go take some batting practice. Hey, let's go throw out here next to these guys. And there are 8,000 people. It was intimidating. I'm not going to lie.
My whole life is I don't belong here anyway. So like, I don't belong here.
What's coming up? What's coming up on the show?
Stephen Jones begins his "I Told You So" tour at noon today, where he's like, "Look, be patient. We can't panic."
Did you tweet out Amari Cooper's stat line? Because I know that first week people got really mad about that.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
1 for 9, and Randy Gregory carted off with a knee issue.
Did people at least admit on a week-to-week basis, they're like, I won last week, but you got me this week?
No.
Okay. I figured.
He's not trying to win. He's just doing the information.
No, I'm saying the people who the last 2 weeks are like, it was the dumbest move in the history of football, and now if they're like, you know what, this week he got me.
Well, everyone's response was it a road game, which it was in Atlanta that they lost.
You can't play on the road?
We're back tomorrow. Enjoy the win in 3-1. We'll have Jerry Jones tomorrow, the KMC Masterpiece, next with Steven on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Where the Cowboys, ladies and gentlemen, are 3-1. They are victorious yet again yesterday.
Predicted.
Yes, as everyone predicted. I definitely want to ask.
Mike was the first one to predict it, actually. Mike was like, oh, Dak's down. We're fine, guys.
The Cowboys, win 25-10. When Steven comes on, I know he said not to panic, but I'm legit going to ask him, is there any way you would have guessed 3-1 at this point? So my question for y'all is, how did we get here? Because 3 weeks ago, we won 3 games. I know, Corey, we won 3 games in a row, but it's not just that Dak got hurt. It's that this team looked awful offensively in game 1. And I know there's arguments to be made. There was time yesterday where they still didn't look particularly good offensively. But you look bad offensively. You got smashed in the face by Tampa Bay, and Dak was hurt. It looked like this season could have been over. 3 weeks later, the Cowboys are 3-1. How did we get here, aside from Corey's good point about winning 3 in a row?
We played a couple bad teams, and the Bengals weren't quite ready to recover yet, and their offensive line's still terrible. The defensive line, the defensive effort from this Cowboys team is insane. What we're watching right now up front, and we asked Jerry about it on Friday. We were like, hey, you're getting there with 4 right now. What is it? And I kind of laid out, he even said, Corey, basically you just gave the answer right there. We have talent that we haven't had in a long time. Mike, yesterday we saw the Osa Neville Gallimore combination that we were seeing in camp, and we were like, oh, it's just because our guards must be bad. Their guards can be bad. Like what you saw from Washington, their guards might be bad. But Osa and Neville Gallimore took advantage of it yesterday. So you have a great combination of just the right defense. And I think if you listen to Mike McCarthy yesterday saying we have to play like this offensively, we want to get back to what we were last year, and that is being wide open and explosive. But right now, we have to play this specific kind of, they use complementary football. I use the Bill Belichick do your job football. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. They're getting there on time. Their run game complements the defense. They're not having a bunch of 3-and-outs, and they're doing the right things against poor teams. It's working out. That's how we got here, Kevin, is all these things work together. Maybe Mike McCarthy is a pretty decent coach. Maybe so.
I like what you just said at the end there.
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot of season left. I get it. 4 games.
And we've seen how quickly things ebb and flow.
And obviously
the
the next 2 games are very tough, and we'll get into that later in the week. But Mike McCarthy, I think he is looking like a pretty solid coach. I think when you start looking at it now, I haven't been like a Mike McCarthy hater. I haven't been a Mike McCarthy lover either. I've just been kind of like, yeah, he's pretty good. I thought he did a pretty good job with Andy Dalton. Going 5-6, I believe, in the games that Andy Dalton had to quarterback. And now he's 3-0 this year with Cooper Rush, 4-0 in the last 2 years with Cooper Rush. And I know, Kellen Moore has taken a lot of heat from the second half of the season last year, and obviously the first game of the season. But I think if you're going to give them a lot of heat, you do have to give them a lot of praise for what they've been able to accomplish these last 3 weeks.
And I was one of those people, more so on McCarthy than Kellen Moore, I will absolutely give him some credit, I think it takes a sense of leadership. And I know the counter argument is it takes having a great defense to get you 3-1. All right, well, I understand that, but I think there's something to be said for you're in the room, you're 0-1, your team got crushed, your quarterback is gone, and now you're 3-1. I will definitely give McCarthy some credit for that.
Corey, I'd love to know your thoughts on your OU wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb, and what he's accomplishing after the first week of the season.
He still hasn't broken 100 yards, so until he can do that consistently.
You did not view yesterday as
until he can
win?
do that consistently, there's a lot. Well, and I mean, even still, what he did yesterday, Kevin, this. We talk about the wide open explosive offenses in the NFL. The Cowboys are not that. They're putting up 23 points, They're kind of in that range.
Yeah.
And that's what they are, and they can rely on their defense. But this is what Mike, what he talked about with Kellen Moore. You got to be smarter by maybe don't run a pass play on this. Run the ball so that we can utilize our run more effectively because we can't wear out our defense. That's what Mike McCarthy was saying in the past about, look, our defense is our calling card. But if they're all beat, we can't do it at the end of the game. So we got to make sure that we have the right things here. I think CeeDee Lamb is growing into that piece. I think him and Michael Gallup, I love seeing Michael Gallup back doing what he did yesterday. I think Noah Brown coming along, this whole trio of receivers. That touchdown was a very well-designed play. You can go look at the route on that and how it opened up for CeeDee Lamb to get it. He had 3 straight catches and another drive too. There are a lot of good qualities about what CeeDee Lamb's doing. But there are going to be hold on, why doesn't he have 3 straight 100-yard games? This offense is built right now for what they are, not for being the wide-open, explosive team that they were last year against some very similar competition. And I'll add to this, Kevin, that's what I want from Kellen Moore, is the ability to be flexible whenever your opponent says you can't be this today. You're not going to be a wide-open, explosive offense that you want to be with Dak Prescott back there. How do you say, well, we'll just do what we did with Cooper Rush? We'll go back into that, and we're still going to be able to execute and do what our offense needs because we know our defense. We know we can rely on what they're doing.
I'm really glad. I'm a big fan of this. When texters go against each other, even when they didn't see each other's texts. From the 817, we got here because New York and Washington suck, and Cincy wasn't right yet. Reality check coming. From the 817, Cowboys are 3-1. The 3 wins are not against poor teams. The Bengals just whipped the undefeated Dolphins, and on and on and on. Here's what I will say. If you think I disagree, if you think that the Cowboys will lose against the Rams, I can concede that point. But to say that the Cowboys have just beaten up on garbage teams, I will just put this forth. Did you know that the 3 teams that they've beaten outside, if you don't count the games where they lost to the Cowboys, those 3 teams are 6-3. All right, so you didn't just beat up on teams that are just flat out terrible. If you think Washington is not good, well, surely I would concede that. Cincinnati looks like they're going to round into a playoff team. And if you're like, well, now they're right, great. That game was 2 weeks ago. All right, it's not like you played the Bengals 2 months ago. That was 2 weeks ago.
I do want to know this, though, Kevin, from you. There seems to be the great quarterbacks, the ones in the league that we're looking at that we're like, hey, these are really talented. The Josh Allens, the Lamar Jacksons, the Bradys, the Rodgers. Those guys are far better than the last 2 quarterbacks, correct?
Sure.
And I want to know how the Cowboys, how this team does against better quarterback play.
Sure.
And can they play this game against, let's say, the Rams? I don't know if we're going to get to see that. Can they play this style of football? We're going to win 23-14, and that's how this game's going to go. I want to know that, but I don't know if I want to know it with Cooper Rush or if I want to know it with Dak back there.
Okay, I'm actually really glad that you brought this up because I don't know if I agree with this idea is check back in 2 weeks from the 4-6-9 and we'll be 3-3 looking like trash and your tune will change. I don't think so, first of all, because we talked about this at the beginning of the season. 3-3 might be the possible outcome, and that's before Dak got hurt. And look at your schedule after that. Lions, Bears, Packers, Vikings, Giants, Colts, Texans, Jags. Like, it's not a murderer's row after that. And, okay, let's just go off of this best of times, worst of times for 1 second and stay with me. The Cowboys play 2 good teams and they lose, and people are like, you'll be crying and they'll be bums. All right, then will you admit that if they win those next 2 games, they just might be looked at as the best team in the NFL?
They absolutely will be.
I always like Kevin pointing at me like, I don't need your negativity yet.
That wasn't meant.
That wasn't. I do not need what you're about to say. Let me finish the best team in the NFL comment, and then I'll throw it to you. I like what you're saying, Kevin.
Just if we're conceding both sides,
and I understand, like, if somebody were to say, Mike, you got to be on the Cowboys bandwagon now. You're back. They're great. And I'm like, I get it. They are playing really good football. And I think to your point, Kevin, if they are to win one of these next 2 games and then win the game against Detroit and win the game against Chicago, you start putting them into power rankings and stuff like that. Maybe they're a top 5 team in the NFL. That being said,
which I'm not predicting I'm not saying you'll be 5-1 in 2 weeks.
I like what this team is doing. I think that this team is based off of defense to a point of like, well, the Bengals. Well, I do think the strength of the Cowboys is pass rush. And if you have a bad offensive line, the Cowboys are going to make life miserable on you.
For sure.
So I think that, you go through the matchups and you start looking at who has a bad offensive line. If they have a below average offensive line, the Cowboys are going to win that game because they're going to make life miserable on your quarterback and on your offense. And I think for Cincinnati, their weakness matches the Cowboys' strength. And so it's just one of those matchups where that team's in big trouble. But if you do have a solid offensive line and you have a solid quarterback, now all of a sudden, how did the Cowboys beat you? And that's the question we want to know as this season progresses. There's not a lot of teams that actually have a good quarterback and a good offensive line. But when you run into that situation, that's where now you ask if he's healthy, Dak Prescott. You ask him, all right, our defense is going to do okay today. They're not going to allow, let's say, 30 plus, but they can't dominate the game like they have against Cincinnati, like they have against Washington, like they have against New York. So that'll be fun coming up. But right now, the Cowboys, led by Micah Parsons, are a really good team.
And we saw a variety of things yesterday. If you want to stick with the defense for 1 second, and you were just talking about harassing offensive lines 40% of the time.
It works every time.
Yes, actually, that actually is exactly right. Is Carson Wentz got pressured 41% of the time. In weeks 1 through 3, 32% of the time.
Okay.
So, that's a big jump up. And DeMarcus Lawrence had 7 pressures. Micah Parsons got in there. And Dante Fowler, at some point, we might have a longer conversation about him.
So here's my... You asked
how we... Looks like a good pick, too.
You asked how we got here.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times Cooper Rush was hit yesterday?
It did not feel like a lot.
He got hit on one of them, but it didn't count because that interception was negated.
4
for the game.
There were 3 quarterback hits and 1 sack. All right. And I went and looked, and I don't think they count sacks and quarterback hits as the same stat. So,
okay.
You know how many times Cooper Rush got hit? Got hit yesterday.
Didn't you just tell us that?
I'm sorry. Carson Wentz.
Okay, I was like,
they're
is this
both
a trick
redheads,
question?
and it confuses me sometimes.
Oh my God, there's 2 answers to this?
13.
God.
That's the massive. That's think about being the quarterback that is lining up and looking at this, and they went, hold on, they just got to me with 3 down linemen a second ago, and Tank 1-on-1 is unstoppable right now. I don't know how. I'm afraid. That's what was going on in Wentz's head yesterday, and that's what was going on in Daniel Jones's head. Is they're looking at this defensive front and they're thinking, how are we doing that? And Cooper Rush is over there protected well, delivering good throws. The run game's protecting him too. Like they're doing a very good job at managing what they can right now. Now, again, when Dak comes back, they're probably going to want to change the way that they play their game a little bit. Maybe they don't. Maybe they say, we're going to stick with this. This is going to be our identity for the season. We play great defense. We run the ball a lot, and we're going to be able to throw some. And you know what? Maybe in the playoffs, we'll open things up a little more. But the way that this team is doing it, everything is by design. The way that Mike McCarthy describes it, they design their both systems the way they are, and they're working the way they want them to.
It is fascinating early this morning. And what I really want to know, I would love to investigate this further. For people who, there is a surprising amount of negativity on the fan text this morning. Are you not a Cowboys fan, or you are a Cowboys fan and they have systematically broken you down?
I think it's the mindset of every time I start to get excited,
that's when they'll kick you
break
in the nuts.
my heart. Yeah. Well, I was going to say something different.
Oh,
but
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's when they will disappoint you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah. No,
my bad.
Say it the way you said it before. I liked it.
I mean, look, I get it. Yesterday, Trayvon Diggs made an interception. I was like, oh my God, that dude is incredible. And somebody's like, don't get your hopes up. It's been 26 years. And I'm like, I get it. Long term, you're probably right. Are the Cowboys more likely than not to win the Super Bowl? No, it is far more likely that they will not win the Super Bowl. But I think that's weird when you're just watching the game and a cool play is made to be like, yeah, I don't care.
I think they're
not going to win the Super Bowl.
There's another thing. Okay, and I understand that. It always hurts. Because it's an easy way to say I just won the argument. Okay, that's fine. Man, how much fun is it to watch Diggs though? Like,
Oh my God!
Instead of going for a pick 2 times, he was like, "I'll just punch the ball
Yes.
in your face." I mean, as much fun as it is to watch Parsons, like watching Diggs when the ball's in the air, it's like, okay, here we go again. Last year it was a blast, and I think that's I went back and rewatched this morning, and as I was listening, this Cowboys AT&T Stadium was getting loud on third downs.
Yeah.
Like they were, and it was a different level of loud than we're used to hearing on third downs at AT&T Stadium. That's exciting. That defense is making the fan base think that they can actually do something right now.
And then somebody texted in, this is the second straight week that Micah Parsons has been shut down. I think you need to go check out the game again, because I would
watch again.
I definitely do not view it like, if you're saying he didn't get a sack, therefore he got shut down, like I certainly concede
This
that.
is how Kevin, would say that DeMarcus Lawrence is washed because he didn't have any
I
sacks.
didn't say washed, I just said not elite.
Jalen Smith had 11 tackles.
Yeah.
Come on, man. He's awesome.
It's watching the idea of certain players, whether you think it's Lawrence, Fowler, Williams, whoever, get more one-on-one assignments because they have to double-team Micah Parsons, or the fact that he's still got 3 pressures despite being double-teamed most of the game. Like, I think those are all factors that play in. But you're right, he didn't get a sack again.
Watch Micah Parsons get hurt. Now, he's not hurt, luckily. He came back and everything.
Why would you say
Mike? Well, watch that play if you're a dumbass, which that person is.
Oh, no, my God. Can we just say
No, he's a moron who doesn't. Who I feel sorry for him watching sports the way he does.
Skip to the next one.
There were 2 guys that took him on. You know, when he went to his knees and kind of, I guess like maybe it was his back or hip that kind of got, jolted a little bit there. Well, I mean, that was a failure of a play, I guess, except Micah took the tackle and the guard. So that leaves him only 3 other offensive linemen to block the 3 other guys. But if you're a dumbass.
Oh, my God. Couldn't you just let that party go?
No, I just wish people were smarter, but it's tough when you're not.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, be honest, do you sympathize with the DK Metcalf bathroom situation? We'll talk about it all next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Texans Can Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
Now, are you stoked and ready to talk about the Cowboys winning, or are you ready to talk about how they've not really beat anybody and we shouldn't be excited?
You only could beat who you got to play.
Damn right. That's what I'm talking about. So,
you ready to replace Dak then?
Oh my gosh!
You really want to go there, huh?
Are you gonna start the RJ me argument?
I've just been looking at Twitter and seeing the fans. That's not me thing.
Twitter.
That's not me thing. Actually, my opinion is I got a really strong opinion on this for later in the day.
Oh, my
later
gosh.
in the day,
yeah,
simmering
for
now,
the C
huh?
block. Yeah, but yeah, I'm ready for Dak to come back. But no, the Cooper Rush has done a very fine job of playing. What Mike McCarthy said yesterday, Mickey, was doing what they need to do, right? Like playing the offense they need to play right now.
Okay, so look at it this way. Do you consider Dak Prescott a backup quarterback in 2016 since he had to start the whole season?
Oh, yeah, no, okay, I see what you're saying.
So if you think he's a starter and not a backup, and if we look at what was the other year I saw? There was another season where, I know what it was, when they benched Drew Bledsoe and Romo came in. So I don't know I guess that's a backup, but it's by choice, right?
Right.
Not by injury.
Mm-hmm.
So to go back and find another backup quarterback that won 3 consecutive games in a season, if you don't count those 2 as backups, you got to go back to Steve Berline in 1991.
Will they give him like a little plaque or something that says thank you for helping keep our season relevant? Because I want him to have some sort of gift to go along with all of this.
Because he has.
Yes.
He's kept the season afloat.
No, I'm not being sarcastic about that. Like 3 weeks ago, and I know it was just the first game, but Mickey, I think you can understand why things felt so dire. You got punched in the face by Tampa. Offense looked bad. Dak was hurt. It felt like a disaster across the board, and yet here you are 3-1, and it is been a remarkable change. I don't care who you're playing.
And who should get credit for all that?
Some goes to Mike
Zeke.
McCarthy, Kellen Moore, Cooper Rush,
Tyler Smith.
Obviously the defense
Dan
across
Quinn.
the board.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn.
Oh yeah, him too. Everybody's really doing great. Like I'm proud of them.
Yeah.
Mickey.
The head coach would really like to hear if somebody's give him credit.
No, he doesn't listen to that stuff.
And
don't you? You heard him on Friday, right?
Yeah, and that was one of the things that we talked about in the opening segment. Is he's got crapped on? Sometimes I have said I have questions about his role here, but absolutely I give him credit for what has happened the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, and so I know it probably doesn't overshadow the fact they couldn't win a playoff game last year.
Yeah,
when they had a really good team. But yeah, they've kept it together. Where, think about this, at best, what do you think they could have been without Dak over these last 3 games? Before you got into the games.
If we would have been 2-2 right now, I'd have been like, thank you, football god.
Yeah, I just said 2-1 because Cincinnati was a 7-point favorite coming off of being in the Super Bowl. Joe Burrow, so that looked like a loss. But
the Giants were favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I just look at I just look at the Giants as they're going to win 6 games at the end of the year. And I know they already have 3,
Right.
but I just don't see them as a good team. So I thought that was winnable.
But
and I
they
thought
are
the
3-1,
Washington game.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, they're not going to be in the playoffs. I would bet a good $1,000 on that.
So you would have been 2-2, maybe 1-3.
Oh,
you would
for
have
sure.
Predicted, and then you got to go to the Rams and go to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That would have been pretty dire at that point, right?
Yes, no, absolutely. And that's why I know you told us this on Friday, is it's not going to be like, hey, Dak's ready, but let's just take another week. But I do almost feel like you have bought him time. I know you said that's not how he works, but I do feel like you've bought him time, because if you lose that Rams game now, not that you want to lose, but it doesn't feel as catastrophic or furthering the losing trend that I thought we were going to be at.
Yeah, and even if he came back and you lost it,
yes,
now, at least you're still afloat. So, yeah, it's I don't know that many people would have predicted what they've done after watching the first game of the year, but somehow, some way, they've done it, and it's almost like it's been a repeat 3 weeks in a row. I mean, it's the same game 3 weeks in a row, right?
Yeah.
You sit there and you go, okay, the offense did just enough. The defense, holds another team to no more than 19 points. And in every game, especially this one, my point has been you'd like to pick out, like, okay, this guy's the star of the game, right?
Right.
This guy turned the whole thing around. But it wasn't that way. They got so many different contributions on offense, on defense. Different guys stepped up. Deron Bland hadn't played a defensive snap all year.
Yes.
My son was watching that. He goes, who is that?
You should have been listening to the
Yeah.
KNC. We
Yeah.
were in love
Who's
with Deron Bland.
26,
Yeah.
right? And suddenly, not only does he play, he's got to start and gets 50. He ended up with like 59 snaps in the game in his first NFL, actual debut at cornerback, and gets a pick.
Yeah.
So, you got that going.
Dante
Diggs,
Fowler we talked about. Yeah.
Fowler, Diggs. They held Wentz to 170 yards passing with a 56.6 quarterback rating. And then, let's not forget Maher.
Okay. Maher was great again, but just super quick, can we talk about what happened to the rest of the special teams yesterday?
You mean like one bad punt?
Yeah, there was a bad punt. There was the
And then
block,
there was a bad
extra
block.
points.
I believe that was a little bit of Forniak's work.
Okay, yeah, special teams was, with Maher aside, because he just keeps making field goals. My confidence level in him is really high right now as well. Special teams underwhelmed me a bit.
Well, there was
yesterday.
almost another disaster if you saw it on the fair catch that Turpin made, and he let it go over his head, and
almost
the
hit
ball
him in the butt.
backed up.
Yeah, and he didn't turn around. He just threw his hands up, and he's like, darn it.
Yeah, right. And the ball backed up. Fortunately, it hit one of their guys. But if it had just kept coming, I guess he learned a lesson, right?
Yes.
That's fine, but you better turn around and, you want to fake them out, right? I'm getting ready to catch it. But after it's over your head, you better clear out.
Yeah, I'm
but
absolutely with you.
But I guess Maher saved the day with his 4 field goals. 10 of 11 now.
Yeah, he just
with the only miss from 59.
He's striking with confidence.
So it goes back to what I was saying. That it's just, it's almost like you're tired of saying, well, they played complimentary football, but they did, and it was kind of another team effort, right? Everybody kind of contributed a little bit to the point of, how great was it to see CeeDee Lamb not out there? I mean, Michael Gallup not out there, but catching a touchdown pass. And it was kind of a brilliant play on both of their parts, with Rush being able to escape the pocket. I thought he was going to run, and he throws the ball on the run. And Gallup had originally run across the back of the end zone to the left, and when he saw what happened, he cut back to the right to go back towards his quarterback. And who should they have covering him at that time? A linebacker. Yeah, good luck with that. And they get a touchdown, and I think it was such an emotional lift for everybody because everybody likes Michael Gallup, right?
Yeah.
He's just one of those guys. And to see that happen, I think everybody was just so grateful for him. So, yeah, there was just, guy after guy after guy stepping up and, kind of doing their job.
And I'm going to name another one here because I want to know like what you've seen over his career. And DeMarcus Lawrence looks like he's playing the best football we've seen him play.
He's healthy.
He's got 7 pressures against the Giants and 9 pressures against Washington. So like he's
healthy. And I think we forget that. I mean, people were writing him off after last year, but they forgot he only played 7 games.
Right. Which I think, but that's like built in as part of the frustration factor.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
I mean, but, it's not his fault he fractured his 5th metatarsal. And there were other years where, he spent the offseason either rehabbing from surgery or just recovering from an injury, and they kind of played it slow in the offseason with him. So, yeah, this kind of turned back the clock to his second, third year when he really blossomed in the league, and the same thing with a healthy Leighton Vander Esch. The guy is balling out, along with Donovan Wilson. Once again, played every snap in the game, and led him in tackles.
He's been a revelation this season. I feel like
he's healthy. See, he fought injuries. He played through that groin injury that he had to have surgery at the end of the year. Previous years he'd get hurt. They put him on IR, but he's healthy, and it's pretty good timing on his part because he's in the last year of his contract.
I don't love that part as much, but yeah.
Right. Well, for him.
Oh, for sure.
Sake, right?
For sure.
So, yeah, it's just like, it's been the same thing 3 weeks in a row, just kind of a real team effort. The running game's not working. Okay, well, let's throw the ball. And they were able to do that. The first, in this one, I thought they had been pretty good. Well, the first half, they were 5 of 9 on third down conversions. But all 5 of the conversions were on that touchdown drive, right? The second half, they were 0 for 6. And when I looked at the stats like this morning, and I saw that they held Washington to 5 of 15 on third down, and I looked across and it said Cowboys 5 of 15. And it's like, how could that be? They were converting left and right. Well, they didn't get any conversions in the second half.
Man, love the positivity because that's what we're all about today. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
I'll be here.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, one other thing that happened yesterday, if you weren't watching the game, I could see how it would sound alarming, is DK Metcalf had to be carted off the field. And you're like, oh, no, that sounds really bad.
He's not on my fantasy team. I'm okay.
Okay, well, fair enough. Cold-hearted Corey over here. But then we immediately got a follow-up that he was being carted off the field for a bathroom break. How many people read that and they're like, I could see it?
The old Paul Pierce.
Yeah.
Drank too much of the strawberry Nestle Quick that he likes.
Wait, what? Does Nesquik do that to you?
Nestle Quick is fantastic.
Well, he has the commercial where he drinks a lot of...
Oh, okay. I was like, does that lead to that? But yes, I can't tell you how many tweet responses I saw with Paul Pierce in it yesterday. And he even quote tweeted one of these tweets and said, look, the squeeze your cheeks walk wasn't going to work all that way.
You know what's interesting? I've played 13 years and I probably peed like 7 times before a baseball game, right? The adrenaline, like you just...
And you know that's not what he was doing, right?
Right.
Okay.
I never had to poop during a game that I was pitching in.
Really? Do you think your body did that
I do.
for you?
I think for the most part, I think if you ask marathon runners, I think if you ask people that have to maybe do something for a while, I think if you ask most football players or basketball players, hey, there could be a time, maybe halftime, I guess, or in between innings, like you might have to take a pee. But I don't know, like your body kind of, for some reason, in the fight or flight type of situation, I think shuts down the poop.
Okay. And Field Yates, I still can't tell if he was joking about this or not, but doing some fine reporting work and said one NFL staffer passed along and the distance from the visitor's sideline to the visitor's locker room at Ford Field might be the longest trek in the league. So good decision by DK Metcalf to ride the cart out there. This feels very relatable to probably a lot of people. You ever cut it close, I guess?
Oh man. Remember that week that was right before I went on vacation where I was like, oh my, in the middle of a segment, I just had to take off running. There were times I would be driving into work, Kevin, and I'd be like, I'm not going to make it today. I need a bucket.
Would that ever pass the test with a cop? They're like, why are you speeding? You're like, officer, you don't understand. I have to use the bathroom so bad. I'm really sorry.
That police officer will have to follow you to your home and listen.
I feel like if a police officer stopped me in those moments, because there are times where you're driving and you're like, please God, just let me get to the house.
Would you just let it go?
And then
be like,
there's
see?
that thing of like when you are, I don't know, 500 yards away from your house, your body is like, you're almost there and I don't know if I can do this anymore. Like there's this excitement in your body going, we're not holding it anymore because we know we know we've held it long enough to almost be home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had that before.
I think if a cop stopped me, I would just have to go to the bathroom. And then I'd get another ticket because I would want to pull my pants down and just go on the side of the road.
That's a whole different.
You would just go in your pants. I feel like at that point, like, I feel like
you're going to have a whole different level of trouble.
You have stopped me in the moment.
And from the 636, I absolutely wish there was times where someone could have carted me away and lowered my panic meter. And then a whole lot of people's stories in track meets issues they've had. I had no idea how problematic that was.
Do what Roy Glover and all those guys did. Just go in your pants on the field.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go around the NFC East. Sorry, Mike. The Eagles embarrass T-Law, and the Cowboys lead the NFL in this. We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
2nd and 5. Coming right to left in the white jerseys, silver helmets, and pants. Rush under pressure. Throws deep. Skinny post. Walk in. CeeDee Lamb.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions of the day, like, did you think the Commanders' jerseys were stupid? 877-881-1053. And now it's time to go around the entire NFC East. You got the Eagles, the Commanders, the Giants, and the Cowboys. Where do you want to start?
Well, they're 4-0. I almost did the buttermilk biscuits. I got ready for, that's why I was sounding like that. I was thinking we were doing football nuggets for a second. But we're doing kind of football nuggets, just not the gridiron nuggets.
That's right.
I think we go Philly first because they are 4-0. And listen, before you start, yes, I'll admit it, Trevor Lawrence was horrible. That son of a bee, if he would have played good, they would have beat the Eagles. But he played like poop.
Now, you just brought up 2 points. The Eagles are the only undefeated team left in the NFL, and Trevor Lawrence lost 4 fumbles yesterday. He is the first player this century to lose 4 fumbles in an NFL game.
That's it. He's like my other quarterback, Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman struggled with water, and so does Trevor Lawrence. Remember, Troy hated rainy days.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Like it was always one of those things like, oh no, if it's wet and raining, then Troy's going to have a tough time because he grips the ball a little bit different and stuff like that. And so now I know if it's raining or wet, never bet on Trevor Lawrence.
Now, if there was one negative from this game for the Eagles, it's A.J. Brown is not going to try to make a tackle. Don't ask him to try to make a tackle because Jacksonville got a pick 6. And if you watch the pick 6, at the 45-yard line, he is running right now. A.J. Brown is running right next to. Like, they're closer than Corey and I are.
We're close
right now. Way closer next to each other. At
Well,
about
like emotionally?
No, physically. At the 45. He
Fantastic.
doesn't even bother to put any, like a finger, a hand, anything on him. He's like, nah, you want to keep running, that's fine. So that helped Jacksonville with the pick six that kept this game more competitive than you might have guessed it would have been at certain times.
Well, that's the expectation with a team that plays the way they do, Kevin.
Well, here's a positive, unfortunately, another positive for the Eagles. Hassan Reddick has been really good for them. He had 2 sacks yesterday, including the play that sealed their 4th straight win. So the Eagles, they didn't get a 4th down conversion, and Jacksonville got the ball back with an opportunity to tie. But Reddick stripped Trevor Lawrence. The Eagles recovered of the ball. They recovered, and time ran out. So he helped seal the game for them. He has been an excellent, excellent player for them thus far this year.
So who's gonna take him out in a couple weeks? Which one's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Steele or is it gonna be Tyler Smith? It just locks him down.
Tyler Smith is really good.
He is really good.
Yeah.
That's amazing. He didn't even practice. It just shows, you know what? I think they should negotiate no practicing.
We don't need it.
Don't
need it.
Our guy didn't need it. He practiced
Yeah.
like for 5 days at that position. He's like, I got it.
Do you guys want to go to the Commanders, the Giants, or the Cowboys?
I think the Cowboys, Corey, because you beat the Giants.
Yep.
So even though both teams are trending towards a 12-5 or 13-4 season,
Valid.
I will bet the Cowboys end up with a better record than the Giants, and they already beat them.
Okay. The Dallas Cowboys have now won 8 straight NFC East games. That is the longest winning streak of any team in their division in the entirety of the NFL.
That's pretty good, huh?
I mean, that's the best. And if they extend it to 9, we'll all be super pumped.
And this is tough I wonder, Corey, if they've ever done this. I don't know the record, but usually in the history of the NFL, even when the Cowboys have been good for most of their history for the most part, but still usually Washington, New York, or Philadelphia was also really good. And you also had at the time St. Louis Cardinals in the division at the time. Like, it had to be tough to run off 8 in a row in this division.
Yes,
for sure.
No question about that.
Have you seen the last 14 games at AT&T Stadium record, Kevin?
It's really good,
against
right?
the NFC East.
Oh, it's
teams.
13-1, right? Or something like that?
I think they're undefeated.
Are they really?
Yeah, I think they're
Holy
Oh,
smokes.
no, you're right. The Commanders won 41-16 in one game.
I mean, but still, 13-1 is fairly astonishing.
What
and
game
so
was that?
I think that was an Andy Dalton game.
Did we quit that one? Like, was that maybe a game where we didn't care about it?
It was the Andy Dalton.
Thanksgiving 2020?
Yeah, it was Andy Dalton
Oh.
season.
Oh, God, yeah. What an awful
But
game
other than that,
was.
13-1.
Oh, that was when Chase Young was good at football. For one whole season, he was good at football.
That is true.
Thanks to John Machota for that graphic there.
Do you want a Cooper Rush bit of information, or do you want a Dak bit of information?
What are you doing
I
right now?
mean, who's never lost a game and never thrown an interception?
Well,
Rush.
He's never thrown a real interception.
That a
Kevin.
penalty wasn't
It
call
doesn't
on.
count.
Yeah, no,
It doesn't count.
We
you're
do
right.
need to discuss
It's like
that.
a foul ball home run.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a home run. It's
You're
a
right.
foul ball.
Now, we told you Cooper Rush, that's fair. We told you Cooper Rush was the first Dallas Cowboy to ever start their career 4-0 as a quarterback. Also, Cooper Rush is the first Dallas Cowboys quarterback to ever have at least a 90 or better passer rating in each of his first 4 career starts. Now, let's combine those together to give you the statistic that Cooper Rush is the first quarterback in the history of organized football to win their first in the NFL to win their first 4 games as a starter and have a 90 or better passer rating in all 4 of those games.
Wow.
Never
Like,
happened.
he just keeps piling on the stats. And y'all out there are like, hey, let's put this other quarterback in and stifle his growth, Cooper Rush's growth.
When you see
Actually,
the
I am too. I want
chain
Dak back.
that Dak Prescott has spent $100,000 on, that is the level of swag that we need. It's
Got some extra time on his hands.
D4K with the 4 kind of looking like an A. So Dak has spent $100,000 or got a custom chain worth $100,000. I don't know if that meant he had to pay $100,000 or not, but it's 35 carats of diamond.
Did he get it from Jacob?
He's never going to have to worry about money
I would assume that would be the case.
I mean,
yes.
the only part where you could have to worry about it with the contract that he's signed, and let's face it, he's probably in the offseason. Stephen Jones let G-Bag Nation somewhat know of the hint. We have to bring that number down. So we're going to have to either extend him or do something to give him even more money.
Which we talked about a couple months ago. Yeah.
He's not married. So at this point, he can't get divorced. Right? I mean, what I'm saying by that is if that happened, you'd lose 50% of your income.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I just look at it and go, Dak can spend stupid money. He can go buy 10 cars worth $200,000 a piece, and it doesn't matter.
You guys want to go Giants or Commanders?
Well, the Giants
it is. All right. So the Giants, Daniel Jones went out with an ankle injury. Tyrod Taylor came in. Then Tyrod Taylor had to leave the field for a concussion evaluation. So they ran the Wildcat with Saquon Barkley.
But wasn't Daniel Jones in one of those plays?
Yes,
like he was out wide?
he was.
With his ankle
Now,
injury.
you might think, well, that's the most interesting thing that happened in this game.
All right.
Think again. There were 3 seconds left to go on the final play of the game. Guess how long that play took? There's
48 seconds.
43 seconds. It took 43 seconds for the final play of the game because the Chicago Bears, they were just throwing the ball around, which is unusual for them. They were throwing the ball around. There was,
more completions on one play than all.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, they were laterals, so they don't count, but they kept pitching the ball around, and the Giants were like, I can't make a tackle. And then finally it was dropped, and they got tackled. It took 43 seconds for the final play. Now, let's move to the Commanders. This was their third straight game with less than 30 yards of offense in the first quarter.
Is that good?
No, it's not. They had 23 yards of offense on Sunday, but then they scored their first points on a touchdown against Anthony Brown, which, by the way, we need to have a further conversation about that at some point.
Everything's okay.
It was their first half points since week 1. So again, this offense has been abysmal in the first half. But did you see, I hope you heard, that in the third quarter, there was 1:27 left in the game. They kicked a field goal. That was their first field goal attempt all year.
Really?
In the fourth game, they hadn't attempted a single field goal all season long.
Joey Sly was making
That's
good money.
right. He made it from 45 yards, and the Cowboys held Terry McLaurin to 2 catches, 15 yards on 6 targets. So again, they did not make him a focal point of the offense, perhaps for good reason.
And Washington has totally lost their identity. Like, I get it as in this. You had to get rid of the name Redskins. Sure. I totally get that. But now they're going, we're going to be different colors. It's just like
nobody knows the Commanders.
They're completely lost as an organization on who they are.
You hated those jerseys, you said.
I just think I get like, hey, let's do different colors and everything. And I know that still they're going to be burgundy and gold, I guess, but they're just totally lost as an organization in multiple ways.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, can all Cowboys fans finally agree that Trayvon Diggs is great?
Nope.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Stick around. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
They will have the ball to start the third quarter. Dallas leads 12-7. Snap to Wentz. Here comes pressure. Throws it deep down the left side. It is intercepted by Diggs.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I think we're all thankful for Carson Wentz today.
He's horrible.
He is. The Cowboys are victorious, and immediately, Corey, you said no, and I think that's probably how this is going to turn out.
What? No, I was joking when I said that, mind you. But go ahead. Keep going.
Corey, if you're always joking, are you ever joking?
That's a good point. That's what I tell my kid all the time.
Whoa.
I can never take you serious.
That's really
you're always
deep.
making jokes.
Is it?
Can all Cowboys fans now finally agree that Trayvon Diggs is great? The very first text I see.
I'm sure Pro Football Focus has him as a negative player.
Actually, he might be a 99.9 this week.
For the first time ever.
On Pro Football Focus?
Maybe.
Oh, good.
There's whispers right now. I saw a 92 grade, but there's whispers that a player got a 99.9.
They fired people that didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah, they're like, we didn't count that touchdown. From 972, the very first text I see. No, we can't agree that he's great. He's very good. But more than half of his interceptions last year were from Darnold, Kyle Allen, and Daniel Jones. Same this year. There's a reason good quarterbacks will still target him. That's going to be my sigh, and then we're going to try to attack this. But you're right, Corey. I knew better than to think that all humans would agree that he's great.
Go ahead, Corey. I want to hear what you have to say.
I really liked hearing, and I think it was who was on the call yesterday on TV aside from Greg Olsen. Who's the other guy?
Shlomo Glickstein.
Kevin Burkhardt.
Yeah,
I think it was him that was sharing this. It could have been Olsen, but Dan Quinn basically told him, "Look, people didn't throw at Richard Sherman." This is very similar to what I used to do to my wife whenever I would say, "Well, my grandma could do it after she was pregnant," and it would motivate her to go out and do it. You know, she'd be like, "I can't do this right now," and I'd be like, "Well, Maxine would do it." So Dan Quinn goes to him and says, nobody was throwing at Richard Sherman because they knew it was useless to do it. So the 11 interceptions is cool, but what are you going to do next? What are you going to add to your game? What's going to be different? And so for me watching him yesterday, there's still a moment where they ran at him and he didn't put his nose in there, but we saw him make the stop against the Bengals.
Yeah.
We saw him make some really good defensive plays against the Giants too. And then he does yesterday. I loved watching him punch balls into the ground. Like that was awesome to see. So I don't know what you're watching if you're looking at this dude and not saying, man, we have something special in this cornerback.
One, I think telling your wife deal with it is better than my grandmother could have done it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I feel like Adrian might have been really looking at you in a way that said, F you, Corey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but she wouldn't put up those Christmas lights up, and I didn't have to. So
your wife's nice.
He gets motivated by competition.
2, I do think good and bad quarterbacks will throw at Diggs because he's not Deion. We have one Deion, Turpentine, who's just proving that he's the next Deion Sanders back there.
That's what Jerry called him. So
yeah, Jerry's with me. Diggs is really good. But to the person that said, well, the good quarterbacks will still get balls deflected. I remember last year to start the year that Diggs made, I believe it was Mike Evans' life miserable in game 1. As good as that game was, they beat us 31-29, if I think I have the score right in my head, that Diggs can make even good quarterbacks go, dang it, I just can't complete as many passes as I want. Now, every once in a while, Diggs will jump something that the quarterback baits him, and then there's a big play on Diggs, and I totally get that. That's part of being an intercept guy. If you don't want a guy to have interceptions, you do get Byron Jones where he'll never jump anything. He's just going to try to keep everything in front of him and never create a big play, but he's never trying to make a big play. And so I love Diggs, and I think he's a very good cornerback. I would rather have, in my opinion, Diggs than Byron Jones. At Byron Jones at his peak and Diggs at his peak, I'd rather have Diggs.
And that's the thing, is even there, I think that's not even particularly close. Like, I really don't. So I appreciate that. And it's starting to move a little bit, but
this dude's in his third year, Kevin.
I know.
It's his third season. He put up 11 picks last year, and now he's saying, now what else can I do? Like, now, again, he's saying, now how do I become that elite cornerback that everybody says I'm not?
And that's the thing, is Reggie has talked about, not specifically with Trayvon Diggs, but he's talked about the idea of moving goalposts, right? And I think you've started to see that some with Trayvon Diggs, is from the 5-1-2. Even some of these compliments are not really compliments. From the 5-1-2, so far he is not getting smoked like he was at the end of last year. That is a pleasant surprise. And then from the 4-6-9, to be fair, Diggs was cooked on the end zone pass breakup. Think about how crazy that is. He was cooked on the pass that he broke up. Okay, I'm going to say that one more time because it's really important. He was cooked on the pass that he broke up, because that is literally how he always does coverage.
He baits people.
Yes, absolutely. And he could have.
He has the
I don't
ability.
agree with that. He was cooked on that.
I felt like he was cooked on the interception, but then he made the play.
Because that's the way I don't think he was cooked at all.
He wasn't really cooked on the interception
either. It looked like he sat in the air and waited to punch that football away.
I disagree, and here's where I disagree. Watching Deion Sanders in his prime. Deion Sanders, I'll always remember this, intentionally let Terry Glenn get 5 yards behind him. Now that's getting cooked, because you have given up 5 yards, which seems impossible to make up. Trayvon Diggs isn't doing that.
Yeah.
So then Deion, by the time the ball was thrown by Drew Bledsoe, 55 yards down the field, and it was incomplete. I'll always remember this, the greatness of Deion Sanders. This is 1995-96 when you first get him. Is by the time the ball landed, Deion Sanders was 3 yards ahead of Terry Glenn. Terry Glenn in his prime, too, when he could really run. And I thought, oh, my God, he let a dude 25 yards off the line of scrimmage, beat him by 5 yards just to dare him to throw it deep, and then he could make up 5 yards in the air. Trayvon Diggs is not getting cooked intentionally. He's giving up like 2 yards, knowing I can get there. Not, hey, I'm going to let a guy dead sprint me and get ahead of me by 5 yards, knowing the next 25 to 30 yards, I'm going to out sprint him by 7 yards. He's not doing that. But I get where you guys are coming from, or where that person's coming from. But I think you really need to watch the word getting cooked, because getting cooked is where you're giving up 5+ yards on like a route and then making up 5+ yards. He's not doing that.
Micah's quote on his teammate. We consider Micah to be a good football player.
Yes.
Knows a little bit about football.
Yeah, very much so.
He said, this is his quote, he's trying to show people, all right, I can gamble, but also I've got to be a lockdown, disciplined corner. When you kind of got a guy who's best of both worlds, you do get a Diggs. And that's what he's learning how to do that other part right now, though. Yeah. Because that's something that he just didn't have in his toolbox yet.
And that's what I wanted to talk about, is because somebody else texted in then, he's been great through 4 games. And that's the thing that I push against is, I mean, he was literally the highest rated cornerback by the voters all of last year. He was first team All-Pro, got more votes than any other cornerback in all of football. I'm not saying that means he's the best. I'm just saying, like, you would think that would lend some greatness to it. Now, this year, did you know that Trayvon Diggs by himself has more pass breakups than all of the Green Bay Packers? The entity known as the Green Bay Packers has fewer pass breakups than Trayvon Diggs. Yesterday, Trayvon Diggs gave up 1 catch, had 2 pass breakups. I believe they were both on 4th down, including the one that essentially ended the game, an interception, and he gave up a passer rating of 0.0.
That's exceptional. I'm guessing.
It feels, because Reggie didn't ask if it was good. It feels,
To your point, real quick, Zaire Alexander's the highest paid cornerback annually in the NFL, and he's on the Packers. So $21 million. I'm just imagine this offseason. I hate to tell Cowboy fans that don't like Trayvon Diggs. He's going to get over $21 million annually per year, and I'm going to guess it's going to get close to 25.
I want to add though that pass to the end zone that allegedly was cooked on, the pressure that was getting to Wentz on that play. Like, that wasn't a good throw either.
No.
Wentz had to throw it off of a back foot. He had pressure in his face. But guess who's there? Diggs. This combination
For sure.
is going to be what makes both sides so good. You're going to look back and go, why could nobody pass on this team? Well, because the pressure up front. But also the guys in the back end of it were doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing too.
It's the same thing that I always felt going way back to when people were like, well, how good would have Aikman have been without Emmitt Smith? And I'm like, I don't want to find out. It's the same thing. I think Corey's on to a great
Probably
point.
not.
Is this defensive line has been harassing folks all day long. Does that make the cornerback's job easier? I have no doubt about that. But you also have a cornerback that's making people pay for trying to make those throws anyway. And I think, because now are you going to think you have to take the sack? Because if you lob the ball up in the air, guess who's coming down with it? Is through 32 games, which used to be the equivalent of 2 seasons. Now I know we've clearly changed. Trayvon Diggs has the second most interceptions through 32 games than any player in the history of the NFL, behind only Everson Walls.
That's good.
All right. And so you look at it, last year he had 11 interceptions, which was the most in 40 years. He's on pace for 8.5 this year. Now, clearly that won't happen because the extra game threw off the whole balance. But if you want to say he's on pace for 8, great. You want to say he's on pace for 9, great. I'm just hoping that at a time when, like, it's hard to convince people that something is really, really good or great. I'm hoping that in this season where even after the Cowboys won, people are like, calm down, don't be excited, you beat a crap team. Can we agree in this moment, hopefully, that Trayvon Diggs is great? And I see a couple texts from the 214. Yes, Mr. Diggs is great. And then from the 972, Diggs is great. When he's not picking the ball off, he's batting it away. Screw the haters. And from the 214, Diggs is a top 2 cornerback, and he's pushing for number 1. And from the 469, dude changed his game and is a star.
From the 254, junior high teams is who he's good against, not true NFL teams. Give me a break.
I think those are just trolls.
From
That's
the
not a real.
214,
That's like not a real human being.
Cowboys
They can't really
from
think
the 214,
Right.
Cowboys fans are slowly turning into Philly fans. Nothing's ever good enough for
Yes!
these guys.
That's the thing, is you would think.
Do you want to be like an Eagles fan? Come on.
Like,
what are we doing here?
No, you don't. Even at a time when the Cowboys were awesome and people are like, I don't know, is Kevin Smith any good? Like, fair enough. But you would think at a time when you're searching for things to be excited about in a Cowboys franchise that's made you wait to win the Super Bowl for 27 years now, that you would think, like, hey, we just had a first-team All-Pro. He's pretty awesome. We should support that. And some people are like, meh.
Yeah. I will say, you said something about make them pay.
Yes.
When quarterbacks decide to do it, when offenses decide, hey, we got to put the ball up in the air. You can't, as a quarterback at this point against this team, you can't just throw it up and hope. Now, like, that really cannot be an option. That's what, like, a Wentz is going to do that. A Daniel Jones is going to do that. Those kind of quarterbacks. I don't think an Aaron Rodgers does a throw it up and hope. I think he feels more confident, and I'm going to put it up in the air. And if he doesn't have the play, he likely will throw it away. A Tom Brady is going to be that kind of guy, usually, in those situations. Mahomes, yeah, those things are going to happen. But you got guys that whenever they're up against those quarterbacks, it's still going to be tough on them to do what they want to offensively. That's the way the Cowboys defense is playing right now. But the fact that they are making these bad teams pay. Now, the other side of it, I don't know exactly when we're going to get into this. This is why I want Dak back. Okay. And I know this is a defensive discussion, but Carson Wentz in this offense is like a 1991 Suburban. All right.
Sure.
It's reliable. It gets everybody where they want to go. You're supposed to be either on time.
Sure.
It's clunky, though, but the job gets done. It's supposed to be a Porsche with Dak. And so making teams pay defensively whenever you get the interception, that's great. But do you want 3? I want 7. And that's what it's supposed to be with Dak, this Porsche. So that's why I want Dak back, because that's what it's supposed to be. Yes, you're winning games right now. Defense is doing its job. Cooper Rush is doing his job as the quarterback, getting them where they're supposed to go on time. But man, I want to get there faster. I want those other things to be accomplished. That's what it's supposed to be. Now, it wasn't in game 1 this year, but that was it looked very, very bad with Dak in game 1. There have been times when it's looked very, very good. And that's what I want. I want this team to have the defense that matches the offense that can be a Porsche.
And Mike, I know you've said things kind of like this before. I think this texter might be, I think they're spot on from the 214. Pro Football Focus started all this hate, and it's insane. Watch the games. He's a freaking stud.
He's really good, and I know that, I was just looking at how much he's going to get. He's going to be, when he gets his contract, the highest paid annual.
I'm sure you're right.
And then there'll be other guys that take his spot, because when the higher draft picks who do as good or close to as good as him, it just keeps going up. But, I mean, this is a guy that you just can't get rid of. You can't say, oh, he's just okay, because if you were to let him do real free agency, he would get over $25 million a year. Luckily, there's no real free agency in football. So, because think about it, good players don't ever really go to free agency. That's the owners did a great job of that, of making sure there's not free agency in football. So he's probably going to get somewhere between 22 and 24 million a year, beat Zaire Alexander, Denzel Ward, and Jalen Ramsey's contract, because he's the newest great cornerback to come up. But he is great. He's not Deion Sanders. We'll probably never see another Deion Sanders in our life. So if you want to compare him to Deion Sanders,
which I am not,
then he's not going to do that. Just like Turpentine's not going to be Deion Sanders
just
as much
in
as
this
you want him
time
to
and
be.
space for the current modern NFL,
Right.
he is great.
And I will say this: Diggs is closer to Deion Sanders as a cornerback than Turpentine is to Deion Sanders as a returner. But it still doesn't mean he's Deion
I
Sanders.
would certainly you just wait, Mike, until he breaks a couple off, and then you're going to go, you know what?
I've seen enough to know we have a nice, good punt returner. Kick returns don't really matter because they just kick him out of the end zone anyways. But he's a nice, good punt returner, a solid one in the NFL. He went from being a minor leaguer. We took a minor leaguer for 4 years of his life who couldn't play in the NFL because he wasn't good enough. And this minor leaguer's become a major leaguer. But it doesn't mean the minor leaguer became Deion Sanders.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Aaron Judge is still at 61. So Rangers fans, are you going to go to any of the games in this final homestand? We'll talk about it next on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105 through the Fan.
All right, fellas and ladies.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
And the 3-2. Drilled deep to left field. This could be it. See ya. He's done it. Number 61. He's been chasing history, and now he makes it.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers fans, are you going to any of the games in this final homestand, which you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan? Because Mike has brought up that the outfield is sold out, so I do need to point out for everyone listening from the 281, I'm going to Wednesday's game in the outfield because of this show. Thank you for the tickets.
You're
so while
welcome.
the outfield is
That
sold
was my
out.
idea.
Corey was there.
It was my idea.
He said, let's give something away.
Yeah. I've been trying to get Mike to throw out the first pitch.
Otherwise, you can't do it. Oh
my God, that actually would make sense with a damn home run history.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
I mean, I've had
Mike.
multiple people contact me. I've talked to 1080 KRLD because of this moment.
Yeah.
And what is it like being the pitcher? And I mean, some of the questions, I get the question like, will it destroy this person's confidence and life and everything if they give up the home run?
Sure,
And I'm
Mike,
like,
has your confidence in life been destroyed?
no.
Okay.
But you'll be remembered.
No, I get it.
For the most part. Now, look, if you're Jacob deGrom, it's not going to be your memorable moment. But for most of the Ranger pitchers tonight, it's Martin Perez. If Martin Perez, who's had a really nice career, is going to get 10 plus years in the major leagues and stuff, if he gives up this home run, this will be kind of what he's remembered for.
No, absolutely.
And he's had 10 times the career that I've had, but it's a home run. I would say this, and I know this doesn't matter. If a dude has played in 1,000 baseball games and hit one home run, that stinks. How in the world were you the guy to give up the home run to the guy who had 1,000 games and 5,000 at bats and couldn't hit a home run except that one?
And I will tell you that the feedback in this segment leads me to believe that, yes, a lot of people care about this. I did see somebody say, stop it, don't interrupt my football today. I understand that point of view. Here's what I'm saying. No one in the history of the American League ever, and I know other people will argue no clean player ever, has gotten to 62 home runs. If it happens, it will happen in the Metroplex. Like, that's a thing, and it's taking place right now. So I do think that's worthwhile. And by the way, there's a whole bunch of people who are going to these games for this exact reason.
Corey, this highlight's going to be played the rest of our lives.
Yeah. You could be that person in the highlight.
The way you see McGuire when he is running around the bases and he misses first base and has to go back, hitting the line drive just over the fence.
Which was a terrible home run.
I mean, Eric
given
Nadell, Eric Nadell sent me yesterday the call of Phil Rizzuto's number 62 for Roger Maris. This is going to, number 61 for Roger Maris. This is going to be a special moment in baseball history. And I get it's not the real record because there's no asterisk next to Barry Bonds. It's 73. It's there. It's just you as a fan.
Yeah.
As you as a fan with Barry Bonds and Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa, it's however you feel about those guys that have hit 60 plus and 70 and 73 home runs. So it's going to be a special moment, Corey, in baseball history.
Oh yeah, man. And like I said, you could be the Frankie Lasagna who's sitting in the outfield and you catch it done. And you get to get it done and you catch it and then you're in that highlight every single time and somebody's going to bring that up. Right. So yeah.
If there's a way, and I know that was in Toronto, but it was against the Yankees. What would be the last name of the Texan who tried to catch the ball, but it was just a little bit low? Would it be like Chili would be his last name?
Or Rodeo? I feel like it's going to be...
Billy Bob Ribeye.
Oh, man.
You're welcome.
That one.
It does have to be 3 names.
Yes.
Like...
Or Peggy Sue, whatever. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Carolyn.
I just still can't believe that
person's real name was
Stiletto.
All right, Billy Ray.
Billy Bob Steak Ribeye.
Billy Bob Ribeye.
For people that maybe they haven't heard us, maybe you're a new listener. Thank you for listening. You're a Cowboys fan, and you're listening on the Monday after the Cowboys win. Thank you. But I don't think people realize this because even yesterday I was doing the pre and post with Leslie. McCaslin. And she was like, what? When I said, whoever catches this ball, it's about $2.5 million. So most of the auction houses have appraised this ball. Whoever
I've seen
gets number
1.5
62
to 2.5. Yeah.
Right. And so you're looking at a really expensive baseball if you catch it. So I will say this. I would recommend not giving it back to Aaron Judge, but if you would like to, go ahead. But I'm telling you, if you catch this ball, 30% usually goes to the auction house because they're going to make sure it's marketed worldwide. But I mean, you're going to get 30% of about $2 million.
So
I'm sorry, 70%. The auction house gets.
So from the 972, I'm going to tomorrow's day game. From the 940, our mom is taking me and my two brothers out there tomorrow just to possibly witness history. From the 682, bought tickets 3 months ago for tonight's Rangers game. And then somebody brought this up. The thing that's going to suck about it is there are going to be so many Yankee fans out there. And then from 845, this person said that they are a diehard Yankees fan and they're going tonight. Like if you're a Yankees fan and you live anywhere in the proximity of the Metroplex, I would be shocked if you weren't going.
They're helping us buy a pitcher next year, right? And then what's going on? Like basically, this money can go to the next pitcher.
I hope that is the case.
I hope so, and I do agree. I think that there's going to be 25 to 35,000 people at these games, which is better than what they've been getting. They've been getting right around 20 to 25,000 for a lot of these games recently. So I think there's going to be an uptick in ticket sales, but it's all going to be Yankee fans. I'm going to assume tonight through Wednesday, there will be 60% Yankee fans in the building and not, I don't even think it's going to be a 50-50. I think it's going to be closer to 2/3 of the audience will be Yankee fans.
I got a controversial opinion then.
Okay.
If you're one of those Rangers fans sitting there and you catch that home run, throw it back.
No chance.
Are you kidding me?
Hell. My question was going to be,
You'll
do
be a
you
hero.
cheer it?
You'll be a hero
You
in
will
Texas.
not be a hero. You will be the dumbest person that's ever gone to a baseball game.
Throw it
To who?
back.
You'd be a hero to the you'd be more of a hero if you handed it to somebody else.
You would throw it back? That's all three of your kids' college funds plus more. You can buy your own jet to fly out to
Ask who the
Cleveland.
poors are. Be like, who's the poors here? I'll give it to the poor. Alms to the poor.
For a man that doesn't believe in time, you believe in money a lot. So yeah, man, just throw it back.
What?
I don't even know.
Just throw it back. Be a hero. Yeah, be the one that said, you know what, I went against the grain. Just like Garth Brooks told me to.
877-881-1053. That's the number for the
Going against the
truckwreck.com
grain.
text line. Let us know if you agree with Corey here.
Kevin,
I don't
our
know-
human brain can understand $2.5 million.
I
We can
can't.
see the value
I'm
of that.
not
We can
doing
find
it.
a house in Highland Park
I'm not
worth
doing it.
$2.5 million. Our human brain cannot understand $2.5
I
million.
love it.
We don't even know
this. Nobody would do this. You're going to sit there. Everybody would be like, "Oh, I'm keeping the ball." No, you're the one person that said, "Nuh-uh, not today. I'm a Rangers fan.
I'm a sheep.
Throw it back."
I'm a sheep then in this conversation. I'm keeping it and taking the money.
Our brain can't even understand Babe Ruth. That was 100 years ago.
I'm
Our
keeping
brains
the
can't
money.
even
Yeah.
understand Abe Lincoln or George Washington. Our brains can understand
All right, okay.
$2.5
People
million.
can never
Okay,
understand my
so
controversial Abraham Lincoln.
You're keeping
opinion.
the money. You're keeping the money.
Well, I'm keeping the ball to then give it to an auction house.
Yeah.
All right, but the other option is going and meeting Aaron Judge and all those things too, right? Like that's that is that option. Would you rather meet Aaron Judge and get all those things, or throw it back right in his stupid Yankee face?
I would still rather meet Aaron
You're the
Judge
only
and get
human
all
being,
those
and I
things.
guarantee you this.
I would not do that.
You wouldn't do that either. You're not that dumb.
From the 214, Corey has sniffed too many coffee beans.
That's fine. That's
I need
fine.
Is that
money.
what happened?
That is
Corey is
fine.
an idiot.
Maybe I'm
Sell
just a
the
bigger
damn
Rangers
ball.
fan than all of y'all.
I
That's
Okay,
what it really
hold on.
is.
Let me ask him this question then. You said 60% Yankees fans.
Yeah.
Will 100% of the people be cheering when you know number 62 is going out of the park?
Not 100%,
Okay.
but I'd
What
say
percent?
90%.
Okay.
There'll be 10% that are kind of like Corey that's like, I won't root for the Yankees or this.
Yeah, I'm never rooting for the Yankees.
But
Okay,
if you're a
that
fan
I
of,
can at least-
That's why you're going to this game or these games.
No, I'm
You're
going to
seeing
root for the
62
Rangers
or-
to beat the Yankees.
But why? Don't you want a better draft pick? This season's over, man. I hate to break it to you. If you say don't cheer for it,
can't
I
believe-
get that. But if you get the baseball, no.
I bet you're the kind of person that would root for a no-hitter against you in your own stadium, huh?
I don't think I would.
I
If it was
did.
today, I might. I get it.
Sandler got really mad
I
at
know.
me, but I've never seen a no-hitter. And when Corey Kluber had a no-hitter through 7 innings, I was like, I'm rooting for these last 6 outs.
And he told you to go away.
He did, and I left. I went to another part of the stadium to watch the rest of history, and it was fabulous. I'm so excited I got to see a no-hitter in my lifetime live.
I get that.
You got to
really
stand and
do.
clap. If he does hit I get that you're not, when he's up to bat, you're rooting for your team, but I get if he does hit the home run, I just think that I would stand up and clap. Would you stand up and clap for him?
I would. From the 9-0, I'm sorry, Corey. From the 904, about a month ago, I bought $60 left field tickets total for the 4 games. I've made my money back from just selling all but 3 of those tickets for today's game. I'll be in left field tonight with my 2 boys. And I think that's whether or not you catch the home run, I mean, obviously that changes everything. But if you were just there and you could just say hey,
I got to see that guy throw it back.
Well, I mean,
how awesome would that be?
I will tell you this.
You will be remembered.
I will tell you this. You're right. And I would tell that part of the story until the end of time. I'd be like, oh my God. I took my 2 boys to the game, and this dude
I saw this
caught
hero
the 62 home run.
who
He
said,
threw
"Not on
it
our
back."
turf, not in this yard."
I have a feeling, honestly, the more I think about this, you would become more famous. You wouldn't become more rich, but you could get on Cameo for probably $20.
That's
and
true.
probably get maybe 5,000 people to cameo you. Hey, I'm the guy who threw the ball back.
I'm the greatest Rangers fan of all time.
Yeah.
Nobody else would have done that, but I did
probably
it.
get on the late night shows, right? They'd probably be like, let's interview this moron. You
gave
let's
up
see how
$2.5
stupid he is in a
million.
real interview.
Actually, the best way to make money off of this is to go with the sign, catch the ball, throw it back, and immediately flash the sign that has your cash out. That's the best way to get
that's
money.
a great way to do it.
That's fair.
My fandom has no price, is what I would say.
Aaron Judge
better
already
way?
has 60 and 61.
Just hold the ball.
He doesn't need 62. He got 60 and 61.
It's great. I didn't need that baseball. Too much of a Rangers fan to watch some Yankee do that here.
My rear
But you already bought Yankee tickets to the
No, I
game.
bought Rangers tickets.
You've already
to the
told us
game.
how poor you are.
Mm-hmm.
Your wife spent all your money on furniture or something?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Money comes and money goes. But
Oh
my
my
Rangers
gosh.
fandom will never change. It'll never waver.
I would actually see if I could broker a deal directly with Aaron Judge. Is when they're Facebook, they're like, what's cooler than $1 million? $1 billion. And I'm like, what's cooler than $2 million? Selling it to Aaron Judge for $1.5 million.
I know we're out of time, but Kevin, what would be your number if they took you downstairs and you told Aaron Judge, I'm willing to sell you
$1 million.
this ball? So if he said, I'll give you $1 million, you're good, like a contract.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that would be amazing. Not only do you get the $1 million and you get rid of the auction premium, you don't have to worry about a fluctuating price or anything like that. You sold it back to Aaron Judge.
I think that's the right number.
The 469. If you threw it back, Bills Mafia would take care of you. Isn't that what they do? They always you know what? I like that move. That was a bold fan move right there.
That is.
I wouldn't have a number, Kevin, because I already threw the ball back. So
I will point out this. I don't want you to think it's 100% from the 559. Corey has a strong stance. Don't even sell it. Just keep it. So either way.
I wonder if the longer you keep it, the more it's worth. The other one, too, which you'll never know, if he does hit, let's just say 2 home runs in this series, which he's on a little bit of a lull right now. 62 we know is worth a lot. 63, if the final number is 63 or 64, I think that ball goes up in value over time.
I could see that. We're the KNC Masterpiece with an enlightening and unexpected portion of that discussion.
Be a real fan.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The double doink QB debuts, and RG3 should probably work on his comedic timing. We'll do it all next right here in the Fan.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we'll be giving away tickets to the Royal Rumble, which is going to be in San Antonio once again this coming January, so get ready for that.
I got a question.
Okay.
I know we're about to get into something very important here, but I have a question. Is some adult going to run over some little kid trying to get that ball for the $2.5 million?
There's no way a kid. There's no way
elbow some kid in the face.
I could totally see
100%. No way a kid gets this ball. Anybody under 15 years old isn't getting this ball. They're just too small.
I think that's probably
This
true.
game's about the kids.
Right now, says the guy who'd throw it back. We go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Kids don't have money. It's not about you.
And we start with, bad news for the Bills. I know they did get a huge win, but wide receiver Jamison Crowder suffered a broken ankle in that dramatic win. He's going to look for additional tests to see what other damage went along with it. But for now, he is out indefinitely. Now, I know this is going to come up at some point. I guess I'm just going to go ahead and throw it to cut 21, which actually I thought this was going to be worse for me. Let's play cut 21.
Handoff goes to Penny, breaks away, there he goes, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, way to go, touchdown Seahawks, Rashad Penny. I'm looking for a flag, I don't see one. Again, the Lions thinking pass. Shane Waldron says, let's run it. Let's give it to 20. He goes 41 for 6.
The Seattle Seahawks are victorious.
Why do you find that noteworthy?
Because Geno, it's his year.
I find it noteworthy.
He's never won 2 games in a season.
And foremost, because the final score was 48-45. That, my friends, for the 1,073rd time in NFL history, is a unique score, which means that is scoreagami, everybody.
We did it again, baby. We did it again.
That just doesn't seem right.
That 48-45.
Because that's a normal-looking score.
But it's really high.
Yeah.
It's a normal-looking high school football score.
That is probably, oh my God. So 48,
Big 12.
48-45, scoreagami, everyone. Be excited. However, I knew this was going to happen, and I do need to go ahead and point this out.
Point what out?
I'm going to give you a list of the quarterbacks this year who have 75% completion percentage, at least 1,000 yards, and at least 5 touchdowns. The list is one name long.
Cooper Rush.
And it is Geno Smith.
Oh.
Why do you think that is?
It's because Matt Stafford hadn't played yet tonight.
I still don't think it's likely.
Could it possibly be?
But I guess it's possible.
That this is the year.
Damn it.
It's never the year.
That Geno Smith.
I'll bet you $1 million.
Puts it all together.
There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
They're going to have a top 5 pick.
And the fun thing about Geno Smith, like having an 80%, damn near 80% completion percentage, is that it's not happening on like short passing or like super easy passes. Like he's average depth of target is pretty high, and his like expected completion percentage is lower than the completion percentage that he's actually getting. So he's completing above expectation and down the field.
It's legitimately his completion percentage is 77.3%, which is pretty damned amazing.
The only team in the NFC West that has more points scored than scored against is the Niners. And they're in last place in their division. Every other team has less points than have been scored against them.
We'll see if that alters at all tonight. But yeah, that is interesting. All right, real quick, he mentioned it earlier, is Jalen Smith was put on the active roster for the Giants, and he did, in fact, have 7 tackles. As long as we're talking about people that Mike probably doesn't think will be any good at the end of the year. I want to go to cut number...
Was there any tackle that he had where the person didn't already have 5 yards?
Or a couple of people on him? I'm going to go to cut number 28 right here. Is a really scary moment and bit of information for J.J. Watt. And this is him explaining his announcement.
I'm thankful to be out there with him. That's honestly part of the reason I'm upset that it leaked, because I don't want to take away from these guys and what they did.
Is J.J. Watt found out that someone leaked the information that he had the atrial fibrillation done, I think it was just like 4 days before the game or something crazy. And he said he did not want that to go out via any other platform than just him telling people. So the fact that that happened is scary. He was back out there. He said he talked to cardiologists and the like from all across the country and was assured multiple times by multiple people that he could go back out there.
Wow, that's terrifying.
It really is.
I wonder what did he have? I'm always very curious of the physical moment of realizing something's not right.
Sure.
And there's hypochondriac. We all have those moments where like, am I overthinking this? But whenever you have that moment and it's real, and you're like, whoa, I need to really. You got to trust yourself, man. You got to trust your body.
Now we go across the pond.
It's an ocean, but okay.
Yeah, as they like to say, let's go to cut number 26 here. It sucks to lose and not force game to overtime, but this felt particularly heartbreaking.
Zach Woods snaps, and the punter, Gillikin holds. Snap spot. Lutz, end over end. Plenty of leg again. Double doink. He missed it. Double doink. Double doink. And the Saints can go marching out.
Now, I know he missed it, but Will Lutz put forth a heroic effort before this. That kick was from 61 yards. He had only a little bit earlier in the game made a 60-yard field goal to tie the game. So he still that's a hell of an effort. And I know it double doinked, but he was that close to just being a tremendous hero that day.
Yeah, and that really would have showed all the fans in London what real American football is about.
Kicking the ball
to get a win.
Surely he would have been the first kicker ever to make multiple 60-yard kicks in the same game, right?
I am shocked, Kevin, at how many fans they have at the London game. It's wild.
Yeah.
Like people that are wearing whatever team's jerseys and they're holding up signs. I'm like, is this a real thing? Are they always just sitting at home watching? I know Broadus has a ton of fans over there, but I'm just kind of curious. Are they watching a lot of NFL football?
I think it's like soccer for us is the Premier League.
Okay.
I know that there's other leagues that are really good too, but the Premier League is the Premier
that
League.
makes sense.
And so when they come over here, and it's not even a real game, it's sold out.
Yeah.
So I think that if you were to give them football, which I don't think will ever happen, just the travel's impossible, is that if you gave them a football team and they had games every week, let's just say, I think for logistic purposes, you'd almost have to have 4 teams over there. So you're playing not only your home games there, but then 3 of your road games are also over there too, which I just don't think is possible. Let's just say they did. I think they might struggle at times to get that type of excitement from their fans if all of a sudden every week there's a game over there.
According to NFL's official research, they have more than 13 million fans in the UK, NFL fans. And then there are about 4 million that are avid fans.
I understand what you're saying. There's over 13 million soccer fans in the United States.
Yeah.
If all of a sudden I put Man City here every week, it would at first be very exciting. Over time, would we be as excited about every week Man City is here?
Let me ask you guys, let's talk about those quarterback debuts for their season and one for their career. Is Zach Wilson, on the surface, not particularly impressive, 19 of 37 for 252 yards, had 2 total touchdowns and 2 interceptions. But
got a dub.
When the game was on the line, he went 6 for 6 in that game-winning drive to help lead the Jets to victory. And so that's all that will really matter at the end of the day. Then we take you to the Steelers, where they finally benched Mitch Trubisky because he's bad. And Kenny Pickett came in and said, hold my beer. He threw an interception on his very first pass.
Is that good?
That happens sometimes.
It does happen. And with him, it happened a lot yesterday. Here's the weird stat line for Kenny Pickett. Yesterday, he had 2 rushing touchdowns and 3 interceptions.
Oh, man.
I wonder how many times a quarterback has put up that stat line.
I've heard running quarterbacks don't work out in the NFL, so.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them don't.
They can win MVP, but you'll never win the championship, right? And
And it doesn't matter if you win 12 MVPs.
Yeah.
You're still not a number one.
I hear you, Reggie. I know what you're
right
saying.
about
You're
that.
talking about one guy.
Yeah.
But there's been a lot of running quarterbacks. Tim Tebow naming one, Vince Young naming another, where you better be able to pass the ball pretty darn good, because if running is your main thing, you end up leaving the league pretty quickly.
Well,
806.
I think honestly more of the joke was that Kenny Pickett isn't running quarterback.
Yes, because he's definitely not. But he completed 10 of 13 passes. But again, he had 2 rushing touchdowns, no passing touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. Quite a bizarre stat line. And then just real quick, I wanted to
Who do you
throw
think the
this
quarterback
out.
is next week?
I think it's Kenny Pickett. I think they've made their decision. Now, there was really sad news after the game. Did you see that a spectator fell from an escalator and died?
It's one of my biggest fears.
After that game.
One of my biggest fears is to fall, like walking down the steps at a game and just trip and then just keep going. But I saw this, and that is very sad.
Yeah, no, and to your point, I think about that sometimes especially when you're in the upper deck, those steps can look really steep compared to, maybe they just really are steep.
They are.
Yeah.
That's how you create that like kind of bowl feeling.
Yeah, and I wanted to throw this out there not a good time for RG3 to probably make this joke is Antonio Brown exposed himself to people in a hotel pool, and he just got in the pool naked, and he's like rubbing up against, showing his butt to this one lady at one point.
And this ain't just like quick flash type situation.
No, he's like,
he had the thing out.
He's like next to
Is he
her.
bipolar? Is he like Kanye West?
Well, here's the thing. He said that people leak this story to distract from the Tua concussion, which is a weird take. This is a weirder take, though. Robert Griffin III tweeted out, AB showed more D than the Seahawks and Lions did today. Just don't know.
Too loose with it.
Yeah.
Too loose with the jokey jokes.
Yeah. So probably need to work on that comedic timing, and you just hope that Antonio Brown gets, I don't know, help or whatever the case might be, because something is not right there, and you dread that it's going to end with, I don't know, something really, really awful. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk to Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. He told us not to panic, and the Cowboys have won 3 straight since then. We'll talk with Stephen next on the Fan.
All right, let's talk about.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a Cowboys Victory Monday. And right now, we brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. We talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great, as I imagine everyone in the organization is doing. I got to know, 3 weeks ago, the question was asked about panicking, and you said, we will not panic, do not panic. That being said, could you have envisioned a path to 3-1? Because I admit I did not.
It was certainly going to be a challenge. I mean, obviously, the fact we didn't play well in that Tampa game compounded with the loss of Dak, and that point we thought we might lose him 8 to 10 weeks. We knew it was a challenge. At the same time, we knew we had a great group of guys, and certainly Cooper had stepped in before and gone and had success up in Minnesota on the road. And so we certainly, if we could go out there and play complimentary football, count on our, lean on our defense a little bit, and then, have the offense protect the ball, run the ball, and, getting some rhythm and make some plays, would give ourselves some chances. So here we sit at, 3-1, and obviously all eyes and all focus now is, on the world champion Rams. And certainly going into their stadium, they're going to be formidable. One of the best football players in football, if not the best, and Aaron Donald. And certainly somebody we're all proud of here from Highland Park, Matthew Stafford. What a great career he's had. Certainly well-deserved Super Bowl championship last year, and really changed the look of the Rams there. So it's going to be a big challenge for us, but one that we're up to.
Stephen, McCarthy has said that this team would probably like to be more wide open, like they were last year, more explosive, but they're playing the kind of football that they have to play at this moment. Is that kind of a good assessment, that there is a different brand of offense that this team can play with Dak?
Yeah, I think there is, and I don't know, at the end of the day, we'll continue to see what fits us best. I mean, obviously this defense is playing at a high level, and, I think it's, first time in many, many years that we've held the first 4 opponents to under 20 points, and, the complimentary football is paying off for us, and it's a style that, Dak's shown he can play before. The great news with Dak is he can also, as we've seen before, go out there and, throw for, 300, 400 yards and have success as well. And certainly yesterday, I think we saw we're starting to get some playmakers back, with CD really coming on now, but Gallup in that mix. And then, of course, what a year Noah Brown's having. I mean, he's really stepped up for us when we needed him, did it again yesterday. And, nice to have Schultz back out there. Obviously he was playing through some things. Hats off to him for that. But, I think we showed yesterday that this thing, should get better as we move forward here and, feel good about what we can do.
If you want to impress everyone around the star with your knowledge of Cowboys trivia, 1973 is the last time y'all made it this far without giving up 20 points thus far.
Well, that's a good, I knew it was in that 50-year range. So what a feat. Hats off to, that defensive group of men who are, their play style, something. Obviously, Dan Quinn has been huge for us. A great choice by Coach McCarthy to bring Dan in. And, certainly our guys are, playing hard. And, we can get them in some difficult situations. It's proven to really work out for us. I know, we want these turnovers to come at the end of the day, and I think they will if we continue to get this type of pressure, that we're getting with our defensive front.
Steven, tell me about the improvement of CeeDee Lamb. I know everybody had a tough first week of the season, but, working with Cooper Rush, he seems to be making a major impact and really creating great separation.
Well, obviously a role, that he's going to embrace. He's a competitor. When we picked him, certainly that's why we stepped up. And, at a time when maybe people with having Gallup and Cooper, we didn't necessarily need a receiver. He was the best player on our board. Felt like he was a number one type receiver. And, as we move forward, feel like he's only going to get better and even more productive as we go. I mean, he's dynamic. He's dynamic with the ball in his hand, and certainly brings a lot of energy to the table. So it's great to see him having success out there. Certainly it helps, when you get a guy like Michael Gallup back and you have Noah Brown playing at the level he's playing at. It's very positive in terms of what our offense can do as we move forward.
You mentioned Dalton Schultz going through some things. Was he out there yesterday still not quite at 100%, and how is he looking going forward?
Well, I always say there's very few players, once you get about 3, 4, 5 games into the season, that are 100%. I mean, the game's physical. Everybody's got different things. His is well documented there with his knee. He's a competitor. He wants to be out there helping his team. We've had players, that's just what they do. And, they're unbelievably tough, and what they're willing to go through to help their teammates and their brothers out. And, I'm just impressed with what Dalton did yesterday. And I know, certainly we're not going to put him out there if he's in harm's way, but I think he'll do nothing but, get better as we move forward. And he's certainly a guy that we count on to move the chains.
DeMarcus Lawrence had 7 pressures against the Giants and then 9 pressures against Washington. And, Steven, it looks like we're seeing the best version of DeMarcus, or Tank, that we've seen in quite some time, maybe his entire career at this point, even though the sacks aren't just racking up all the time. You got 3 against New York. That was awesome. But the pressure is there. Talk a little bit about like what he's gone through to get to where he is right now again.
Well, he's in that same breath of the guys I'm talking about, guys that go out there in spite of not always being 100%. Zeke Elliott comes to mind, in terms of guys who in the past have played through things just to be there and compete and for their teammates. And certainly D-Law falls into that category. He's just a warrior. And certainly I think having all the complementary pieces around him, he's benefiting from. Having a Micah, having a Fowler, having a Dorrance Armstrong, having Osa, all those guys, Gallimore, Tristan, they're all coming. And I think that just helps in terms of any one team being able to focus on any one guy. And certainly now Micah's drawing quite a bit of attention, but, hats off to DeMarcus Lawrence and everything that he stands for. He's just been one of those guys that shows up. He's available when maybe a lot of others wouldn't be in his situation, and just have nothing but respect for him.
Donovan Wilson and Dante Fowler are 2 other players that I feel like Wilson is starting to get more attention, but what have you thought about the contributions of those 2 guys, one you brought in and one who's clearly been with the organization? Well,
Dono is one of those guys who's so explosive, so physical with everything that he's about. And, he's another one, that, let him play 4 or 5 games, and he plays so physical that, he's played through in the past, some things when he wasn't 100%. But right now he's very healthy, and, you feel him all the time in terms of the plays that he's making out there. A great impact tackler for us, right there all the time with the, his explosiveness. And then Dante Fowler, obviously a top-round pick, a top 5 pick, and we've had success with that, like the Quinns of the world. Bringing guys in who can help us out. And certainly Fowler's done that for us, falls right in line with these other guys, the Dorrance Armstrongs. And as you mentioned, DeMarcus Lawrence and Sam Williams, you're starting to feel him out there in terms of, his explosiveness, speed, and strength. And, those edge rushers, they're, doing a great job for us right now. And I think they'll continue all year, and certainly one of the strong points. But, I must say, if you go along the line there, whether it's the front 7, obviously bringing Barr in's been a big impact and allowed Micah to play that end more. I think our safeties are playing at a high level, and then the corners, as we saw yesterday, between AB and Diggs, and then you have a Bland step up when Jordan Lewis got hurt right before in the warm-ups. He steps up with a big pick. So, guys are doing a great job out there all the way around.
There were a lot of questions, Stephen, last year whenever you got the Michael Gallup contract and that went through and everything, and then obviously moving on from Amari and where that receiver group was going to look, what it was going to look like and everything. But Gallup comes back and puts 2 great plays out on the table, man, with the touchdown, and that 3rd and 8 was huge. You've been a very patient man waiting for that guy to get back on the field and do this, and I think the patience has paid off there.
Well, we know what Michael brings to the table, and certainly made a conscientious decision to go with him coming off an injury. But I was talking to Mike McCarthy last night, and he is a textbook vertical player, and he made 2 big plays, but what you don't see, which he's really good at, is drawing the penalty,
pass
if you will,
interference, yeah.
on pass interference. I mean, he knows how to go get the ball, go back into the defender and get it, and draw that flag, which is that's a talent, that's a skill set that a lot of players don't have. And if you throw that ball in his area, he's either going to come down with it or probably draw a PI penalty, which he did yesterday. And I think that's all because of the way his technique is in playing the long ball.
So multiple layers to this question. Jordan Lewis, what's his status? And then Deron Bland was able to jump ahead of your 2nd and 3rd round picks. What has he been able to do to get that playing time?
Well, he's played that slot position all through camp, and our other picks, both Kelvin, Joseph, by the way, made a huge impact on special teams yesterday, but also Nashawn, they're outside corners, and Bland spent a lot of his time at camp backing up Jordan in the nickel, and that's what we needed. Had it been an outside corner, we probably would have been going with Kelvin and then Nashawn. So everybody has their skill sets out there. Everybody will get their opportunities, but Bland certainly stepped up in a big, big way in that slot position for Jordan Lewis. Now, Jordan, we were conservative with him. He felt that in warm-ups and never really could get going, and we didn't want to risk putting him out there and hurting it worse. And when you got a healthy Bland sitting behind him, some of the healthy corners that we have, having them at 100% can be better at a real limited, one of our starters. So it's great to have this depth. As I mentioned, when you start to go down the defensive board, we just, we're fortunate to have that depth pretty much at all positions. So certainly I think has stepped up and done a great job there by backing up Curse. Guys just keep next man up mentality and doing a great job doing it.
Will that same line of logic prevail at the quarterback spot, where we feel like Cooper Rush is as close to healthy as possible, like you said, at this point in the season, and Dak has been working his way back? Like, how do you determine he's good to go? Is there a percentage? Do you ever have to tell Dak, we know you're tough and everything, but you need to wait one more week? Like, how does all of that play out?
I think the biggest thing of all is Dak. I mean, Dak feeling like he can throw the ball at 100%. I mean, that's going to come down to being able to grip the ball, that thumb being able to, for him to grip the ball how he likes to grip it, to have the accuracy, to have the strength that he needs to make the throws that he needs to make, in a game to have success. And that'll all be dependent on how he feels. And certainly, that'll be the number one thing that we pay attention to here. Obviously, we won't put him out there if the bone weren't healed or there was a situation there. That is up to what the x-ray looks like, which we'll be looking at that this week as well. But certainly this is going to boil down, one, to how Dak feels when he grips it, and then two, being able to go out and practice and show us that he can spin it the way we all know he can spin it, throughout training camp. As I was on record as saying, I think he had the best camp that he's ever had, and just want to see him go out there and throw the ball around, before we put him in the game like that. At that point, you'll feel good that, he's ready to go.
Not to say whatsoever that you would be reckless if there was a losing streak, but did the wins help make that decision easier? Like when you can go, hey, I know you think you're ready and you look like you're almost ready, but we've been winning, so you can wait one more week. Does that factor in at all?
I don't think so. At the end of the day, this is all about when he thinks he can go. And when he thinks that he can, throw the football at a level that we need him to throw it at to have success and win football games. And certainly, you feel better about it, when he's not ready yet, that we've been able to have these wins. You don't want to be naive like that. I mean, you're certainly Cooper Rush and this team have all stepped up. All his teammates have stepped up and done their part to win 3 football games, and I'm sure it helps everybody. It helps Dak not push, not push is the wrong word for Dak Prescott, but not, do something that he knows he may not be quite ready yet to go. I mean, Michael Gallup made a conscious decision that he needed one more week, and I think it was a great decision. I mean, he obviously, you can see he wants to compete and get after it, and he needed to feel like he was 100% to go make the plays that he made yesterday. I think that's one of the great things about our staff, Britt Brown and Jim Maurer. We got two of the best in the business that really work through it with these guys on when the optimal time is for them to return.
Well, we appreciate having you on every Monday, and as you can probably guess, we're all super excited around the Metroplex right now, so thank you very much, good sir.
All right, guys. Great being on. Let's have a big week.
There you go. Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway, our newest Cowboys segment, Monday Thank You Notes. Which players or situations do you want to give that head nod to? Plus, we will give away tickets to the Royal Rumble. All of it coming up next right here. That's right, on The Fan.
Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by FC Dallas and is brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Receivers. Wentz is in an empty gun. 2nd and 12 at his own 46. Dallas blitzes. Van Der Esch is it's Neville Gallimore. Van Der Esch was right behind him, but it was Neville Gallimore breaking through and getting the sack, the first of the day.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, you tweeted something out, and I have responded. What was your question?
Tweeted this out, and I put this on the twitch.tv/Dallas fan cam as well, a poll.
Mm-hmm.
Big question of the day. Mm-hmm. Will Kevin let Mike Bassick do Mike Likes It today? That is a question I think we all want to know based on, Mike, what happened last week when Kevin shut you down.
Let me tease what I have here. Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, Mets and Braves, Josh Green, the show Cheer, Rangers record, Win Reality, Barry Bonds versus O.J. Simpson. Those are just all the things that
What was that last one?
I need to get to this.
If you start with the last one, we'll definitely get to Mike Likes It.
Say cheer or cheers?
Cheer.
Now he's telling you how
Like
to
the Navarro
how to
cheer.
like it.
That's
Navarro cheer.
I do not want to tell you how to like. All right. We're now part of the lunch rush and the expressway. And Corey, I'm going to let you decide at some point in this segment, we will give away tickets to the Royal Rumble. But
I can't say let's get, right?
Unless you're actually doing it, please don't. Is Monday thank you notes. Which are the players or the situations that you want to give that head nod or the thumbs up to because you thought that it was fantastic? And we brought it up to Steven, but this is the first time since 1973 that the Cowboys have given up 19 or fewer points in their first 4 games. So that's amazing. But I have a head nod or maybe a suggestion for Kellen Moore as a thank you is, hey, it's first down. Throw the ball.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Why?
What's wrong?
Yesterday.
We're winning.
Yeah, we're winning.
That's true. When the Cowboys ran the ball on first down, now we quit keeping tabs on this, or I quit figuring it out in the third quarter. The Cowboys were 12 carries on first down for 19 yards. Okay?
Is that good?
No. Then when they passed on first down,
Allegedly.
they were 6 of 7 for 115 yards.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yes! That is very good. So, my thank you to Kellen Moore is for helping keep this season afloat with Cooper Rush, but also throw the ball on first down.
All right. Can I? Now, Reggie, you can always argue that
I can always argue.
Yeah, you do. Play action works no matter what.
And
you don't have to run.
And I'm the negative guy.
You don't have to run successfully for play action to matter.
That's correct.
Because play action does matter, but running successfully definitely can help play action matter even more. Cooper Rush is currently Pro Football Focus. I know you hate Pro Football Focus. Their highest graded quarterback on play action passes, 21 of 30 for 295 yards and a touchdown with 2 quote-unquote big-time throws. This is from John Owning. Without play action, he is 7th worst in the NFL. So to go to that, Kevin, the reason he's running on first down is
set that up,
hoping that it helps on play action because it does help Cooper Rush. Play action definitely helps Cooper Rush, and the run helps them set up their play action.
So you're insinuating it's not a punishment. Like, did you see the Falcons punished Marcus Mariota yesterday?
For running play action?
No, I'm firmly of the belief that he threw an interception, and then guess what the Falcons did the play after that? They ran it, and then play after that, and 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 that.
I think we broke them.
And that, and that. They ran the ball 14 consecutive times.
Oh, my God.
After he threw an interception.
You didn't say 14 that 14
Yes,
times.
I did.
Wow.
Yes, I did.
For later in the week, I wonder if somebody's going to try that against the Cowboys.
If they're going to run 14 times because you still think that the potential weakness for this defense could be the running is, and the whole reason that I think this segment at least partially started is I sent out a tweet yesterday at thank Kevin. Thank you very much if you follow me. Is I don't know if Cooper Rush is going to start again this season or not, but I appreciate the heck out of him for keeping this season relevant. Like, I get the defense is probably the dominant portion of that. I certainly understand that. But 3 weeks ago, I thought NFL football was done. My college football team has long been cooked. So
cooked.
I know.
Offense
I know.
stinks.
They do.
College football, just keep rooting.
Yeah.
That's what people do.
I will, even if that makes me sad. But I thought this season was going to be yet another depressing season, and it could still end in heartbreak. But right now, the Cowboys are alive and well, and Cooper Rush is at least part of that. So thank you, Cooper Rush, for keeping this season relevant.
In your face, Corey.
Okay.
I don't. Were you?
I appreciate that. Hey, as long as they're winning, you know what I mean? I want to thank the referees. Because this time it felt like it came out on our side. You know? And usually it doesn't feel that way. I don't know about you guys, but a lot of times it feels like I want to give a lot of credit to the defense and everything that was accomplished. But I wrote in my notes, and I not legibly either. I wrote in my notes how huge the illegal contact was on the Cowboy. I think it was 6 minutes and 6 seconds left in the second quarter, and that illegal contact on that was an intercepted pass, mind you, ended up turning into a touchdown for the Cowboys. That kept that drive alive. Look at how many times, if you go back and rewatch how many times Washington drives just stalled out because of penalties for themselves.
Yeah.
The Cowboys, that didn't faze them as much this week because there were two things that they called against Washington. Last week, they missed two of the most miserable illegal contacts I've ever seen in my life. And this week they get them right, and it works out in 2 times where they were intercepted passes that should have gone the other way. It felt like we got the breaks this week because Snyder was at the game, and the NFL hates Snyder. They were like, we're just going to show him up in front of their.
Did you see Jonathan Allen say, I'll go ahead and take my fine? He said, I think the officiating was horrible. If I'm being honest, I thought it was very one-sided. So he'll go ahead and get that.
Well, I'm glad it was on our side this time.
Yes!
Usually it doesn't feel like it is usually.
Yes. No.
Usually I'm sitting there going, what was he even looking at? Like Kellen Moore.
Absolutely. From the 918, I want to give a big thank you to Neville Gallimore. He
Yes.
wreaked havoc all day long. From the 512, give a nod to Mr. Jones' constant positivity. He willed Rush to be a solid quarterback. Impressive. And then this one, I don't feel like this is a real thank you from the 806. Dear Dak, thanks. It's not me, it's you. Thanks again. From Dale Amarillo, who I hope that is a real name and it's not just Dale in Amarillo. I choose to believe that his name is Dale Amarillo.
Mike, do you want to thank anybody?
Yeah.
Are you going to thank yourself?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to thank your guy.
Turpentine?
No.
Oh.
Turpentine stinks.
What are you doing? Oh,
no, he's
How
good.
does not stink?
He's the best. He's going to return 73 touchdowns this year.
I don't know about
him and Barry Bonds and O.J. Simpson. I'm going to thank CeeDee Lamb.
Okay.
Yep.
So
you love CeeDee Lamb, too.
I was really concerned after the first week and then Cooper Rush becoming the quarterback. So it kind of goes hand in hand, Cooper Rush and what you said. But I was like, oh, no, CeeDee Lamb's going to have 6 to 8 weeks with Cooper Rush, and this is going to go really bad. His third year, his breakout year, which everybody was hoping, especially like Michael Irvin, is just not going to go the way we hoped it was going to go. He just isn't as good as I thought. But these last 3 weeks, and I know yesterday Kevin Burkhardt, that's his name, right? He called it the CeeDee Lamb drive where he caught 3 passes in a row. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it was just really nice work of getting separation, giving Cooper Rush an easy target to hit. Cooper Rush hit it, and then he made plays after the catch. I think I went too far. I don't think he's going to be probably the greatest Cowboys receiver of all time. That's in at least my lifetime. I think that's Michael Irvin. I didn't get to really watch Drew Pearson. I know what he did, but it's making me feel a lot better about CeeDee Lamb. These last 3 games, I don't know what he's going to do. Obviously, Jalen Ramsey's next week, and I don't know if he's going to follow him everywhere, but these 3 weeks have given me hope that CeeDee Lamb can be on that borderline of top 10 receiver in the NFL.
Man, I love what you just said about Ramsey, because that's like, this is your opportunity now, right? Like, this is the opportunity to rise up to that occasion and say, it doesn't matter if that's the best cornerback in the league is going to cover me. I'm the number one receiver for this team. Go pay me like this. You know, I agree with you on that one too. So like, I really like what you're saying about this, Mike, because there is a lot more to prove. That touchdown, did he run 3 different routes in that one route? It was awesome.
That break off to the left, I watched that playback like 4 times as it happened, and I was just trying to imagine what the defensive back was thinking after he thought he had it synced up and was going to break to the right and broke to the left and just clowned him, and he's like, I really hope Cooper Rush doesn't see him. Like, that's what I was envisioning that the DB thinking.
I'm going to have to rewatch the all 22 on this, but I do believe the safety kind of got caught up. I think it was Schultz who was doing a seam right down the middle of the field, but he got caught up and basically blocked out of the play by Schultz, which created that even more space for Cooper Rush to throw it into. But go watch the way his hands were on that catch. That's the same way he tried to catch that ball in New York that he dropped. Where he kind of cups it in and hauls it in that way. This time he catches it.
Can I tell you maybe my favorite part of that touchdown pass to go along with it is I didn't have to see Brett Maher kick another field goal. All right, that he wouldn't kick his 4th field
Brett
goal.
Maher.
Yeah, I appreciate Brett Maher. I was tired of seeing him out there. I appreciate that he didn't have to kick his 4th field goal until a little bit later in the quarter, because tell me you didn't feel like at multiple times in the game, especially when they were down 7-6, but even when they were only up by, I think it was 5 points, how was the game that close? When it was 12-7 and when it was 7-6, it felt like you were dominating that game and you were losing at one point and then barely winning because we kept kicking field goals. So I was really excited that we didn't have to see Maher out there again.
We need Dak back.
I'm with you.
So it can be a Porsche again instead of a Suburban.
We'll get into that later in the week. I think Dak talk for later in the week is going to be great. I was a little bit concerned in this. When they scored the touchdown in the second quarter, Washington, I thought, oh no, I know Carson Wentz stinks. He made the one as a very nice touchdown pass. Great kind of touch on the ball to let Dotson, I believe. Was it Dotson run under it, or was it?
I think it was.
Yeah. So that was a really nice pass. Like, I don't want to take anything away from Carson Wentz on that pass. The rest of the game, he's pathetic. I thought, oh no, are they going to be able to run the ball enough to make this a really close game and maybe sneak a late field goal in to beat the Cowboys? And luckily, the Cowboys played, I guess, a good enough run defense as the game progressed. Obviously, in the third quarter, there was that big run to the right side, which was a little bit concerning again, where I'm like, oh no, like,
where Van Der Esch tracked him down. And
but I was like, come on, guys, like, they can't pass. We figured this one out. And luckily, they did score enough touchdowns. And luckily, as long as you put pressure on Carson Wentz to win a game, he will lose it about 90% of the time.
The 682, what is this? Kevin appreciates it. You couldn't stand Mike likes it so much, so you copied his segment and stole the time slot.
No, not just me. From the 214, big thank you to the home crowd on third down. I know if it's just me, but seems like the crowd has been good and loud these last few games, which is usually not a home field advantage for us.
Oh, yeah. No, I think you're totally right about it. Somebody texted in and said, did you see how many red shirts were there though, in the wide shots? I didn't notice it.
I didn't either. They were wearing the wrong color, dummies.
So you don't think they were a Commanders fan? They were just...
And somebody, by the way, you asked the question earlier, Kevin, about were their jerseys dumb? Absolutely, they were. Those are dumb jerseys. You know why? Because they're Washington Commanders jerseys. And I'll never, just like the Yankees, I'll never lie. I would throw that jersey back.
I don't want them to get great, but it does kind of stink in the rivalry of Cowboys versus Washington that they're just horrible all the time.
I wanted to at least throw one more thank you out. We just asked Steven about this, but Donovan Wilson, who makes $1 million this season for having his breakout season. Now, as Steven alluded to, or as Mickey alluded to, I believe, do I wish it was not in his final year of his rookie deal? Why, yes. Yes, I wish it would have been sooner. But we always complain about players that we're paying more for what we're getting. Like the Cowboys talked about, that's one of the reasons they moved on from Amari Cooper and maybe to a certain extent Lyle Collins. And we've lamented about Zeke in the past. But Donovan Wilson, Trayvon Diggs, Micah Parsons, these are all players on their rookie deals that you feel like you're seeing more, and in some cases far more than what they're actually getting paid, which is how you win in the NFL.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I'm really interested as this season progresses on how much Sam Williams can help, because to me, he looks like a young Randy Gregory. Now, I know Randy Gregory is tough because he played like in 2 games in 4 years because of his marijuana habit.
He might be hurt again, by the way.
But like, when I remember seeing Randy Gregory going, my God, that guy's fast and he doesn't even practice.
Yeah.
And I just watched Sam Williams, and he's not going to be, the next Micah Parsons or anything like that. But I'm thinking, if you want to replace the good Randy Gregory that was on the field at times, Sam Williams, the way he's moving around and his strength being kind of a long, lanky guy for his position, I'm like, man, this dude Sam Williams might end up being a really, really good pick.
I did somebody said, are you guys ever going to give McCarthy credit?
A couple times today, yeah.
Thank you, Mike McCarthy, for, I think, RJ Ochoa said that he's played 37 games without Dak. He's had 37 games without Dak, or 37 games coached.
Oh, I was going to say, that's definitely not
15
right.
without Dak.
Yeah.
He's won 8 of the 15. So more than half of the games without his starting franchise quarterback.
I swear to you, Sean Payton looks furious on that Fox set when because the Cowboys keep winning. I think he wants this job so bad that you can see it. Like, he can't hide it in his face. He's like, damn it, I need this team to lose. If I'm going to get this job, they can't win. They can't be 10-7 at the end of the year or 12-5. There's no job available if they do this. So I just feel like on Sean Payton's face is just kind of this like disappointment when he has to talk about the Cowboys and them winning. Not that he dislikes the Cowboys. I think he likes them so much he wants to be their coach, but he has to have them lose to have that opportunity.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mike Likes It coming up in just 1 second, unless let's give something away. 877-881-1053, caller number 10. We'll win a pair of tickets to the WWE Royal Rumble. It's going to be at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio on January 28th. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com, or you can win them right now and all week long on KNC. 877-881-1053. Now,
all right,
Mike Likes It.
I teased a lot, and you guys were really intrigued with Barry Bonds versus O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
Before I get to that, I do want to talk a little bit more football, just because people get so upset that, people talk about baseball if they're only a football fan. I want to talk about last night's game, and I know we'll probably talk about it more tomorrow as we go more around the NFL. Today's obviously a lot of Dallas Cowboy talk. Is that play Patrick Mahomes made at the 2-yard line and certain throws that he makes?
There was another one in that game, too, that was pretty crazy.
I get when we watch Lamar Jackson, very special player, and he plays the game obviously different than most quarterbacks we've ever seen, right? Michael Vick and Randall Cunningham come to mind as guys that have been close to the way Lamar Jackson plays the game, but Lamar Jackson plays the game better than Michael Vick and Randall Cunningham did. I just watch Patrick Mahomes and I go, how does he not? He gets respected. I don't want to take, but it's kind of like, who's the MVP? Is it Jalen Hurts? Is it Tua T? Is it, Josh Allen is the favorite? When I watch Josh Allen, when I watch Lamar Jackson, when I watch Jalen Hurts, come on, like it's not, to me, it's not a comparison. In my mind, help me out here. This is my opinion, and I'll throw it to you guys. I just watch a guy like Patrick Mahomes last night, and I go, this is the best maybe I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's really good.
To your point, Patrick Mahomes, that was his 67th career start or career game that he played in. And he surpassed Matthew Stafford as the fastest player to ever to get to 20,000 yards passing. Stafford took 71 games. That was the fastest ever. Mahomes took 67. So in 4 games, so he'll probably get to 21,000, or surely will get to 21,000 yards in the time it took Matthew Stafford to be the fastest person ever to 20,000.
All right, so real quick, another thing about that game. First of all, I'm in awe of Patrick Mahomes playing the game. But were you guys surprised at all watching Tampa Bay's defense through 3 weeks on how easy it looked to move the ball against them last night?
It's interesting because that ended up being like kind of a trend in the NFL yesterday. Is there had only been 4 teams that had yet to give up 20 points defensively. Obviously, the Cowboys. And they're one of them, and they still haven't done so. But you made reference to the Bucs getting torched. They were one of them. And then one of the other ones was the Broncos, and they gave up 32 points. And so the last remaining one is the 49ers. So it's the 49ers and the Cowboys, and that's it. So, yes, I was very surprised.
Okay, and then next thing. I'm really interested in tonight's game just because of the opponent is the Cowboys' upcoming opponent. And I think playing on Monday night, then jumping into the Sunday game, we've seen it's a trend. It doesn't mean it'll hold up, but it's sometimes tough to play Monday night football and then play your best game on Sunday. That's why Thursday night football is not the best football, because that's even worse. You're only getting 3 days off and lack of preparation time to play another NFL football game, but we love football, so Thursday, Sunday, Monday, we get to take it all in. But I'm interested tonight to see, in a little bit of a way, the 49ers have a good to great defense.
Yes.
Where would you put, if you were to put a word on the 49ers defense, what word would you put or phrase would you put on the 49ers defense?
Potentially elite.
Yeah, and very good. So to maybe reach that potential.
Yeah, so I think tonight is going to be fun to watch if you're watching from a Cowboys perspective, is how do the Rams attack the 49ers, and how different will it be against the Cowboys? Because the 49ers do seem to be better against the run than the Cowboys do. The Cowboys, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think the Cowboys, at least through 4 games, are creating such an unbelievable pass rush with 4 guys. Because it doesn't seem like a lot of blitzing. There is some. Obviously, you see Donovan Wilson get a sack and Donovan Wilson make plays, too, around the line of scrimmage. So things are happening. Leighton Vander Esch one time rushed up the middle, which was a great call by Dan Wilson, and Vander Esch executed it where it just really messed up Carson Wentz and their offensive line. So I'm just kind of interested tonight to watch and see how LA attacks a very good San Francisco defense, and then how different they're going to possibly attack the Cowboys defense.
Obviously, we talked about it from the betting perspective. I picked the Rams, but if the Rams lost, be totally fine with that for the bigger picture.
All right, now I pay off one of my teases, and it's Barry Bonds versus O.J. Simpson. Okay, I was going to say this.
Explain this to me, Mike.
All right, O.J. Simpson, supposedly, I guess he's not guilty, but then guilty in civil court, killing 2 people.
Yep.
Somehow Barry Bonds is in the same category as O.J. Simpson, I think, when it comes to how much hate
Fascinating.
they get. Because Barry Bonds, when you look at this, I was looking at his stats. And I know I gave the stat the other day, from age 27 to 42, his lowest OPS in a season was 999. And that was when he was 41 years old. And you just look at most walks in Major League history, obviously most home runs in Major League history. He was a 298 batting average for his career, 444 on base, and a 1.051 OPS. If you start looking at other players, whether it's Albert Pujols, whether it's Miguel Cabrera, whether it's Mike Trout. Mike Trout is just below a 1 right now, but Mike Trout, if he's going to have a career where he plays to 40 years old, just like Ken Griffey Jr., those numbers start going down. And so even though you could look at maybe a Mike Trout or maybe a guy like Albert Pujols through his first 10 or 12 years of his career, similar kind of stats to Barry Bonds. It's just when you get to 42 years old, and Albert Pujols, in a weird way, couldn't hold it, but did hold it in the accumulation of stats. And he had much better stats from age, let's say 21 to 31 than Barry Bonds did. Even though Barry Bonds at that point had 3 MVP awards and a whole bunch of numbers, it was just Albert Pujols' first 10 to 12 years in Major League Baseball are arguably right there with Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah.
And they both kind of fell off, where Barry, and we know why. This is where I get to O.J. Simpson. He wins 4 MVPs from 2001 to 2004. And those are ages 36 to 39 years old, where he's by far the best player in the game. And we know, look, no other human can really do that unless you're getting enhanced.
Yeah.
But he took steroids for arguably a 3 to 6 year period, somewhere in there. Where, you're not exactly sure how long he did it. You just know that he did it for years. And it's just based off of where I go to is in 2004, because I was part of Major League Baseball, we did start testing.
Yeah.
So if you look at 2004, you are getting tested. Now, Were there ways to beat the test? Are there still ways to beat the test
Absolutely,
for NFL players
there are.
and for NFL and Major League Baseball players? Yes, but it's like there's so much hate on this guy. When you look at his stats, I think you can say Barry Bonds is the greatest hitter of all time. Better than Ted Williams, better than Babe Ruth, better than
I would disagree with that, but I hear you.
Okay, I'll stop. Why are those guys better?
Because they didn't cheat.
Okay, stop right there.
Okay.
You can't. This is where I'm trying to tell you, I get you, and that's where he falls. But if you just take it for what it's worth, if you take the value of each year and you take the value of his numbers, and I get what you're saying.
Sure.
You're right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is he's the best hitter of all time if you just look at everything besides the steroids. But I hear what you're saying. But that's my point.
Okay, and so I think that's why I stick with that is one of the reasons that I firmly believe that he did not go through the same swoon that now you're seeing with Trout, Cabrera, Griffey, Pujols, like you referred to, is he probably, most people will tell you, he probably started using steroids 9 years before his career was over.
Yeah.
Because 1998 drove him crazy.
Right, it's documented.
Yeah.
99 was when he said, screw it, I'm going to do it too.
Now, to your overall point, I think it's madness if anybody compared him to O.J. Simpson, and I would never, ever, ever, ever put him anywhere in that category. I just think that's why I would dispute that he's the greatest hitter of all time. But you're right. The numbers make sense.
And this is why he's not. He's, to your point, you're right. And I'm agreeing with you in a way. Like, I'm agreeing. Like, I agree with what you're saying. But it's like we've shunned him from everything like he killed somebody.
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
And all he did was hit bombs.
We've kind of only shunned two people from the sport. Mark McGwire came back and was a hitting coach for the LA Dodgers.
Yes.
Like, I mean, he was in the game. Now, Sammy kind of went away on his own. But we've taken Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds and we've said, you are such horrible human beings that we cannot have you anywhere around this.
Pete Rose fall in that category too?
Well, he did get suspended for life.
But I don't think the game of baseball feels that way.
Baseball loves him.
Yeah.
Like, baseball fans love Pete Rose. I mean, you ask anybody about Pete Rose, I'm like, yeah, he cheated, but he should be in the Hall of Fame. He's he's Charlie Hustle. He's all these things. Nobody ever says that about Barry Bonds. And I just look at it and I go,
feels that way, doesn't he? When you guys had him on, didn't he kind of have that feeling of like, there's a resentment to it?
And in a way, not taking anything away from Raffy, because he should be in the Hall of Fame. There's steroid users that are in the Hall of Fame.
Sure.
Is that Raffy never reached like the status of Barry Bonds where you're arguing, because even though we kind of knew in 04, 05, 06, we're like, yeah, he probably enhanced himself, right? We need proof. We need more proof. But the public was kind of like, he enhanced himself to do these things.
Yeah.
But also at that time, as his career's coming to a close, you're going, is this the greatest hitter of all time? And then as obviously more information comes out about Victor Conte and the cream and the clear and all these things, I just feel like we have shunned Barry Bonds worse than he should be shunned. To your point,
Sure.
I don't think you can say he's the greatest hitter of all time, because when you look at whether it's Willie Mays or Ted Williams or Babe Ruth or Hank Aaron or Mickey Mantle or whoever it is that you say, man, that's the best hitter I've ever seen. Or it could be recent. It could be Albert Pujols. It could be Ken Griffey Jr. It could be Mike Trout. For a guy who did steroids, man, has he taken like the biggest hit that I think you could take without hurting anybody, if that makes sense. Like, OJ killed people.
I do wonder if he'd have been a nice guy too, if that would have changed a lot.
I often think that's what it is, because people just don't like him, right?
Yeah.
Generally, the way that we view people, obviously, is some based off of what they do, but like, we let certain people get away with a lot just because we like them.
Yes, Mike Tyson is a great example of that, although there are many, many others. Colby said something to me that has always stuck with me. How did you feel about that person before any of these scandals broke out? Because it's hard to change people's minds.
Ted Williams. He treated the media as bad and the fans maybe as bad or worse. It's just he's
also a war hero.
I guess so, right? But I mean, people hated him.
Yeah.
I mean, the media hated him. I mean, there's reasons he didn't get votes in the Hall of Fame. It wasn't because everybody didn't know he's a Hall of Famer. Like, I just hate him as a person. I'm not voting for him. He treated me like crap. He treated fans like crap. But I don't know. I mean, Ted Williams at the end, he was, come to the All-Star game. You are,
I think it's because the same like media culture wasn't around, because how many people in the media probably covered up some of that to a certain extent. Not that he was friends with them, but you hear that with Babe Ruth all the time, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. But like, I just don't think the 24/7 news cycle broke it down the same way that Bonds like got a piece of.
I'm out of time. Do you think in our lifetime, Barry Bonds will ever be accepted as a great Major League Baseball player where he's kind of back at parks or representing the game?
I do. I think it'll still be a while, but I think eventually you'll see it.
All right.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here
Good job,
on
Mike.
105 through the Fan. Heck of a segment.
Anybody.
Heck of a set. You're right. He did not. Okay. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, did you see who was at that game? That was crazy that he showed up next.
The Rangers take on Aaron Judge and the Yankees with the American League home run record on the line.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, Kevin, I want to kill the next segment real quick. Tua in concussion protocol won't play this week, but there's a lot more to get into in the next segment. We'll get into that, but surprise, surprise, the guy that was down and out won't be playing. All right, Kevin.
Thankfully.
I know y'all were very confused by said tease that I threw out there. Did you see that Dan Snyder was at the game on Sunday?
I did not.
He is under investigation by the NFL over what
For
Kevin
like
has
50
called
million things.
alleged workplace misconduct within
Can we
his
just
club.
say general scumbaggery?
That's fine too, if that's what you would like, but I think there's probably a legal technical term that you have to use there.
Alleged general scumbaggery?
That's what he's under investigation for. That's what we just said.
I like what Reggie said, though. That's
I feel
a
like we
much
should
better
also still
legal
put the
term.
alleged.
Alleged is always very important. He was on the field before the game with standing next to Jerry Jones. He's suspended from day-to-day operations and hasn't been seen in public at a Commander's home game. This is wild to me. Dude won't even show up to his home games because he's suspended.
Yeah.
But he shows up to AT&T Stadium, which is super close to D.C., obviously. And he's like, you know what? Me and Jerry Jones, pals. I don't understand. I do not understand. Jerry Jones is said on our air. Do not compare me to that. What was the word, Mike?
Piece of S.
Okay, there you go. He's used
Can't
a lot of
say
other
the whole word he said. We dumped it.
He's said a lot of other terms about this guy. Yet there he is standing next to him right before a game. Can anybody explain why? Like, is it just because this is Jerry Jones telling all the other owners, I got your back too, if something like this ever comes up for you? I'm trying to figure out what the message is, because Jerry Jones doesn't do that for no reason.
It's power block.
Think about this. This is Roger. When he got the Cowboys, everybody hated him for firing Landry. He goes out to the first Cowboys practice and has Roger Staubach standing next to him because he knows that if Roger's there, nobody will boo him.
I'm not saying it's the same, because who the hell knows with some of this stuff, but I do think that owners see the writing on the wall and they're like, hey, not just Jerry, but if Daniel Snyder were to lose his team, how many people are like, hey, look, I have also got skeletons in my closet. So I think it's a power dynamic of, like, essentially, hey, don't vote me out and I won't vote you out.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
You think Dan Snyder has some leverage on it?
I mean, even if he doesn't, probably, but even if he doesn't, he's a no vote.
Okay.
Like,
And I don't know if it's leverage per se. I think it's more precedent.
Okay.
Is what we're talking about. Because if you set the precedent on this is, I guess, in a term, a fireable offense, even though you wouldn't be firing them, but I think you get the point, then that leaves, for whatever happens, whatever might come up, you might be next on the fireable list.
Okay. So you don't think it's like an envelope full of
can't say
receipts.
that 100%, Corey. I see where you're going.
But
with
you
this.
also can't not say it.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Did we say that right?
I don't know.
I think we
But
got
he
it.
tried.
Yeah.
Did I?
Also, do you think that there's a possibility that Jerry's like, as long as this guy's in the league,
that team's going to suck,
and everybody else is going to
Yes.
say, well, Jerry's not the most incompetent?
Yes. I don't feel comfortable with that last part, the way you phrase it, but yes, I do
As
think.
long as they stink, I'm okay.
I mean, I absolutely believe that.
Jahan Dotson. This guy's going to be a pain in your neck for the next decade.
He catches touchdown
I don't think
passes.
so.
Okay.
Oh.
I think the receiver is just as good as McLaurin. And he might even surpass him at some point. Mike, I'm very interested to know why you said that, because I think I agree with you. But without even knowing what you're going to say, I think I agree with you.
Their quarterback situation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They went out and they spent draft picks to get Wentz.
Yeah.
They aren't going to, I don't know if they're going to be bad enough to get one of these futures here this year.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to be like, they try, they're basically, Snyder kind of has them in the same situation Jerry's had the Cowboys in for a long time, where you're not bad enough to be in the situation where you get a franchise quarterback with your draft.
Yeah.
So Mike, you might be right about that. I think the receiver is really, really good. Coming out of college, just watch him run his routes. He's precise. He's got great hands. I have a feeling that you're going to be like, there are going to be a lot of games where you're going to sit there and go, dadgum, Jahan Dotson did it again.
Because they are free and clear of him after this year.
Wentz?
Carson Wentz, that is.
But what's their approach?
If they want to be.
They're going to get like Baker Mayfield next year. That's what they do.
No, you're right. I don't know. But if they want to get out of Carson Wentz, they're fine getting out of that. But to your point, I really don't know. This is a quarterback-heavy draft, so we will see. Maybe Will Levis is the guy.
That's what I'm trying to figure out is where does Tankathon have them right now? Are they good enough to win 6 games? Because I think they could beat.
Tankathon has the Rangers 8th.
Okay.
You got to go to NFL.
You're doing great, Mike. I appreciate that. This is why I love Mike.
Right.
Because he is always on the computer getting stats.
7th.
True.
Right now they'd have the 7th pick.
Is that high? Is that low enough or high enough in the round?
I know
to
this
get one
is
of these
stupid
goods?
to
I don't
do
think
mock
so.
draft right now, but according to Tankathon, the mock draft have them taking Will Levis of Kentucky.
That's the one Kevin
Stroud
wants.
goes first, Bryce Young goes second. So he would be the 3rd quarterback in the draft.
And there are some people who think Levis is the best. Like, take that for whatever you will. There's a lot of experts out there now, much to your chagrin, Corey. But I don't know. I guess that would have to be the outcome.
We have the Florida quarterback going 23.
There might be a 5th one in there. I
They
know
don't, at least in this mock draft, only 4 quarterbacks.
There are some rumblings that some people think 5 could go.
And, quarterbacks always move up the board because if Washington was desperate for, let's say, Will Levis, they would look at probably jumping up to 4 or 3 to make sure they get him if that's the case. And they need to do that. They're going nowhere until you find a franchise-changing quarterback.
I know people are asking about him, Sam Howell out of North Carolina. Look, I like Sam Howell as much as the next person, but he was also a 5th-round pick, so I don't know if they will view that as
BYU then the other quarterback. They have him going 42nd.
Yeah, I think that is right.
Jaron Hall. So, and then Tyler Van Dyke of Miami going.
Oh,
34th.
actually, yeah, people are all over the map about him, actually.
All right. So those are kind of the mock draft thing that you hate.
This early, I do.
You want me to go to the mock draft?
No, I don't.
MLB.
This is Corey's segment. So he could really screw me over by saying, let's hear
this.
more.
They don't have a mock draft
from Mike
in MLB.
on the mock drafts here.
I'm going to hit Sim Lottery real quick. Sim Lottery Rangers with the 8th overall pick. Go to number 4. Moving up 4 spots. Mock that.
See, we don't even have to lose to the Yankees. We can beat them too, Kevin, and still get the 4th pick.
Okay. Back to you, Corey.
Rangers.
The quote from McCarthy on I can't get past this quote. Cooper's presence, the way he handles the in-game adjustments is really a positive for us. I think he managed the down and distances. I
get it.
Didn't overreact, didn't try to force the football. I thought he did a good job trying to stay on time and when the down and distances were lopsided. Then he goes on. Once again, it's about expectations and staying consistent, not trying to do too much. Defense keeping the point total down is giving us a great opportunity to go a long way on offense, not feeling like we have to be wide open explosive. That's who we were last year, and we'll go back toward that. but this is the way we need to play right now, and it's been very effective for us. He's staying the course. Defense is holding them to 10. A lot of good things to build. That, it sounds like and you hear the team, you hear the players say things too that line up with exactly what McCarthy's saying. And I know that comes kind of from, coach comes in, has a talk, manager comes in, has a talk, you have these conversations, you start buying in on these things.
Yeah.
But they believe that what they're doing is by design. That the way they were playing a football game that they said, we're going to control this, this, and this because we can't control these other things because we have a guy who's a backup.
Yeah.
But we know we can win with this backup because he can do these things. We're not going to ask him to do what Dak would do. And then you hear Cooper Rush, and I just loved the approach. And I was listening to Brad Sham this morning, and he was saying, he sat down with Cooper, and he's not an alpha personality. But he can be whenever he needs to be. But he said, here's Cooper Rush's approach to this. I guess I would say the defense and all the breaks you catch is just kind of lucky. QB win stats, they are what they are. It's a team game. It's nice when you have a defense that has your back like that. And that's such a huge factor because that's even what McCarthy's saying is, look how good of a job this defense is doing, not just keeping us in games, but almost burying opponents from being able to be in games. And then that allows Cooper to do these things. And whenever we get Dak back, we'll be able to open this thing back up. And I keep using the Suburban to Porsche, analogy, and everybody keeps texting the same thing. Yeah, but it's a broken Porsche. It's a busted Porsche. Whenever Dak is playing against when it's bad opponents, it's a Porsche, but whenever it's good opponents, it's a Honda. And I understand. I didn't say it is what it is. I said it's supposed to be that. And that's why I want Dak Prescott back, because it's fun to watch Cooper Rush do what he's doing. But there are also times when I'm like, man, isn't Dak supposed to make this team that much better? Yeah. We're supposed to be scoring 35, 42 right now, not settling for this field goal. And I hope that Dak sees that and says, okay, some of these things that Cooper's doing so well right now, I can do just as well and better whenever I get back. And I hope he's fully and completely healthy when he steps back out on the field, too.
And when do you, I know it's the beginning of the week and everything. When do you think that will actually happen?
Philly.
Okay, so we still got another week.
I think so, just because, there's still swelling from, is there confirmed, the bone didn't just heal. Is there anything else that's going on there?
Well, remember, Steven, when we talked to him earlier, he goes, we initially thought this was going to be an 8 to 10 week deal.
Yeah.
And then they've tightened up that window.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be Philly because they still have to get the swelling down. And they're right, Mike, you try and throw a curveball with a hand that's hurt, it's not going to go the same way.
Well, and you have to think it this way. Last week, what was he able to do? Throw 5 to 10 yard passes at the end of the week, and they still backed him off of that because then swelling happened, and they're just like, look, we're pushing it too much. And Dak, I think, loves that story about him.
Yeah.
As part of his identity is I'm too hard of a worker. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think if you just look at that and you give him till, let's just say, Thursday or Friday this week, that in 1 week to go from throwing 5 to 10 yard passes with swelling in the thumb to 1 week later throwing 40 and 50 yard, bullets everywhere, which he needs to be able to do that to be a competent quarterback. You're probably looking at best probably next Thursday or Friday when everything were to come together. And that's still, I don't know, that still seems like a quick timetable if you have still a little bit of swelling and then grip strength, that in 2 weeks everything will be perfect.
I don't know when the odds come out, Kevin, but I do want you to keep track of this because I think Mike McCarthy's odds of being fired are going way down this list at this point.
As they should, right?
Although I did see a note that Matt Rule is a 12-1 odds to be the next Wisconsin head coach. So there's likelihood that he's going to be out of there in the NFL, if you know what I mean.
Is it I don't know if it's possible. Am I allowed to give you a couple of quick injury updates?
I already gave the Tua update, Kevin. Everything, that's all the injuries anybody wants to know about.
Okay.
What happened to that guy?
I was going to say Javonte Williams, they did confirm the ACL tear out for the rest of the year. And then Joey Bosa, we were looking for a timeline on that, 8 to 10 weeks with a groin tear. I've still been waiting to see about Randy Gregory because I know he is getting an MRI today as well.
And Cordero Patterson's on the IR right now as well. So if you this is fantasy week where you got to go scramble and start finding some pieces to throw in there unless you're doing really poorly right now, and you're like, I don't even care. I'm just going to trade my team anyway.
DraftKings Fantasy did great.
You got some eggplants, didn't you?
I finally got my eggplants this year.
I'm so happy for you. No,
I like
you heard
mine
him.
parmed.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, the NFL is making actual moves in the wake of the Tua debacle, but will it make a difference? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Blasting out 100.
brought to you by Perma Pure Foundation. Okay.
Play action, Tua rolling to his left, stops. Nobody's open, Joe. He's going to be sacked back in his own territory at the 47-yard line. Tua's down.
He got body slammed. He got thrown down, and they're coming out right now. Jimmy had time to get rid of it. Instead, he gets thrown down hard, and he's not getting up.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where not that they weren't already there to a certain extent, but concussions have been pushed more to the forefront since Thursday night. Tua going out, and I want to know, the NFL looks like they're on the same page as the NFLPA. Will any of this make an actual difference? And speaking of that, you saw over the weekend, Shaquille Leonard, formerly known as Darius Leonard, made his season debut, and then he suffered a concussion in the second quarter. So we're talking about, one of the, if not the best linebacker in the game, depending on how you quantify Micah Parsons, made his season debut, immediately got hurt, concussion.
When did he change his name, and how come I never heard of this?
This offseason.
Definitely heard of it. We talked about this.
I totally wasn't listening.
I think Mike was out of town whenever that happened.
Yeah, I was out of town.
Good. Yes, he changed his name.
Religious, really?
No, I actually.
His real name.
Oh. Yeah.
He was. Yeah,
I was going to say he didn't change his name. He was just going by his middle name. And then he was like, I don't want to say anything. But now I feel like I can say something.
Okay.
Which is fair.
He was. He legitimately was named after Shaquille O'Neal and another Shaq. I got to go look back at the story, but it was legitimate.
Shaq Lawson.
That those were in. No, not Shaq Lawson.
Feels like that wouldn't work.
I'll have to figure out exactly where it came from.
Now it does.
But so there's another concussion to another marquee player. Clearly, it does not get as much play as what happened with Tua, but immediately the entities in the NFL got to work. Is Field Yates put this out? I know the NFL and the NFLPA put out a joint statement, is that they're doing an investigation into the application of the concussion protocol. And then word was that they're going to agree to new protocols that anytime any player demonstrates instability, he is not allowed to return to the game. And that could go into full effect as soon as this week. So they're jumping on it, and they're trying. They are trying. They're trying. And in the shock to nobody, the doctor who evaluated Tua got fired after, quote unquote, several mistakes. Sure. Do you think any of this is going to make a difference? Will some of these things start to slide?
Hold on, I do have a question before we go any further with that. Last week, you and Reggie had the stance of being skeptical about the doctors in general.
Yes.
Are you skeptical that this doctor now is just a fall guy?
Oh, for sure.
Okay. I just wanted to there's.
Sorry, I don't want to speak for you, Reggie. I'll just say
that was my first thought. Was
bit.
He's just the people that were saying, well, the doctor screwed up and the NFL's covering it up. Yeah. Now they got their fall guy.
That doctor that they fired was for sure the only person who did anything in all of this. So we got rid of him. We're good.
Yeah, I think that. Can the answer here kind of be both, right? I do think that there was some negligence by this individual, but I also think that there's an understanding that the entirety of this system is, works in such a way where these guys are at danger or at risk at any given moment.
And so I go back to, I'm going to loop this all back in to something that Mike said the other day, or I guess it was Friday right after that happened, is I appreciate that the NFL and the NFL Players Association are investigating this further immediately. I appreciate the fact that it looks like next week they're going to have something ready to go, or maybe even as soon as this weekend. But football is still a very violent sport. Are concussions still going to happen at an alarming rate no matter what you do, or will somebody just find a new way to get around the system? We talked about with Barry Bonds and different baseball players, how you cheat the system. All right, here's your new system. How do you get around it? Because that's what they did with the Rooney Rule, too.
I have another question, Kevin.
Oh, no.
To go to your question that also goes to my own question.
Oh, my gosh.
Had this game been Sunday at noon in the mix of 8 other games,
I don't think it would have been as big of a deal.
As opposed to Amazon's big-time Thursday night football game. It would be a highlight, and people would be like, whoa. But I'm actually concerned, would ESPN even show that highlight as much? Because they're like, man, do we really need to show this that often? But Amazon had a lot of those shots. I don't think it would have been that big of a deal either. I think they would have just been able to go by, scoot right by it. And like, it's fine. It's no big deal because it wasn't the entire country seeing it. And like you said, I think you said it was the next morning was Friday, and that was everybody was talking about it.
Because you didn't have another game to
yeah.
flip to.
Yeah.
Like how many people, and I'm not trying to be a jerk, and if you think I'm being a jerk, I apologize. How many people have Sunday Ticket or have the 2 national options, and then I'm like, oh, bummer. And then you flip the channel.
I mean, if
to
it was
another game.
If it was on Sunday, there's a possibility I wouldn't have seen it because I'm watching Red Zone.
Yeah.
At noon. And I got all these other games going on. Like Mike always says, that's not watching a real football game. It's watching every highlight of all the games at once.
I will say, I was at Bally's doing the Rangers, so that they have the Red Zone up there. It is a very fun channel to watch.
You have to be paying
but
attention.
When they are jumping from game to game, to me, you don't get a sense of the movement of the ball. You're just like, oh, they're at the 25-yard line. And, if you're watching, let's say, the Cowboys game, you weren't watching it, and then you all of a sudden saw Washington down kind of near the red zone. And then, I think, were they in the red zone when they threw the touchdown? Was it inside the 20? I think it was, too. But, like, you wouldn't have known, God, they just ran the ball down the Cowboys' throats to get here,
Now, a positive thing. Well, actually, I guess in a certain way, that is a positive thing that so many people did see it, so they were forced to do something about it. Do you think this is going to, I guess, truly the new protocol that they're working on is going to truly take hold and hopefully make, even if it's a small impact, an impact in dropping the number of concussions or treating players a little bit more carefully?
I don't know. I wish I had a better answer.
Yeah.
But I think if they can make it disappear for a little bit,
sure,
and people not see it as often, then they can get back to, all right, doesn't really matter that much to us.
Right.
Like I
right
really
now
do feel
it
that
matters. I think, I don't know how long it lasts, but yes, I think.
What do y'all think is the shelf life?
1 year.
Okay. That's longer than I would have guessed.
Like the rest of this season, I think starting next year.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, because, I guess that factors into it. When's Tua coming back?
Yeah.
Because it could be if he was out for, let's say he was out for 6 weeks. Okay. I'm not saying it's because of that, but maybe he's taking some time. And it's not 3 segments on our show today.
Right.
And it probably won't be another segment the rest of the week.
Sure.
But last week it probably could have carried for a while.
Yeah.
But a whole weekend of football happened, and there's more stuff to discuss. And so next week, other stuff's going to happen. Maybe like a Mahomes gets hurt, and now that's the biggest story, and the Tua story kind of goes to the backside. So I would say it kind of won't pop back up after this week until Tua's ready to come back on the field. Like, because today there was the announcement that he's out.
Yeah.
Well, then he's ready to come back up on the field. I think they'll have that conversation. You'll be seeing the highlight again. That's going to be going on. And then I think that the owners and everybody in the NFL are going to be like, okay, we have to keep our eyes open,
If he were to come back this season.
I'm sorry, did you say Brait had the situation last night too?
Oh, no.
Where the spotter didn't see that he was stumbling all over the field?
Yeah. So already, it took a couple more days. If Tua comes back this year, or when Tua comes back this year, depending on how you feel, if he gets hurt again or gets another concussion again, do you think that there's anything that the NFL can do to convince people that they did the right thing? I feel like the NFL is in such a negative spot when it comes to concussions at this point. Even if everything was followed, if Tua comes back and gets another concussion, I feel like this is going to be a whole nother bigger conversation. And I'm not sure.
Who would they blame? Him? You knew the risk at this point of going back out on the football field.
I wonder if people would be like, well, the team rushed him back, or the doctors rushed him back, or the protocol wasn't what it should have been, or I don't know.
I think, and I really don't know, but my stance would probably be, look, at this point he knew the risks and the things that he could avoid. And he chose to go back out there on the football field and do this stuff.
Now, I do have a positive for you in this instance, and you referenced the Bills Mafia earlier. Did you see that the Tua Foundation has already received more than 1,000 donations from Bills fans, or general area code and zip code Bills likely fans, since this injury took place?
That's impressive.
That's just
what they do.
Yeah, it is.
I kind of want to be a Bills fan now.
Right? Would you still felt that way if they had lost?
I mean, you could be a good person without being a Bills fan.
I don't know, man.
Okay.
That seems like a difficult. I just kind of want to be in an order of group that do good things.
Okay.
That's why I'm a Jags fan.
Now, now this
we
is
keep giving players like millions of dollars.
That's right.
And other teams wins.
Now
They have wrestling.
this is a quick side note that I really wanted to get into. Is do you know who Dan Whedon is?
Oh, Brandon's dad.
That's what I was thinking, honestly. He stole it.
Me?
Brandon Whedon.
Oh,
Yeah,
Brandon
Oklahoma
Whedon.
State.
Do you think you're the only person that has a son named Brandon,
That
Kevin?
feels very
Went like
unlikely.
2-8 as our quarterback.
Is golly.
Told the story about how he got caught under the flag and explained the
Yes.
whole thing in detail.
That was so great.
And the story never got aired because we couldn't record it.
Former minor league player Brandon Whedon.
I'm still sad about that. Is he was part of the Whedon and Kennedy ad group who came up with the phrase "just do it" for Nike.
Oh, I've heard of that Nike.
So he passed away over the weekend, and I was thinking, is that the most well-known sports advertisement phrase ever? I still feel like to this day, people will drop a "just do it" on you.
I'm trying because I know for a long time it's got to be the shoes was huge to me, but obviously Just Do It was involved there too. I think so
because so many of these revolve
Just
around.
do it.
I know "just do it" wasn't just a Michael Jordan slogan; it was for the whole company. But like, I think like if I could be like Mike, and like so many things revolved around Jordan. But I was curious is. That was a long time ago, and I still feel like people will say that.
And some of that is because Nike has stuck with that slogan for so long.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
it spans decades.
Yeah,
And
like if
where-
you just see the swoosh and it says "just do it," you'll be like, sure.
That's what I tell kids from my father took it, which I really like, and I take it too, is, hey, we do our bullpen sessions and we work on our mechanics and we work on all this, but when it's game time, it's Nike time. And they'll be like, just do it.
What would be? Can you think of another sports slogan? Because I only have one, and I have a list, by the way.
If I could be like Mike, is what I thought of from an advertising perspective,
which was big, but I think like the time frame really just
Obviously,
limits it.
Bo Knows was huge.
Yeah, Bo Knows was huge. But like, if you asked your kids, would they know that? Maybe, maybe not. I feel like if you ask your kids, just do it, and they'd probably be like, yeah.
Number
Well,
16.
No?
Number 16 on my list is the next sports
Most kids that
slogan.
I say Nike just do it, they struggle with that one because it is older, but then like it's really relevant to us.
Yeah.
But you tell a 12-year-old kid it's Nike time. They're like, Nike time, like just do it. They're like,
Right.
just do it. And then you have to explain, as a commercial.
Gatorade. Is it in you?
Yeah.
Thirst aid.
Well, Gatorade is thirst aid for that
Yeah.
deep down body thirst. But yeah, that was the number 16 on here because number 2 on this list number 1 is Disneyland, the happiest place on earth.
Okay.
Is a great
in the
slogan.
non-sports component.
Number 2
yeah.
is Nike, just do it. Number 3, Old Spice, the original. If your grandfather hadn't worn it, you wouldn't exist.
I don't remember
I swear
that at
I've
all.
never heard that in my life.
Oh,
Is that real? You didn't just make that up, did you?
The original. If your grandfather hadn't worn it, you wouldn't exist. And then De Beers, A Diamond is Forever. Like
What they
that
mean
one
by
right
that-
there.
I do know that one.
Just to be specific with you, Kevin, is your grandfather got your grandmother
They-
to sleep with him.
Oh my God.
Because he was wearing Old Spice
I
deodorant.
understand.
You're in
Mike.
good hands
So
with
your
Allstate.
grandmother was just having a normal day, and then she said, I have to sleep with that man because of his smell.
Capital One, what's in your wallet?
How high?
that one's pretty.
How high on the list is whoa, Westway Ford, Westway Ford?
Nowhere. It's like a local commercial.
I know,
MasterCard.
That's the greatest local
about Got
commercial of
Milk?
all time.
There are some things
God
money
knows
can't
the
buy. For everything else,
There's
There's
MasterCard.
MasterCard.
Right.
Where's the beef?
Where's the beef? Remember that
Quality.
one? That was from
I
the beef
don't
company.
just be. I mean, I've
Wendy's.
heard of it.
That was
but
a big beef.
Are we just playing
reference.
name a slogan?
yeah.
Staples? That was easy.
Got Staples?
No, nobody ever said got Staples.
That was easy.
I mean,
So-
Mike just said got Staples though.
Golly. So, but
So yeah, I agree with you, Kevin.
Just
America
do
does
it.
run on Duncan.
Oh my God. I
That's
see.
good. That's good.
I thought you were really going to be supportive in this moment, but all right. How many more slogans do you want to get out there? I know it's not 0.
That's it.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like it's crosstalk time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Have it your way at Burger King.
You know,
the
I was
hot
just
side
loving
hot
this
and the cold
segment.
side cold. Remember
I'm
that
loving it.
McDonald's thing?
Mm-hmm.
It came in styrofoam. The hot side was on one side of the styrofoam. The cold was on the other. And then you smashed them together to make your burger.
Lukewarm.
We're the kids.
Yeah, kind of.
Coming up next.
I mean, Kevin, put a smile on, dude.
Time. I hate you so much, Reggie. If you thought I sent bad jokes before, just wait. My wife is a bad joke machine at finding these things, all right? Coming up next, let's chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here in the
Hallelujah.
Fan.
Holy.
I'm Erin Hawksworth, here to help you beat
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Good news, bad news for you. Good news, Terry Bradshaw revealed yesterday that he was cancer-free. And, of course, the bad news, in case you haven't seen it, the Indonesian soccer match stampede/riot between 125 and 131 folks they believe is dead because of that. Now, D&M Leasing bringing you our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty good for a Monday here, Hagee. How about you?
Victory Monday, always a good time. Do you want to dive right into Victory Monday, or do you want to continue the conversation that y'all were having about trying to make Josh Green happen?
You know, either one works. I'm excited because Mike just came over to the Josh Green bandwagon a little bit. Where
you said Josh Green sucked so many times.
The media sold me. The social media of the Dallas Mavericks have been putting out positive highlights of him at practice. The media is writing, whether it's Brad Townsend or Kelly Kaplan.
Yes.
Right. Those two people are covering the Mavs. I think they're the highest, let's say, beat writers. Tim McMahon covers a lot of teams. He's very good at his job too, but they're selling me that Josh Green has turned the corner. Josh Green, who should be a senior at Arizona this year, let's just say if he would have stayed at school, is starting to understand how basketball works and in a positive way. So I'm buying that he can give the Mavs 10 to 20 minutes of positive minutes this year.
Next up, Dwight Powell. We'll get Mike
Never.
to...
That dude's almost 40 years old, but he is going to be part owner of this team at some point.
Okay, so congratulations, a double Victory Monday for you today.
It feels
Dawson.
so good. It's rare that you get a concession from Mike on any sports thing, right?
That is a great
And when
point.
it comes to the Mavs, it's going to be even more rare because if there's any sign of life, he'll likely notice it well before me. But I mean, this guy Josh Green, like the shot will come around. He's just so young, and he makes these jump passes, and it's an annoyance, I think, for basketball people. But the remarkable thing is he does not turn it over. Because when he gets up there, he has good vision, he has great awareness, and he's a good passer. So he gets himself out of these tight spots. And then you saw it a couple of times last year, the handle is there. So at that height, with that IQ and that athleticism, I don't think, we're looking at a guy who's going to take over the league now, but I see him as part of a championship rotation in a couple of years.
All right, now in the Cowboys sphere, I know 3 weeks ago, it looked very, very bleak. Could you have envisioned any scenario in which the Cowboys made it to 3-1 without 3 straight forfeitures?
Kind of feel like that when you look at the Cincinnati game, I think was the one I had the most question about.
Sure.
And then, now you're going to – I've been reliably told that Dak Prescott is not going to play this week. So,
there we go. Breaking news.
Yeah. So Dak Prescott not going to play this week. So
can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
No, you may not.
Okay, please. Do you think any of that has to do with winning again makes you feel a little bit easier about not.
No,
rushing
and there was
back.
a really good question you asked Stephen Jones about that, and but yeah, they've done I think they've done a good job with these players, whether it's Dalton Schultz, whether it's Michael Gallup, and we've talked about this. I know on our show we've talked about it a bunch. Is that the one thing that the staff has given Mike McCarthy credit, and I'm talking about the front office have given him credit for, is his awareness of injuries in the players and not the push to get them back before they're ready to play. So yeah, it was, I was just told it was unrealistic to believe that Dak was going to play this week, even though that was kind of a target date, but they're going to look at that Philadelphia game. So this will be a great test for Cooper Rush going forward.
Yeah.
And this will be the one that
they'll be big dogs too.
Yeah. If this is the one that if Cooper Rush finds out and goes and finds a way to get a victory, and this defense has been playing great. You give up a ball, you have a 22-yard punt and the ball's on the 28-yard line, you don't give up points. Okay. You're playing pretty well right now. So yeah, we'll see. This will be the test. I felt like that they could beat the Giants and the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Commanders are better than the Giants. I don't think they're better at quarterback. I think if the Commanders had a real quarterback, that might be a little bit different story.
I think 2-2 is definitely realistic, right? I mean, the Cowboys have now won 8 straight against the NFC East. I still don't think the Giants are very good, even though they're 3-1. I think the Bears are a bad football team. The Giants have won games, and they are competitive. I think the Giants are much better than they were, and they will be competitive throughout the rest of the year, but I still don't think they're a good team. The Bengals are the one that I was like, oh, man, I don't think they're going to win that game. But I thought 2-2 was realistic, but I think right now you have the best defense in the NFL.
Yep.
And that's what you are going to be relying on for the rest of the season. And if you have that and this defense just continues to get better and better, and you don't even have maybe the heart and soul, which is Jaron Kearse. I mean, you talk to players in that locker room, he's the guy that gets them going.
How are they doing in that position?
He's the guy that holds court. They've been fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's what's even more exciting. And you'll see Dan Quinn use 4 safeties on the field sometimes, right?
Fun.
I mean, Israel Mukuamu, the flexibility that he's been able to provide playing corner and safety. So just imagine when you get Kearse back and now you're having Donovan Wilson out there plus Malik Hooker. I mean, the possibilities are endless. The depth that they have on that side of the ball. You lose Jordan Lewis. All right, here you go, Deron Bland. What are you going to do in your first career NFL game? Oh, I'll just have an interception. I mean, it is so much fun watching this defense right now.
Or can we all come to the consensus, because Corey told me it wasn't going to happen, and he was right on the fan text. Can we all agree that Trayvon Diggs is great, elite, whatever the hell the word is that you want to put on it?
I don't think he's really interested in playing run defense. I think he's a willing tackler, and he proved that in that Cincinnati game with back-to-back stops on 2nd down and 3rd down when he has to tackle in space. The problem you're running into is teams have kind of figured out, though, you could get a soft edge with him playing over there, and that's not all his fault. They get it. You get ends that get hooked. You get linebackers that are like a half step late getting to or filling, and then you don't get the safety to fill there. But the more that he retreats off that edge, the softer and the easier it is for them to capture, especially when everything is walled off inside. The guy can cover his rear off. There's no question. He plays the ball well. You play him in a physical up close, and he can run with people that way. So, yeah, I mean, the way he tracks the football, guy's got a tremendous skill to play the position, but I just don't think he wants to set that edge for you. And that's been a problem for this team. They did a much better job in the second half of it yesterday. First half, though, it was a really, really very disturbing.
Very good player, though. If a corner can't play the run great, that's not going to cost him that much overall in the corner rankings, is it, Brian? Am I correct on that?
No, I just, to me, there's some of these corners that are more willing to come up and play. I'm not asking him to make every single tackle, but when you struggle on the edge, you just need to force that ball to go back inside. But you got to find help inside as well too, and he's not getting much of that.
It was obvious the criticism bothered him by the fact that he left Twitter.
Yeah.
But I think he took it very, very seriously. Because now he's playing much more like a complete cornerback, and it's pretty awesome to watch.
I got another question.
Okay.
How bold would it be?
Oh my God!
Oh, if you catch the $2.5 million baseball and throw it back just to prove that you're the greatest Rangers fan of all time, and you don't care about a stupid home run record.
Okay,
you better be driving home to Highland Park in your big mansion.
I'm gonna go. I'm going to the day game tomorrow.
Okay, all right.
Just to try and catch this ball
and throw it back.
No, I'm keeping that sucker.
You gonna wear 2 gloves?
Oh, you kidding me? I'm gonna wear a chest glove. I'm gonna tape it to my chest to try and catch this.
I think
sucker.
the
built-in chest glove with that.
Well, exactly. I'm gonna just try and
Only for a few more weeks.
I'm gonna try and cup them together. Well, I can't get a reduction. It's like slapping God in the face.
I'm taking a fishing net. I would take a fishing net so you can extend.
So you don't end up like Frankie Lasagna?
I'm telling you, I'm going out. I'm going to Bass Pro Shop. I'm getting me a big fishing net, and because that's what happened to that. Those.
I guess if it's over your head too, you can reach up and try
you
to
can elevate.
Frankie Lasagna couldn't reach out far
Couldn't
enough.
reach far enough, and that guy was miserable. If he had maybe the 6-foot fishing net,
telescoping,
yeah, he would have had that ball. I don't know if they're going to let you carry a fishing net in there though. I don't know.
Tom Grieve wouldn't. That's for sure. Yeah. He hated those things. On the broadcast, he'd always be like,
so none of y'all are big enough Rangers fans like Corey is.
Corey's I'm the biggest Rangers fan around. Yeah, I'm throwing it back, and none of y'all have the cojones to do it. None of you.
If you were to catch that ball after telling your wife that you're not as good as my grandma, and then you catch that ball and throw it back,
Would she want a divorce?
She doesn't have a clue how much that baseball's worth.
If somebody told her,
you know what?
She'd find out.
You know what, Kevin? My wife is such a huge Rangers fan too. She'd support me. She'd be like, high five. That's how we do it.
We got to get together a little pool to see where he's going to hit the ball and all pitch in.
Yeah,
and winner take all.
Ooh, that is a good
idea. Pick a spot, and we'll have a little pool and winner take all.
And whoever misses the most has to drink out of a shoe or something. Is that?
Oh no, that's our show. You can listen to that 2 to 7 every day.
Speaking of, what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. 2 more of us were wrong in our G-Bag NFL Survivor.
No.
Unbelievable. All we have to do is pick a winner, no spread, and 2 were wrong again. So we'll give the details on that, and there will be new bet payoffs chosen coming up at 2:20.
Go bleep yourself, Jacksonville.
Outstanding. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make sure you come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say a real fan would throw it back, Kevin.
Or not fumble 4 times.
Say Geno Smith, Kevin.
No. Well, you know what? Maybe it is the year.
All day. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is a glorious Cowboys Monday here on 105.3 The Fan as we open up hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. General at your service. They're 3-1. Let's celebrate. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, a Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Shia Follow and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. We're all in studio here at 75 and Fitzhugh, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Lucius and everybody here and you guys for joining us on our tour day DFW. All day Saturday was amazing. Sunday, as the game was going on, Spittle and I concluded the tour across 5 different Twin Peaks yesterday, and it was amazing to get out and hand out the flags to everybody. You can order them now at 105thethefan.com. We will be at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield coming up on Friday as Flagtober continues.
Hells yeah, we will. Gosh, that's going to be a freaking party, huh, boys?
I love Fat Daddies.
Yeah, I know you have. You've long been a Fat Daddy fan. I'm more of a War Daddy guy. Wolchuk's a Fat Daddy guy.
Oh, I love me some Fat Daddies.
Well, Mansfield is a popular Tolo hangout, and we look forward to seeing all you guys there. And we're going to be bringing a lot of flags and a lot of fun. So let's party on Friday. Let's party right now as the Cowboys take care of Washington 25-10. Another great game by the defense, a couple of takeaways, a clean, disciplined game, and Cooper Rush made a couple of big throws to make it a no-doubter by the time you were late in the fourth quarter. So, yeah, it's an incredible winning formula right now. You tip your cap to the Cowboys here and Cooper Rush for sitting here at 3-1. And now we start to look at the LA Rams and to what extent is this formula prepared to go take on better teams, because now we're going to have 2 weeks in a row. But whatever the case, I'm not surprised to be here. Once the Bengals lost their opener to the Steelers, I thought they were vulnerable. And the Cowboys had run the ball well against Tampa per attempt, even though they didn't have great totals. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm curious, could this team possibly break through with this defense running game formula and manage to beat a team like the Rams? It's been very rare that the Cowboys have done that over the last couple years.
I love it. Very rare. Well, they didn't even need that running game yesterday. They couldn't run for nothing.
Well, Broaddus called this. Now, we went up to the press box after doing the pregame show, and then we catch Eric there. He's already got plate number 1.
I'd like to talk about food consumption yesterday at some point in time in the show.
Will. He's got plate number 1. He's got his mac and cheese, and what was it, prime rib? What was the meat that was being served?
I couldn't tell. It was either a chicken or a turkey, but it was delightful.
You had both.
Of course I did.
Yeah, whatever.
I had it all.
He sampled it all, and I love him for that, and I needed him to do it so he could let me know what all the food was.
I was doing it I was trying to be a good friend to Wolchuk, just so I could give him a full review of the whole spread.
And you felt obligated to have the nacho bar while you're at it,
I
too.
did go ahead and third quarter nacho.
You can't turn that thing down.
You can't turn that thing down. And who am I? I go into, it's the hospitality situation. You know how disrespectful it is to go into someone else's house and not eat the food they prepared for you? I'm not going to do that to Jerry Jones.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Jerry and Steven would say, please, stuff your face.
Out of respect for you, Jerry, I'm going to
why do I have a feeling
AT&T Stadium.
Why do I have a feeling if they would have opened the taps up there at halftime, you would have gone and had a Miller Lite while you're at it?
The taps weren't open?
How do you know not until the end of the game.
Oh, not until the end of the game.
End of the
Eric
game.
and I walked by there, and I said, oh, my gosh, Eric, they also have beer up here. And he said, man, when I'm not doing post, I'm going to have to definitely get involved.
Yeah, I was
in
on
this.
the post yesterday, so I had to be professional. But
You did a great job. Both you guys did a great job yesterday.
There was a point there early in the fourth quarter where I was wondering if I ate too much to be able to perform in the post game. So there was a little bit of concern there just because I had consumed so much food. But we made it out alive.
We made it out alive.
It was awesome. Miller Lite Club after a Cowboy victory.
Oh, it was
so
lit.
lit.
Oh, it was a party.
You performed. I listened to you both on my way to that wedding. Shout out to the Kirchmeyers, by the way. They got married. But Broaddus called this. He was like, look, this is a flag-happy crew when it comes to pass interference. And kudos to Kellen Moore and Cooper Rush, right? They threw that ball downfield, and the Cowboys benefited with that hidden yardage.
Threw that ball.
And my goodness, Michael Gallup, they could only hope to contain him by tugging on that jersey. And the Cowboys got a lot of freebies right down
you
the
look
field.
You look at the box score, it's hard to find exactly why they won until you come to penalties and turnovers.
That's it.
And it was awesome to get a win while the other team's undisciplined. And you got a real eyeful on what it can mean if you don't make silly penalties yourself. And it tilted the game so far in the Cowboys' favor. It was awesome. But answer the question. Can this formula go beat the Rams?
Because I think this Rams offensive line has also regressed considerably. Now, I don't want to throw my fellow Plano Senior High Wildcat, Joseph Noteboom, who is their starting left tackle, under the bus. But my guy is struggling.
Yeah.
And we're going to see how he plays tonight on Monday Night Football against San Francisco. But that's another benefit for the Cowboys. They're 6-point underdogs right now. That's the early spread. But this Rams offensive line, I think, is susceptible. And you got to be licking your chops right now and feeling we've got crotch-first confidence with the best defense right now. Outside of San Francisco, coming into tonight's game, we'll see how they do. The Cowboys have the second best scoring defense in the NFL. And I don't know that there's another better defense right now in the league than the Cowboys.
Yeah, it's tough. I think the only thing that gives me concern is the run defense.
And that's totally fair because that's the knock on them from yesterday. Washington had success on the ground.
It's 5 for the season now. 4 games into the season, they're giving up 5 yards per attempt. And I don't know if you can remedy that. Can you fix that midseason? Dan Quinn's a hell of a coach, but this has been a problem. And when you look at the kind of teams you're going to come up against in the NFL playoffs, like if it's Tampa, you're going to be looking at Leonard Fournette like, okay, so I think that's the one thing I'm hoping to see over the final 13 games of the season is how much can they fix the defense on the fly? Because some teams do. So, some teams can figure this out as the season goes.
Well, they fixed it in the second half. I think they
second
gave up.
Half
they
was
gave
much
up
better. Yeah,
they gave up 100 yards or whatever in half number 1, and then they end up giving up whatever it was, 40 or whatever in the second half. Part of that helps when you have the lead there.
They had 142 for the game.
Okay, there you go. So 100 in the first half. You build up that lead a little bit, and then they can't run on you anymore. But it felt like they adjusted that pretty well. And I will say, listen, if we had to power rank deficiencies in terms of what, if I have to just say, like, my team's not going to be perfect. There's going to be something I'm not going to be good at. Run defense is at the top of that list. Like, that's fine. Like, you can run for 140 yards and you scored 10 points. Didn't really matter. So if I'm picking like where I need to have errors on my team, run defense is going to be number 1
especially against the Rams, who haven't proven they can run the football very well this year. Right? I mean, Cam Akers can barely get on the field, and Darrell Henderson Jr. has been a little bit iffy, and I think that also speaks to the struggles along their offensive line so far.
Okay, at 877-881-1053, 214 asking, is Dak going to start at the Rams? There's no reason to believe that's going to happen. No, it's, all along they were hoping that maybe there could be a miracle healing and he could be available sooner. But that was just hoping, and now we're seeing that it's really unlikely medically those kind of things happen.
For the folks of you, though, that really are on the Cooper Rush bandwagon, though, this is your game right here. You go out and you beat the Rams. Now you have some legitimacy to say, okay, well, will this team play better with him at quarterback? You know, and I'm fascinated. You're right about the recipe. I think they got better in the second half with the run defense, though. But that doesn't keep the Rams, doesn't keep people from watching the game and saying, we talked about it. What are the Commanders going to have to do to keep the pressure off? It's the screen game. They're going to, you see if somebody,
they hit a couple big ones too.
If you see success on tape, even if you're not very good at it, you're going to try because you might find something. You might find something, running the football. Like, listen, we don't block all that well, but all of a sudden you get guys that get out of position. You get guys that play a little bit of a soft edge. Then you're going to have some success running the ball inside. Because matter of fact, Gallimore, I thought, played the best game I've seen him play in a long time at defensive tackle. Running the ball inside was not going to be the ticket. It was everything to the edge was going to be where the Commanders had success. And I expect the Rams to look at that and say, hey, we might not run the ball great, but we got to sure try.
Yeah, they sure do. They're under 4 yards per attempt for the season, the Rams are, but Sean McVay is going to study hard, and if there's a weakness that he can take advantage of from the Cowboys defense, I would bet on him doing that. Now, to the quarterback controversy, it's not getting any more compelling because Cooper Rush made some nice throws, but he hasn't played well enough to give you any inkling that his best would be better than Dak's best. Right. That's the way I'm looking at it. So the exciting thing now is how much better could this be? You put Dak Prescott in there, and if they are having success running the ball and they're running more play action and letting the threat of the run sort of get the defense prepared, and then he takes the big shots. His rookie year was his best year. His total QBR was 77, which is into all-pro type of territory. Since then, he's only skimmed into the 70s a couple of times, and it's been a lot of football in the 50s and the 60s when you're talking about total QBR, which is still pretty good. But all-pro 2016 rookie Dak, when the offense was setting the tone, like right now in your mind, listener, you're comparing Dak with a bad game plan to Cooper Rush with a great game plan. Put Dak back into the great game plan, and I don't know how much better can this Cowboys offense be? I'm not going to rule out that they could look like the best team in the NFC here in a month.
No, and I think a lot of that also has to do with the fact that the NFC is not looking very good. I mean, the Packers were barely able to beat at home a Patriots team that was down to their third-string quarterback.
Bailey Zappi almost completely bleeped me and Dawson out of our Survivor picks last night.
They got the ball at the 50-yard line in overtime and had a chance.
Zappi almost ruined my Sunday.
And then we're now talking about Cooper Rush and the Cowboys having a solid opportunity to go into L.A. and beat the Rams on Sunday.
Short week for the Rams.
Because the Rams are going to be on a short week and not looking as good. The 49ers are one of those teams I don't know what you're going to get week to week. And health-wise, they seem to always be a little bit banged up. George Kittle's never able to stay healthy. And Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be their starter for the rest of the season, and he doesn't really scare you. Yeah. So there's not a team in the NFC that is really threatening, and now the Cowboys have the best defense in the conference.
The Eagles.
The Eagles, absolutely.
Yeah, the Eagles are something you're going to have to deal with.
Until the Eagles prove they can beat the Cowboys and the Cowboys have owned them,
there you go.
I don't know that you look at them and you say we're scared of them yet.
They haven't beaten anybody.
Am I out of line for saying that?
No, they got to prove it. They have a really good football team.
Like Dak Prescott has owned Philadelphia in his career.
I think the thing is their schedule is so easy. Like it's the Cowboys twice. I believe they play the Packers as well, and then they play the South. So is Tennessee going to be tough? Is the Colts going to be tough?
I think they got the Steelers. You got Cincinnati, and they get the Steelers. I think is how you mean that 17th game.
Yeah,
that's the extra game.
Yeah, they have two less good games than you.
Yeah.
So I would see the Eagles maybe winning 13 or 14 games on the high side, but still, I think the Cowboys are at worst going to be as good as them.
Yeah,
if Dak's healthy.
Unbiasedly, yes, the Eagles have played the best in the conference to this point in the year.
Okay, speaking of the Packers game, we got a G-Bag Survivor Pool coming up here shortly. We were taking it in from Twin Peaks and Grand Prairie, and we were talking with management over there. That place is unlike the other Twin Peaks, and they built it so amazing that it's like the new template for how the new Twin Peaks are going to be built. So thanks to everybody who came out and said hi. That Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie is a cut above, and the staff, the patrons really made it into an incredible like sports bar environment, unlike anything else in DFW, I think. I mean, that was just it was a whole lot of fun, and that was like our fifth stop of the day. So we should have been fatigued, but there was so much energy in that place. So I want to give them the award for like doing it the best on a football Sunday. Noah Brown neck, Jordan Lewis hamstring. What are we hearing? Any updates on this? Is it bad?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Well, I haven't heard much about it because the players were in this morning. I did see leaving the start today. I did see Tyron Smith on the cords. I thought was a good sight there.
The umbilical cords?
The umbilical cords. I need to check on those because usually they get the information and stuff in the afternoon. So I'll check back with my guys there and see what they know about that.
Jason Peters had 7 more snaps, bringing his total to 21. But again, they weren't able to run it behind him. And
wasn't
Tyler,
very good yesterday,
like they were last week. Michael Gallup, the 39 snaps, had 2 catches, 24 yards, and the touchdown. He drew a PI, didn't he?
Two big ones.
Yeah,
like 30 yards, 40 yards down the field. Monster plays.
I'll tell you
Huge
what,
impact.
Great job with and we'll get into it at 2:40 because I had a chance to look at the All-22. We'll talk about the route he was able to run and how Kellen Moore gave him an opportunity to get that touchdown.
Salute to the rookie, Deron Bland. We've been talking about him since Oxnard. And he came through in a big way, 59 snaps in the pick.
Yeah.
Huge find for them.
Well, yeah, and he was also the guy who was defending Curtis Samuel on that touchdown pass where Samuel ends up catching it, but Deron Bland forcing him out of bounds to avoid the end zone. Like that's another great play there that kind of doesn't show up in the box score.
Right.
But what a performance for him, man.
We have Rangers baseball coming up at 5:30 tonight. It's an early one. First pitch at 6 o'clock. They host Aaron Judge and the Yankees. Perez and Severino. Judge on 61. Tomorrow we're going to have a doubleheader for you, 12:30 pregame and a 6:30 pregame. So you're going to want to tune in tomorrow, especially for Aaron Judge as he tries to become the American League all-time leader in home runs hit right here in Arlington. Once again, the ballpark is the center of attention for the baseball world. Look at that. It's happening again.
Go see history. It's pretty sweet, man.
Yeah, or listen to it, if you're at work or cruising around in the car or whatever.
Well, you can also listen to it in the stadium.
G-Bag NFL Survivor. 2 of us have bet payoffs to pick, as we were wrong once again, and the payoffs will be selected. The details spilled coming up next year on 105 through the Fan.
By Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back, Nation. We got the G-Bag of the Day coming up for you here in about 7 minutes. Let's do G-Bag Survivor, where every single week we all pick an NFL game. All you have to do is pick a team that doesn't lose. But if you're wrong, you got to pick a bet payoff to get back in. And this thing will go 18 weeks long. First of all, Chiafalo and I both had Packers against the Patriots. Right. Aaron Rodgers played the worst half of football in his life. Had me terrified.
Second time he's been pick-sixed at Lambeau Field in his entire career. And it was a rookie who did it.
Damn right. That guy's not even good.
But they beat the Patriots in overtime. I guess the good news for him is he owned his part of it afterwards. Instead of blaming others, he actually showed some of that personal growth that he's been bragging about.
I take it back. Maybe he's matured. It was the ayahuasca.
Maybe
ayahuasca for sure.
He had some ayahuasca last week.
Yeah.
And
on the way to the podium.
The shaman helped him out.
Yeah, I do believe that. But there's no doubt Green Bay is rough. And their lack of offense, I think he hit the limit on how bad his wide receivers can be, or maybe Aaron Rodgers' age is starting to show a little bit here. But a month into the season, I don't think any Packers fans are relaxed about this.
No, absolutely not. Even Bill Belichick, it looked like on his face he was like inside. It felt like it was a moral victory for him. It felt like that was sort of his Super Bowl. Like I took Aaron Rodgers with my third string rookie quarterback named Zappy to the brink of disaster in Lambeau Field in overtime. So, but yeah, if you're a Packers fan, you can't feel great right now. And that's why, that's part of the discussion when you talk about the Cowboys and the future and the NFC, just the NFC conference throughout this season. It's pretty wide open right now, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you talk about that play. I mean, they did a great job, New England, and when they got to overtime, Green Bay went 3 and out, and they had a terrible punt, and now the ball's, at midfield. I mean, if they get like 12 more yards, 15 more yards, Green Bay's likely going to lose that game.
I had already chalked it up. It's my survivor pick. It's me and Dawson's survivor pick. I'm rushing home from the postgame show. I'm like, I keep refreshing the score, and I'm like, dear God, oh no, we're going to overtime. Oh my gosh, I get home, and I'm like, my wife's like, really? You're going to go right to the TV? I'm like, yes, I have a lot on the line here. I was just drinking beer through a wiener straw on Friday. Do you realize how bad the suicide pool has been for me? And so the Packers almost
ranch pants on Friday. This is awful.
Okay, well, let's talk about your guys' bet payoffs, though. Yeah. And Brian, we talked about this on Friday. For some reason, you were compelled to go with the Lions.
I was going to try and see if the Lions could get home, and then all of a sudden, all their players decided that they weren't healthy enough to play. But still, it was a 48-45 game.
Unreal. Yeah.
I tell you,
it's Geno Smith's world. That's your MVP right there.
Yeah, Lions are on your schedule, by the way. Lions score a lot of points. I think they're 1-2. One of the best offenses in the league when it comes to those points.
Yeah, just wait till they see that Cowboys defense. They won't be putting up 40 points.
There you go. But yeah, I took the L, so I have to make the bet pay off this week. I was bragging about the straw dog thing, and I'm going to do it the right way. Man, I'm going to do it the right way.
Your wiener boring skills, like you were just flexing your bona fides there.
Yeah.
So and now it's time to put it to the test. That Fat Daddy's on Friday, boys.
Yeah, baby.
Another remote bet payoff.
Yeah.
Let's try not to have any broken eggs or vomiting this time.
Yeah, that was probably hey, we helped them sell some saunas.
They did.
And spas
they were moving some
stuff.
units.
They were moving units, but it took us with our clown routine there to get it all done.
Now, how things go for you, Wolchuk?
Not good. So I went with Jacksonville to beat Philadelphia.
You're looking good there for a little bit.
It went great. So Eric comes running over to me as we get up to the press box. He's like, dude, Eagles are up. Eagles are down right now, 14-0.
Did he happen to spill any food on you? He was rushing up to you.
No.
I kept it clean.
He was very clean.
Kept it professional.
He would never waste a morsel like that.
He was the only person.
Seriously, we need to talk about how much food he ate in that press box. I'm the food police right now.
Yeah,
I said
that was almost as bad as my moment where I'm watching the Red Zone on my phone and Scott Hansen is blaring through the audio.
Why the hell did you have audio on?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was watching Red Zone channel in the press box, and Scott, we're gonna go live here.
They're down in the 5.
I looked at her. I go,
Broadus is like, bring it down. I
I go, Eric,
man, bro, I'm party fouling all over this thing, wiping queso off my face.
You're in
Like
you're
you
the
own the
only one
place.
wearing shorts
I
in the
love it.
press box.
I was wearing shorts.
by the way, I wish I'd had the shorts when that sun came over the top of the stadium there. It
did get warm. But when I saw John Machota in like a 3-piece suit, I'm going, oh no, how underdressed am I in this press box right now? I mean,
Well, it's
hey,
okay.
listen,
We got Bobby with us.
couple of rookie mistakes for me. We'll clean it up. We'll get better.
It's fine. We're going to be.
It's a long season, boys.
Moving forward, trial and error. But no, the Eagles end up rallying after being down 14-0, so they win 29-21. So now, I guess I have a decision to make here, and I was going to put this up to the Tolos to decide, but like Broadus is shaming the youngins, the millennials. You know, he just was calling out Eric, so I'm thinking, no, I've got to go toe to toe with Broadus on the straw dog. The problem is I can't have beer on soda, so I'm going to have to go straight whiskey.
Yes.
So I'm going to have to straw dog it with whiskey.
So would you like me to straw dog scotch then with you?
If that's what you'd like to do.
Because I'm not going to let you beat me in anything right now.
Your ass is what I'm
Haven't
gonna
we
do.
decided, though, that like once a bet payoff is done, it's done?
Well, for that individual.
For that individual.
For that individual.
Okay.
Yes,
so you can never do the eggs again.
Yeah, you're the eggs.
Okay,
You're
now
out on
I
the eggs.
understand.
Yeah.
And
that's
good.
good.
As much
I'm
as you
done
want
on the
Huevos
shoey.
in your face, Dawson. We're gonna reel you back here.
Brian can't
Only
do the
my
shoey.
forehead.
Right.
Dawson's like, I won this week, but can I just go ahead
How
and
about
get
the
this back in my dome?
Cincinnati bow tie on a remote?
I could Cincinnati bow tie it if you prefer. And
On
I
a-
can
on a remote?
Yeah, I'll do that. And I can wait to do the straw dog the right way with the beer. But I kind of like going toe to toe with Broadus.
I want you to go toe to toe and to level the playing field. Yes, you guys will
He's
do
not beating
your
me in this
spirit of
drinking
choice.
thing. I'm
I'm
just
going to
telling
kick
you.
your
No, you're
freaking
not.
crusty
So
butt.
you guys are going to be pretty. How much whiskey are we talking here?
It's 12-ounce glass, right?
The most I can
12
do soda rules
Is that like
probably
9 shots?
I can go 6 ounces.
Okay, 6 ounces.
6 ounces of whiskey.
That'll get you a good buzz.
Yeah,
I'll still do
feel
12 so I destroy his will to compete.
No,
there you go.
Yourself. I can't allow that.
Maybe get into a bar brawl with him afterwards.
Yeah, maybe
I
you
will
could.
see
That
that.
Broadus
is going to be hammered
I
at
will
Fat Daddy's.
I love it. You got to come see it, guys. It's time now for the G Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Brought to you by CBD American Shaman. Sir, good Monday to you.
What's up, man? How you doing? How's everybody doing and everything?
Good.
Everybody's out on a
Awesome.
Monday.
Better now that we're talking to you.
Okay, hold on. My bomb didn't drop. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. There it goes. All right. When we last left off, Kevin and RJ got into a little dispute over injury-prone players. Ended up being a funny argument, and this is our G-Bag of the Day winner so far.
And if he starts missing games, that just feeds right into the narrative. It is hard to break narratives. I'm not saying it's fair.
Man.
I don't, because it's only been 3 games, and he's hurt again.
No, he's not hurt. I'm sorry. Concussions are not injuries.
Okay.
It's not an injury.
Okay.
That's a head injury. I'm not a
brain
injury.
It is,
Yes.
but it is, but it is.
But it's not a brittle injury. It's not a hamstring.
I didn't say, but I didn't
Yeah,
say.
see, like that's.
I didn't say he's brittle. He missed time before because
Okay.
people thought he was brittle. It
He missed
doesn't.
time because he didn't have a hip.
It doesn't matter why you miss time.
Yes, it does.
If you are unavailable,
Zach's not injury prone.
Okay, yes he is.
No, he's not.
Yes he
No,
is.
he's not.
Yes he is.
No, he's
Okay,
not.
really? Did he miss time 2 years ago? Yes.
You're gonna
Did
tell
he miss
Mom.
time last year? Yes. Did he miss time
Hang on.
this year?
See, that's
Yes.
you're too binary.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
being
yeah,
binary.
Binary.
Yeah,
That's the best
yeah.
line.
Binary.
You're
You're
being
being
binary.
Okay,
Oh my
fine.
God.
Fine. I'm being
God.
binary. Let me
Listen,
go ahead and
listen,
jump
Baby
ahead
Yoda.
and give
Listen,
you
Baby
your
Yoda.
argument. Let me guess what your argument is. Well, these aren't systematic injuries. They happen to different body parts, and they're not
see.
guaranteed to happen again. That
No,
doesn't make
that's
you
not what I was
injury
gonna
prone.
say at all.
That's a stupid
That's not
argument.
what I was gonna say.
Ooh, that's a stupid argument.
Hit him with the S word.
Stupid.
Wow. You know, I do think Choppy's injury takes are pretty stupid. I do, but
crazy.
but he doesn't take it seriously,
No,
you know, which makes it so hilarious to me.
Yeah,
well
yeah.
done, guys.
So great.
Thanks for the entertainment.
Let's see. Tony Romo had a reaction to Aaron Rodgers drop an F-bomb. Aaron Rodgers, one of them boys that snapped that ball. Hurry up, get on the line, snap the ball. It would take it too darn long, lollygagging and everything. So Aaron Rodgers cursed him out. Tony Romo clutched his pearls.
Hurry up here. Patriots are not ready.
Did you hear that? He said, "You've got to snap the ball a little quicker, guys."
A little quicker, guys.
Oh, it's so good. That is Romo. That's his best moment in the booth.
Oh, that's gold.
So great.
A little levity. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
just a little bit.
More of that, Tony.
Let's see here. What else I got for you boys? Oh, shout out to my cousins. My cousin's in town watching the New York Yankees play. My cousin from New York.
Salute to
He's
you,
actually
sir.
a Mets fan. But I don't know why he's coming here to watch the Yankees play. I guess that Judge thing.
Sitting out in the outfield trying to get a ball?
Yeah, maybe.
It's a business decision, man. He's trying to go make a bunch of money.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's got a little Corey Majors in him, and he's coming all the way to town just to give the ball back. Like a wild animal.
Oh, you want this back? Let's see. Yeah, he believes that all Texans are in a cult, and Big Tex is our leader.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We passed,
Speaks to us. Yeah.
Yeah. We passed by
Howdy,
a little fair.
folks.
How do you figure all that out so quick?
Yeah, damn. Yeah, man. I told him it was breaking news when the Big Tex caught on fire and everything. Like it broke in regularly scheduled programming to bring you this breaking news.
Yeah.
Here's Big Tex on fire.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you guys are nuts.
I'm
That
surprised,
was a crazy day.
I'm surprised we all didn't just like die like the bees do. Like when the queen bee dies, like all the bees just die. I'm surprised we didn't all catch on fire when Big Tex did.
I was looking for the cyanide, to be honest with you. I
Yeah.
couldn't go any
jeez.
further.
I just went.
I was ready to lay myself
Come on,
down.
bro. Come on, bro.
Like Jim Jones.
Oh, my.
Here, take this. It's Kool-Aid.
Trigger
Don't worry
alert.
about it.
It's not worth going on anymore.
Trigger alert.
Grape Kool-Aid, please.
Let's see here. Okay. Harlem residents are wondering why the local news interviewed Crackhead Candy.
Uh-oh.
Everybody in Harlem apparently knows Crackhead Candy. There was a shootout or something, and Crackhead Candy was a witness. And, you know, like I said, Harlem residents are wondering why they even talked to her in the first place.
West 116th Street.
I mentioned 4 people shot, and you mentioned you live close by here. What's your reaction to that?
I feel scared. You know, I don't want nobody to shoot me or hit me with a bat. Somebody said that they would hit me with a bat if I don't pay them their $20 for officer. So I want y'all to try to track me down and follow me so nobody don't hurt me. Because these people in Harlem is mean.
Now, how often do you notice shootings here?
Yeah, like twice or 3 times a year they be shooting over there.
Oh, well. And how do you feel about that? You're worried about your safety at all?
That's right. I feel scared, officer.
Anything else you'd like to say about this?
I wish the people get well. The people that got shot, I hope they get better soon.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Do you want to give your name?
My name is Candy Sonia Taylor.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
AKA Crackhead Candy. Yeah, that was unnecessary.
Yeah, I don't know why they talked to Crackhead Candy. It was all on the news. Guarantee you she asked for some change after the interview and everything.
Yeah.
And you heard that she called the reporter officer?
Officer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a reporter, bro.
Yeah.
Well, officer.
Might have looked like, one of those investigators in a suit. I don't know.
Just
Kind of sounded like High Pitch Eric from the Howard Stern show, to be honest with you.
It did.
Let's see what else I got for you boys. This is not one, but this is a get off my lawn moment. There was teens causing a whole lot of noise in the hotel.
Okay.
Hey! Take it downstairs!
Take it downstairs.
Hey! Yeah, Pops opened up the door. I was like, what's going on, man? I paid $189 a night for this hotel room.
Yeah, you don't necessarily expect that, do you?
No.
I hate that.
Man! I'll get to this one later. Yeah. How about this? Dang! I did it wrong. I did it backwards. You know Miles Turner? He played Al Ruddy in that show I like called The Offer about how the movie The Godfather came together.
Yes.
Oh, Teller.
Yeah, Miles Teller.
Yes. He looks like he's part of the Ben Savage family, Fred Savage, but he's really not.
He's in Top Gun Maverick as well.
Yes. Okay. So he was on SNL Saturday. He was hosting, and he did a real good Manning impersonation, Peyton Manning.
Ooh, okay.
Real good. Listen to this.
Hey everybody, I'm Peyton Manning.
That's good.
That's really good.
That's really good.
And I'm Eli Manning, his brother.
Yeah, I think they know we're brothers because of the same last name.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is our Manning cast where we do live analysis of what's already playing on TV. Normally, we do it during Monday Night Football.
Yeah, but tonight's not Monday. It's Saturday.
Great insight, Eli.
Dude, and he looked a lot like him. Like watching it was a home run.
I need to go back and watch
it
that.
was really good.
I kind of quit SNL. I don't think it's funny anymore, but that looks good.
I usually watch the weekend update. If I don't watch it the night of, I'll watch it the next day.
Weekend update's the only good skit they still have.
Yeah, I watched that.
Any of the nominees before we vote, Lucius?
Are we late, or do you care? Okay, Giannis, Nke Akabatumbo Combo.
Yep. Nailed it.
Giannis. The Greek freak. When he retires, he wants to disappear off the face of this earth. He does not want you to even talk about him anymore, like a former player from San Antonio.
I don't know how to say, like, you see MJ, you see Magic, you see all these all-time greats, like, that they've retired, but people still, like, know them and follow them up and all that. You know, I don't know if I can do that. I want to be like Tim Dunn. Where the hell is Tim Dunn?
Grow your hair out.
Yes, where is Tim? I don't know where Tim. I want to be able to be like, oh, yes, Giannis. Who remember like that? Forget about it.
I want to be like Tim Duncan. Where the hell is it, Tim Duncan? Where the hell is he?
How you say Tim Duncan? Man, that's so good.
Tell the truth.
Giannis.
How do you say disappear?
Oh man, this is a tough list.
Is it our champ Chop versus Hagee one time? Is it Tony Romo on the Aaron Rodgers F-bomb? Harlem residents wondering why crackhead Candy got interviewed. SNL host with the Manning impersonation, or Giannis? He wants to disappear like Tim Duncan. I'm going to go with Tony Romo.
Absolutely loaded here, but yes, it's Romo.
Lucius.
Shoot. Giannis Incapita.
Yeah, that's
Matumbo.
You had it that time.
Matumbo. Yeah.
Wooly.
I'm going to go with the reigning champ. I'm going to go with Kevin and RJ.
Still up to be decided, Brian. How about it?
Giannis.
It's tied at 2, which means you're going to want to jump onto the G-Bag Nation's Twitter account at G-Bag Nation. We're going to create an Insta poll here, and you will vote over the break. We'll come back, announce the winner, and then we'll get to Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. And where are we going with that today, sir?
Had a chance to watch the All-22. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, it's a Cowboys Monday with your star up and star downs from the game. Cowboy calls at 8 and Brad Sham at 8:40 to react. It's a Cowboys Monday on The Fan.
The new era of Thursday Night Football is here, and it's
got 100 votes, and Tony wins with 74%. He is your new G-Bag of the Day champion. If you ever missed the G-Bag of the Day, you can turn back in for LA Live with Lucius Alexander. It's most nights, about 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation, and he replays the G-Bag of the Day for you. But not tonight, because we'll have Rangers pregame at 5:30. Now it's time for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Hey, really enjoyed my first Flagtober with you guys.
Yes,
it was a lot of
glorious.
fun.
Hey, right back at you.
Thank you for all the people that
blast.
came out and took the time to introduce themselves and tell me that, like, man, you don't look anything like you sound.
Heard that quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, like, and I'm like, well, how do I look? And they're like, you look kind of old. And, you know, I'm like, yeah, well, I am old. But thank you guys for.
It's called Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, but you do sound like a guy who's got a great head of hair.
Yeah, I'm working on that. It's the baldness, though. It's that problem. But I'm trying. I
think you look good.
I'm trying. I appreciate you guys.
On both sides.
Thank you. But it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun going out and seeing every. We don't ever get to do that, so I'm just glad.
He does have it on both sides. We got to give it to him.
Both
there.
sides. You've seen it? All right. Your Dallas Cowboys had a chance to watch the All-22. Had a hard time. You don't need the former scout telling you couldn't run the ball, but you couldn't run the ball.
The hell?
Yeah, that was trouble. We talked about it in the build up to the game, pregame show. We talked about it, the things you kind of worried about. You had a hard time blocking their two inside guys, Payne and Allen.
Monsters.
Well, they're two of the best.
Yeah, and I'm not just talking about Connor McGovern. I'm talking about Zach Martin had some problems there too.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Peters, Biotish, all those dudes.
It was a struggle. It was a struggle. Biotish, you mentioned McGovern. Tyler Smith wasn't at his absolute best. There were a couple times where they made plays when they ran behind you, like you were in good position to make a block, and the ball there was just that little bit of hesitation because when things get a little muddy, then the back with that little bit of hesitation, you could get those guys to kind of, because there were a couple of times where Terrence Steele was in position and then a guy like Sweat runs behind him and then he's able to make the play. So, it's just because you just didn't have very many clean looks running the ball, but that's going to happen when you play against guys like that. I mean, that's the tough thing about playing football in this league. You're going to come up against some guys inside that are just hard to block. And the Cowboys struggle with that a little bit. But what they were able to do, though, is they got a little creative for you this week. And they got a little creative when it came to throwing the ball, with the situation with the touchdown that went to Michael Gallup. And I really, really liked the design. And everybody's like, well, how do you function in the red zone? How do you make plays in the red zone? Field shrinks and all that. A lot of it is by design, but a lot of it is by how you get your players on their bad players. And I don't mean bad. I mean the players that can't cover.
Yeah, you just find the mismatch.
You find the mismatches. And how many days have we been so critical? I know I have. I don't mean to throw you guys in this.
Well, Chief had the great numbers of what they're doing in Minnesota now with getting Jefferson on linebackers, just like
the
Cooper Kupp gets on linebackers.
Cup, the same way. Well, same thing happened in this football game because you were able to get Michael Gallup on their linebacker Cole Holcomb, the linebacker, and you did it by alignment is what you did, which was really, really cool to do because you're thinking like, okay, if they're going to play coverage and you're going to try and spread the defense out, and they're willing to walk a linebacker over in the slot to carry coverage, you got to take advantage of that. Great route, by the way, by Gallup to get open. I mean, he goes up and he's going to lean on Holcomb to the inside, and and that's to his left. And Holcomb is there. Holcomb's like, if he breaks inside, Holcomb's going to make this play. I mean, he's going to be in coverage. But then you see Gallup just like quickly kind of lean on him and then burst. And when he bursts the outside, Holcomb's got no shot. Great job by Cooper Rush extending the play and kind of figuring out like, okay, where's my guys going to be? But by design, you put a receiver on a linebacker in the red zone. And those are matchups that you're going to win right there. So great job by Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy, offensive staff, figuring out how to do that as well.
Yeah, that's huge, man. I love to hear that. That's very, very exciting.
Well, and Cooper Rush was talking about it after the game. Michael Gallup, that's just MG, and he's made a living on doing that, literally. I mean, working the baseline and coming back towards the quarterback, and he could see him working his way across the field the entire way. So Cooper Rush knew, all I've got to do, keep extending, and then eventually Michael Gallup's going to get into the window, and then boom, there's the opening.
Yeah, just a really pretty design right there, though.
Getting Gallup back helps.
Yeah, and it helps because what happens to the vertical passing game, and we were talking about, okay, who is going to be the guy that if they throw the ball vertically, everybody's like, well, Turpin can run, and you're thinking, but Turpin doesn't have the catch radius to be able to go make plays down the field. The great example of what Michael Gallup can do is on 50-50 balls, he could go get it. He can contort and go get it. He could also, the way he goes up, and if you get tangled with him, he draws pass interference plays.
Yeah.
That's something that, when you look at him and the way he plays, you're like thinking, well, hell, there's no way. There was a couple of times there when that ball went to him, he's in good position, but then the defender's just all over him. And it's just an easy call to make.
It seems like Moore is being patient and waiting for the opportunity to strike. That's what I felt like watching the game.
Well, that's, the fact that the Commanders had so many penalties helped you in the game. But the fact that they were willing, also the Cowboys were willing to take shots down the field. Matter of fact, the first ball that Cooper Rush threw down the field to Noah Brown should have been a catch. Noah didn't track it that well. It's like it was coming into his right side, and it was like you could kind of tell that his head wasn't in position, and then because he could have turned back to his left to go get the ball to where it's thrown, but he kind of lost track of where it was over on that side, on the right side, and it didn't allow him to get around quick enough on it. So, good job. It was a good throw. It just he can adjust to that a little bit better, and I think it'd been fine. The route that they scored on with CeeDee Lamb was a really good design too. And this was one of those where all of a sudden when you have guys, and this is the threat when you have a guy like a Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz didn't play great yesterday, right? Dalton Schultz had no catches. Dalton Schultz had a holding penalty.
It's not his quarterback.
But Dalton Schultz was able to help you get a touchdown with CeeDee Lamb. And by the way that he ran the route, in order to, with him staying vertically up the field, it put the safety curl in a position where he couldn't get over to take Lamb as Lamb went. Lamb made a nod to the outside and then went straight vertical on the play. But by what Schultz was able to do by hold curl in place, the safety, it created the space necessary for the ball to be there. So
I like that. Good roll for Schultz.
Felt like Cooper Rush did a nice job with his eyes on that play as well, where he knew the whole time he's going to strike it over to CD, but he waited and then boom, ripped it over there.
But that route from CeeDee Lamb, that was route running
outside nod
there.
And then boom. Vertical there.
That was clean.
Okay, let me tell you something real quick here before I run out of time. Cowboys are going to, and Micah Parsons is going to have to deal with this from now on as we're starting to see it on tape. When teams run the ball at him or he gets in pass situations, he is going to face cut blocks. Teams are going to try and go at his knees is what they're going to do.
When he's on the edge?
When he's on the edge.
Okay.
Yeah. When they were running screens to his side, they were trying to cut him because he's going to go up the field. The one thing that makes you do is have to defend yourself, hands down, to play the defender. Anything to make him slow down his pass rush are what teams are going to do. I guarantee you when we get to these games coming now down, as we get through the season, you're going to start to hear Micah Parsons being asked about having to play cut blocks because the Commanders, that was their game plan. They were not going to let him get up the field. They were not going to let him rush the passer, and they were going to make him have to defend his knees. And when you're defending your knees, you're not rushing the passer. that's something that Micah Parsons is going to have to deal with the rest of the year, I believe.
Thank you, Brian. There he is, Krusty's Corner, every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, when we come back, Wolchuk's going to take over the QB responsibilities as he'll deliver a Cowboys Monday Super segment for you. Wolchuk, what do you have in mind?
Well, is this the best defense in the NFL? 877-881-1053. And let's talk about some of the stars from the Cowboys' 25-10 win. Who are your stars from the game? We'll talk about that next.
All righty, and Rangers fans,
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a glorious Cowboys Monday. You're celebrating and taking it all in as this team sits here at 3-1 going into 2 big games against NFC contenders, Rams and Bird Turds. And we're here to talk all about it all season long. General at your service. There's former Cowboys scout Brian Broaddus, a Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, Carter Freeman. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk and his Cowboys Monday Super segment. Here he is, Wolchuk.
Hell yes, it's a Cowboys Victory Monday. Let's talk about some stars from the Cowboys 25-10 whooping of those Commanders. Who were some stars for you? 877-881-1053. While we're having this discussion, can this Cowboys defense still be holding their opponents to under 20 points a game? Micah Parsons afterwards saying, he thinks this defense can hold them to fewer. It's the first time that the Cowboys have held their opponents to under 20 points in their first 4 games since 1973. That is incredible. And Micah wasn't even happy with this defense's performance. He was like, look, guys, we had more sacks than we left on the field. He was critical of his own performance. Said, I got to do a better job finishing as the best player on this defense. I do think this is the best defense right now in the league. Just through 4 weeks. When you look at their pass rush, DeMarcus Lawrence is leading the league in pressures. Trayvon Diggs, already 2 picks. He's got back-to-back interceptions and back-to-back games. He also is leading the league in pass breakups. He's been fantastic.
I think his new nickname should be Dikembe, because he's swatting him out of the air.
No.
I think he needs to start shaking his finger like Mutombo.
Who wants to
sex Mutombo?
But I think my number 1 star to start the list, boys, I think it's Donovan Wilson.
Donovan Wilson.
Oh, he was shutting it down.
He's number 1 in my heart. Has been since 2020. We had a little speed bump there. We went over to Jaron Kearse last year, but now we are back. Donovan Wilson is an absolute monster. I love this dude to death. And what he brings to the table right now defensively, Mukwamu as well. The safety situation right now, Hooker is not having these splash plays, but still been very, very good. Gosh, when we get Jaron Kearse back, it's just an embarrassment of riches.
I'm feeling very
safe
spot, but I'm feeling very safe.
Very, very safe. As safe as we've felt in years.
Great play by. We've seen Wilson play down so much in the box and stuff like that. Be around the ball. That ball he made on McLaurin. That ball that went deep, they're playing, it's 3rd and 16, they're playing on the sticks, 4 across, and he takes the deep, he takes the deep third, knocks the ball away. I mean, that's just a great play, read reaction, because they were all the corners and stuff, linebackers were across, and he had to go and hustle to make that play. He did a great job, and not only playing up, but being able to play back as that true free safety.
I felt like he was the best player on the field yesterday.
He was all over the place. Donovan Wilson's been absolutely fantastic, and he's a heat-seeking missile. But you're right, Brian. The coverage ability was on full display yesterday.
Yeah, that's the thing about, you want your guy to be able to do both. And, sometimes you have that guy that could just play down in the box and make plays and, keep everything in front of him. But if you have a guy that can turn, run, find the ball, and cut routes off in the deep quarter of the field, I mean, that's a big time football right there.
Kudos to him. I mean, he was a raw guy, who would come blow you up.
He was a guy that was a lot of hurt,
draft pick.
but he was always hurt. Remember, He was always dealing with something. It was always something that was wrong, and now he's playing to the level that it gets him noticed.
469, Vander Esch was everywhere the first 10 plays. It did look like early in that one, Leighton Vander Esch was going to make every single tackle of this football game.
Yeah, they struggled a little bit, though, and you get the all-22. I hope folks can get the opportunity to take a look. There was some times where the fits weren't great on those outside run plays. I kind of felt like that Leighton was a little slow on a couple, but he was kind of having to deal with some other things that were happening in front of him, so maybe that made him hesitate a little bit on some of those plays. So, yeah, but Leighton is a guy that's always going to be around the ball if he can.
We also have, from the 972, Cooper Rush is my star. Hard not to give a star to Cooper Rush as one of the stars of this game, and he made some big-time throws.
Any love for Gallimore on there on the Twitter?
Neville Gallimore had his best game. Nobody has texted in Neville Gallimore yet. I don't see anybody on
Gallimore
the Twitch.
and then you look at the situation. Gallimore was hard. You talk about the Commanders guys inside hard to block. He was pretty hard to block yesterday in that game as well.
And he
very
stepped up
disruptive.
big. because Bohanna goes down.
Yeah, well, see, the thing about it was he was not very good on Monday night, and I think he kind of felt like, man, I let everybody down on this defense, and you got to earn your keep on this defense. You can't go out there and play half. You know what? You got to
came in and geek off the street, right?
No, no,
mount up.
No, so you got to get it going out there, and he heard the whispers about him and played a much better game.
We also have CeeDee Lamb, of course. The one CeeDee Lamb drive where it was 3 consecutive passes to CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And then, of course, that route, the 30-yard touchdown, in which you broke down for us there in Trusty's corner.
Great design by the Cow, and great job by Dalton Schultz. Not a factor in much of the part of the game, but that was a really nice route to hold that safety there.
21 catches for 270 yards, I think, since that disappointing Week 1 performance by CeeDee Lamb.
Stepping up in a big-time way. How about we're getting a lot of love for Michael Gallup. Nice return for MG, drawing a ton of pass interference calls that help move the football for the Cowboys.
I feel like at times the nosebleed guys, you discredit Gallup a little bit. And I felt like yesterday, like him being a factor should have earned a little bit more of y'all's respect.
Definitely earned some more respect out of me, and I've always been a fan of his. I just always felt like people jumped the gun. People were trying to, after like his rookie year or second year, like Gallup's number 1 wide receiver. Gallup's number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah, he's not that.
Like we got to temper that.
Yeah, that's where Eric's been off.
Okay,
as a complimentary dude to CeeDee Lamb, and with the way this wide receiver core looks right now, like you need all the Michael Gallup you can get.
Yeah.
So absolutely,
and you're right. I mean, yesterday he made a massive impact in the game, and it was awesome to see him get that touchdown.
And Noah Brown was still a factor too.
He was,
yeah, like 3 productive wide receivers. This is a lot of fun, and I love how Cooper Rush isn't dumping it down and throwing it to the tight ends all the time. Let's actually get it to the fast guys.
Sure.
And
well, they're setting
working
it
out
up
for bigger
too.
plays.
They're setting it up with the blocking too. They figured out, like last week, CD had that drop against the Giants. It was a max protect play. The shots they were taking down the field were all max protection plays.
Yeah,
tight ends
and
in, backs
action.
in, all that stuff in. So they're going to give Cooper Rush the opportunity to throw the ball down the field because you got a guy that can separate down there.
And you really needed it more so than any of these games. Yesterday, you needed it. You couldn't run the ball for squat. No. You had to push the ball down the field, and it was really nice to see.
Okay, speaking of that, what do you think of them still calling 27 runs? 27 runs at under 3 yards per carry.
You know what? They to me, I might have gone a different direction with the runs, and I mean the different direction of where you were trying to run the ball, because you were not getting anything on the inside. You really weren't getting anything on the edge. There was one play that I watched where they pulled McGovern, and it was like a 7-yard gain for Zeke. All their running really came on one drive, the touchdown drive. I think it was like 7 yards, 6 yards, 7 yards, 8 yards. It was all really on one thing. I just don't like the way, to me, with Pollard's tough, but I'm not running him inside. I'm not trying to find things inside on him. And I running against, as you're watching that game, I never got the feeling that they were ever in control, but they didn't really block Sweat all that well in the run game either on the edge. Tyler Smith and then Steele. So yeah, I think overall, running the ball, they have to do it just to try and keep the rush at bay a little bit.
It's alarming though that in half the games you've played, Pollard's been under 1 yard an attempt. It's a real hit or miss with him right now. They need to figure out what works.
And they tried to get him the ball with a couple of passes. I mean, there was one tackle early. It was a 3rd down and 7, I want to say. And Rush tried to dump it off to him, and Holcomb made an awesome open field tackle, or else Pollard would have gotten upfield and gotten that 1st down.
He would have. And that's the problem is we're one of the worst, Cowboys are one of the worst screen teams in the league when it comes to, you got to figure out ways. Everybody else seems to have a really good screen package, and yours looks like you're playing in quicksand.
It does.
I do think they had to run the ball yesterday, though, because one, you're milking a lead there in the second half for a majority of the time, and secondly, you're still playing with a backup quarterback. You can't just. I mean, he got lucky twice yesterday.
Yeah. Two interceptions,
and
they're called back to penalty.
Yeah,
and
you're not going to throw the ball 40 times with him.
Yeah, when you look at the stats from this one and just crunching some of these numbers. Man, the penalties were huge, and how nice is it to look at a game where it's in the Cowboys' favor?
Where it's not you committing all the penalties?
Washington, 11 penalties for 136 yards. It really was the story of the game.
Can I throw my MVP guy out there?
Yeah, give it to me. Give me your stars, boys.
How about Bland? I mean, Bland figures out, they're literally coming off the field after warm-up, and they walk up to him and go, bro, you're starting in the slot today. And let's not act like that the Commanders don't have talented wide receivers playing in this game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the quarterback is awful. That's the thing that helps you the most. But, man, those receivers, for him to have to carry in the whole field, they were talking about, though, if something would have happened to the outside, that you might have seen Joseph play more on the outside than Bland. They really like Bland playing that very important nickel corner back position.
Yeah, it's impressive. I mean, that's one of the most difficult positions in the entire sport.
Got to carry everybody all over the field. Tough. Yeah. And for him to read the interception the way out of zone coverage, drive on the ball, undercut the route, make the play, you got to give him credit for that.
How about Brett Maher? Already,
Absolutely.
with over, I think he's got 4 now, 50-plus yard field goals, which doubles what the Cowboys had all of last season. And then the play brought us that you mentioned in the post-game show.
He saved you 3 points is what you did.
On the block?
On the block, because
Yeah.
he tackled the guy. He tackled the guy in the open field, and that's going to be 2 points. The Commanders didn't know the rule. You could pick that ball up and run for 2 points. And their guy hesitated, and it gave Maher a chance, but a great open field tackle to save 2 points right there. That if it's a tight game, you never know what those 2 points are going to bring you.
I'm going to go with Trayvon Diggs. I think the game is different if he's not swatting those out of the air like he did. And yes, the penalties, the turnovers by Washington was a big factor. Carson Wentz is trash, but this guy is really making a name for himself. Not only does he leads the NFL in all passes defensed. Mm-hmm. He's on pace for another 8 or 9 picks. I think what Trayvon Diggs has done early in this season, and specifically yesterday, he's thrown his hat into the ring and silenced some of the doubters, myself included.
Yeah.
And to have 2 in the final, what was that, 5 minutes of the game, where he just elevates and knocks him out of the air?
Yeah.
It was so good.
He was the highest graded defender, according to Pro Football Focus yesterday, for the Cowboys defense. And one of the things that John Oning has pointed out is Trayvon Diggs, he's a guy that gets a little grabby at times, with his physical nature of playing, and gets flagged a lot, but he hasn't been flagged one time this year. So that's another notch on the belt of Trayvon Diggs. He's playing like an elite corner, and it feels like it's been years since we were watching him get burnt in one-on-ones in Oxnard. So good for him.
Oh, he got toasted the first time that he played Terry McLaurin on that.
He did.
Yeah.
And ever since then, he's had McLaurin's number.
He sure has.
682 was who is number 24? That dude was a gamer, and that was Izzy Mukwamu.
And
Mukwamu had a nice game. I thought this was interesting that Terrence Steele's allowed the 7th fewest pressures among tackles so far this season.
Yeah, I had a big concern about him, and I still think he's a much better run blocker than he is a pass blocker. But, man, I'll tell you what, he has played far more than what my expectation was.
Bounced back nicely after week 1. And look, granted, he was playing against probably some of the best pass rushers he's going to play all year. Week 1 with Shaq Barrett and Joe Tryon and the guys at Tampa Bay. I mean, that's a good way to get ready for the season. Ramp up there and get your feet wet against Tampa Bay and what they're bringing to the table there. But, I mean, the pressure that the Cowboys defense was able to put on teams, and I think right now that's why you have to be just so excited that this team is going to be the real deal moving forward. The intentional groundings that they forced on Carson Wentz. It's even if they're not able to get home, they're just disrupting the timing. They're disrupting everything offensively that they're trying to do, and it's coming from a bunch of different places. It's not always Michael Parsons.
Yeah.
Fowler was great,
great
yesterday, right? Neville Gallimore, we've kind of been waiting. Oates has had a good start to the year. Bohanna's had a good start to the year. Tristan Hill made some really good plays yesterday, right? So, I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence, we have him on every week. We've talked about Tank, but it's coming from a multitude of different players. We mentioned the secondary. You lose Jordan Lewis. Here comes Deron Bland. Deshaun Wright hasn't even gotten to suit up this year. Kelvin Joseph's been really good on the special teams side of things. So this defense, the depth, you can win with a dominant defense. And the Cowboys right now, is it crazy to say they're the best in the sport through the first 4 weeks of the season?
I don't think it's crazy to say that. They're close enough. I think it's third statistically at about 15.5 points per game, and there's technically, but one of them San Francisco that's played a couple of really weird offensive opponents.
Yeah, they had that game against the Bears in the monsoon that didn't get very many points. Yeah, but if they give up 24 tonight, I think Dallas moves up to second.
Okay, yeah. So it's there, and it's doable. I think the run defense needs to be solved. And if I'm Dan Quinn and the guys right now, I'm like, what can we do? We got rid of Jalen Smith last year, and they're actually getting more yards per attempt on us so far through the first 4 games this year. So It's tough to imagine them making a run through the playoffs led by defense until they can get somewhere more manageable in the low fours at least.
Dallas, 3rd in points allowed, 7th in total yards allowed, 6th in passing yards allowed, 8th in third downs allowed, 5th in red zone conversions, 3rd in sacks per attempt, 3rd in points per drive, and 4th in yards per play.
Okay.
I mean, they're right there they're in like the top 5 basically of a multitude of different categories. They're playing dominant. I think people will continue to have the caveat of, well, let's see them play a real offense, and you're about to get a chance over the next 2 weeks.
And we're getting a lot of texts about like a Dak update, and I know we've got an insider in Brian Brodish that you're not going to be able to hear anywhere else.
Yeah.
Brian, what are you hearing on Dak?
Yeah, he's not. It's unrealistic for him to play this week. I would expect that Philadelphia, that's when that's the next hurdle you have to get to. But this week he isn't going to be out.
Not realistic this week, maybe next week against the Eagles.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, coming up at 4:20, we're going to have the Cy Young Show. Chris Young is going to join us for what will probably be the last interview of the baseball season as they get set for a huge season-ending series against the Yankees. Could be historic. So Wolchuk has your top 10 at 4:20 coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about D&M Leasing because maybe it's time now. It finally happened. The old hoopty, it died over the weekend, didn't it?
F-150s. All you need to do is get over to Terrell, see him and the team, and start the process. You can do it at PlatinumFord.com as well. Be sure to drive a little further, save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by PermaPure.
Temperatures are falling and Texas soil is shifting. When shift happens, it's time to call the dirt nerds at PermaPure. Get a free no-obligation appraisal today. PermaPure.com. That's PermaPure, P-I-E-R.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. We're 1 hour from the Cy Young show here. The Rangers GM, Chris Young, will join us and talk to us about this historic series coming up there in Arlington and where the offseason will go from here. So CY in about an hour. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10.
Yeah, we got some thoughts on the Cowboys win. Also have National Taco Day tomorrow, so let's get you jump-started on that with the best types of tacos. What are your favorite tacos? 877-881-1053. If you got a favorite joint, let us know where to go so we can let the Metroplex
Jack Herrera. You got the pulled pork tacos.
Okay.
Chopped brisket tacos.
Ooh. All right.
Barbecue tacos.
My favorite taco is the one I'm currently eating. Okay, so
Just
whatever
whatever
that
it
may
is.
be. There's so many delicious tacos out there. I've kind of matured into more of a corn tortilla gentleman. Got
What?
respect for the flour.
How?
Ton of respect for the
No
flour.
way.
And I'm a breakfast taco guy. Like the leftover brisket, okay? You just did a nice brisket Sunday afternoon, Monday morning. Here comes the leftover brisket. Here comes the eggs. Here comes the cheese, and we party rock that way. So, I mean, it's hard to choose. The burrito tacos, it's kind of like the new wave right now.
It is, and I've never even had one.
What is a burrito taco?
They're delightful.
We'll get to the burrito.
Okay,
they're going to be in this.
Now, you're not saying burrito. It's not a burrito taco.
That's the dipping ones, right? The
Dippies.
the dip joints. Yeah.
And a lot of nice cheese going on in there.
Yeah.
So,
I don't. So how do you go from the flour tortilla to the corn tortilla? You know, that's only for an authentic experience.
Marry a girl from Mexico. And
Okay.
then it'll all sort of just.
So you're going to
change right in front of
I'll
your
put
eyes.
it on my bucket list.
Man,
corn tortillas,
dude. I mean, here I'm getting.
She's probably making them.
Yeah, no. Whenever I was
I've
in
had
Mexico,
bad corn tortillas, and it's kind of scarred me.
Well, I think one of the keys there is to
Stale.
crisp it a little bit on the frying pan or whatever on the stove before eating it. Don't just take it out of the bag and rock with it that way. It wants a little bit of crisp for just a moment there. Heat that thing up. But
I'll give it a shot.
It's hard to script a taco.
It's not a health decision. It's not a health decision.
No.
It's a legit taste decision.
It's a legit taste decision. Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of love for the pink tacos on the truckwreck.com text line.
Well, we're all pink inside.
I know Broadus was agreeing. Broadus, favorite taco?
Jack in the Box taco.
My man. Lucius.
J and the B, baby.
Let's see. Homemade tacos with using El Paso stuff.
Oh, yeah. All those
The old El
ingredients.
Paso joints.
Old El Paso, yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's a good
All
taco
those
choice.
yellow and red, green pans.
You made it in the oven and whatnot. You
Yes.
you put it in there. Look,
Yeah.
I like that, man. It's really crunchy to me.
So are burrito tacos the cow cheek?
That's right.
That's what we're getting texted in. It's the
What
cow
Google
cheek.
says.
I'm into that.
Okay, I didn't even realize.
I'll do
that.
some cheek. Quickly before we get into the top 10, some thoughts from this Cowboys game. CD's production level. You know, he's getting better and better as this season continues to unfold. If you look, obviously the entire offense was just downright disastrous week 1. He only had 29 yards and his catch rate was at 18%. Week 2, 75 yards, up the catch rate to 64%. Week 3, 84 yards and a TD, 67% catch rate. And then yesterday, up to 97 yards, catch rate 75% and a TD. So I think, if we keep going at this trend, we're looking at our first 100-yard performance week number 5 here in LA, SoFi Stadium against the Rams.
Well, that would be huge. I feel like he has silenced a lot of critics, right? Like the idea of him not being a number 1, that's out of there. He might not be a top 5 guy, but CeeDee Lamb's a dang good football player.
Very
I'm glad
good.
to see him having all this success, and I can't wait to see how much better it gets when Dak comes back. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, 100%. And Pro Football Focus has CeeDee Lamb as the highest graded Cowboy offensively yesterday. Caught 6 of 8 targets. And one of those was a 30-yard touchdown play.
Are we getting Gavin going from a Dak ass to a Dak head?
It's starting to feel
That's
that
right.
way, isn't it?
Are we moving on?
Let's go.
He's
Let's
graduated.
go.
Well, I mean, we're 3 games in. Cooper Rush is not doing anything to blow your skirt up. You know,
No, he's playing well.
Go
but you're right.
beat the Rams. Like Dak went to Lambeau. That's when
Yeah.
we're like, holy crap, we got to reevaluate everything. You know, but it's so like Dak averaged 41 against the East last year. Go put a 50 burger on Washington,
100%.
and then I'm impressed.
Like I think and we go back and watch it, Brian. I mean, you're looking at this and thinking, man, if Dak's out there, you're probably beating the Giants by 20 to 30.
Said in the post-game show last night,
Yeah,
I kind of
absolutely.
felt like that if Dak was playing the last 3 weeks, they'd have won this game.
Sure.
We probably would have seen the better offense. But maybe what happened with him getting hurt made them reevaluate what they needed to do, and now maybe that got Mike McCarthy off the couch to say, hey, Kellen, we can't do this way. We've got to figure something out. And they've done a great job managing Cooper Rush. And he's played well.
He has played well. He really has.
I didn't feel like the Cincinnati game to me was a surprise win. It was a surprise. I mean, I picked Dallas to win, and I'm thinking, but it was surprising to me how they did it. With him getting to a great early start. Yesterday was a little bit more like Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
A little bit more like, we can't run the ball. Okay, you got to make some throws. He made some really good deep throws. Yeah, that's something he could absolutely do. But I think the injury to Prescott, I think it was a wake-up call to that offensive staff.
Agreed 100%. And hopefully they don't revert back once Dak comes back in. Dak talked about things being simplified, like seeing it from the sideline. Let's continue that.
Amen.
And one of the nuggets on Cooper Rush is just how dominant he's been on play action, but on the flip side, just how terrible he's been when it's not play action. Like if you do, like Cooper Rush is not a hey, let's just drop back and just sling it all over the yard. It's going to be bad for you because without play action, he's the 7th worst quarterback in the sport according to Pro Football Focus.
There were more throws off the back foot yesterday than there had been the previous games.
One thing that is good to acknowledge is, and you mentioned the struggles with the rushing attack.
Yeah.
And they didn't go away from it, which is good. I think the Cowboys are making an effort to keep this balance. And I think that's important, right, with the play calling from Kellen Moore. They need to keep that with Dak. But just finding ways to win, different ways to win, and being able to stretch the field vertically, noticing, hey, if they want to call PI, throw that one up there, Cooper. Go ahead and throw it up to Michael Gallup. Let's move the football that way. The Cowboys are showing a way to win whatever way we need to find a way to win on a Sunday.
Your Pro Bowl punter had a 22-yard punt.
They survived it.
And they survived it with no points. So that tells you a lot that you don't need to screw it up for the defense.
Well, yeah, your defense has been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
But I do think, and we got a couple of texts. We have a lot of people that are Cooper Rush supporters here, but a text from the 817, you guys agree that if CD comes back or he keeps improving with Rush and Dak comes back and all of a sudden the offense doesn't look good, I think, yes, the Cowboys would have to acknowledge if Dak comes back and it's a several game display that he doesn't look good, then yeah, you're going to evaluate maybe this is not the solution.
I will say
maybe
this.
Dak is no longer the guy.
On the post game last night, everybody that called in, I asked them because they were talking about Cooper Rush, and I asked them and I said, Dak healthy, would you still start Cooper Rush? And there's a lot of people turning on Dak Prescott right now.
There are, but I'll tell you that locker room.
The ones that call. I mean, Eric, am I right about that?
Every single one that called in was in favor of Cooper
I
Rush.
said if Dak Prescott's healthy and all things equal, Dak's healthy and ready to go, would you still play Cooper Rush? I know 3 callers in a row said they'd all play Cooper Rush. That's weird to me. That's
the
weird.
Grass is always greener.
Bunch of what have you done for me lately kind of guys.
I think that's a society that we absolutely live in right now.
Yep.
That if you're finding a way, if this team was 0-4 right now, they couldn't get Dak Prescott back fast enough.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that they're winning is been a great
they're on a nice run, though.
No doubt.
Been a nice run.
Here's the top 10 most popular tacos. We start at number 10 with the chorizo tacos.
Okay.
Chorizo, yeah.
They don't
Mexican sausage.
They don't really sit well with me. Try to avoid the
Little
chorizo
heat.
at all.
Heat.
Well, that's not a shocker, but you'll still eat them, right? Especially with some eggs, because that's a good breakfast taco.
That's a great breakfast.
It's definitely a breakfast variety for me.
Number 9 is the carnitas.
Okay, yeah. Got respect for the carnitas.
Pulled pork, and that's good on a crisp corn tortilla. Maybe put a little avocado slice in there.
Generally, are we soft guys or are we crunchy guys?
I like crunchy.
Okay, respect.
Crunchy tacos.
I kind of like the double-decker.
50-50.
Like the gordita?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't decide,
Because they're both so outstanding.
Yeah.
No,
I'll usually order 3 and 3.
For sure. No, they're both incredible.
And to answer the 972's question, why did they do it to Romo real quick, just going back, we asked this to Barry Church. There's a big difference between the Romo Dak thing and the Cooper Rush.
They were looking for a reason to move on from
with
Tony.
Cooper Rush, yes. I don't think that locker room is in love with Tony Romo.
Dak beat the Packers and then the Steelers on the road.
Yeah.
And Tony had been hurt like 3 out of 4 years. He was significantly older.
100%.
And the ceiling was still all out in front of him for Dak. Dak's
a rookie.
Yeah.
You know what Cooper Rush is. Number 9.
Cooper Rush hasn't played close to how Dak played in 2016.
No
There's
question.
also that.
Yeah.
And I still think they should have brought Romo back anyways. So
Number 9, carnitas. The carnitas tacos.
You said that.
Wait, I was about to say, are we going backwards now?
What is number 9?
Are you listening to the program, sir?
No, I'm not. I'm just talking. Number 8, and I'm not sure how to say this, the campechanos.
Campechanos.
Yeah, you watch your mouth, pal.
Yeah,
Sound
that could
delicious.
be. It's pork sausage, often sliced beef, pork sausage, and chicharron.
I think you nailed it,
Yes,
bro.
please.
Yep, it sounds delicious. It's a combination of all the meats, and I'm into it. Number 7 is the tinga tacos, flavorful chicken,
Okay.
chipotle sauce, little hint of spice. Number 6, tacos de pescado.
Fish tacos.
Fish tacos.
Love fish
I was about to
tacos.
say, Broadus, I know that's your wheelhouse,
That's
brother.
my wheelhouse.
That spot you took us to in Oxnard, which was actually just outside of Oxnard.
Yeah, Spencer McKenzie's
was delicious.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely fantastic.
Spencer knows what he's doing, man.
Number 5 on the top 10 tacos, and we celebrate National Taco Day tomorrow, but we'll have a shortened show thanks to Rangers baseball doubleheader. Go out there, watch history.
Catch a ball.
Listen on the Fan. You can hear every Aaron Judge at bat. Tacos Al Pastor.
Yeah, dude. And where my wife is from in Mexico, pork is their main meat. And so the Al Pastor tacos are prevalent there. And, yeah, they're outstanding.
Number 4, Tacos de Birria. Here it is.
Okay. See, this is kind of like the flavor of the month. I would say over the last 12 months, the birria, I know people are calling me out on the fan text here about the way I'm saying it. I apologize, but it has been, it's like taking social media by storm a little bit. Every time you go to a food page, it's here's birria tacos.
People are dipping. What are we
really
dipping
good.
it in?
It's some type of sauce. It's like the French dip. It needs that
Like an
au
au
jus.
jus.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that sounds wonderful.
It's often goat, lamb, or beef, but
And it's melted
it's a saucy
cheese,
meat.
and it's like
so it's not a cheek.
I guess it's not. I think that's the barbacoa.
Okay.
I think the barbacoa is the cheek.
Got it.
Number 3, right on cue, barbacoa.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
It's great meat.
Number 2, shrimp tacos.
Yeah.
Gotta love some shrimp tacos, right?
Yeah, shrimp tacos,
You
yeah.
go fried
grilled,
and grilled. I'm into it.
yeah.
We're
why
going to
not?
get any carne asada up in here.
Carne asada.
Carne asada.
Number 1, the most popular taco. Carne asada.
Is that steak?
Flank steak or skirt steak, sliced into some bite-sized chunks when we are partying with some carne asada.
If you see me, beef me.
There it is, the top 10 tacos.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Always love it. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, of course, you know we have a doubleheader of Rangers baseball tomorrow, 12:30 and 6:30 for your pregame shows as Aaron Judge and the Stankies are in town. He's looking for the all-time American League home run record, and he might do it right out there at the ballpark. Best of the Weekend with Eric Chiafalo is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because if you get hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you need the Frankels on your side. We had a vehicle accident.
ability of the issuing insurance company.
The Rangers take on Aaron Judge and the Yankees with the American League home run record on the line tonight. Hi, everybody. Eric Nadel inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. First pitch at 6 o'clock. Broadcast time 5:30 from Globe Life Field right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size from start to finish, it is the Texas Authority in barricade rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Here we go, nation. There's a little bit of breaking Cowboys news. Dak is having a medical appointment tomorrow. They're going to evaluate after that. And Mike said he'd like to have Dak have a full week of practice before he puts him in a game. So that kind of sets the scene. I guess it's going to have to be a big day for Dak tomorrow if he's going to play against the Rams, but it's very unlikely that he does. Maybe the Eagles. And then after that, it's the Lions, right? Rams, Eagles, Lions, next three. Maybe Philly, probably Detroit. Here's Chiafalo with the best of the weekend.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So much to get to, so little time. What a wonderful weekend it was, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the amazing Tour Day DFW, Flagtober, our first Flagtober being here in the G-Bag Nation. That was incredible and super nice to just meet all the wonderful Tolos that we got to hang out with. Walchuk and I got to show up to the last stop on Saturday with the BetQL Saturday College Football Show hosting duties. But super fun time hanging with you guys, hanging with the Tolos, boozing it up, Twin Peaks. That was legendary.
Yeah, and a lot of folks came out for the Cowboy pregame show, too.
Yes.
Out there in the Miller Lite
Crazy out
Plaza
there.
area. So thanks to all you guys, too, that stopped by and said hello, waved, and shook our hands, gave us fist bumps and stuff like that.
The most shocking moment for me was Fossil Creek, where we walked in and, this guy was in a dress, you know, and
with money taped onto him.
In these days, I didn't want to cool bit, man, because he might have been really trying to pull it off, right? Or it would have been a she at that point. But he apparently lost a bet with one of the server ladies. So, he had to spend the day watching football in a dress.
That's good.
Had really nice eyes, by the way.
Should we add that to our punishments?
But you notice he was chain smoking cigarettes out there? He was chain smoking.
He was like a lot lizard gal.
I'm sure he was a little bit stressed out with the attire that he had on.
Actually, might have been my dad.
Okay. All right. I like that as a bet payoff. ABC payoff. Anything but clothes. Sitting here on the Twitch chat doing a show where you're wearing, I don't even know what they wear. They wear like trash bags and like tape and you know what I'm talking about? Like the ABC parties. You guys familiar?
I hadn't heard about that.
You guys aren't familiar with ABC parties?
I mean, I've done some research in my day.
It's like
Is it safe for work to look up?
Yeah, I mean, it's you're covering your body with things that are not traditional clothes.
Okay.
And so like places like Twin Peaks have their ABC party nights, like believe me. So it sounds like that's what that guy was participating in. So that might be kind of a fun bet payoff.
Put it on the board.
Needless to say, kick-ass weekend. Let's review it. It was not an awesome weekend for Jimbo Fisher, head coach of the Aggies. Because on Friday, just like 24 hours before his game on Saturday, you could see his Ford truck being towed out of an A&M parking lot because I guess apparently no one is safe at A&M, not even the head coach Jimbo Fisher. So I don't know if he parked in the dean's parking spot or maybe it was. I like the idea of it being like the assistant coach's parking spot and then being like, yo. Dial up the tow company here. Jimbo just parked in our spot. But either way, much like what happened to Quinn Ewers after the game, game one of the Texas football season, you had Jimbo Fisher getting his truck towed out of the A&M football facility lot, and everybody's making fun of him.
People pay big money for those spots.
Yeah,
if you're going to be the coach taking it, you might want to make it real obvious, like Jimbo personalized plate or something.
Yeah, I would think that. No, I think he has a parking spot there. I wonder if it was a new truck. Because coaches get dealer cars.
Yeah.
They get dealer cars. And so.
It might have been a new truck. I could see that.
So somebody didn't recognize the truck. Like they didn't know that was Jimbo's new truck.
Could have been truck thieves disguised as towers as well.
We've seen that too. Yeah, we've seen that too.
Man, that's actually, I wonder how many people are doing that, man. You invest in a tow truck and then you just
pop in.
You just steal cars all over the place.
Yeah, I'm repossessing. Nothing to see here.
Yeah,
guy was late on his payments. 90 days.
That'd be actually a really heady play. I don't know if anybody's done that.
The way that they've played, they're going to replace the truck for him this time.
Yeah,
it's like Jimbo. Sorry, bud. We already got you a couple
State.
inches.
They
can afford it.
They own them. Mississippi State. I think the Mike Leach is like 9-4, 10-3 versus against the Aggies. That
Mike
guy's
Leach
always
is the man.
He's always up
Should have heard his
against the Aggies.
comments this week.
Mike Leach is the man. And speaking of him, let's get to some sound here. He's got some marriage advice,
wedding advice,
wedding advice here for one of the reporters after the game. Mike Leach gets done mopping the floor with Jimbo Fisher and the Aggies. He gets asked a question, and here's just a little love advice from Mike Leach.
I know you have strong thoughts on weddings. I'm in the middle of planning one right now. Do you have any advice for me?
Who are you marrying?
His name is Trevor.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll have to just set up a meeting and I'll talk to him. Okay, so where's Trevor from?
He's from Florida.
What does Trevor do for a living?
He works in sports as well, covers football.
He does what?
He covers football as well.
Really? Well, I don't know. We'll keep a close eye on it, but whatever you and Trevor decide, I would kind of keep it on the down low, which you failed to do that. Trevor was probably planning to, but you didn't. So go ahead and don't say anything else about it, but as soon as the season's over, or even an off week, go elope. Trust me on that. Go elope. Because basically every female in the family is going to terrorize you guys until it's over. Once it's over, I mean, they'll be upset for a few days, but it'll be over. And then, you cruise along, have a happy marriage, have a happy life.
I'll pass along the message. Thanks, Coach. Congrats on the win.
Trevor, unless he's crazy, is totally on my side. And trust me on this. If Trevor doesn't have the sense to do that, tell him to call me, because, he needs to do trust. I've told all my kids, I'll give you $10,000 extra if you elope. So far, they haven't done it, but I would, too.
Talking this poor gal out of her big day.
Bro, it's amazing, too. I love that Mike Leach, this is after a game. This is on the field. This is you just got done playing a game.
Yeah,
and
it's the post-game interview.
Yeah, and you just won the game, so you're feeling good. But, I cannot wait to juxtapose this sound with some Nick Saban sound that I have. But what do you got here, Broadus?
I tell you what, this gal had the biggest smile on her face because she was trying to say thanks, Coach, appreciate it, and he still wanted to talk.
Yeah.
He was more interested in answering her question. It's awesome.
So good. He's a legend. Now just think about that. Okay, Mike Leach, college football coach, just had a big win over the Aggies, and he gets greeted by that reporter, and he plays along, has a great time. Here's Nick Saban after his victory. Now, Heisman,
Bryce Young.
Yeah, Bryce Young goes down in the game, so the lady asked about that. But just listen to the difference here between Mike Leach and then Nick Saban immediately after a victory.
Coach, your Heisman Trophy winner, Bryce Young, goes down. The rest of the team steps up. What did you learn about the resiliency of this squad today?
Well, what I'd like to talk about is our team. Our team just won a game on the road. It wasn't pretty all the time, but they made plays when they had to make them. We love Bryce. Bryce has got a sprained shoulder. Hopefully, we'll get some diagnosis on him and see how he goes. But what about the game? What about the team? What about the players that played the game?
Sounded like Aaron Andrews in the pregame show
Aaron
yesterday
Andrews.
with Brian.
I
want to talk about Cooper Rush. Why don't you ask me about Cooper Rush? I want to talk about my clothing brand. How about you ask me about my clothing brand?
Aaron's always been so nice to us. We caught her at a bad day, I think.
Yeah.
She
big time y'all's ass is hard.
Well, yeah, and she should have. She should have asked her about Uber, and she says it wasn't Uber. It was a car service, and so my question was probably bad.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I don't think it was a bad question there, Brian.
No. And that wasn't a bad question there from the reporter. She's asking about the resilience of the team after the quarterback goes down, and he's like, well, I want to talk about the team, okay? Nick Saban is just such a grouch.
I think that's Allie LaForce.
Yeah. It's like, I don't want to answer your question, and it's the wrong question. It's so disrespectful.
Yeah, he's a
I'm sitting here trying to do my job, buddy. I've actually been obsessing because I know how much of a jackass you are, and there's people we work with that are like this, and sometimes I flip out on them and it goes viral. But I've been obsessing about the right question to ask you, and then I asked a very simple question. I thought it was generic, but you just want to be such a know-it-all P word, and that's a Rick with a P.
Yeah.
That now you got to come after me because you didn't think it was the best question, or you want to. For some reason, you're annoyed by it. It's it's like the worst thing you can do as a fellow broadcaster to an interviewer, in my opinion.
And then finally here, DK Metcalf, star wide receiver for the Seahawks, had a monster game, but was carted off the field during yesterday's action with bubble guts. So I believe that's the first of its kind in the NFL. He acknowledged
couldn't even walk it off himself.
No, that's what he said.
It happened after a long play too down the field, right?
It's a 3-alarm clincher.
Yeah, he says the clinch walk wouldn't have made it.
Wow.
So he had to get carted into the bathroom. He didn't want to have a Lamar Jackson moment.
Especially in those white pants.
Yeah, and kudos to they were the dark blue pants yesterday for the Seahawks, but he didn't want to risk it. The clinch walk would not have made it, says DK Metcalf. There it is, best of the weekend.
Thank you, sir. Chia follows best of the weekend most Mondays at 3:40 right here on The Fan. Double header tomorrow. Aaron Judge is going to be up to bat, 9, 10, 12 times with a chance to make history. And you'll hear the pregame at 12:30. The second pregame at 6:30. Tonight at 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch. So take it in while you can, Rangers fans. Let's talk about it's a 5:30 pregame tonight. That's right, 6:05 first pitch. Let's talk about the number one reason the Cowboys have won 3 in a row, and then we'll get Chris Young, the Rangers GM, coming up in the next hour as well here on The Fan.
But first, it is a Cowboy Victory Monday. Let's show love to the MVP of our Cowboy watch parties each and every week during the football season. That is the greatness of
MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good day. Dak having a medical appointment tomorrow. They're going to evaluate after that. That is the latest. I know people are wondering. And Mike McCarthy said he would prefer Dak to have a full week of practice before he puts him in there. So stay tuned. I think tomorrow's going to be a big day. Maybe the grip strength will return all of a sudden, and we'll suddenly be talking about him playing against the Rams. But our insider, Brian Broaddus, would be highly surprised by that, wouldn't you?
I don't think he's going to play, Gavin, just to be honest with you. But, you know, to me, just talking to people after the game, Mike's telling you about the doctor's appointment. He's telling you about the, you know, having a full week of practice. I just don't think they're going to get the full week. I think next week would be the time when they get that full week of practice.
That is former Cowboy scout Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Shia follower here. I'm Gavin Dawson. Carter Freeman coordinates your video. And you can watch us on YouTube and Twitch and at 105throughthefan.com. Jerry talking about the DC Dan Quinn last night. To me, that's clearly the number one reason this team is 3-1 right now. It's the quality of the defense. We have several branches on this topic tree. Here's Jerry on the DC.
I did something about that. I did something about Dan in the offseason. That's why we got him today. Okay, I did something about that. And so I recognized that he was important in the offseason. And so that's, in other words, to answer your question, I don't have to say words. We did something about it. He's here.
How many more
and
zeros?
He didn't have to be here. And so we're glad to have him here, obviously. And the players are playing because they feel a part of being a part of what he's started. You've got players like Lawrence and players like that. So there's a nice chemistry going on here with his time with Cowboys.
But I mean, next year.
Again, that's next year. But I know this, that we've done as good a job of having him here as you can do.
I love Jerry saying, I don't need to say anything. I did something. And I felt like for years, Jerry's actions speak so much louder than words. And you can get so much closer to what the true story is if you just watch what he does instead of watching his lips move and try to decipher that. But I would say you got to keep doing something. Maybe they made him the top paid assistant in the NFL. I think Dan Quinn is so important here, and I know things are coming along well right now with the head coach in Mike McCarthy, but you tell him, we have a special group of players. You might have other chances to go be a head coach, but if you ride this out with Diggs and Parsons and whoever we continue to add to the mix, we have the foundation of a great defense. This could go 3 or 4 years, and you could become a Cowboys legend. You're still young enough you can be a head coach. But I need Jerry to continue to do something and keep writing the check and make him higher paid than any head coach in the NFL or a lot of head coaches in the NFL, because he has constantly told us, oh, imagine the check I'll write to give us another Super Bowl. Well, now you have something so perfect with Dan Quinn. If you don't want to be the head coach, if you want to keep going with Mike McCarthy or Sean Payton, whatever, but you got to pay Dan Quinn to make sure he doesn't leave, because I'm convinced this is a very important part of this equation, guys.
I love the idea of the reporter going, all right, it's week 4, we're 3-1, we're rocking and rolling. Let me ask a question about replacing Dan Quinn right now. I'm like, who's the reporter that fired off that question?
Next year.
No, but we're talking about next year. Like, why are we doing it? It just
I think that was Newey.
Can we get to friggin' Halloween?
No, it didn't sound like Newey. You think it was Newey?
I think they were talking about, maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but I want to say that I heard Sean and RJ talking about it this morning.
Maybe it was.
And Bobby, I think Bobby Belt, maybe we'd reach out to Bobby and ask him that question. I'll say something real quick about this. Yeah, Jerry, Denver made a mistake. Denver was going to hire Dan Quinn. That was going to be their guy. George Payton, the general manager for Denver, was going to hire him. And he was planning on going to the Denver Broncos. The Broncos then, in turn, were going to get sold by the Bolin Family Trust. And they didn't want another defensive coach. They went for went for the offensive coach there.
How's that going?
John Fox and all. Yeah, exactly. Dan Quinn, you're right. Jerry Jones stepped up. He's paying him like an NFL head coach right now. He is. There's no question. But you also, this team is different on defense, not only because of Dan Quinn and Joe Witt and AD and George Edwards and those guys, because Mike McCarthy hired a disaster in Mike Nolan.
Yeah.
Got
Can't
rid
let
of
that happen again.
Yeah, got rid. But give Mike some credit for saying, okay, yeah, let's do this. Let's get Dan Quinn became available because they had a bad half of a Super Bowl against the New England Patriots, or all those guys would still be there coaching the Atlanta Falcons. But the draft gods smiled on them. Think about how they got Diggs in the second round.
Yep.
Think about how they got Micah Parsons in the first round there. People passing on him. I was on a Giants podcast and they were talking about Micah Parsons and all that, and then they should have drafted him. That was their thought. That like, hey, if I was on this, I've talked to a bunch of people there about that. The draft gods smiled on it. Now the Cowboys were ready. The Cowboys were ready to make the pick. They did a great job of being ready to make the pick. But this defense has come together by some damn good fortune along the way. And I'm not saying that the Cowboys don't do their homework, but there's sometimes in coaches they don't do their homework. They'll interview 1-2 guys and that's it.
Yeah.
But this one did. This one fell in their lap. They took advantage of it, and they took advantage of two of their best players in the draft.
Well, they've had good players in the past. I mean, you had some bad defenses with D. Ware. You had Terrence Newman on the team. I think while the players did fall in your lap, Dan Quinn ties it together in a way you can't let walk out the door.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that's it. I think you kind of.
I think Dan Quinn would have walked if he was given the job.
Yeah,
I think you're right. I think he'd have taken the head coaching job in Denver. And I think the other thing there is they also didn't have the Russell Wilson trade in place. They were maybe hoping they could get Aaron Rodgers.
For sure.
And then Nathaniel Hackett deal there was also, okay, maybe that makes the Rodgers thing more of a possibility. Then he ends up going back to Green Bay, so then they make the trade for Russell Wilson. But there's no salary cap on coaches, right? So you can try and money whip Dan Quinn as much as you want, but it's a perfect marriage. Dan Quinn is putting these players in a position to succeed. He's had an eye for talent to bring in a guy like Jaron Kearse, who we were all thinking, ooh, this is not that great of a player. He hasn't been awesome with the Lions.
George Edwards did a lot of good work with that one, too.
George Edwards, 100%.
With
He
that
deserves
one,
a lot of credit.
He'd been with him in Minnesota, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Dan Quinn's done an excellent job with guys like Donovan Wilson, for example, and others putting them in position to succeed. But I think Will McClay and the staff have also hit home runs with some of their late round guys. Donovan Wilson's another example of that in the 6th round. But also the way that they've built, and we're still talking about
Bland
some struggles.
in the 5th.
Bland in the 5th.
Yeah.
We're still talking about some struggles along the defensive line when it comes to stopping the run, but you're seeing more of these guys step up and be playmakers, whether it's Neville Gallimore had a good game yesterday. Quentin Bohanna, we got a good report today on the shoulder. Thank goodness. We were worried about that injury, but he's played really well. You go down the list, Tristan Hill, all these guys, we talk about the depth on that side of the ball. It goes to drafting, developing, but also Dan Quinn's been the perfect guy to bring the best out of all these players.
Do you think he'd be this good if you made him head coach as DC?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I saw remember when Mike McCarthy got COVID against the Saints?
Yeah.
In that game, we saw what Dan Quinn's capable of calling defenses and being the head coach.
Yeah. Well,
that's just me. And you know what?
Then I'd make him the head coach if that's what it takes.
I've been wrong about Mike McCarthy as far as where, I thought Mike McCarthy was lazy. I think he wasn't always interested in being, coach. There was times there where I'm like, listen, you're letting all these people just do things. And finally, I think he stepped up. Once Dak got hurt, he stepped up and said, listen, I'm going to get fired if I don't say something.
We're not going to pass the ball 50 times.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Right. And you know what? I applaud him for stepping up and doing these things.
He did.
But to me, like I said, and Mike McCarthy has got a good record. He has a good record. I just felt like, though, the things I knew from him from Green Bay and the things I knew from the Cowboys, that he was not the right guy for the job.
And we got a text from the 214, Jesus, tap the brakes. I don't think people understand what they're watching with this Cowboys defense right now. It's historically dominant the first 4 weeks, what we're seeing. They have not done this since 1970 bleeping 4, when they have not allowed more than 20 points to an opponent in the first 4 weeks of a season. They haven't allowed more than 1 touchdown to an opponent in the first 4 games of the season. Why can you not celebrate when you have something going right for your team? It's like you're crapping too much on the team. You're praising the team too much. We're going to crap on them when they're bad, but we're going to praise them when they're good. They deserve to be praised right now.
I think it because it runs so counter to their narrative they're dug on that Jerry or Mike or Dak just aren't good enough. And they can't acknowledge something might be going so well that those factors could be mitigated in a way that could actually spell glory. I also think people are sick and tired of getting their hopes up after 26 years and then having the other shoe drop. Yeah. And if you never want to get excited or hope for your football team, that's kind of a sad existence. And we just saw the Bengals get there. Bengals not a good team. They went on a great run. They beat a bunch of playoff teams, and now
family-run front office too.
Yeah, so it can happen, and I think the defense is a big part of it. Even Cooper Rush last night, they're the reason we're winning.
Exactly.
It's plain and simple. Carson Wentz was hit 11 times. 2 intentional grounding calls. I mean, it's not that big of a feather in your cap to make Carson Wentz look bad, but they made him look abnormally bad and weren't even really able to sack him that much, just with the 2 sacks. But there is talk that this could be the best Cowboys team on defense in a half century, Brian. Compare and contrast to the team in the 90s.
Oh, man.
Which one are you taking?
I'll tell you what. Man, the team in the 90s was hard because I being at Green Bay and then in Philly and all that, I mean, it never stopped. Their offense got them a lead, and then they unleashed the pass rush, whether it's Charles Haley or any one of those guys. My favorite player, talk about Darren Woodson. They just had so many players and playmakers that were involved. Playmaker Deion Sanders. I mean, to me, those teams in the 90s on defense were as good as any defense that I've ever seen in my 13 years of scouting in the National Football League.
I mean, those Cowboys teams, once they added Deion and had Haley, I think I would rather have that defense with both of those guys. Yep. But before Deion in the first 2, it was kind of a regular defense plus Haley, right?
They did a super job of having the rotations that, with the players and they fit in so well, and they just never gave you couldn't run the ball on them, and especially you couldn't, and they get you to the point where you couldn't run the ball because you were behind in the game, and then all of a sudden they the way that pass rush got after you, the secondary, the safety play, this team is good on defense. Those Super Bowl teams were very impressive.
I think they could get there if they can shut down the run. And at 5 yards per attempt, that number's got to come down at least a little bit. 817. People aren't giving the defense enough praise because the offense isn't putting up 40. Therefore, the overall vibe isn't dominance, and they can't separate the two. I would agree with that.
What do you want from me?
I'll tell you this though. To me, that the defense, and Cooper Rush is right. You gained 2 yards a carry yesterday. Running the football. Your biggest plays were pass interference plays, but it got you in position. Yeah. Your kicker is out of his mind good right now.
Could have gone the other way very easily.
Yes. Yeah. Hell yes, it could have gone the other way very easily.
And some of the texters, they haven't played anybody. They held the Bucs with Tom Brady in that offense to 19 points. They put up 31 points last night to the Chiefs. You don't think that offense is any good? The Bengals, who have 3 of the best receivers in football, they held them to 17 points. You don't think that offense is any good with Joe Mixon? I get the Commanders and Giants. I 100% understand it. But just from what we've seen from the first 4 weeks, nobody's putting them in the Super Bowl, guys. I understand it. We're not trying to overreact here. But from what we've seen, they deserve credit.
For sure. There's no question about. I mean, if you go 4 games in a row without allowing 20 points, you're doing some pretty special stuff.
It's so damn hard to do in the NFL.
Yes. Now to the running game stuff, John Owning, as of right now, Cowboys defense has allowed the most explosive running plays, which are 10 or more yards, and the highest explosive run percentage this season. So certainly something to clean up there. But otherwise, the defense has been spectacular, and they've done it in a way where it's a bunch of different guys stepping up. And so that's been really cool to see.
The first half, I think the Commanders ended up with 140-something yards. I think 100 of that was in the first half, and then the second half, they kind of tightened things down. They were much better when you watch the All-22 in the second half playing the run than they were the first, for sure.
This really started happening last year, though, late, where they got this pass rush together after Tank got healthy. And the reason that the text resonated with me so much is because I think he's right. The offense is frustrating, so you really can't separate the two. But they held the Saints to 17, and then the Commanders to 20, and then the Giants to 6, and the Commanders to 14, and Arizona beat them but had just 25 points. We saw throughout last year several games, the Vikings at 16 points earlier in the year, where teams just could not produce much offense. And I wonder when the narrative is going to flip, sure, if the offense can play well, that's great, but it's going to be the defense that is going to.
The turnovers.
Yeah.
The turnovers were big last year. You had one guy get 11 interceptions. I mean, the turnovers were huge. And I mean, maybe they didn't have they've got the pressures. They got the sacks. They should, by the way, your corner who's playing great should have 4 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
He absolutely should have.
Yep.
He had three. I mean, he had one for sure against the Giants. 2 others he dropped. He should be at 4 right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they're getting around the ball.
And that's one of the most encouraging things for me is they're not getting all the turnovers that they had last year, and they're still playing dominant football.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's huge.
Yeah, Tank said last night, more are coming. He says they feel like they're just scratching the surface.
That quarterback yesterday averaged 4 yards to completion.
Yeah, he threw the ball 42 times. He had 1170 yards and 2
4
picks.
yards of completion. Think about that.
You have that punt that landed the 28?
Yeah, he kicked it 22 yards. Guy punted. The Pro Bowl punter, he'd been punting it all day, 55, 58, whatever. That one went 22 yards. You give it the ball on the 28-yard line. Yeah, they go for it on 4th down, but you get off the field on 4th down. No points. Come on.
Okay, how about the 469? Please shut the bleep up about these meaningless wins.
You need to get to the playoffs first before you can win 3 playoff games in a row. You can't just skip the meaningless wins. You got to play the regular season. They're not meaningless. It's not the preseason, 469.
We got 2 playoff games coming up.
Yeah, we do. 2 playoff opponents for sure. Rams and Eagles. Both these on the road.
And I do understand the cynical Cowboy fans saying, hey, I see these guys beat up on bad teams, year in, year out. Let's see him do it against some teams that are really bringing it.
100%. We saw this last year. They started 6-7-1 last year, and then they tanked.
Now the defense is better, and they're actually running the ball and doing play action. Last year's offensive philosophy was flawed in a major way. Now the coaching on offense is better. The defense is even better. I think
special teams are better.
You have to give this team a clean slate. Yes, the special teams are better. You have to let them see if they can do it and not hold them to the sins of mistakes of the past. We got to run. Chris Young's going to join you next here in the G-Bag Nation. But hey, Twin Peaks is the place to go to watch the game tonight. Big one in the conference. Looking.
Every day.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Rangers GM Chris Young coming up in 5 minutes. We'll pepper him with questions about Rangers-Yankees. The series is going to be underway tonight. 5:30 pregame, 6 o'clock first pitch. Tomorrow a doubleheader. 12:30 and 6:30 for your pregames tomorrow if you want to listen to history. 105.3 The Fan has your back. Speaking of history, Brian, it looks like the fans and the Tolos out there are pretty excited to get out there and get in the seats in the outfield.
Yeah, that's John Morosi just put out a tweet about that the ticket office made an announcement that they're expecting over 35,000 tonight, but that all the tickets in the outfield are all sold for all 4 games.
Oh, cool.
So go out there and catch you a ball.
Man,
and then when you catch that ball, come on air with us and talk about how you caught the ball.
Yeah, I hope a Tolo snags it.
Yeah, I do too.
That'd be exceptional. We'll ask Chris Young, what would you do as a player, as a fan? Okay, but let's talk about what you expect in these next 2 Cowboys games here at 877-881-1053. Let's assume Dak does not play in these games, and the story could change in a big way tomorrow afternoon when he gets out of the doctor's office, and we'll see. But right now, let's just go on the assumption that Dak doesn't play, or if you want to comment on it and give your qualifier, go ahead. But it's Rams and Eagles. Cowboys have won 8 straight versus the East. Will they make it 9? And do you think they'll beat the reigning Super Bowl champion Rams in Los Angeles on their way there? Zach, Eric, what do you think?
I think that if they can split these 2 games, preferably with the win versus the Eagles, I'd be very, very happy. I think that's a big-time victory, assuming you don't have Dak Prescott. I think if you're sitting at 4-2 and you get a win over the Eagles, you're in the driver's seat. You're 3-0 in the division, and I would be extremely thrilled at where they are after 6 games.
Boy, I'd be thrilled with a split, Chief.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, no question about it, especially if you're telling me that Cooper Rush is starting both of these next games. I think we have a pretty good idea Cooper Rush is playing this week versus the Rams, and then maybe a coin flip about Dak coming back for that Eagles game. I don't feel good about either one of these games. Going into Los Angeles versus McVay with a backup quarterback, I think that is probably going to end up being a little bit too much for you. And then once again, going to Philadelphia, and they're playing really, really good football right now. Say what you want about them, but that's going to be a big-time challenge. They got down early yesterday, 14-0, and then next thing you know, boom, everything is all fine. They faced some adversity yesterday. It wasn't one of these games where they just front ran the whole time. That was a tough one. Jacksonville's a respectable team, and they got it clicking right now. So if you split these, I feel like $1 million.
Yeah, I think Jacksonville had, was it 5 turnovers yesterday?
Quarterback had 4 of them.
Yeah, they turned the ball over a lot. So Jacksonville hurt themselves. I mean, it was one of those things where if you can maybe, just be, your ball security is going to be huge for the Cowboys in that game. And if you do have Cooper Rush, maybe you feel a little bit better. But, based on Brian, we haven't gotten to watch the All-22 yet, but the way you're talking about the offensive line and the way they played against the defensive line and the interior, those 2 tackles, Payne and Allen, they got a couple good ones in Philly.
Yeah.
With the rookie from Georgia, Jordan Davis, and then, you talk about Fletcher Cox, who we're always zeroing in on.
Jonathan Hargrove.
And Hargrove as well.
Or Hargrave, whatever it is. He's a monster.
Yeah, former Pittsburgh Steeler that's now been an Eagle for several years. So, the Eagles have a very good defensive line. You're going to get Aaron Donald next week, so that'll be a big test as well. So, you've got your work cut out for you in the next 2 weeks. We're going to get to see exactly what their plan is at left guard. I think that they're going to have to figure out what they want to do with this offensive line, who's going to be the starter at left guard. They need to make a decision there. Are they rocking with Connor McGovern, or is it going to be Jason Peters?
Agreed.
And they need to figure that out.
Yeah, I think they're going to go with McGovern right now myself. Jason Peters looked like a 40-year-old man playing yesterday. You know, and that's and you know that's going to happen. These guys are going to make you look bad. I will say this one thing about the Rams game: this is going to be a Dallas home game.
Okay,
to me, you watch what happens in that stadium with the Rams,
even after a Super Bowl, huh?
Oh, absolutely. You watch. This is going to be a Cowboy home game when it's all said and done.
They will need it. The Rams are giving up only 3.8 yards per attempt. So it's another like Tampa Bay type of front you're going to have success running the ball against. I don't know if that number is going to hold, but so far early in the year, they are playing really good run defense and teams aren't trying to run that much against them. Now, you go to Philadelphia. I think that's the better chance. You have beaten them several times in a row. I do think the Cowboys are going to split with them this year. So I'll just give them the game in Philadelphia. We'll take the game in Dallas. I think that is the most likely scenario. But we've been talking about how the Cowboys are giving up 5 yards per attempt on the ground. So are the Eagles.
Yeah.
With this big old defense, and we're supposed to be scared and all that.
Surprising.
It's possible the Cowboys could have a tremendous amount of success. It's kind of like it's kind of like, you know, two good defenses, two good offensive lines. You're kind of, you know, obviously there's differences, but there's a lot of similarities between the two teams, especially when Dak gets back in there. It is time now to talk with Rangers GM Chris Young here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm well, guys. How are you all?
Oh, we're doing good, thank you. Pretty cool to finish the season on center stage in the big leagues here, huh? Everybody's going to be watching you guys here. How would you pitch Aaron Judge?
I told our guys we're coming right after him. We want to make sure that we're going to find out a lot about ourselves, too. You want guys out there that are competitive who want to attack them, want to see how they match up against the best players in the world, and I think this is a great opportunity to do so.
Chris, okay, so that's really great to hear you say that, because it seems like to me that he hasn't been getting pitches to hit. So the fact that you're going to challenge him, is that just you being an old school baseball guy and say, hey, let's see if he could do this against us in this series with our best stuff?
Look, I think, to me, it's the essence of competition, right? You want to see how you measure up against the best. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to do it, both as a team and as an individual when you pitch against the best. And I lived this a little bit pitching to Barry Bonds when he was going through a race. This is what you play for. You want to see how you do against the best players in the world. So I think it's a great opportunity for our guys. There's a balance of trying to win a game and be smart about it, but in the end, we just saw Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani. We didn't pitch around them. We went after them. We pitched to them, and I expect our pitchers to do the same with Aaron Judge.
So, CY, I mean, you're a competitive son of a gun, and clearly you're sending that message to your staff. It would be neat to witness history, but would you like to see Aaron Judge get that 60-second home run this series?
Look, I'd like to see us win baseball games, most importantly. But I do step back as from a fan's perspective, and I recognize how special this is and how neat it is in the context of the history of baseball. And so, while I hate for the Texas Rangers to be on the wrong end of any part of history, this is special and this is bigger than our franchise, and I'm certainly rooting for him as a person, rooting for him as a fan. But at the end of the day, the thing I care most about is that we find a way to beat the New York Yankees 4 games the next 3 days.
Yeah, Bubba Thompson starting at center field. It's been fun to watch Bubba during the second half of this year since he got called up. How do you evaluate a guy like Bubba Thompson?
Bubba is somebody who has come up and made a really, really strong impression. I think as much as any young player that we've seen come up to the big leagues, Bubba knows who he is, what his game is, what he has to do to be successful, and is stuck to that. He knows himself, and he sticks to his strengths, and he doesn't try to be somebody he's not. He doesn't put extra pressure on himself to do things he's not capable of. And I think it's shown in the way he's played. So I think it's a really, really tough quality for a young player. I think it takes years to really get to know yourself and what you have to do and be comfortable with your identity. Bubba has that already, and it's pretty special to see, and I think it's why he's had some success early on here at the big leagues. And we look forward to seeing him in center field tonight and seeing him continue to grow and learn.
Now, Chris, as a tall guy who fielded your position well and played college basketball, any thoughts on going out there in disguise tonight, maybe boxing some people out, get that ball?
I'm well past my prime, but that would be a lot of fun. My competitiveness says I would enjoy that, and my I've been through too many surgeries to go out and push myself. But yes, it would be fun to do though.
Yeah, me too. The pushing myself days are way gone by. Now, if you caught the ball as a player or a member of an organization, is that a must give back?
Oh, absolutely. That's Aaron Judge's baseball in my mind, and I'm sure depending on who you ask, there's probably a price for that baseball, but nonetheless, from my standpoint and the organization standpoint, that's his baseball.
Gavin brought up an interesting point, though, because you were, a bigger pitcher. How tough is it? And Judge is also a big guy, and you've got some big guys on the Rangers as well. How tough is it as a bigger player to be able to stay healthy over the course of a major league season?
Well, I think it's a challenge for any player, regardless of size. I think that the physical grind of the season is really, really challenging. And so I think that, but for a taller player, there are unique challenges that present themselves and that you just have to get to know yourself, your body, and how you move and what you need to do to maintain your strength and mobility, flexibility throughout the course of the season. And I learned a ton about myself over the course of my career, things that I knew at age 35, I wish I had known at 25. And I guess you're sort of at your prime when the physical matches the mental in terms of you being at the top of your game. And, for a big pitcher, the sooner you can learn that, the better off you are.
Chris, in all honesty, if you went home and you were the guy that caught the Judge ball, you gave it back for free, would you be able to look your wife dead in the eye and explain that to her?
She would just be happy I wasn't giving up homers. She suffered through too many of my home runs, so she would just be happy that somebody else gave it up.
What advice do you have for a Rangers fan if they do indeed catch this ball during the course of the home series?
Well, handle yourself with class and dignity. Represent the Texas Rangers and DFW in a way that we would want, but be proud of what you get, because this is it's special. And again, I'm not saying he's definitely going to get it, but he's if you sort of count the odds and how he's succeeded this season, I think that the odds are probably in his favor. But nonetheless, it'll be a cool moment for all baseball fans if and when it happens.
See why Leody Taveras has struggled a little bit here as we close the season. He's not in the lineup tonight. Just to circle back to that Bubba Thompson question, what have you seen from Leody here in the last few weeks of the season? Has Bubba maybe eclipsed him, you think, as you move ahead to next year and projecting the starting outfield?
Well, I wouldn't say eclipsed. I would say both players have a lot to prove. I would say that this is, we're going to put the best team out on the field that gives us the best chance to win right now and moving forward. And while we have great confidence in Leody, all young players go through struggles. We've seen it with Josh Young. We've seen it with Josh Smith. Bubba has struggled at times, and Leody's going through it now. It's really how you get out of these moments and what you learn from how you apply it moving forward. And can he limit these slumps in the future? Can he become a complete player? And the same is true for everybody. So I think that's what we're looking to see. But by no means is anybody guaranteed a spot. It's a performance-based game. And while we like to dream on how good each of these players can be, at the end of the day, they have to go out and earn it with continued success and consistency. And that's the next step in a lot of these guys' careers.
Chris, when I was in the NFL in front offices, we had exit interviews and stuff with the players when the season was over. Is that something they do in baseball? Are you going to sit down with your roster and kind of talk with guys and expectations and where they might be with you, or how does that work in baseball?
Yes. In fact, that's why I had to push our call back today from 4:20 to 4:30, because I was in an exit interview with a player. And but yes, that is something we're doing. I think it's very, very important. That's something I did not have done as a player. It's good for the organization to hear from the player what went right, how they evaluate their season in their own eyes, and then likewise for us to give feedback and set the expectation moving forward. I think it's a big part of where we're going and how we're going to get there. And we have a really good group. These guys all are very accountable. They understand what they've done well, where they need to improve, and what the expectation is for us to become a championship club. And so the exit interviews have been very, very good. They're direct. I think the players appreciate them. I certainly appreciate them. And the one thing I will say to our fans is that our team has given their best effort this year. I have full confidence that these guys have taken the field night in, night out, prepared, ready to give their best effort. And I am grateful to every player who puts on a Ranger uniform and has represented our organization in that manner. I do see players throughout the league who don't do that night in, night out, teams that don't do it. And our guys, they run balls out, they play hard, they play to win. We've just come up on the losing end too many times.
Now, Chris, as far as an exit interview with us, we really did enjoy getting to chat with you all year. I thought a few times you were maybe a little on edge and intimidating, but we liked that. And we're wondering if you enjoyed doing the show as well.
Well, next year you'll have to. I love doing the show, guys. This has been a real treat for me. I enjoy talking to you guys. I enjoy being connected to our fans. I appreciate all the support that you and everyone else has had for our team. Better days are ahead. I'm confident in that. But next year, you can tell me which CY you want. You want edgy CY or nice CY, soft CY? I'll let you guys tell me, and I'll try to act accordingly.
I want the CY who's had a McDonald's hash brown. Okay, that's the CY.
We're going to have to. By the next time we talk, I will have fulfilled that. Thank you.
Can that be somewhere on the Rangers' priority list for off-season things that need to get done?
Hash
like
brown
CY?
manager. Let's get
put that on the bottom of the priority list.
We'll put it at the top of the list.
My guy, yes. I'm excited for that full CY report at spring training. How about that?
Guys, I look forward to it. Thank you guys for a fun year talking to you.
Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you. Take care.
There it goes. Chris Young, Rangers GM here on 105.3 The Fan. We're back to go around the NFL and the G-Bag Nation. You can fill the house this season. Around the NFL, brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, who wants it?
I'll take it.
Here's Wolchuk at first down.
Okay, so we had Filthy. They hosted Doug Peterson and the Jags. This was kind of neat. You know how we have the jersey swaps at the end of games? We had a jacket swap at the end of this one as former head coach of the Eagles, Doug Peterson, and current Eagles center, Jason Kelce, ended up swapping jackets. Peterson left the field without his jacket as he gave that to Jason Kelce after the loss. And afterwards, Jason Kelce said at his locker, "This is getting framed up, just like all the others. It's a very prized possession."
This is like official apparel?
That's official apparel. He
took his rain jacket.
He took off his rain jacket, his Jacksonville Jags rain jacket.
I got one of those too.
Took it off. Do you?
I mean, a Jacksonville rain jacket.
It's pretty
kept
cool.
all my rain suits.
It's pretty neat.
Every place I've ever been.
Looks good.
Only kept the rain suits. They're good for fishing.
Took it off, gave it right to Jason Kelce, and he was real fired up about it, and he got a good ovation there. And as he returned as the former Super Bowl winning head coach of the Eagles, and that made me sick even saying that. But
let's say, are you getting queasy over there? Or are you getting a little bit emotional?
Verbally, like physically sick. So somebody else go.
All right, Around the NFL, brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Brought us second down.
Yeah, after following the firestorm of the health and safety criticism directed at the NFL for the Miami Dolphins for Tua, 12 players were removed from Sunday's games under the league's concussion protocol. The evaluations occurred across the 8 of the 14 games Sunday and appeared to suggest a cautious uptick of emphasizing when compared to the number from the previous week. So it's always one of those things when you see something, the league, they send out a memo and it's like, listen, and by the way, guys getting, fired on the, these evaluators and stuff getting fired, that gets your attention too.
You're gone.
Yeah. So Christy Scales talked about it yesterday with us in the pregame show. I asked her about if there was anything different, but we still have the people on both sides of the field, on both teams, both benchers, and then you have the guy, the gal upstairs that's the evaluation. So, yeah, the league are going to get they're going to get serious about this. They during week 3 they only had 3 players that got benched after the protocols. This week, like I said, you've got 12 were removed. So
wasn't Cameron Brake running around out there with a concussion?
It looked like he did because the collision he had with one of the receivers there, right? Didn't he?
With Chris Godwin.
Chris Godwin, he collided, and he was still kind of running around out there. You're right about that.
Well, it's tough. I think the players have a responsibility in this as well to not mislead the trainers, to change their culture of wanting to play through everything and prove they're tough and everything. Because after the first concussion, like the really bad brain damage happens when you already have a concussion and then you get hit again. And it increases exponentially. Like one concussion and then 6 months later, another concussion. That's tiny compared to 2 concussions over the course of the same game or even in back-to-back weeks or something like that. So I do think it's going to take everybody. And I think the players are a big part of the issue up until this point because it's been brainwashed into their culture. That, just bell rung. How many generations of people inside that organization didn't look at it, and they say things, but do they really mean things when it comes to, and the players want to get out there and they feel like so many of them, they have money on the line. I got to prove I'm tough. Like there's only 10 guys per team who are made it for life. Mm-hmm. The other 43 guys are trying to get enough money before the NFL uses them and lets them go. Chiafalo, here you go, third down.
All right, yesterday we had Kenny Pickett make an appearance for the Steelers, the rookie quarterback, Trubisky, not getting the job done.
No, he's not.
No surprise to anybody. Now the
I was
Jets,
shocked.
The Jets end up beating the Steelers yesterday. Mike Tomlin did not want to really confirm at the microphone today whether or not Kenny Pickett was going to remain the starter moving forward.
I thought he confirmed.
After he went 10 of 13 with his 3 incompletions being 3 interceptions for Kenny Pickett yesterday. His first pass of his career was an interception. So, but he did have 2 scampers to the end zone, so 2 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, thanks
for Kenny
a lot.
Pickett.
Najee Harris did nothing for me in fantasy.
That's a sad deal. But I say all that to say, Ian Rappaport is saying that the Steelers are expected to move forward with rookie quarterback Kenny Pickett as the team's starter. So we'll get to see.
Did you just update your story?
Yeah, I was giving the timeline because it hasn't come from Mike Tomlin. He was like, he didn't want to make a decision. But Ian Rappaport is saying that, hey, I know.
Why don't you get off my guy's ass,
even though,
Brian?
I was just wondering what was going on there.
What's up with you,
dude? Get out of it, bro.
I was just
you
wondering.
went too far, bro.
Wow.
We got Rams and Niners tonight around the NFL. Brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. 7:15 ESPN. Guys, do you think the Niners are going to get back in this thing? They're sitting here at 1-2.
I do.
Basically 1-1 since Garoppolo came back. But if they lose tonight at 1-3, boy, that's going to be.
I mean, they had a weird start last year.
Need a big Debo game.
Yeah, my fantasy team could use a big Debo game. But I mean,
clowns.
They have a really strong defense, and Kyle Shanahan
Bosa hurt?
and Joey Bosa.
So Nick's okay?
Nick's okay.
There's so many injuries. J.J. Watt's out there playing without a heart. I mean, there's weird stuff going on.
And he had a heart. He just had to get it shocked a little bit to, reignite on Wednesday, playing on Sunday. But yes, the Niners are going to be all right. All they do is win with Jimmy G and Kyle Shanahan. They just win
Jimmy
a bunch
G.
of games.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan has anything to do with it.
Yeah, Trent Williams is hurt, though, out there.
That does hurt.
Trent Williams is out. They're bleeped.
Vikings beat the Saints 28-25 in London.
Thanks to the double doink 61-yard Will Lutz attempt.
If you need more stuff, I got more stuff for you.
Oh, I'm just doing the scoreboard here for my down.
No, give me the scores.
Yeah. You got the Falcons beating the Browns 23-20. That's a nothing. Seahawks over the Lions 48-45. Where is Geno Smith in the Pro Bowl discussion? He leads the entire league in completion percentage. It's not even close.
Yeah.
300-yard games is what Geno Smith is doing. Yesterday, it was 2 touchdowns passing, 1 rushing.
Yeah.
Like Geno Smith, if you just take away the name and look at the stats, you're like, man, that might be the MVP.
Maybe Reginald Atatula knew something.
Reggie knew.
Yeah.
Reggie knew.
Geno's been absolutely been balling. And then you have, at the same time, Russell Wilson struggling a little bit. Like, Geno Smith is better completion percentage, more yards, more touchdowns, and only 1 more interception than what Russell Wilson has right now. So that's been one of the most amazing storylines of the first month or so of this NFL season is Geno Smith being dang respect. You know how hard it is to go. I think that's back-to-back weeks of over 80% completions.
Yeah,
and he's not just dinking and dunking either.
No,
he's
making
pushing
plays.
that ball.
He's slinging it to DK and Lockett.
It's a wild deal.
I think he had experience, and now maybe he's found the system that's perfect for him, and a little bit of a late bloomer here in his later 20s, proving that he is the man. Okay, Raiders beat the Broncos. That's embarrassing for Denver, obviously. Speaking of that, that you let the Raiders get their first win against you. But how about the Chiefs beating the Buccaneers 41-31, and it really was not that close. So Patrick Mahomes and your guy Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy have reinvented this offense to now it's all to backs and tight ends. 9 total touchdowns to backs and tight ends for the Chiefs, and they're looking like a high-octane offense even without Tyreek Hill. That speaks volumes about the talent of that player and the coaching that he's getting.
Yeah, I mean, and that is that's a solid Bucs defense. We know that, and that play that he made last night, where he does the scramble, spin off a guy, and then do this weird like alley-oop throw for the touchdown. That is like one of the plays of the year right there. And when you look at Pat Mahomes versus the number 1 scoring defense throughout his career, including the playoffs, because coming into last night, the Bucs were the number 1 scoring defense. He's 6-1 in those games, scoring 31 points a game, over 300 yards passing, a passer rating of 94, like just absolutely dominating the best defenses that he comes across throughout his career. Like Pat Mahomes is an absolute freak show juggernaut.
He's the best.
And how did they lose to the Colts last week? I'll never know.
I don't know, but he's still that's the NFL for you, and he's still getting underappreciated. I mean, we talk about Lamar, and he's deserved the praise in terms of the NFL MVP conversation, but we talk about Josh Allen, but Mahomes for some reason doesn't get mentioned as often. I think Mahomes needs to be mentioned. He's still the best.
Yeah. He's the future GOAT in my opinion. I don't think he's going to get the amount of success that Tom Brady did, but nobody ever will. I think Patrick Mahomes is going to be the best in this generation. Okay, when we come back, Nation, we have 30 minutes of broadcasting still to deliver to you. Jared Sandler is going to join you coming up at 5:20, but we have 2 guys, 1 booth, an audio celebration of the Cowboys' greatness and their victory and some of the best moments from the broadcast coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about FC Dallas, though.
the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the nation. Time now for Wolchuk and Chiafalo to take you through one of our Monday staples. 2 guys, 1 booth, an audio celebration of the Cowboys' greatness. Here they are, Wolchuk and Chiafalo.
Oh, it is a glorious victory Monday, 25-10. Cowboys, 3 in a row. They've now won 8 in a row against the NFC East. They're 2-0 this year, and it's always fun to beat up on Washington. So let's relive it in the best way possible as it's time for 2 guys, 1 booth.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that,
Do
and
that.
then we'll do. Then
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other thing.
All right, we start off with Brad Sham. And Brad was doing a little singing, believe it or not, as he did a little serenading for Babe Laufenberg.
They were crazy for signing Brett Maher. They were crazy for having Cooper Rush as your backup quarterback. They were crazy. Can we let some things play out a little bit?
I'm crazy for feeling so lonely.
Man's got pipes.
Yeah.
He does.
Some Brad Sham bars right there.
He was flexing them. He sure was.
Sometimes I imagine in Brad's mind, he's just hanging out by himself at the house,
Yeah.
in the shower.
He's cutting it up.
There's not hundreds of thousands of people listening.
Yeah.
I
Just
forget
wait.
that, though. Like, when we're just in this room together, I
Yeah.
really do forget how this carries and how many people really are listening. And I say, you guys know a lot of weird, strange things.
Yeah.
You do.
And I can't take it back. I got to just own it. And Brad can never take that back. He's got to know that he's saying out loud. Millions of people heard that.
Well,
That's right.
I'll pray for the both of you.
Thank you.
Yes, here we go. More Brad Sham. We had we got a good defensive play here. We're tackling backfield or running backs in the backfield, and here's Brad and painting the picture.
He started to his right. He said, "I can't go there." Come back. Whoa, you're Neville Gallimore. Whoa, you're Odigizua. I better lay down.
That's right. Better lay down. Those guys came to play yesterday. The interior D-line.
The D-line did. The tackles were really good in that game.
Shout out to Tristan Hill as well.
Yeah, exactly.
My goodness, he sniffed out that one screen.
Yeah.
I mean, and there was one play, Fowler almost took the handoff in the backfield.
Yep.
Yeah, Tristan Hill, we have to acknowledge, like, he's got the worst aesthetic on the team.
He does look
with
like Winnie the Pooh.
72. Well, Fat Winnie the Pooh is what DeMarcus Lawrence called him his rookie year. Actually, we need to ask Tank about that this week. Are we still referring to Tristan Hill as Fat Winnie the Pooh, or has he graduated from the rookie nickname that you gave him? But nonetheless, like, Tristan Hill still has the worst aesthetic on the team. It's no gloves, it's no tape, it's nothing. It's just naked arms, and it's number 72. But he played like a beast yesterday.
He sure did. And so did Gallimore, and so did Odigizua. I thought Bohanna was playing well until he got hurt. You know, the one guy that hasn't really stepped up yet, Chauncey Golston. So maybe we get the Chauncey Golston game against the Rams this Sunday.
I hope so.
All right, how about we go back to Brad, and he's making up numbers.
And you got another 3rd and testy. 3rd and 7, maybe?
3rd and testy. Testy is not a number, Brad.
Yes, it is when you're quarterbacking. This is, oh boy.
Testy is not a number. I want a number.
3rd and 7.
There we go.
3rd and the testy.
I was wondering why my dad texted me yesterday. He was like, "Testes, really?" And I'm like, I have no idea where this is coming from. And he's listening to Brad and Babe on the way home from church
3rd
yesterday.
and testy.
I'm like, okay, very good.
Babe
Very good.
owned that too. I need a number, Brad. What is it, 3rd and 7? Yeah, okay.
3rd down was one of those spots yesterday, 5 of 15, that if they'd lost the game, we'd been saying, wow, you got to be better on 3rd down against a team like this. It was... I think the final score was nice, but there were some nervous moments and some frustrating moments throughout that game.
Are you talking about offensively for the Cowboys?
Yeah, offensively. That's why I'm excited to get Dak back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he's good on 3rd down.
He is. His pass
Especially
rating
3rd and long, right?
Much better than Cooper Rush's. And so that's one of those little things that when you talk about the difference between Dak and Rush, that's a huge one right there. Okay, here's a back to Brad once again. More Bradisms, if you will.
5-yard penalty.
That was Samuel Cosme, the right tackle. Lawrence, listen, that guy has been like on a freeway without a driver's license the last couple of weeks. And Lawrence saw him move, and he stood up and he pointed, and he said, "You can't let him do that."
Yeah.
Driving without a license, huh?
Yeah.
Well, they missed though that the pass that they threw down the middle there. I think who it was with it, but they had a false start. Referees completely missed the right guard moving on the play. Sadiq Charles was just like rocked back in his stance, and the officials. There's things they call and things they don't call, but you watch the 22, you'll see that on that particular play.
I like the 254 text in. How about Winnie the Pooh grew up to be Smokey the Bear in reference to Tristan Hill?
Oh, he's kind of like Smokey the Bear's tall.
That's true. He's short and stubby.
Like he's built like an Ewok. Like the king of the Ewoks.
Yeah.
Kind of short arms, really rotund, no definition. But he's getting the job done. He's got lots of power.
Zeke has the Ewok face, and then Tristan Hill has the Ewok body.
So I think
what it is.
Zeke's face on Hill's body, and now we've really
got
got
the ultimate cowboy Ewok.
That's what we've got for Halloween.
He's kind of built like the Marshmallow Man too.
Yes,
or the Michelin Man.
Yeah,
that was Wade.
Wade was the Michelin
Definitely
man.
When he had his one of those jackets
He had
on.
a big white park on that one. No, was it the blue one?
It was the blue one.
The blue one he wore that time. Yeah,
that blue one was very Michelin style. All right, let's get a highlight in, and we have to get this one. As it was the return of Michael Gallup, and it was good to see him back in the end zone for a TD.
Big third down. Snap to Rush. He's going to run out to his right with room. Somebody come help him. Throw it in the end zone for Gallup. Caught it. Touchdown, Cowboys.
That was beautiful.
It really was.
Quite the strike right there. And from the angle that we were at in the press box, you were watching it from behind and seeing Cooper Rush get ready to rip that ball before CeeDee Lamb has come anywhere close to making the break was really, really sweet. And then having it broken down by Braz there in Krusty's corner, 240, was outstanding as well.
One of my favorite angles.
All right, let's do this here. We got Brad. This is a good one. This is one of those moments where you wonder if Brad remembers that people are listening. Take it away, Brad.
Trying to get the game clock going here.
Okay.
Cowboys should end up with really good field position.
I don't know if they'll know what to do with it. I mean, they have had stinky poo field position all day. They've had dirty diaper field position today. I'm just telling you.
Dirty diaper field position. And shout out to Zero. Zero is listening, and he used to run this, for us when we were doing nosebleed seats, and then he would run the Cowboys game, and he texted us the time. I sent that over to Larry, and Larry was already on it. Shout out to Larry Flores and Ruben who do this for us here, pulling the highlights.
I think his name's Pedro.
Yeah, it is. Well, it is Pedro. That's what we call him, his nickname. But I do want to shout out his real name here so we get some credit. But let's move on to another highlight as Carson Wentz happened to throw an interception. His first career interception for Trayvon Diggs happened to come against Carson Wentz. So only fitting that he happened to get his second interception of the year against Carson Wentz.
They will have the ball to start the third quarter. Dallas leads 12-7. Snap to Wentz. Here comes pressure. Throws it deep down the left side. It is intercepted by Diggs.
Oh, Trayvon has been a monster. And that was such a big few minutes of that game where you have a 6-minute drive that's 15 plays, 75 yards. It ends in the Michael Gallup touchdown, and then immediately you get the Trayvon Diggs interception, and that's how you go into the locker room for halftime. Massive drives back-to-back right there.
Great job
going into the locker room.
Great job of playing with positioning, running with the receiver, and finding the football.
Yep.
And then extending and finishing the play. Great
Not many guys in the league can do that, Brian.
Nope, not many.
All right, here we go. Brad Sham. We have flipped the calendar to October now. We are approaching the winter months. We are approaching the cuffing season.
Oh, we're in spooky season right now.
That's right. And so Brad wants to do a little cuddling.
Noah Brown wide left, down to 0 on the clock. Come down here where we can all be friends and cuddle up.
I am getting a little bit, I'm laughing, but I feel bad at the same time. We're getting a lot of great texts here about Brad and the age that he's at and understanding what dirty diapers must feel like. And just
he's not that far yet.
People shaming right there.
Man, come on.
Yeah.
And you can absolutely.
Broadus, does that make you feel sad?
What's that?
Just like old people shaming diapers and that kind of stuff.
Is that a crusty thing?
No, it's not crusty.
No. And you can absolutely mute your TV and you can listen to 105.3 The Fan, 254. That's definitely a thing. Many people
Quite
do
easy.
that.
Yeah,
absolutely. Now we move on to another Bradism. This one, this would be a Babeism, as it's an animal analogy for Micah Parsons. Micah loves these. Babe, how do you fare?
Wentz gets the snap. Rush coming. Oh, he escaped 2 sacks. Runs to his right, tucks, now wisely dives down at the 24-yard line with a 7 or 8 yard gain. Parsons was that close.
He had him.
He was that close.
He had him. He just couldn't drag him down. Like one of those nature shows where it's not trying to drag down the antelope, and the antelope gets away.
Yeah, Wentz did a really nice job avoiding multiple sacks. I think it was a big point of emphasis for him to be more aware and for the line to try to protect a little bit better. But in the end, it doesn't matter how they get beat. It just looks inept and pathetic.
Yeah.
He ends up not being able to keep his eyes down the field enough to make any plays.
That was their game plan. They weren't going to let the rush beat them. And then when they got him in some negative down and distance situations where the penalties or false starts, whatever, then that's where the Cowboys were able to kind of sick that pass rush. You could see Carson Wentz was just not comfortable at all playing in that football game. But because no one what was in front. I mean, he's already in shotgun, and he's his motion is like he's ready to get rid of the football. It's like his feet are not in position. It's like catch and throw. That's what position he was in that whole game.
He does not trust what is in front of him whatsoever. And you could see why Mike afterwards was frustrated. He's like, I got to finish. I should have had some sacks out there. Yeah. And there was some meat left on that bone for that line.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he's not trusting what he sees, Carson Wentz, and they're not trusting him to see anything either. It was like, snap the ball and just throw it at the line of scrimmage. Like, let's just run all the screens. Like Broadus was talking about. It's just, like they were, I felt like they were trying to hide him all afternoon long. Okay, and close it down here. Wentz, speaking of him, there's the interception, and it's Deron Bland.
Wentz in the gun. They're sending 6. Wentz gets rid of it over the middle. It's intercepted. It is Deron Bland, the rookie, with maybe a game-sealing interception on a pass for Curtis Samuel.
Man, he plays 59 snaps after not playing in the NFL. What was he, a 6th-round pick? The Cowboys are good at finding corners, aren't they? And it didn't feel like they lost anything once Jordan Lewis had to leave availability.
Well, we saw all summer that his ability to play in the slot or play on the outside and practice the way he did, that's why Dan Quinn and those guys had confidence in him for sure.
No doubt. Yeah. I mean, he stepped up in a big way, and for a little while it seemed like he was trying to get a feel again for the speed of the game. It was his first NFL game, but, I mean, he caught up. By the second half, I mean, he was playing really good football. It was not, I mean, the way he undercut that ball, he read it perfectly.
Read it right out of the zone.
It was a beautiful play for Deron Bland. I'd like to see more of him moving forward.
There it is, 2 guys, 1 booth with Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You watched the film already, Broadus. Was the rest of his game good?
Oh, no, absolutely was. Yeah. When you talk about him being around the ball, there was some of those early runs and stuff. He's got to do a better job of filling, but like Zach said, though, second half he had a much better feel of how he needed to be physical in that game in order to survive it.
It's huge. They have so many good players, and guys like Anthony Brown aren't making a ton, but if they do move on in free agency because they get a big offer from somebody, you got to feel pretty good about Deron Bland's ability to step in and be a multi-year starter at this point. Okay, we got to run. Jared Sandler is set to join us. He'll have the Rangers pregame show coming up here at 5:30 with Aaron Judge and the Yankees in 10. He'll tell you everything you need to know here coming up next, The Fan. Let's talk about our friends at Absolute Beauty Solutions.
And K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan. Boomer Esiason joins The Fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Sunday morning at 7 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Time to catch up with Jared Sandler here. We are about 9 minutes from Rangers pregame. Aaron Judge in town with the Yankees. They're going to play at 6 o'clock. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. And the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now, here he is, live from the ballpark. Jared Sandler.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
How you doing, buddy?
Guys, I'm great. How are y'all?
We're doing great. Is there anything interesting going on with the Yankees here?
You would never know. I'll tell you, though, guys, I said this yesterday on the post-game show, and I know that we all want and yearn for the days where the attention is on the Rangers because